3 months later, Yifeng stepped out of the Sure Demon Valley. During this period of time, his comprehension of the remnant monument of sword soul cultivation brought his strength to another level. Even the female fairy Empress Lian was amazed by his talent and personally gave advice. From the remnant steel of sword soul cultivation, although I failed to comprehend the method of sword soul cultivation, I did comprehend another kind of sword will, that is the soul-destroying sword intent. If used together with the devouring sword intent, the double sword will, the power that can be displayed is dozens of times stronger than before. Yifeng raised his head and looked into the distance. The martial arts meeting in the Eastern Territory is just 7 days away. Let's go. Liana's ghostly and demonic aura appeared beside Yifeng, and then he took the lead in stepping out of the Sure Demon Valley. Lian, who usually doesn't care about the affairs of the fairy demon city at all, participated in it personally just because the Eastern Territory General will give the first place reward. Yifeng followed. These days, the entire fairy demon city has roughly become a whole, and even many fairy emperors from small powers have come forward one after another, bringing their own outstanding youths to join the joint group. Yifeng followed Lian Shuiying to the entrance of Sure Demon Valley, and found that there were already hundreds of people gathered here. Valley Master. Hundreds of people spoke respectfully at the same time, and many of them looked at Lian with incomparable fanaticism, which showed how much Lian held in their hearts. 2 immortal sovereign demon cultivators came to Lian's left and right respectively, and stood beside him respectfully. These 2 immortal sovereign demon cultivators were the 2 deputy valley masters of Sure Demon Valley. One of them, named Long Xiao, is a snake demon with a sinister face and sinister eyes, and he is a sinister guy at first glance. The other person is named Zi Samsara, who turned into a human form, a middle-aged man with a stiff facial expression. He is a centipede demon, who usually does not show up, and Sure Demon Valley is completely controlled by Zi Samsara. Chang Xiao and Zi Samsara are 2 deputy valley masters. The former is in charge of the internal affairs of Azure Demon Valley, while Zi Samsara is responsible for dealing with people who have offended Sure Demon Valley and dealing with other major forces. Huh? The power of the demon dragon? Yifeng glanced sideways, and felt a ray of the power of the monster dragon from Chang Xiao and Zi Samsara, the 2 deputy valley masters. Obviously, the 2 had just comprehended the power of the monster dragon not long ago, and they couldn't control it freely. Yifeng. Just as Yifeng was thinking, a familiar female voice came from not far away, making him take a look, but saw Zi Lian, a girl from the Star Refining Tower whom he hadn't seen for a long time, standing among the monsters in Sure Demon Valley, the look of being in control. Purple Love? Yifeng frowned slightly, not knowing why she was here. Yi Xiaoxia, do you know her? Since Samsara's face was stiff, he asked coldly. Well, sort of. Yifeng nodded, his eyes did not leave Zi Lian. Then let her go, and let her come over. Since the order of reincarnation, someone let Zi Lian go. Zi Lian got her freedom, ran toward Yifeng's place without thinking, couldn't help shivering when she passed by Lian's phantom, and quickly hid behind Yifeng. Why are you here? Yifeng asked a question. After we separated from you last time, they captured me and relied on me to comprehend the power of the demon dragon. Zi Lian said bitterly, she has good eyesight, she can see that Yifeng's status is very high now. Use you to comprehend the power of the demon dragon? Yifeng couldn't laugh or cry when he heard the words. It seems that such things happened quite a lot in the entire fairy demon city. In this way, it is not a blind attack that the fairy demon city united to participate in the Eastern region martial arts. Most of the immortal emperors in the immortal demon city have already comprehended the power of the demon dragon, which has been passed down from ancient times and far exceeds all the powers of Shang Qingshan. With the power of the demon dragon, the strength of the cultivators in the entire fairy demon city has been raised to a higher level, and the power of the demon dragon was first comprehended by Yifeng, so that others can also comprehend it one after another. However, the most quintessential totemization is not something anyone can comprehend. So far, it is impossible for anyone other than Yi Feng to understand it. It's all right now, don't worry. By the way, are you going to the Eastern Territory, Hui Wu? Yi Feng shook his head to comfort Zi Lian, and then asked. Go, of course, I heard that you are going to represent Fairy Demon City, to participate and win the first place in the Eastern region. I want to see how strong you are now. Zi Lian nodded and said with a leisurely smile. You'll see. Yi Feng nodded, and then followed Lian, Chang Xiao, and Zi Samsara, and brought hundreds of other demon cultivators from Shura Demon Valley, left Shura Demon Valley, and gathered at the gate of Immortal Demon City. Along the way, Zi Lian followed Yi Feng's side, but calmed down, looking cute. The people from Shura Demon Valley were the last ones to arrive. At the gate of the Fairy Demon City, thousands of cultivators had already gathered, including human monks and demon cultivators, and among them were 15 immortal emperors. When the entire Fairy Demon City is united, it is definitely an extremely terrifying force, especially Lian Du, who rarely appeared in the past, personally led the team. Such a force even Wu Yagu would not dare to provoke it. Over there is the team from the Monster Slayer Hall. Hearing that Yi Feng is still not very clear about the power of the Immortal Demon City, Zi Lian started pointing in one direction and introduced, the 4 Hall Masters of the Demon Slashing Hall are all strong in the Immortal Emperor realm, although their fighting power alone is not very strong. Strong, but if the 4 of them work together to form a formation, they can even kill dozens of opponents of the same level, which is very terrifying. Because of this, the Demon Slaying Hall is the strongest force in the Fairy Demon City. Of course, the prerequisite is that the sole, Demon Immortal Emperor, I pity Senior, for not showing up. Speaking of this, Zi Lian glanced at the female Fairy Emperor who was walking in front of the team and shivered. This makes Yi Feng a little strange. He has been in contact with Lian these days, and feels that this female Fairy Queen has a pretty good personality, although it looks scary, but it is not enough to make people frightened, right? Yi Feng was too embarrassed to ask this question now, so he had to think about it later. Genie Sect, the head of the sect, Yu Genie, is extremely powerful. He was originally an elder of Wu Yagu. He has 2 elders of the Immortal Emperor and 8 high-level guardians of the Immortal King, and his strength is quite satisfactory. The Hall of 10,000 Monsters, the 2 Hall Masters are both very powerful. The 9-tailed demon fox came from outside the Tianqing of the Eastern region, and his movements are unpredictable. The other Hall Master is named Qi, who is said to be from the Dragon and Demon clan. Traitor, hunted down here. Shura Demon Valley is composed of Senior Lian, Chang Xiao, and Zisansara, the 2 Deputy Valley Masters. Even if Senior Lian is not counted, the strength of Shura Demon Valley is no less than that of Jianimen and Wanyadian. After Zi Lian introduced these forces, Yi Feng probably understood something about the alliance of the Fairy Demon City this time. Just from these 4 major forces, there are a total of 12 experts in the Immortal Sovereign realm. Although the Immortal Emperors gathered at the entrance of the Immortal Demon City, the 4 major forces alone dispatched 12 Immortal Emperors. However, it is impossible for these powerful Immortal Emperors to dispatch all of them, but even some of them are an extremely tyrannical force, and this tyrannical Immortal Emperor power is centered on pity. Gu Master, please pay attention to safety. I will wait for Gu Master again and come back victorious. When it was time to say goodbye, the Snake Demon Immortal Emperor's long smile sounded cold, but his tone was full of respect. Chang Xiao is the Immortal Emperor powerhouse who will stay behind in Shura Demon Valley. Lian nodded slightly, and then led the people of Shura Demon Valley towards the front, where thousands of people were waiting for them to gather. Yi Feng glanced casually, and found that the immortal 9-tailed fox of the 10,000 Demon Palace was not there. It should be the 9-tailed fox staying behind in the Immortal Demon City. In addition, in the genie sect, Genie, as the strong immortal emperor, went alone, while the other two elders of the immortal emperor stayed behind in the immortal demon city. As for the monster-slaying hall, the four hall masters have always acted together, and they are going to participate in the Eastern region martial arts together. In addition to the four major forces, there are several other immortal emperor powerhouses in the crowd gathered in front, from various small forces in the fairy demon city. He became famous at the Eastern region contest. In addition to Lianhe's return from reincarnation, a total of 15 immortal emperors were dispatched from Immortal Demon City to participate in the Eastern Territory martial arts. In addition to these immortal emperors, each faction also brought some powerful immortal king realms with them, and wanted them to go out to practice. This time, Youlian and other 15 immortal emperors will lead the team together, and their safety can be guaranteed. These fairy kings brought out are also the mainstay of various forces, such as the Dharma protector Feng Pot of Jinemen, the Dapeng demon cultivator of the Wanya temple, the fierce bull demon cultivator, and so on. In addition, there are only a group of people who are under 200 years old and are going to participate in the martial arts in the Eastern region. There are more than 600 people like this in the entire fairy demon city. This is already the case in the fairy demon city alone. It can be seen how many young talents will participate in the Eastern Territory Tianqing in the entire Eastern Territory Tianqing. As soon as Lian, Zi Samsara, Yi Feng and others appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of most people in the crowd. Yi Feng, this is for you. The little girl Qingxin was ignorant last time, so don't take offense. She haha laughed, walked up to Yi Feng, and threw out a storage ring at the same time. Yi Feng took a look, his consciousness sank into it, and he found a lot of treasures that could improve his cultivation. So many. As expected, the entire fairy demon city jointly searched for them. Even an ordinary person without cultivation can directly rely on these natural materials and earthly treasures to improve his cultivation level to 2,000 years. Yi Feng was surprised by it after just one glance, but to him, many of the treasures of heaven and earth had already been absorbed and could not be absorbed again, so these treasures of heaven and earth could only improve his cultivation for more than 1,000 years. That's all. Of course, the improvement of 1,000 years of cultivation is already very great, enough to raise Yi Feng's strength to a higher level. If originally, Yi Feng was able to step into the top 10 in the Eastern region martial arts with a cultivation base of 3,800 years, then now he is enough to compete with the top 5. This is a huge gap. If you know the 5th and 10th battles in the Eastern Territory martial arts, the 5th place can definitely beat the 10th place with one move. As for the gap between the top 3 and some monks behind, it is even bigger. The 3rd place in each Eastern region martial arts tournament, and all the young geniuses behind are not one-shot enemies, and the gap is huge. Even if I have these treasures of heaven and earth, and let me improve to 5,000 years of cultivation, my strength is still not enough to win the 1st place. Yi Feng thought in his heart, these days he was going to participate in the martial arts competition in the Eastern region. Of course he didn't even get to know his main opponent on the way to win the championship. Wuya Valley, Ghost Bone Sect, and Tianmen, the 3 top sects of human monks, each has a super genius, and they are all favorites to win the championship. As for the monster cultivators, among the 2 powerful monster clans, the Dragon Demon Clan and the Great Ping Monster Clan, there are also terrifying existences that are powerful enough to win the championship. In this way, the top 5 have basically been determined, but the Eastern Territory Tianqing is extremely vast, and until that time comes, no one will know who the final top 5 are. The sudden appearance of a dark horse is possible in any competition, and the results of the previous martial arts competitions in the Eastern region have already proved this point. At that time I should be considered a dark horse. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth turned up slightly, then he shook his head without thinking too much. This year's Eastern Territory Martial Arts Tournament was held in the Boundless Valley, in the Field of Human Monks. The numerous immortal sovereigns in Immortal Demon City, each using their own means, can make everyone rush to a city outside Wuya Valley, Wuya City, within 3 days. It is said that Wuya City is vast and has no boundaries, because it is surrounded by phantom formations. If you want to enter Wuya Valley through Wuya City, it is impossible for people who are not from Wuya Valley. This time, the martial arts meeting in the Eastern region was held in Wuya City. Wiagu, I don't want to bring all the people from the Tiancheng of the Eastern region into my hometown. That's not a fun thing. 3 days may not be enough for Yi Feng to absorb these treasures of heaven and earth, but there are still 7 days before the official start of the martial arts competition in the Eastern region, and 7 days should be enough. Even if you don't absorb these natural and earthly treasures, it is enough to deal with an opponent who is too strong. Come on up. The female fairy Huanlian said softly, and then a gust of dark wind blew past, but saw an extremely eerie ghost ship appearing in midair, with a strong evil spirit attached to it. This is a ghost ship. As soon as this ghost ship appeared, it immediately made the eyes of other immortal emperors shine. Everyone knew that it was this ghost ship that made Lian such a terrifying character. The power contained in the ghost ship gave Lian the dual characteristics of soul cultivation and demon cultivation, making her power strange and unpredictable, as if it came from the underworld. It's a pity that no one has ever been able to enter the interior of the ghost ship to watch. At most, it is like now. Lian invited many strong men who participated in the martial arts in the Eastern region to ride the ghost ship together, but they could not enter the interior of the ghost ship. On the deck of the ghost ship. Take the ghost ship, and we will arrive at Wuya City in 3 days. Lian said lightly, but a word of warning in advance, no matter who it is, don't enter the interior of the ghost ship, otherwise, if something happens, it has nothing to do with me. Hearing her warning, all the people who were about to board the ghost ship couldn't help but shiver. Yi Feng looked towards the ghost ship. He could only feel that the upper part was full of dark and evil spirit. It can be seen that there must be some shady secret inside this ghost ship. Of course, Yi Feng wouldn't want to pry into this secret. Anyway, his life is the most important thing. It's better to avoid strange things. Thanks to the readers of the main site, 136021 ******* monthly pass. Together with Zi Lian, Yi Feng boarded the ghost ship following the reincarnation of the centipede Yao Xianhuan. Since Samsara, as the deputy owner of Sure Demon Valley, he is no stranger to ghost and demon ships. After going up, he found a place on the deck and stopped, then glanced at Yi Feng and Zi Lian. You two, don't wander around, said from Samsara with a straight face. The centipede demon's face was stiff, and he didn't know if it was facial paralysis. Even if he was talking to Lian, he wouldn't show the slightest expression. Well, don't worry. Yi Feng nodded. Of course he wouldn't wander around, but as for Zi Lian, the girl in the star refining tower, he couldn't care less. However, after being imprisoned in Sure Demon Valley for this year, Zi Lian has matured a lot, and she will no longer be careless as before. Walk. The ghost ship is huge, even comparable to the aircraft carrier on Earth that Yi Feng saw before. The deck alone can accommodate tens of thousands of people. As long as they are people from Fairy Demon City who are going to the Eastern Territory to meet martial arts, anyone who wants to get on the ghost ship can do so. Soon, Yi Feng found that all the people from the Wanyao Palace followed Qi on the ghost ship. Hey, Yi Feng! A lively and mischievous voice came. Yi Feng glanced over, but saw a sexy girl wearing a thin blue top and blue skirt behind Qi, who wasn't Qingxin, the grandson of 9 Tails? It was this little girl who played Yi Feng's tricks 3 months ago, or else he had already absorbed those natural talents and treasures by now. How? Yi Feng replied indifferently. He didn't pay much attention to that Qingxin at first sight. Ba ba ba. Qing Xian directly made a face at him, stuck out her tongue from a distance, then snorted softly, followed Qi to another direction with a smile. Once this little goblin gets a chance, she will definitely not let go of making trouble for Yifeng. It's just that now that Yifeng is staying with the stiff-faced self-samsara, it might make that little girl a little scared. The centipede demon from reincarnation, even in human form, looks extremely terrifying at first glance. His face is pale, and he looks like a zombie. A total of hundreds of people boarded the ghost ship. In addition, the 4 hall masters of the demon-slaying hall jointly sacrificed a big cattail fan, enough to accommodate 10,000 people. The ghost boat and the big cattail fan carried thousands of people from Xianyao City to Wuya City together. Crunch, crunch. In the cabin of the ghost ship, there are constantly terrifying sounds, but no one pays attention to it. Since you choose to come to the ghost ship, you must abide by the rules and not run around casually, otherwise you will die. Someone collect your body. Amidst the continuous creaking sound, the ghost ship finally moved slowly. As soon as Lian got on the boat, she didn't know where she was going. In the entire ghost ship, Lian was the only one who could walk around freely. After all, the ghost ship belonged to her. Apart from her, even the immortal Emperor Qi and Eugenie, who were also on the ghost ship, did not dare to mess around. Young friend Yifeng, we met again. I never thought that this meeting would be on Miss Lian's ghost ship. Eugenie took the magic protection pot, walked towards Yifeng and greeted Yifeng with a smile. Senior Genie, Senior Fenghu. Yifeng bowed to express his respect for his seniors. Come on for the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Contest. I won't say much else. Our fairy demon city has been silent for so many years, so it's time to shine in the Eastern Territory Tiancheng. Eugenie smiled slightly, then turned around and left with the square pot. Fenghu also nodded slightly to Yifeng, then followed Eugenie to leave, whispered to Genie, Master, the trace of pity for Senior is to let Yifeng get the first place. Do you think his current strength is enough? Eugenie paced slowly, looking into the distance with his eyes, and said calmly, Pity's vision is much better than mine. Although I can't see it, this Yifeng has any possibility of winning the first place in the eastern region, but, who can tell such a thing? The ghost ship started to move, as if it shattered the void, and quickly moved towards the direction of Wuya City. In just a moment, the speed was increased to the extreme. Senior, please help me protect the law. I need to hurry up and absorb the treasures of heaven and earth to improve my cultivation. Yifeng said to self-samsara. Since Samsara glanced at him, his pale face stiffened, he nodded. Zi Lian, I have already absorbed these treasures of heaven and earth, so take them if you want. Yifeng picked out some rings from storage and handed them to Zi Lian. Zi Lianhui was imprisoned in Shura Demon Valley for a year, and it has a lot to do with Yifeng. Yifeng felt very sorry, so he wanted to use these natural resources and earthly treasures to make up for it. Zi Lian was taken aback. This is prepared for you by the entire fairy demon city. Isn't it inappropriate for you to give them to me? Since it was given to me, it is mine. Of course, I have to decide how to deal with it. Yifeng smiled. The most important thing is that these natural materials and earthly treasures are of no use to me. He really wanted to take these treasures of heaven and earth back to the heavens, and let the girls on Peach Blossom Island absorb them, but now he has only realized the second level of the power of the void, and it is still far away from being able to cross the border. What's more, it is much easier for Shangqing Tian to obtain Tian Kadibo than Xia Qingshan. Yifeng will get a lot of them after giving them to Zi Lian. After all, he will be here for a long time. Then I won't be polite. Zi Lian said with a smile, and took the treasures of heaven and earth handed to her by Yifeng. During the year when Shura Demon Valley was imprisoned, Zi Lian's comprehension of the power of the demon dragon became more profound, and she had already fully comprehended it. With her talent, it is not a big deal to comprehend the power of the demon dragon under Yi Feng's inspiration difficult. However, her cultivation base is still less than 3,000 years old, and even if she absorbed these natural materials and earth treasures, her cultivation base is only about 4,000 years old. If she participated in the martial arts competition in the Eastern Territory, it would be good to be in the top 1,000. This is due to the power of the demon dragon she has comprehended. After giving Zi Lian the extra treasures of heaven, material, and earth, Yi Feng began to absorb them by himself. After a day, 4,000 years of cultivation, Yi Feng opened his eyes and finally broke through to the 4,000-year cultivation base. Immediately afterwards, he found that the 4,000-year cultivation base was also no bottleneck for him. After breaking through to this level, he obviously found that the picture of the eternal dragon in his mind was a little clearer. So that's how it is. If you want to comprehend the swordsmanship in the picture of the eternal dragon, there is a certain limit to your cultivation. Yi Feng was overjoyed. In this way, after reaching 4,000 years of cultivation, he could begin to comprehend the first trick of derivation of immortality recorded in the picture of the eternal dragon. Of course, before the martial arts meeting in the Eastern Territory, he must not be able to comprehend that sword technique. 7 days is too short, and his bone age is almost 200 years old, so it is impossible to rely on the accelerated space to comprehend the practice. After reaching 4,000 years of cultivation, Yi Feng opened his eyes, only to find that the entire ghost ship was eerily silent. He glanced around and found that almost everyone was sitting on the ground, or closed their eyes, or practiced comprehension, and no one made a sound. Only from the cabin, the weird creaking sounds continued to be heard. Yi Feng looked towards the bow of the boat, and saw the ghostly shadow of Empress Lian standing on the bow. Looking into the distance, her figure was slender and slim. If it was not a ghost but a real one, she must be a peerless beauty. Suddenly, Yi Feng saw a small cyan fox jumping briskly and nimbly at a side door of the cabin, as if it was looking for something. Isn't that Qingxin, the granddaughter of the nine-tailed immortal emperor of Huanya Temple? Soon, the body of Qingxin transformed into a green fox, came to a dark window on the side of the cabin. Qing Xian stood on tiptoe and glanced into the dark window. The little girl, what are you doing? Yi Feng frowned slightly, and at the same time glanced at Lian who was standing at the bow of the boat, seeing that Lian seemed to be unaware of Qing Xian's movements, still standing at the bow of the boat, filled with ghostly and demonic aura, let the ghost boat move towards fast forward. Yi Feng turned his head and looked at the side of the cabin again, but this glance surprised him. Qingxin's little fox has disappeared. Yi Feng stood up suddenly, he looked intently, and saw that the side windows of the cabin hadn't changed in any way, it was still pitch black. Someone went in? Beside Yi Feng, Zi Samsara opened his eyes, his stiff face showed no expression, but he murmured, except for the owner of the valley, if outsiders enter it, they will definitely die. There is no doubt that he must die. Yi Feng couldn't help but tremble when he heard these 4 words. That little fox, Qingxin, really entered the cabin? Although the windows on the side of the cabin were pitch black and there was no sign of being opened at all, but with Qing Xian's cultivation and strength, it is not easy to break through the space and penetrate one side of the cabin. Yi Feng didn't want to meddle in this nosy business at first, but the Huanya Temple was kind to him, not to mention, not far away, Qi and Tong were looking for something with several other people from the Huanya Temple. Qingyu, you are familiar with your sister, do you know where she will go? Qi asked Qingyu, a young fox demon. I'm not familiar with her. She has always looked down on me. Qingyu said bitterly, it seemed that she was not worried about where Qingxin had gone at all. For this answer, Qi was a little speechless, the relationship between the 2 brothers and sisters was so rigid, but now is not the time to discuss their relationship. With Qingxin's character of fearing that the world will not be chaotic, if there is anything he will do on this ghost ship, there is only one thing sneaking into the cabin. Only one person, Lian, has been able to enter the cabin of the ghost ship. It is said that someone tried to go in to see what is inside, but they never came out again. Yifeng stood up. Let me go and have a look. Yifeng sent a divine thought to Qi and Tong from a distance, and then walked towards the dark window on the side of the cabin. He was going to lean against the window to have a look before talking. The centipede monster who was originally beside Yifeng opened his eyes from reincarnation, glanced at Yifeng, then turned his head, and looked at Lian who was standing on the bow. Of course, Lian also felt Yifeng's movements, and even the little fox demon Qingxin's small movements before. She had been watching, but she didn't say anything. All this is because Qingxin is irrelevant to her. She didn't listen to the advice and ran into the cabin to die, and if she died, she would die. But now, Yifeng's identity is different. Seeing Yifeng walking directly towards the side of the cabin, a strangeness flashed in Lianyo's deep eyes, but she didn't stop him. With her taking care of him, even if Yifeng entered the cabin, he wouldn't lose his life. A bit of flesh and blood is unavoidable. Seeing Lian's attitude, the centipede demon closed his eyes again since reincarnation, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Silent footsteps resounded on the ghost demon ship, causing many people at the bow to focus on Yifeng, including Eugenie from the Genie sect and those from the Wanyao Palace. Qi and Tong of Wanyao Temple were a little nervous, while others were a little confused, not knowing what Yifeng wanted to do. There is also the fox demon Qingyu, who saw Yifeng's actions, but sneered, "This kid thinks how powerful he is, and wants to go to the cabin to check." Yifeng. Qi stepped forward, trying to stop Yifeng. "Senior Qi, it's okay." Yifeng turned his head and smiled faintly, then stepped forward and continued to move forward. It didn't take long before he came to the black lacquered window near the side of the cabin. When approaching this place, the surrounding ghost and monster aura became more intense, making Yifeng extremely vigilant. This ghost ship is so weird, there must be something inside the cabin. However, Yifeng saw that Lian had noticed his movements, but did not stop him, so he guessed that even if he encountered any accident, Lian should have a way to save him. Because of this, he dared to come to this dark window so boldly. "Let me see what's in the cabin." Yifeng took 2 steps forward, finally came to the dark window, and then glanced at one of them. With this one glance, his consciousness suddenly fell silent, as if he had fallen into an abyss. The ghostly aura was strong, and the 2 completely different auras completely surrounded Yifeng's spiritual consciousness. Before Yifeng saw what was in the cabin, he lost consciousness all of a sudden. In the darkness, ghost and monster energy spread. Yifeng felt that his consciousness had come to another space. In this space, it was completely a world of ghost and monster energy. In the center of this world is the source of ghost and monster aura, but Yifeng doesn't know what it is. Qingxin. Yifeng saw at a glance that a little fox in blue was jumping around in a daze in front of him, as if he wanted to find a way out of this place. "Stinky boy, why is it you?" The little girl Qing Xian was a little apprehensive about being sucked into this mysterious ghostly space by herself, but she finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yifeng coming over. But at this moment, an extremely strong spiritual will attacked instantly, tearing her consciousness towards the center of this dark world. Ah! Qing Xian only had time to scream, and the consciousness of the little fox demon in Xingyi was pulled farther and farther away. Where to go? Yifeng frowned slightly, but without hesitation, he quickly chased towards the place where Qingxin was torn away. At the same time, the dragon heart in his body seemed to sense something weird about this place, and started to work automatically. The movement of the dragon's heart in Yifeng's body made him pay attention a little bit. The heart of the dragon is a treasure, given to me by the inheritance of the dragon sword. Its level must be higher than that of the upper clear sky. Now that the heart of the dragon has started to work, it can be seen that the things in this ghost ship are very unusual. Yifeng became more and more vigilant, but his footsteps did not drop at all, and he quickly approached in the direction where the little fox demon Qingxin was being torn away. Suddenly, a burst of crying and howling came from the front, pouring into the mind of Yifeng's conscious body. At the same time, a phantom that looked like a ghost or a demon appeared in Yifeng's vision. Just in front of him, a phantom of a demon ape with 9 arms exuded endless ghostly aura. In the ghost ship, it's the 9-armed ghost ape who is at work, and I'm afraid the method of dual cultivation of soul and demon is also learned from this 9-armed ghost ape. Yifeng's heart froze, and he saw the consciousness of the little fox demon Qingxin was tightly grasped by the 9-armed ghost ape, as if it was about to be swallowed by the 9-armed ghost ape. This 9-armed ghost ape may have lost consciousness long ago, but even so, it has extremely terrifying combat power. At least, the existence below the immortal emperor cannot shake it. Of course, this is a world of pure consciousness, as long as the spiritual power is enough powerful. Yifeng gritted his teeth and decided to fight. Anyway, Lian outside must be watching his situation. If he really encounters any fatal danger, I believe Lian will not ignore it. He walked forward quickly, and the power of his whole body surged out. The power of the ancient monster dragon turned into a totem. A blood-colored demon dragon pierced through it, and instantly condensed 2 blood-colored sharp claws, holding back the consciousness of the little Qingxin fox demon, and pulled it back at once. Immediately, the bloody demon dragon threw back the consciousness of the little Qingxin fox demon, making her stay away from the 9-armed ghost ape, but now Yifeng was closer to the blurred figure of the 9-armed ghost ape. The 9-armed ghost ape is 100 feet tall, and it looks like a mountain in front of Yifeng. Seeing that the prey he captured was rescued by Yifeng, he couldn't help but howl. Roar! The 9-armed ghost ape let out a wild roar, and countless phantoms with ghostly and demonic arms condensed from the surroundings, and they came to Yifeng's surroundings in an instant, wrapping him tightly with lightning speed. You want to swallow me? Come on. Yifeng's eyes are full of calm. Even though the body of the 9-armed ghost ape may be thousands of times stronger than him, the 9-armed ghost ape in front of him is just his consciousness body. Yifeng will not even lose his fighting spirit. Roar! The 9-armed ghost ape roared again, and then those arms condensed with infinite ghost energy raised Yifeng's conscious body high, and then swallowed him in one gulp. Boom! There was a loud bang in Yifeng's mind, and he felt endless ghostly and monstrous energy rushing towards his mind, as if it wanted to shatter his conscious body. Swallow, devour. The heartbeat of Yifeng's conscious body accelerated, and he instantly burst out with a strong devouring sword intent, wanting to devour all the surrounding ghost aura that invaded him. At this moment, the heart of the dragon finally began to run crazily. At this moment, Yifeng felt that under the influence of the heart of the dragon, the remaining 6 layers of restrictions left by the dragon's sword body in his body seemed to start to radiate. A strange power emerges. As soon as this kind of power appeared, the originally ferocious ghostly aura suddenly seemed to be suppressed, and it seemed to be trapped in a quagmire in an instant, unable to move at all. The consciousness body of the 9-armed ghost ape swallowed Yifeng's consciousness just now, and was about to digest it, but he didn't expect something strange to happen in his stomach. Just when the consciousness body of the 9-armed ghost ape was strange, the 6 layers of restriction in Yifeng's body suddenly broke out. Yifeng only felt that something jumped out of his body, and then he felt the power of the 6 layers of restriction merged into his devouring sword intent. Immediately afterwards, the devouring sword intent, which became extremely powerful at this moment, finally completely suppressed the surrounding ghost and monster aura. The next moment, the 9-armed ghost ape roared and wanted to gather strength to suppress it, but at this moment, the terrifying devouring sword intent suddenly enveloped its entire consciousness. There was a loud bang. In the eyes of the Qingxin little fox demon who was thrown away by Yifeng, the terrifying 9-armed ghost ape phantom that was 100 feet high was suddenly swallowed by Yifeng's consciousness. Most of the ghostly and demonic aura dissipated in an instant. How is it possible, this kid? Qing Xian stared blankly. She didn't expect that an accident would happen just by lying on the window of the cabin and taking a look, and she never thought that Yifeng would come to rescue her at this time, and she didn't expect that Yifeng would be able to save her. That terrifying nine-armed ghost ape phantom was devoured. Before Qing Xian heard that Yifeng devoured Zawazi's sword intent in Yaoxiu territory, she still didn't quite believe it, but now, of course, Qing Xian completely believed it. The nine-armed ghost ape consciousness in front of him, although Qingxin doesn't know its specific strength and realm, is definitely much stronger than Zawazi back then. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create such a terrifying soul demon immortal emperor. Pity came out. However, such a powerful nine-armed ghost ape consciousness was devoured by Yifeng with ease. The scene in front of him made the little fox demon, Qingxin, completely dumbfounded. Outside the cabin, Lian, who was about to rush over, was also stunned. Swallowed? Feeling the situation in the cabin, Lian couldn't help being shocked by Yifeng's actions. That kid actually swallowed the consciousness of the nine-armed ghost ape. At this moment, Lian didn't know what kind of mood was in her mind. Yifeng swallowed the nine-armed ghost ape that made her now, which should have made her feel angry, but now, in her heart, there were far more doubts than got angry. Of course, she knows what kind of existence the consciousness body of the nine-armed ghost ape is. This ghost ship is the existence that imprisoned the consciousness of the nine-armed ghost ape. She accidentally found it from an ancient ruin. After she came into contact with the nine-armed ghost ape, she was shocked by his cultivation method of combining soul cultivation and demon cultivation, and thus embarked on the journey of soul and demon cultivation. The original Lian was a standard pure demon cultivator, but at that time, his body died and his Tao disappeared, leaving only his conscious soul to enter the ghost ship. From then on, not only did he not die, but he became stronger than before. The consciousness body of the nine-armed ghost ape must have come from the legendary upper realm. Its existence is far beyond what I can imagine. Even I can only rely on the nine-armed ghost ape to comprehend something, but this Yifeng can devour it. Lian was deeply shocked. The strong ghost and evil aura on the ghost ship finally began to gradually dissipate, and soon, hundreds of people on the bow deck finally saw the sunlight through the side of the ship, shining on the ghost ship. The gloomy ghost ship was finally illuminated by sunlight for the first time. Meanwhile, the figures of Yifeng and Qing Xian appeared at the front entrance of the cabin. Yifeng raised his head, and saw the shocked Lian, Qi, Zisamsara, and hundreds of other practitioners. The little fox demon Qingxin shrank her head. She also knew that she was in trouble. She didn't dare to say a single word, she just looked at Yifeng beside her pitifully. Now only Yifeng can speak for her. The nine-armed ghost ape's consciousness body seemed to be very important to Lian, but now it was swallowed up by Yifeng because of her. If Lian gets angry, she knows very well that even if her grandfather, nine-tailed immortal emperor appears, he will not be able to save her. Ahem, what, it's all right. Yifeng walked out of the cabin, seeing everyone's shock, he coughed in embarrassment. Then he looked back at the cabin, and saw that the inside of the cabin changed from chaos to a dilapidated ordinary cabin. Obviously, when the nine-armed ghost ape consciousness was present, the entire cabin was a consciousness space, which was used to seal the nine-armed ghost ape consciousness and prevent it from leaving the cabin. But now that the consciousness body of the nine-armed ghost ape is swallowed by Yifeng, there is no need for the closed consciousness space to exist, and of course it just disappeared. You're fine, I'm fine. A deep voice came from Lian's mouth. Hearing this, Yifeng glanced at the place where Lian was, but saw that the ghostly aura around Lian's body was a bit stronger than usual, and it kept lingering. Obviously, Lian's mood is very disturbed now. Yifeng glanced around, and saw that the originally gloomy ghost ship was actually illuminated by sunlight. It was obvious that the core of the whole ghost ship was the nine-armed ghost ape that Yifeng devoured. The consciousness body of the nine-armed ghost ape was swallowed by Yifeng, and the core of the ghost ship was destroyed, so it was no longer a ghost ship. The current ghost ship can only be said to be an ordinary flying magic weapon, although the speed is still very fast, but it is no longer ghostly, and even Yi Feng can feel a trace of holiness from it. This ray of holy aura had been suppressed by ghost and monster aura before, and there was no way to find it, but now, it appeared majestically on the entire ship, and could even be felt by everyone. Senior Lian, I'm sorry, I destroyed your ghost ship. With a sincere apology, Yi Feng bowed respectfully to Lian. Seeing Yi Feng's appearance, Lian felt angry, but couldn't get out. The most important thing was that Yi Feng was able to devour the consciousness body of the nine-armed ghost ape, so he obviously had a secret, not an ordinary person. Even if it is Lian, she doesn't dare to do anything to Yi Feng now. Besides, she still wants to rely on Yi Feng to win the first place in the Eastern Region martial arts competition, so as to get that thing. After thinking carefully for a while, Lian finally turned around, stopped looking at Yi Feng, and said lightly, "Forget it, it's your ability to swallow it, I don't blame you. But, if you don't get the first place in the Eastern Region martial arts competition, I will never forgive you." As soon as the voice fell, Lian's figure disappeared in the air, and he returned directly to the cabin. The figure dissipated. If he can't get the first place in the martial arts competition in the Eastern Region, he can't be spared. Hearing this, all the cultivators on the ghost ship looked at Yi Feng as if they were monsters. What did this kid do just now to make Lian so angry? The dissipation of the ghost and monster aura on the ghost ship must have something to do with what happened just now. It can be seen that Yi Feng has done a big thing. As for what the big event is, those people have no way of knowing. They only know that Yi Feng destroyed the atmosphere of the ghost ship and made Lian very angry. Wu first. The first place in the Eastern Territory martial arts competition. Although they had heard about this matter before, but now they heard Lian personally say it, it was naturally even more shocking. You must know that the number one in the Eastern Territory martial arts competition represents the strongest young generation in the entire Eastern Territory Tiancheng. Such an existence, after a few years, will become the strongest in Tiancheng in the entire Eastern region, at least comparable to Lian's level, or even worse. If he can get the first place in the Eastern Region martial arts competition, even if he goes out of the Eastern Region Tiancheng, he will be the best in the entire Shangqingshan region. Because of the words of pity, the topic of everyone on the ghost ship revolved around Yi Feng, because now everyone is going to participate in the Eastern Territory martial arts competition. Can Yi Feng really win the first place in the Eastern Region martial arts competition? Most people are skeptical about this. In particular, Yi Feng only has a cultivation base of 4,000 years now, and among the powerhouses participating in the martial arts competition in the Eastern region, there are at least thousands of immortals. It is basically impossible to win the championship with a cultivation base of 4,000 years. At least, from their birth until now, no one has ever heard of such a heaven-defying character appearing in Tiancheng of the Eastern Territory. In Wuya Valley, Ghost Bone Sect, Tianmen, the three major human cultivator sects, the Dapeng Monster Clan, the Dragon Demon Clan and other monster cultivator races, each faction has cultivated a generation of monster geniuses, even in the same realm. The fighting power, let alone the last guy who has only 4,000 years of cultivation. It's hard to win the first place in the Eastern Region martial arts competition. Everyone thought so in their hearts, but they didn't say much about it. After all, it was Lian who made Yi Feng get the first place, and they didn't dare to say anything to offend Lian. Hello, thank you. Qingxin, the little fox demon behind Yi Feng, tugged on his sleeve and said timidly. Fine. Yi Feng nodded lightly, then walked to the side, and quickly returned to Zi Samsara's side, and sat down. He has to seize the time to absorb the remaining treasures of heaven and earth. Most importantly, he feels that after swallowing the consciousness body of the nine-armed ghost ape, the whole person becomes very bad. Rest, and check what's going on in your body. sharp. The centipede demon saw Yi Feng return to him from reincarnation, said something with a stiff face, and then stopped talking. Great, really good. If Yi Feng wasn't good, would Yi Lian have been asked by her to compete for the first place in the Eastern Region martial arts competition when Yi Lian first met? Of course the current Yi Feng didn't think too much, he just nodded his head towards Zi Samsara, and sank his mind into his body. The nine-armed ghost ape must have come from Yuqing Tian. It must have been suppressed by some powerful force in the ghost ship and sent to Shangqingshan. Yi Feng thought in his heart, felt that the consciousness body of the nine-armed ghost ape was devoured by him, and it was not peaceful in his body. Although the nine-armed ghost ape lost its own consciousness after being swallowed by him, its ghostly and monstrous instincts supported it in wanting to escape from Yi Feng's body. Do some research? Yi Feng made up his mind and sat down. Not far away, Qing Xian returned to Qi's side. How are you doing? The body condensed by the blazing flames greeted him, and asked with concern, after all, is Qingxin the granddaughter of his friend Nine-Tails Immortal Emperor, or is it possible for the existence of the top 10 in this Eastern region martial arts? If it is on the ghost ship, if something happened, he would not be able to explain to Jiawei when he went back. When Yi Feng sat down, Zi Lian, a girl from the star refining tower, beside him, breathed a sigh of relief. She was terrified just now. Originally, she was imprisoned in Shura Demon Valley for a year. Although she was able to eat, sleep and do everything well, she just lacked freedom. She couldn't bear another day like this. She was finally about to escape from the prison because of Yi Feng. If something happened to Yi Feng now, it would be absolute bad news for her. Fortunately, nothing happened, but just now he rescued the little fox in the cabin, and it seems that something unusual happened. Zi Lian was itchy, and wanted to ask Yi Feng what happened in the cabin, but when Yi Feng came back and sat down to rest, she didn't ask, so she had to be anxious. She raised her head and happened to see Qingxin, the little fox demon, not far away. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be on Yi Feng's body, which made her feel a little unhappy. Feng gets involved. The little fox demon Qingxin also saw Zi Lian's gaze, and couldn't help but turn her head away proudly. In the cabin, what happened? About this point, Qing Xian didn't tell anyone else at all, not even Qi, who led the Wanya temple, or her brother Qingyu, at all. Apart from her and Yi Feng, the only ones who knew about the situation in the cabin were Lian, and at most people whom Lian trusted completely, it was impossible for those people to tell the story. I don't know how he feels now after devouring the consciousness of the nine-armed ghost ape. Qing Xian looked at Yi Feng with great interest, but of course she didn't dare to go forward to ask anything. Just the stiff-faced centipede monster beside Yi Feng was enough to make people tremble with fear. Yi Feng closed his eyes to cultivate, and at the same time explored the consciousness body of the nine-armed ghost ape that was swallowed in the core. This nine-armed ghost ape consciousness seems to be able to be used by me now, and I can release it at a critical moment. The dance of ghost energy and monster energy will definitely increase my strength a lot. Yi Feng quickly understood the existence of the nine-armed ghost ape. After the guy's consciousness was absorbed by him, he only had the instinct to escape from Yi Feng's body. But as long as Yi Feng suppresses it with will, the instinctive consciousness of the nine-armed ghost ape will be silent. This should be due to the remaining 6 layers of restriction in Yi Feng's body. In the nine-armed ghost ape's conscious body, there are still a lot of ghost energy and monster energy left. These forces can be absorbed and comprehended by Yi Feng, but at present, it is impossible for Yi Feng to comprehend them before the martial arts meeting in the Eastern Territory. Only at critical moments, being able to release the consciousness body of the nine-armed ghost ape can definitely shock the opponent. Of course, this can be regarded as Yi Feng's big trump card, and it cannot be easily used unless it is absolutely necessary. Even in the Eastern Territory martial arts contest, facing a critical moment, if it is possible not to release it, it is better not to release it, otherwise it will be easy to be spied on, and I am afraid that there will be no good life after the Eastern Territory martial arts contest. After figuring out the situation of the nine-armed ghost ape, Yi Feng continued to absorb the treasures of heaven and earth to improve his cultivation. Another 2 days later, Yi Feng absorbed half of the treasures of heaven, material, and earth, and raised his cultivation base to 4,400 years. At the same time, he had a little understanding of the derivative swordsmanship in the ancient Longyuan map. Of course, it is not enough to display it, and he returned to 0. Among the 18 swords, Jiao Jiujian's forbidden technique, the 8th sword, is the same, lacking in opportunity. Now I have a lot of whole cards. If I can fully display it in the Eastern Region martial arts competition, I can be sure of the top 5, not to mention the champion. The top demon genius in Qingtian. Yi Feng finally stood up. He looked into the distance and saw a vast city built on the hillside. At first glance, he couldn't see the edge at all. The distance was immersed in a thick fog, which gave people a mysterious feeling. Boundless city, we're here. Hundreds of people on the ghost boat had already got up, looking at the Wuya city in the distance in the thick fog. Each of them was full of emotion, especially Eugenie, who originally came from Wuya Valley. Since rebelling against Wuya Valley, Eugenie has not returned to Wuya City for thousands of years. Once upon a time, Wuya Valley after Wuya City was his home, but it's a pity. The destination was about to arrive, and Lian, who had disappeared for 2 days, reappeared in front of everyone. Standing on the bow of the boat and looking at the Wuya City in the distance, she stood quietly, with ghostly and bewitching aura floating around her beautiful figure, like a ghostly girl. Wuya City, 4 days later, the Eastern Region Martial Arts Competition will be held here, and the first place in the Eastern Region Martial Arts Competition will be able to get that thing that is very important to her. After losing the 9-armed ghost ape, Lian's trip has already been a big loss, but if he can get that thing, overall it is relatively cost-effective. The ghost boat moved quickly towards Wuya City, and not far behind was the flying magic weapon of the 4 hall masters of the demon-slaying hall, which also belonged to the forces of the fairy demon city. Came to Boundless City. Wuya Gu, one of the 3 major sect forces in the human territory, has terrifying strength, and there are more than 20 existences in the realm of the Immortal Emperor. In Tianqing of the Eastern Territory, if the number of immortal sovereign powerhouses in any force exceeds 20, it can be regarded as a terrifying force, such as Wuya Valley. Because of this, no one is willing to pay attention to a place like Fairy Demon City, because the gain outweighs the loss. In the entire Fairy Demon City, 20 or 30 immortal emperors are not just sitting there watching and playing. Look over there. It's another powerful force coming to participate in the Eastern Region martial arts. At this moment, there were some whispering voices on the ghost ship, and then many people on the ship looked into the distance, but saw a group of thousands of monks flying towards Wuya City with a demonic aura. There are thousands of monks in this line, and several of them are also at the level of Immortal Emperor. Each of them turned into a dragon demon body and soared in the clouds, carrying the juniors of their respective clans quickly. It's the 8 Dragon Demon Clan. Beside Yi Feng, Zi Samsara said with a stiff face, expressionless. 8 Dragon Demons. Yi Feng's heart trembled. He knew that this was the Dragon Demon Clan that Qi and Tong came from. The Dragon Demon Clan was divided into 8 tribes, so it was called the 8 Dragon Demon Clan, but the current 8 Dragon Demon Clan, in fact, only that's all for the next 7 divisions. In the Yenkei branch, the core characters have all changed their appearances. People like Qi have been kicked out of the 8 Dragon Demon Clan. The current Yankee branch is just puppets of the other 7 branches. Thinking of this, Yi Feng turned his head sideways and looked in the direction where Qi and Tong were. Hitomi, your mother is also here this time. Qi looked at the powerful team of the 8 dragon demons in the distance, and there was an imperceptible emotional fluctuation in his eyes. Hitomi's mother, also Qi's wife, is a genius of the illusion branch of the 8 dragon demon clan. Her talent is recognized by everyone in the illusion branch, and she is even named Huan directly. Back then, the combination of Qi and Huan was still a good story in the 8-Dragon Demon clan, but it was a pity that Wu Yagu's forces participated in it, which greatly changed the situation in the 8-Dragon Demon clan, which led to the current situation. My mother is here too. Tong turned into a human form and stood beside Qi, looking at the thousands of demon cultivators of the 8-part dragon clan in the distance, feeling a lot of emotion. Regarding his mother, he has limited memories. If it wasn't for this Eastern Region martial arts meeting, it would take him a long time to get it. To see his mother again. The direction of the ghost ship and the big cattail fan is of course the gate of Wuya City. And the heading direction of the 8 dragon demons and the demon cultivators is also the gate of Wuya City, and according to the speed of the two sides, the time to reach the gate of the city should not be much different. This made Qi and Hitomi father and son nervous. After all, their blood is still the blood of the 8 dragon demons, even if they are no longer recognized by the clan, the fresh blood of the 8 dragon demons still flows in their bodies. Approaching the destination, Yifeng did not absorb the treasures of heaven and earth, but looked towards the 8 dragon demon clan demon cultivators not far away. The 8 dragon demon clan is one of the best large-scale races among the demon cultivators in Tianqing in the eastern region, and each of the clans is comparable to some middle-level sects in strength, let alone the integration of the 8 major clans. The 8 Dragon Demon clan and the Dapeng Monster clan are also known as the 2 major monster clans in the Tianqing of the eastern region. In addition, the combination of the Yaojian Xiao and several major races can be regarded as a powerful force. The ghost ship is getting closer and closer to Wuya City, and it is also getting closer and closer to the sea of thousands of monsters of the 8 Dragon Demon clan. And everyone on the ghost boat discovered the demon cultivators of the 8 dragon demons, and of course the other party had also discovered the ghost boat. Look at that ship over there. I haven't seen it much before. What kind of flying magic weapon is it? I've heard of a ghost ship like that, but it belongs to the immortal emperor of the immortal demon city, and it's full of ghost and monster aura. The one in front of me is probably not that one. No matter which side it is nothing compared to our 8 dragon demons, why should we care? That's a good statement. Looking at the entire heavenly city of the Eastern Territory, there are only 3 or 5 forces that can be compared with my 8 dragon demons. The force that the ship belongs to is definitely not one of those few. The juniors of the 8 dragon demon clan and some young and middle-aged people talked a lot, but those dragon demon cultivators in the realm of the immortal emperor looked at the ghost demon boat one by one, with some doubts. The ghost ship, of course they know that the immortal emperor of the immortal demon city, Lian, owns such a ship, but the ship in front of him has no ghost aura, nor does it have a demon aura, it doesn't look like it. Moreover, the forces from the fairy demon city will not come to participate in the eastern region martial arts. You must know that most of the people in the fairy demon city are excluded and wanted by the entire eastern region Tianqing forces. Out of thousands of members of the 8 dragon demon clan, only one person looked different from the others. It was a graceful female demon cultivator whose face could not be seen clearly, only a little expectation could be seen in her beautiful eyes. This demon cultivator was also an immortal emperor. Female fairy emperors are rare in the entire eastern heavenly city, and there is only one person among the 8 dragon demon clans. Huan is Qi's wife and Tong's mother, but she has not had a good life in the 8 dragon demon clan these years. For 1,000 years, she has been immersed in missing her husband and son. Her husband is fine, he is already the immortal emperor, although he was expelled from the 8 dragon demon clan and arrived in the immortal demon city. He is definitely safe. Only her son, Tong, doesn't know what's going on now, whether he has been taken care of by her husband, and what kind of cultivation level he is now. She didn't know that when the incident happened in the clan before, Tong was captured by the people of Wuya Valley and thrown to the lower realm. I can feel it, the blazing breath. Huan's beautiful eyes showed a glimmer of anticipation. Although the shape of the ghost ship did not match the rumored one, Huan can be sure that the entire fairy and demon city will be mobilized for this year's East Territory martial arts competition. Sure enough, Lian from Fairy Demon City couldn't sit still because of the matter of being the #1 martial artist in the Eastern Territory. So, Hitomi should also come here to participate in this Eastern Region martial arts tournament. I really look forward to meeting you again. Huan thought about it, and then a look of worry flashed in his eyes. I don't know the strength of the people coming from Fairy Demon City this time. If they can't control the situation, all the people from Fairy Demon City will be in danger. Huan quietly decided that no matter what, as long as Chi and Hitomi were in danger, she would stand up to protect them and fight with them no matter what. Before the change of the 8-Dragon Demon clan, Huan was not the Immortal Emperor, and was under house arrest by the elders of the clan when the incident happened. Mozu territory, let alone going to Fairy Demon City to find a husband. Inadvertently, Huan cast a pair of eyes forward, and stared at a young man in another branch of the 8-Dragon Demon clan, who was wearing a blood-colored blouse and carrying a red long sword. Blood Sword, the peerless genius of the Stegosaurus division, is determined to win the Eastern Region martial arts competition. I don't know how my son's cultivation is now, whether he can compete with Blood Sword. Thinking about it in the fantasy, he immediately looked away without thinking too much. Now, it is impossible for her to go to the ghost ship to find someone, so she has to wait until Wuya City to make plans. The ghost ship and the big cattail fan quickly flew towards Wuya City, and soon got very close to the 8-Dragon Demons. Now, several immortal emperors of the 8-Dragon Demon clan finally discovered that the one standing on the bow of the ghost ship was the sole demon immortal emperor who was feared throughout the entire Eastern Heavenly City, Pity. Lian really led the Fairy Demon City out. This made several immortal emperors of the 8-Dragon Demons ponder in their hearts, and at the same time thought of the genius, Qi, who was also in the Yank branch of the Fairy City. Qi's talent is extremely rare in the entire 8-Dragon Demon clan. If the incident hadn't happened back then, Qi would definitely be the leader of the Yanhu branch now. However, it's just a genius. For the other 7 branches, expelling the many cores of the Qi and Yank branches from the 8-Dragon Demon clan will gain far more than what they will lose. The Blood Sword of the Jianlong branch, the peerless genius who aspires to win the Eastern Territory martial arts, used part of the resources of the Yank branch to cultivate, not only inherited the power of his own blood, but also comprehended the power of real fire. It can also combine the power of blood and the power of real fire to burst out terrifying power. Such strength is rare in the entire history of the 8-Dragon Demon clan. Thank you again for the readers of the main site, Tip Denny's monthly pass. Seeing the figure of Lian on the ghost boat, the immortal emperors of the 8-Dragon Demons certainly knew it in their hearts. Old Monster Lian brought the people from Fairy Demon City to participate in the Eastern Territory martial arts. He must be looking at that thing. But with the Blood Sword, that thing is already in the bag of my 8-Dragon Demons. The arrogance of the 8-Dragon Demons is not without capital. In the entire Eastern region Tiancheng, peerless geniuses like Shui Jian are extremely rare. What's more, in order to participate in the Eastern region martial arts this time, Blood Sword has also prepared an extremely terrible killer. In the martial arts competition in the Eastern Territory, it will definitely be a blockbuster. The members of the 8-Dragon Demon clan did not communicate with the ghost ship and the people on the big cattail fan, but flew directly into Wuya City, and were received by an elder of the Immortal Emperor in Wuya Valley, and they entered the city with a smile on their faces. But when the ghost boat and the big cattail fan arrived at the gate of Wuya City, they received a cold reception. Who is in front? The Eastern Territory Martial Arts Conference is coming soon, and suspicious elements are prohibited from entering. 2 Wielder disciples in the realm of the Immortal King stopped in front of the ghost ship. Even though they felt that Lian standing on the bow of the ghost ship was an immortal emperor, they did not have the slightest fear. Who made them disciples of Wuya Valley? Wuya Valley can be regarded as a tyrant in the entire eastern region Tiancheng, not to mention Wuya City is their own territory. No matter who it is, they will definitely not dare to act wild here. Two Wielder disciples of Immortal King Realm were extremely arrogant and blocked the ghost ship. What are you? Let Miadozi come out and talk to me. Lian looked at the two guys expressionlessly, and didn't watch her move, but saw a black line appearing on the foreheads of the two Immortal King Wielder disciples. Those two people only felt that there was something wrong with their bodies, but they couldn't detect the details. When they were sure that there was something weird, it was too late. The bodies of the two were disintegrated by the black line, and together with their souls, they instantly turned into nothingness, leaving only two wisps of black smoke, which represented that the two had existed before. Just kill like that? The death of two Wuya Valley disciples in the realm of immortal kings caused a huge storm at the gate of Wuya City in an instant. Even the demons of the 8 tribes of dragon demons who hadn't gone far, and the elder Wiagu immortal emperor who received them, all turned their heads and looked at this side in surprise. Someone actually attacked and killed the disciples of Wuya Valley at the gate of Wuya City. Several immortal emperors in the 8 dragon demon clan dared not do this. Pity that old lunatic. Sure enough, once he appears, there will be trouble. Many old immortal emperors of the 8 dragon demon clan thought to themselves that they did not intend to do anything. After all, this was a matter between Lian and Wiagu. That's just a trade of interests. It's not that the 8 dragon demons will submit to Wuya Valley. Bold. The elder Wiagu immortal emperor who greeted the 8 dragon demon clan changed his face drastically. How many years has this happened? The disciples of Wuya Valley will definitely be treated politely wherever they appear in the Tiancheng of the eastern region. Anyone who sees them is respectful. How has he ever been beheaded in such a humiliating manner? Most importantly, this is the gate of Wuya City, and it belongs to Wuya Valley's own territory. Let the head come to see you. You are very loud. I want to see what qualifications you have to say such a thing. The elder immortal emperor snorted coldly, flew high, and rushed towards Lian on the bow of the ghost ship. Seeing this, several old immortal emperors from the 8 dragon demon clan shook their heads. The elders of the immortal emperors were the latest to be promoted in recent years, right? He didn't even know how powerful that witch is. No wonder this guy was arranged to pick up people at the gate of the city. Just as they were thinking, the battle on the bow of the ghost ship was over. I've said it before, let Miadozi come out to see me, the others are not qualified. Lian's cold voice sounded again, making everyone in Wuya City seem to have fallen into an ice cellar, and at the same time, the elder Wiagu immortal emperor, who was rushing towards her, also showed a black line on his forehead. At the moment when Lian's voice fell, the elder xuanhuan's still young face showed surprise and fear. In an instant, he was disintegrated into nothingness by the black line, just like the 2 disciples of the immortal king realm, leaving only a wisp of black smoke. Even the elders of the immortal emperor were obliterated. The immortal sovereigns of the 8 dragon demon clan immediately began to gloat. It is not a joke to disturb the people of Wuya Valley in Wuya City. This time, they must alarm the head of Wuya Valley, Miadozi. If the existence and power of Lian are relatively low-key and not well known, then Miadozi, the head of Wuya Valley, is a well-known figure in Tiancheng of the eastern region. It has been tens of thousands of years since Miadozi became the immortal emperor, and he has experienced countless major events during this period, and his reputation has spread far and wide. He is one of the few strongest existences in Tiancheng of the eastern region. Although Lian is terrifying, compared with Miadozi, he has no advantage at once. Miadozi supported the entire Wuya Valley sect by himself, making it one of the 3 major sects of human monks in Tiancheng in the eastern region. Strength? Of course, compared to Lian, Miadozi would not be completely suppressed. Even if there is a slight difference in strength between the two, the difference will not be small. Among the monsters of the 8 dragon demon clan, almost none of the younger generation knew who Lien was, and they began to ask the people around them one after another, and soon got an answer. It was a powerful existence that combined soul cultivation and demon cultivation. The name is Lien. No one knows what demon cultivator Lien was before he was alive. Since Lien appeared in Tianqing of the eastern region, he has been like this. The only thing that can be traced is that Lien has a little connection with one of the strongest existences in Tianqing of the eastern region. Miadozi is one of them. The ghost boat stopped at the gate of Wuya City, and the big cattail fan also stopped. Everyone in Xianyao City was headed by Lien, so naturally they didn't say much. Miadozi, the head of Wuya Valley, Lien actually let him out just like that. Yifeng felt a little ashamed in the back, but with Lien's strength, there was nothing wrong with doing this. After all, people from the 8-Dragon Demon clan were greeted, so why was there no one in the Fairy Demon City? Yifeng also knew that Lien was actually trying to give some people around him a bad impression, otherwise the people of Immortal Demon City would have a lot of inconvenience and suffer a lot of unfair treatment when they moved around Wuya City. Now that Lien has obliterated an elder of the Immortal Emperor and 2 disciples of the Immortal King in Wuya Valley so forcefully, he clearly let others know that their Immortal Demon City is definitely not for bullying. Fairy Demon City, as a major force participating in the Eastern Territory martial arts, must make a shocking debut, or else everyone will be bullied by then, so why talk about the Eastern Territory martial arts? The first round of each Eastern Region martial arts tournament is a scuffle, and many who are obviously not strong enough are eliminated. Under such circumstances, the more deterrent one side is, the more advantageous it is. At the gate of Wuya City, everyone didn't dare to say a single word, they all looked at the empty figure in the air in shock. After a long time, a sigh came from far and near, oh. No one knows what kind of emotion is contained in this sigh. Only people can feel the vicissitudes of life rushing towards their faces, and then, a handsome figure in white robes appeared at the gate of Wuya City in a flash, and Lien Na phantom relative. When Yifeng saw the figure in white robe, he couldn't help but be taken aback. This turned out to be a very young-looking cultivator. Miadozi. The identity of the white-robed young man was about to be revealed, but Yifeng knew that Miadozi was not young, he just looked young. Or in other words, the ratio of his bone age to longevity was relatively low. Anyway, Yifeng was very surprised to see that the head of Wuya Valley was a handsome young man. After all, it was the first time he saw such a young immortal emperor. Pity, you are here. If you are far away, welcome, please. Miadozi had a faint smile on his face. Even though Lien had just killed 2 disciples and an elder of Wuyagu, he was not angry because he knew that compared to Lien's strength, those 2 disciples and new elders can completely ignore it. Lien took a look at Miadozi, but didn't say anything, and she didn't see any movement. The ghost ship drove directly towards Wuya City. The big cattail fan flying magic weapon controlled by the 4 hall masters of the monster-slaying hall immediately followed, and thousands of people from the Immortal Demon City finally entered the Wuya City, and they entered the city after being greeted by the head of the Wuya Valley, Miadozi. This kind of glory cannot even be enjoyed by many demon cultivators of the 8-Dragon Demon clan. In the final analysis, it was because among the emperors from the 8-Dragon Demons who came to lead the team to participate in the martial arts meeting in the Eastern region this time, there were no such heaven-defying emperors as Lien and Miadozi, and they couldn't bear such courtesy. Of course, this is not to say that the 8-part Dragon Demon clan does not have a bit of background. In the Demon Cultivator territory, the place where the 8-part Dragon Demon clan breeds, there is no such thing as the heaven-defying immortal emperor, but that will not appear until the day when the clan is exterminated. The old and stubborn, it is impossible to leave the habitat of the race, or it would be bad if the hometown was attacked. Miadozi is really polite. One of the immortal sovereign Yashio, from the 8-Dragon Demon clan, said in a low voice, bitterly. What nonsense. Hurry up and leave. Another older demon cultivator stared at him, and then wanted to take everyone away. What are you all in such a hurry for? However, Miadaozi's gaze suddenly moved over, with a faint smile still on his face. Everyone, come with me, please don't mind what happened just now. After all, there are many strong people in the world, even in our Wuya Valley, there are many people who can't be bothered. This sentence made some juniors in the 8-Dragon Demon clan even more surprised. There are people who can't be offended in Endless Valley, and there are many more. There is no doubt that the female fairy emperor who just killed the elder of Wiagu Immortal Emperor is one of them. In addition, the 2 old monsters in the 8-Dragon Demons should also be regarded as 2 of them. The master is being polite. Immortal Emperor Yashio, headed by the 8-Dragon Demon clan, spoke respectfully, and then led the crowd to follow Miadaozi. Seeing Miadaozi flying lightly in front of him in white robes, a black-clothed young man from the 8-Dragon Demon clan had a strong fighting intent in his eyes, but he quickly covered it up. If you look carefully, you can find that this black-clothed youth from the 8-part Dragon Demon clan is also an immortal emperor. He is also young, and he is definitely a peerless genius of the 8-part Dragon Demon clan. Soon, everyone from the Babu Dragon Demon clan and Fairy Demon City disappeared from the gate of the city, and followed Miadaozi into the city. The news that Immortal Demon City was going to participate in the Eastern Region Martial Arts Contest immediately spread like mushrooms after a spring rain, which surprised all the major forces gathered in Wuya City to participate in the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Contest. Fairy Demon City, this is the first time to participate in the Eastern Territory Martial Arts, and the Old Witch Lian actually personally dispatched. It can be seen that Fairy Demon City attaches great importance to this Eastern Territory martial arts. However, what can arouse Lian's idea is that the only thing that can be obtained by the champion in the entire Eastern Region martial arts competition. Could it be said that this time the Fairy Demon City came to participate in the Eastern Region martial arts competition for the first place? This is not easy. Could it be that an extremely powerful young evil genius appeared in the Fairy Demon City? In any case, since Lian brought people from Fairy Demon City to participate, he definitely didn't come here to play. This year's Eastern Territory martial arts competition is a good one to watch. Lian took everyone to an open manor in Wuya City, and arranged a separate courtyard for everyone, and even everyone had an independent courtyard. Wuya City occupies an extremely large area, so it is not a problem to arrange a spacious villa for each of the major forces that come to participate. Power is much better. In this Wuya City, the speed of basic cultivation has actually increased by several % compared to the outside world. It is indeed worthy of being the territory of Wuya Valley. It is probably better than any other place in Xia Qingshan. It is simply a fairyland for cultivation. Yifeng was walking near the residence assigned to him. Next to the courtyard where he lived was the resting courtyard of Zi Lian, a girl from the Star Refining Tower. As for Qi and Tong's courtyard, it was not far away. Yifeng was about to absorb all the remaining treasures of heaven, material, and earth to see if he could raise his cultivation to 5,000 years, when suddenly a strong immortal king flew over. Is Yifeng ahead? Someone is waiting outside the manor to see you. The immortal king was dressed in white, which was the standard attire of Wuya Valley. Yifeng knew that this man was the manager of this manor, and now thousands of people from Fairy Demon City lived in this manor. This immortal king powerhouse came to report. Okay. Yifeng nodded, and at the same time he was a little surprised, not knowing who came to him at this time. While being puzzled, Yifeng was still vigilant. After all, he was not familiar with this place, so he might encounter some accidents if he was not careful. When he followed the immortal king in white to the gate of the manor, he was taken aback by a gray-robed figure with disheveled hair in front of him. It's Happy Crazy. Senior Xiaoyao, why is it you? Yifeng smiled and went forward to meet him. Haha, why can't it be me? Xiaoyao Crazy laughed. I just came here not long ago, and I brought my juniors from Xiaoyao Mountain to the Eastern Region to meet Wu to see the world. I just heard that the fairy demon city also brought people here, so I thought you must be among them. It's really good. Senior also brought people to participate in the martial arts meeting in the eastern region? Yifeng quickly came to the outside of the manor, stood still in front of Xiaoyaquang, and asked with a smile, Senior Xiaoyao's descendants are definitely not ordinary people, and they must have achieved good results in the martial arts competition in the eastern region. Just kidding, if one of those incompetent boys enters the top 500, I will be satisfied. Xiaoyao Crazy smiled wryly and shook his head. The top 500 is enough. Xiaoyao Crazy's requirements for the younger generation are too low, but Yifeng is naturally not very clear about the situation in Xiaoyao Mountain, and he will only have a look at it when the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Tournament officially starts. Senior Xiaoyao, did you come to see me for something? Just tell me if you have something to do. If I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Yifeng said with a smile. Of course he knew that the other party came to him and couldn't just reminisce about the old days. If there was nothing wrong, Yifeng wouldn't even believe it if he was killed. I still can't hide it from you, madman, I really have something to ask. Xiaoyaquang smiled, and then said, Your fairy demon city came to participate in the Eastern Region martial arts. The younger generation must have good strength, and there may even be one who won the first place in the Eastern Region martial arts. I don't have much to ask for, but my incompetent juniors may not last long in the first round. If you are free, please take care of them. Take care of Xiaoyaoshan's juniors in the first round of the Eastern martial arts competition. Of course Yifeng knew that in the first round of each East Territory martial arts tournament, a certain number of people were randomly selected to form a group, entered into another closed space, and ranked according to the results of the scuffle. Able to advance to the second round. This first round is used to eliminate most of the young people who are not strong enough, but there is not much danger to their lives. The rules of the first round of each session will control the death rate below 10%. If there are no accidents, there should be no problem in helping seniors, but I don't know if there will be any special circumstances at that time. Yifeng smiled, nodded, and said, Senior, I can promise you that as long as there are no accidents, I will definitely protect the friends in Xiaoyao Mountain below. But if you want them to advance, it may not be possible. After all, the places are limited. I'm afraid I can't do it alone. Once Xiaoyafeng heard Yifeng's words, he knew that he had agreed, but it was only on behalf of himself, not on behalf of the fairy demon city. Thinking about it, although Yifeng is a young disciple with good talent, it is still impossible to represent the entire fairy demon city. After all, the forces in the fairy demon city are intricate. It is impossible to control everyone's actions. Thank you so much. Happy Crazy said sincerely. In his heart, he didn't think that Yifeng could get too high in the Eastern Territory martial arts competition. After all, his cultivation base was only 4,000 years old, but he shouldn't have any problem passing the first round. More importantly, because of Lian's arrogant behavior at the gate of Wuya City, all the forces participating in the Eastern Region martial arts now know the strength of Fairy Demon City. Even in the first round of the martial arts meeting in the Eastern Territory, most forces would give Fairy Demon City some face, lest Lian would come to the door later. That is not a fun thing. Although Lian's kind of existence probably wouldn't take action because of the martial arts meeting in the Eastern Territory, but they are not afraid of anything, just in case, once Lian makes a move, it will be their nightmare. With a name like Fairy Demon City covering his head, Xiaoyafeng felt that the probability of his juniors passing the first round would be much higher. Senior Xiaoyao, you don't have to be polite, this junior will do his best. Yifeng nodded, and didn't say much. If he really got together with the people from Xiaoyao Mountain, it would be nothing to protect him for a while. After all, he has cultivated for more than 4,000 years, but he has cultivated for more than 1,000 years. The treasures of heaven and earth gifted by Happy Crazy. Haha, the young man is really interesting, not bad not bad. Xiaoyao laughed wildly, I'm relieved now. Let's take a step first, and see you at the martial arts meeting in the Eastern Territory. Senior, walk slowly, I still have to hurry up and improve, so I won't be far away. Yifeng bowed and said. No need, you work hard, I'm leaving. Xiaoyaquang waved his hands and laughed, then turned around and left the manor where Yifeng was. People who didn't know really thought he was a lunatic. Xiaoyaquang's name was worthy of the name. Yifeng watched Xiaoyaquang leave, and was about to go back and continue to absorb the treasures of heaven, material and earth to improve his cultivation, but in the blink of an eye, he saw another group of people speeding towards the manor where he was. This group of people, all dressed in green clothes, looked menacing, especially after seeing Yifeng. They were all vicious, and they wished to eat Yifeng. Who are they? Yifeng was puzzled. He glanced at the white-robed immortal king disciple of Wuya Valley, who was guarding not far away, and he didn't panic. With the disciple of the white-robed immortal king guarding the manor in Wuya Valley, the group of people in the distance should not dare to make mistakes, and dare to oppose Wuya Valley like Lian. I believe that there is no second one in the entire Wuya city. Yifeng stood on the spot, quietly watching the other party approach quickly, and soon, a large group of people came in front of Yifeng and surrounded him. You are Yifeng. A person came out from the other party, wearing a green dress, with an ugly mole on the corner of his mouth, which made him look extremely fierce. Yes, it's me, what advice do you guys have? Yifeng said lightly. Do you know who we are? The middle-aged man in Xingyi with a mole on his face proudly asked Yifeng. Who are you, and what do you have to do with me? Yifeng laughed. Could it be that this guy is brain-dead, and the whole world must know who they are? Bold. We are the disciples of the Qingqing sword sect. You little monk, you don't know our identity, you deserve to die. The middle-aged man in black mole and Xingyi yelled angrily, pointed at Yifeng and said sternly, Yifeng, you killed my Qingqing sword sect member in Wanya Temple. Did you ever think that today would happen? The person who killed you in the 10,000 monster hall? Yifeng frowned slightly, but then he remembered that a young man in Xingyi deliberately found fault when he was comprehending the monster dragon totem. So what kind of Qingqing sword sect was that young man in Xingyi? Yes, you remembered, do you regret it now? The middle-aged man with a black mole said proudly, the sword master told you to come with us. Are you going to submit obediently, or do you want us to use force? When Yifeng heard this, he wanted to laugh in his heart. This middle-aged man with a black mole was very confident in his sect, so he came here to forcefully demand someone. Are you sure you want me to go with you? Yifeng smiled with great interest. There was no trace of nervousness or fear on his face. Do you think we have time to joke with you? The middle-aged man with a black mole sneered, and then raised his hand. Since you refuse to leave, let us help you, but it's not that simple. One hand, one leg, break it for me first. Yifeng stood calmly, and at this moment, the disciple of the immortal king in white robe, not far away, made a leisurely sound. Seniors of the Qingqing sword sect, are you sure that you want to bully a junior in my Wuya city? And this junior is a young genius who is about to participate in the Eastern region martial arts? As soon as the white-robed disciple of Wuya Valley made a sound, the face of the middle-aged man with the mole turned black. How dare he go against Wu Yigu? At this moment in Wuya City, there is a very clear agreement among the major forces, that is, no matter who had any conflicts with any other forces in the past, they are not allowed to deal with the juniors of that force at the venue of the Eastern Region Martial Arts meeting. Now that the Qingqing sword sect is relying on their numbers to deal with Yifeng, of course Wiagu will not allow it. This is also because the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Tournament is about to start, so many things must be strictly regulated. Otherwise, wouldn't those younger generation geniuses who have more powerful enemies come to participate in the Eastern Region Martial Arts competition? The words of the white-robed immortal king of Wu Yigu made everyone in the Qingqing sword sect look stunned. They thought that Yifeng came with the people from the immortal demon city, but they didn't expect that Yi Feng would also participate in the Eastern region martial arts. In this case, it would be a little troublesome. Seeing the hesitant look of the middle-aged man with the mole, Yi Feng felt relieved. He laughed and said, "What's the matter? A group of fairy kings came here to bully me, a junior who has only attained the Dao realm. Do you have a face? Although I didn't kill people, but if you want to take revenge, feel free to come here, but let you Qingqing sword sect's young and strong men come, for a fair and just battle. I don't think anyone will say anything." When these words came out, the eyes of everyone in the Qingqing sword sect brightened. That's right, if they fairy kings can't deal with Yi Feng, they should go back and let the juniors of the same bone age come over. With their Qingqing sword sect's background, they won't be able to deal with even a small kid in the Dao realm, right? Humph, it seems that you are quite confident, but you seem to have underestimated my Qingqing sword sect. That's right, although we can't do anything, you don't want to leave here now, just wait for the young genius of our Qingqing sword sect to arrive. A person who has just attained the realm of Dao dares to be so arrogant, it is really ignorant. A group of people started to shout arrogantly, which made Yi Feng feel helpless. From the very beginning to the present, has he ever been arrogant in the slightest? Maybe he was a little arrogant when he invited the opponent's young strongman, but in Yi Feng's view, that was not arrogance, but self-confidence. From preparing for the Eastern Territory martial arts competition to the present, many people have reminded him of the strong men he may encounter in the Eastern Territory martial arts contest, among them, Wu Yagu, Tianmen, Ghost Bone Sect, and the 8 dragons in the Demon Cultivator. Demon Clan, Dapeng Monster Clan, these forces have many young strong men. But he really hasn't heard anyone remind him that there are any young and strong men in the Qingqing sword sect. Since the other party wants him to wait, he will just wait and see, when the other party comes to kill one, or two to kill one pair. Of course, the current Yi Feng couldn't be careless. The other party was so confident, it was very likely that he was prepared. Even if Yi Feng has the chance to win, he must always be on guard against the opponent's tricks. No matter who it is always very active when it comes to revenge. For example, the current Qingqing sword sect, Yi Feng hadn't waited too long, and saw another group of monks and Xingyi flying fast not far away. Each of them had excitement in their eyes. Look! They have already received news that their Qingqing sword sect has found a younger generation's enemy, and they have attained the Dao realm. It is not easy to do it in Wuya City now, and they must be resolved by these younger generations. This is a good appetizer before the official start of the martial arts meeting in the Eastern region, and it is also good as a warm-up. A group of people rushed over anxiously, each of them wanted to prove their strength. It seemed that no matter who they shot, they could easily kill Yi Feng. Soon, this group of youths and Xingyi with swords on their backs came to Yi Feng, stood next to the middle-aged man with a mole, and looked down at Yi Feng. This person, I can deal with it enough. A short swordsman in blue stood up, with a playful smile on his face, looking at Yi Feng. Before you die, is there anything else you want to say? Just do it with your hands, and don't talk nonsense. Yi Feng said lightly. Okay, this is you looking for death. A gloomy look flashed across the short swordsman's eyes, then he stood up, drew out the long silver sword behind him, and pointed the sword at Yi Feng. Immediately, a flash of cold light flashed by, and the short swordsman swung the long silver light sword in his hand. A beam of icy power condensed into a beam of sword light, and swept towards Yi Feng. It's just a Taoist cultivation base. I thought it was some kind of strong man. Seeing this, Yi Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The opponent's icy sword light cannot be said to be weak, at least at the level of Dao realm. It is already quite good, and the sword repair's attack is indeed much stronger than other monks. But what people in the Qingqing sword school don't know is that although Yi Feng's current cultivation is only at the Dao realm, his combat power has already surpassed the Dao realm, and even those who have become immortals may not be able to fight against Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't even bother to defend against the icy sword light of the short swordsman. he casually took out a reincarnation-level magic weapon, Xinghua Long Staff, which he got in Lianqing Mountain City. Hoo-hoo! Yi Feng waved his stick, and the power of the void merged into it, easily blocking that ice sword light. Breathtaking! Yi Feng condensed the power of soul-snatching and soul-snatching, the two merged with each other, and then cast the soul-snatching fairy art, which instantly made the little swordsman lose his mind for a moment. Die! Yi Feng whispered a word, and then swung his stick towards the little swordsman. Snapped! The long stick fell, and the short swordsman was still in a state of trance, and was smashed into a pulp all at once. Who else? Yi Feng stood with a stick, raised his head, and looked forward. What happened just now was too sudden, and it was beyond everyone's expectations. For a while, no one was able to react. You actually killed him. The face of the middle-aged man with the mole turned black all of a sudden. Yi Feng's stick just now had nothing special about it, but it was that stick that killed the short swordsman directly, beyond everyone's expectations. It stands to reason that the short swordsman should be able to react. How could he be slapped to death by a stick with no resistance? Of course they didn't know that Yi Feng's immortal technique could make the short swordsman lose his mind in an instant, thus killing him with a stick. Young people, don't be too arrogant. Since you are provoking our Qingqing sword sect so much, I will let you know that our Qingqing sword sect is not someone who dares to provoke us. Another tall and thin swordsman in Xingyi stood up. He looked to be in his 20s. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the Dao realm, and he was still one step away from becoming an immortal. This tall and thin swordsman in Xingyi can be said to be the leader of the younger generation of the Qingqing sword sect. Although he is not the strongest, he can also step into the top 1,000 ranks in the eastern region. His strength is not bad. Provocative? Yi Feng chuckled lightly. It seems that you are the ones who provoked me from the beginning to the end, right? It's still the same sentence, stop talking nonsense, just hit me if you want. Watch out. The tall and thin swordsman snarled, and then his sword light flashed, and he launched a sneak attack when Yi Feng was not ready. Facing the opponent's sneak attack, Yi Feng calmly swung the reincarnation-grade Xinghua long stick in his hand again. Under the twinkling starlight, the long stick danced with heavy stick shadows, blocking the opponent's sword light at once. Sneak attack? Interesting. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth turned up slightly, only the first layer of void power was condensed on the Xinghua stick, and then he turned around and swung the stick out. Do you still want to attack me in the same way? You are so naive. There was a sinister look in the eyes of the tall and thin swordsman. He didn't face Yi Feng's stick, but with a flash of his figure, he came to Yi Feng's back in an instant, and then he struck out with another sword. This sword contains the power of a hurricane, the strongest power of a tall and thin swordsman. I master the second level of void power. You can't catch my trajectory, you can't see my movements. What do you use to fight with me? A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the tall and thin swordsman. He felt that his sword was about to tear Yi Feng into pieces. Yeah? Yi Feng turned his head slightly. He was not surprised at all. He also mastered the second level of void power. When the opponent was about to teleport behind him and start to gather the void power, he had already felt it. Swish! With a swish of the long stick, it directly blocked the sword light fused with the hurricane. The destructive power contained in the hurricane power was completely poured on the Xinghua stick, arousing the bright starlight to fight against it, but it is a pity that the Xinghua stick is a magic weapon of the reincarnation level, and the sword of the tall and thin swordsman cannot destroy this level magic weapon. You took out the sword twice, and I took it instead. Yi Feng's faint voice came into the ears of the tall and thin swordsman, and then he felt a burst of soul-stirring power coming into his mind. At this moment, the tall and thin swordsman killed the gods and fell into despair. Kill! The power of the void condensed on Xinghua's long stick, and he slapped the tall and thin swordsman to death with one stick. The body of the tall and thin swordsman was patted into a pulp-like paper, and then melted into dust by Yi Feng with the power of real fire, making him completely disappear from this world. Is there a third one? Yi Feng turned his head back and glanced at the immortal kings and immortal realm experts of the Qingqing sword sect around him. Those young people were all shocked by Yi Feng's methods. The death methods of the short swordsman and the tall and thin swordsman were almost exactly the same. How can this be? The kid in front of him is clearly just a brat with more than 4,000 years of cultivation. How could he kill their senior brother who was about to step into the realm of immortality with a stick? It is impossible to hide the cultivation level. After all, there is the existence of the immortal king realm. There is no way to hide the cultivation of the immortal king realm, and even the powerhouse of the immortal king realm can be fooled, unless Yi Feng himself is far beyond the immortal king realm, which is even more impossible. You have a lot of means and some strength, but you are a little too arrogant to kill my two juniors from the Qingqing sword sect. At this time, a high cold voice came from the side. Everyone turned their eyes to the place where the sound came from. In fact, before the sound came out, many people had already looked in that direction, because if the tall and thin swordsman was not good enough, then only this person would appear. Qingyun Pavilion, the second-ranked member of the Qingqing sword sect's younger generation, has now stepped into the realm of immortality, and the goal of participating in this Eastern region martial arts competition is to enter the top 200. At the same time, Qing Yanting is also the adopted son of Sword Master Qing Shao of the Qing City Sword Sect, and has won the true biography of Sword Master Qing Shao. Qing Yanting looked indifferent, handsome, with a high-nose bridge, wearing its Xing Yi, with a long sword on his back, handsome, walked out of the crowd like a leisurely stroll. Senior brother Qin Yanting has made a move. This time he will definitely be able to kill this boy. That's right, senior brother Qin Yanting is holding the Qingyun sword bestowed by the sword master. This is a reincarnation-level magic weapon, and its power is unmatched. Not only that, Qingqing sword sect's powerful sword skills, Qingqing 6 swords, senior brother Qin Yanting has also mastered the first 4 swords. Isn't it easy to deal with a kid who has just reached the Dao realm? All of a sudden, everyone began to discuss. Although just now their Qingqing sword sect lost 2 people due to carelessness, but now Qin Yanting made a move, there is absolutely no reason for them to miss. Yi Feng raised his head to look at Qingyun Pavilion with a high and cold voice, and slightly narrowed his eyes. A lot of means? Too arrogant? Yi Feng couldn't help laughing when the Qin Yanting's words were heard just now. He had only used one method to kill the 2 of them from the beginning to the end. As for saying that he was arrogant, Yi Feng would not admit it even if he was killed. This group of people from the Qingqing sword sect ran over to trouble him, but he beheaded 2 people in a row. Is this his arrogance? But it's useless to say more now. Yi Feng is too lazy to think about anything. Since the other party came to him, he will give the other party a little counterattack, that's all. You must die. Qin Yanting came a few steps in front of Yi Feng and said coldly. I also said that you must die, and your whole family must die, but is it useful to talk about it? Yi Feng laughed, and with Xinghua's stick in his hand, he pointed at the other party with a hua. If you want to kill me, show your strength, yes, let's say. Speaking of this, Yi Feng didn't hesitate at all, and directly used soul-dashing soul. Die. The fusion of soul-destroying power and soul-destroying power poured out, instantly blurring Qin Yanting's consciousness, and then Yi Feng used Xinghua long stick as a sword, and it was 9 days a day. Another stick, the second level of sunshine power swayed out, smashing Qingyun Pavilion flat on the spot. Bastard, you actually attacked. Everyone in the Qingqing sword sect's eyes were tearing apart. No one thought that even Qin Yanting's attack would be killed by Yi Feng, and it was still a stick. Most importantly, Yi Feng unexpectedly attacked. Sneak attack? Didn't that one of you sneak attack just now? I didn't see you standing up and saying something at that time? Yi Feng sneered, who else wants to kill me? I, Yi Feng, will teach me a thing or two. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng's anger was aroused by beheading 3 people in a row. If you want to fight, I will fight to the end. It's a pity that this time, the Qingqing sword sect couldn't come up with anyone. Although Qing Yanting is only the second member of the younger generation of their Qingqing sword sect, it is impossible for the other first member to come out and participate in this kind of thing. Among the younger generation of the Qingqing sword sect participating in the Eastern region martial arts competition this time, the most powerful one is Qingxiao sword master's own son, named Qing Yunyu, who may be ranked among the top 100 in the Eastern region martial arts competition. At this time, Qing Yunyu, in order to display his strongest strength in the Eastern Territory martial arts competition, is undergoing special training by sword master Qingxiao, so it is impossible to come out to take care of this kind of thing. Yifeng, you won't be able to be proud for long. Qing Yunyu, the son of sword master Qingxiao, will cut you down by the sword. The middle-aged He Mole was extremely angry and unwilling for such a result, but Wiagu's disciples of the white-robed immortal king looked on, and they didn't dare to do anything. If he made a move, he would have to wait for the end of the Eastern Territory martial arts contest before he could avenge his revenge. Accompany me at any time. Is there anything else? If there is nothing else, I will go first. Yifeng said lightly, then turned and left. He had to go back to absorb the treasures of heaven and earth to improve his cultivation, so he didn't bother to pay attention to these guys. The martial arts tournament in the Eastern Territory is about to start. As the organizer, Wuya Valley will naturally not allow anyone to make trouble. Several other major forces will also supervise together. But less than usual. People from the Qingqing sword sect naturally didn't dare to break into the residence of the people in the Immortal Demon City. After Yifeng returned to the residence, he quickly entered the state of cultivation. What happened outside just now, in fact, Lian and others have been watching, seeing that Yifeng is very smart and did not reveal his true strength, but they have more hope for Yifeng to win the championship. If before, Lian thought that Yifeng had a 10% chance of winning the championship, now she thinks that Yifeng should have a 20% chance of winning the championship. Of course, the probability of 20% is not high, but in Lian's mind, compared to the other popular candidates from other major forces, it is already considered the highest one. Don't let me down. Lian watched Yifeng go back to practice from afar, then turned and left as well. As one of the heaven-defying immortal emperors of Tianqing in the Eastern Territory, Lian naturally had other things to do when he came to Wuya City. The grand gathering of martial arts in the Eastern Territory is about to begin, and the agreed period of several heaven-defying immortal emperors is coming soon. At that time, there will be another bloody storm. Even Lian dare not underestimate the agreed period, and we must seize the time to consolidate it. Comprehend the power of the demon dragon. Even for Lian, the power of the demon dragon is one of the stronger powers she has comprehended now. 3 days later. In Yifeng's residence, he finally absorbed all the natural treasures and opened his eyes again. 5,000 years of cultivation. The combination of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures really allowed him to raise his cultivation base to 5,000 years in one fell swoop. Recalling the speed of his cultivation base improvement after coming to Shangqingshan, he didn't even dare to think about it before coming to Shangqingshan. Yifeng, come out quickly, something big happened outside. Just at this moment, a cute but flustered voice came in. When Yifeng heard that it was the voice of Zi Lian, a girl from the Star Refining Tower, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. The martial arts competition in the Eastern region is about to start. What big event will happen outside? He got up to open the door, and saw Zi Lian, a girl with long purple hair holding a purple satin, looking at him anxiously. What's wrong? Yifeng asked aloud. Eugenie and the people from Wuya Valley are fighting in the center of the city. Let's go and have a look. Zi Lian said with some worry. Eugenie? Yifeng's expression changed. Of course he knew that Eugenie was the elder of Wuya Valley before, but for some reason he betrayed Wuya Valley and was hunted down by Wuya Valley, so he came to Immortal Demon City to establish himself as king. Eugenie's status in Wuya Valley was much higher than that of the welcoming elder who was killed by Lian at the gate of Wuya City, and he even had access to the core affairs of Wuya Valley. As for why Eugenie betrayed Wu Yagu, Yifeng probably heard about it recently. It is said that it was because of a woman. However, he didn't know exactly what happened. Let's go and have a look. Yifeng nodded. He really ran over to check this kind of thing. He didn't want to help Eugenie. With his cultivation level, he definitely wouldn't be able to help him when he got there. Moreover, since Eugenie dared to go out and run around, he must have something to rely on, and he couldn't just be killed like this. Yifeng went out to have a look, thinking that the battle between immortal sovereigns must be unusual. Maybe he could learn something from it. His current comprehension has reached a bottleneck, including the 8th sword of the forbidden technique of guiling 18 swords, and the first sword move derived from the Wangu Longji Wantu, all of which need to break through the bottleneck to be able to comprehend. Yifeng took the girl Zi Lian and ran 2 steps away, and saw a black-clothed young man made of raging flames fly over not far away. It was Tong. Yifeng couldn't help, but his eyes lit up seeing Tong's whole body in flames, just like his father Qi. This kid has made a breakthrough. The power of true fire is the 5th level? Yifeng went up to meet him. He laughed and asked. Tong nodded lightly, seeing Yifeng and Zi Lian together. Couldn't help laughing secretly. This kid, he was surrounded by so many beauties wherever he went. It was the same when he was in the lower realm, and it was still the same when he came to the upper realm. But Tong didn't say anything. Yifeng came from the lower realm. Not many people in the entire Shangqingshan knew about it. He was one of the few who knew. Of course he wouldn't tell it. Once the power of real fire has been comprehended to the 5th stage, the dragon demon cultivator of the Yank branch can burst into flames when transformed into a human form, which is a symbol of strength. In a short period of time, Hitomi comprehended the power of real fire to the 5th level, which has to be said to be extremely terrifying speed, but Qi must have contributed to this. How Qi did it, of course Yifeng didn't know, and he wouldn't ask. Let's go together. Senior Eugenie has clashed with others. Let's go and have a look. Yifeng said to Tong, and then flew out of the manor where Tong and Zi Lian lived, and flew towards the center of Wuya City. Qi and Zi Samsara and other immortal emperors from the Immortal Demon City had already rushed over there first. As for Nidian Immortal Emperor Lian, she didn't know where she went, and no one saw her these days. However, the prestige that Lian created for the forces of the Fairy Demon City still deters other people. These days, no matter who walks outside the Fairy Demon City, they rarely encounter trouble. This is the deterrent effect of Lian at that time. Actually, do you know? I've searched everywhere these days, and I finally know why Senior Eugenie betrayed Wuya Valley before. The girl Zi Lian said to the two triumphantly while flying. Oh? You are quite gossipy, let's talk about it. Yifeng was a little surprised and smiled. Back in Wuya Valley, Senior Eugenie fell in love with one of his female disciples, and that female disciple also admired him very much. Soon, the two decided to live together privately, but this matter was not tolerated by the female disciple's father. His father is another elder from Wuya Valley, and his status is about the same as Eugenie's before. Zi Lian said. The other party kept obstructing. I won't talk about the twists and turns and difficulties in the middle. Not many people know the details. I can only inquire about the final result. The woman Eugenie loved was forced to commit suicide. Eugenie was furious. She asked her father to challenge her, but was ambushed by him and was seriously injured. Speaking of this, Yifeng probably understood what happened back then. Eugenie can really do this. Then it is conceivable that the trouble Eugenie encountered in the center of Wuya City was related to the father of the woman who committed suicide back then, or even the father of the woman himself. No matter what, the truth will be known soon. The three of them flew all the way, and not long after, an area full of people in the center of Wuya City appeared in the sight of the three of them. An area in the center of Wuya City was already crowded with people. Among thousands of people, two immortal sovereigns were floating in the air, facing each other in suspension. One of them, wearing a fine attire with a majestic face and a bit of ruthlessness in his eyes, is the master of the genie sect from the fairy demon city, Eugenie, who was also an elder of the former Wuya Valley. The other person, already an old man, had a gentle smile on his face, but there was an obvious coldness in that smile, which made people shudder. Lung Shan, you have already killed your own daughter, and now you stop me here again, so tell me, what do you want? Although Eugenie was stopped, there was no panic on his face. Now he is here on behalf of Fairy Demon City. It is different from when he was chased and fled in embarrassment. The old man on the other side was called Lung Shan, and he was the father of the girl Eugenie loved. Back then, for some reason, Lung Shan's daughter was forced to death by himself. Even he himself never thought of this, but at this time, Lung Shan still has no regrets. Hearing Eugenie's words, Lung Shan snorted softly, and an old voice came out, Eugenie, if it weren't for you, my daughter would have committed suicide. Don't bring up this matter again in the future. If you don't mention it, what are you going to do to stop me? Eugenie chuckled. Besides, you wanted to push your own daughter into the pit of fire, which caused her to commit suicide with hatred. You are really talented to pass the responsibility on to me. Presumptuous. Lung Shan yelled angrily, this is Wuya City. I am one of the Xijia elders in Wuya Valley. What is your identity, to argue with me here? Hurry up and come with me, if not, you know the consequences. What is my identity? Eugenie said lightly, I am now the master of the genie sect of the Immortal Demon City. As for you, one of the Xijia elders in Wuya Valley, I have abandoned this status a long time ago. What is there to show off? Besides, I'm here to argue with you. I just brought my genie sect disciples to Wuya City to buy some things, but you stopped me halfway and asked me, are people from Wuya Valley deceiving too much? You. Lung Shan's expression became gloomy, and he stared at Eugenie, but he had nothing to say. At this moment, Yi Feng, Tong Tong, and Zi Lian arrived, listening to the conversation between the two powerful immortal sovereigns from a distance. Yi Feng also knew more clearly about their grievances back then. I also don't know how Lung Shan pushed his daughter into the fire pit. Yi Feng shook his head. He didn't think much about it. What is important now is whether Eugenie and Lung Shan will fight. In addition to the head of the Wuya Valley, Mie Daozi, there are also two Yunyu elders. Apart from these three, the Xijia elders are the strongest. As one of the Wuya Valley Xijia elders, Lung Shan does have the capital to be proud of. However, Eugenie is not a vegetarian either. He is also the Xijia elder of Wuya Valley. Back then, he was able to abandon such vanity, go to Fairy Demon City to establish Journeyman, and devote himself to cultivation. Now that he has comprehended the power of the demon dragon even more, he feels that his strength is no worse than that of Lung Shan, but the details, no one will know the result unless there is a fight. Fight, fight. Yi Feng secretly cursed in his heart. However, his curse did not come true. Just when the swords were on the verge of breaking out in the center and the conflict between Lung Shan and Eugenie was getting more and more intense, a handsome man in white robe came with a sword and appeared above the crowd. The head of Wuya Valley, Kill Daozi. You two, enough is enough. Mie Daozi's voice spread faintly to the surroundings. I am also a member of Wuya Valley, why are you so unhappy? The Eastern Territory will be held soon, and your grievances should be handed over to the younger generation. It's easy to say, leave it to the juniors. Eugenie shrugged his shoulders, and said with a faint smile, When the cold thief ambushed me back then, why didn't you see Miadozi appear? Now you want me to stop, but you can't, unless you give me a reason and an explanation. You are presumptuous. Lung Shan yelled again, sect leader, what nonsense are you talking about? Could it be that your immortal demon city didn't train any juniors, so you dare not take up the challenge? Lung thief, you are such a good dog. A fierce light flashed in Eugenie's eyes, but he suppressed it quickly, without impulse, but looked at Miadozi, who was aside, without saying anything, but everyone understood the meaning in his eyes. Miadozi looked at Lung Shan, then at Eugenie, flicked his sleeves, turned around, and heard a faint voice, your battle, the outcome will be determined by the younger generation. If Immortal Demon City wins, then Genie, you can make any request to me. If Wu Yagu wins, then Genie, don't pursue the past, how about it? After hearing this, Eugenie sneered. Miadozi's suggestion sounds good, but everyone knows which side is more dominant, the younger generation of Wuya Valley or the younger generation of Immortal Demon City. The training resources in Wuya Valley are countless times better than those in chaotic places, like Fairy Demon City. Moreover, it was not Eugenie who wanted to pursue the past at all today, but that Lin Shan ran out to stop him for no reason. I believe Miadozi knows this very well. That's a good suggestion. The head of the sect is righteous and just. Eugenie, why don't you agree? Lung Shan laughed and looked at Eugenie. Miadozi's suggestion sounds good, but in fact, Wuya Valley must win. Outsiders may not know it, but Lung Shan knows very well that Duan Wuya, Miadozi's direct disciple, will be the champion of this Eastern region martial arts competition. Duan Wuya's talent, even Lung Shan felt terrible, and even Miadozi asserted that his achievements in the future might not be inferior to himself. Under such circumstances, if Wuya Valley still loses, then there is no other way, and even if Wuya will lose, it is impossible to lose to the juniors of Fairy Demon City. In the Fairy Demon City, I haven't heard of any talented monsters. It's not bad. Eugenie looked cold, and then looked at Miadozi. If Immortal Demon City wins, and I want to kill that cold thief, will the master agree? If you want to kill him, no one will intervene. Miadozi paused for a moment, then said. Like Lung Shan, Miadozi never thought that Wu Yagu would lose to Fairy Demon City, but since Eugenie asked, he would naturally give him a satisfactory answer. Without this agreement, if Eugenie wanted to kill Lung Shan, Miadozi would not allow it. But if Immortal Demon City really wins, and someone is more talented than Duan Wuya, then what's so difficult about giving a favor to Eugenie? It's settled, master. Eugenie finally smiled slightly at this time, and then glanced around. The words of the master have been heard by tens of thousands of people around, so don't go back on your word when the time comes. When he said this, Eugenie's eyes swept over Yifeng, with anticipation in his eyes. But when he said this, the other monks around snickered one by one. Eugenie really wants the juniors from Fairy Demon City to defeat Wiagu in the East Territory Martial Arts Tournament? This is simply a dream. None of the people present was optimistic about Miadozi's bet with Eugenie. The Fairy Demon City, represented by Eugenie, will participate in the Eastern Territory Martial Arts. Although it is beyond everyone's expectations, it does not make others think highly of it. After all, the powerful young generation of the Eastern Territory, Tianqing, is mostly concentrated in human monks and demon cultivators. Dezongmen. Especially Wuya Valley, because of its huge influence and excellent conditions for recruiting disciples, almost every generation will emerge one or even a few extremely talented people. In every Eastern region martial arts tournament, Wiagu's results will be ranked among the top 3. As for the Immortal Demon City, among the many forces in the heavenly city of the Eastern region, I am afraid that it cannot even enter the top 5, or even worse, because in addition to the 5 strongest forces in the heavenly city of the Eastern region, there are more than 10 forces at the next level. They are stronger than Fairy Demon City. However, when Eugenie agreed to the bet, he didn't think about what other people might think. He only knew that Yi Feng was in their fairy demon city. This Yi Feng was able to comprehend the existence of the power of the demon dragon alone, and he was placed high hopes by the heaven-defying immortal Emperor Lian. If even Yi Feng couldn't defeat the younger generation of Wu Gu, so what if he lost the bet with Genie? Let's go away. Daozi made a faint sound. Following Eugenie's gaze, he saw Zi Lian, Tong, and Yi Feng, but he didn't know who Eugenie was looking at. Each of these three people has only 3,000 to 5,000 years of cultivation, and it seems that none of them can attract the attention of Genie, let alone them, immortal emperors. Even in the Eastern Territory martial arts competition, 3,000 to 5,000 years of cultivation, even monks who have attained the Dao realm can't make any waves. However, Daozi knew very well that if there was nothing strange about these three people, it would be impossible for Eugenie to glance in that direction among the crowd. It's that girl? No, judging from her aura, she should have cultivated the star-refining immortal canon of the star-refining pagoda. Although I don't know why she walked with the one from the fairy demon city, it can't be her. The defected demon cultivator of the 8-dragon demon clan? No, according to reports, this person was born from the combination of the geniuses of the Yank branch and the phantom branch of the dragon demon clan. The lower realm. In that case, only the young sword repairman in black is the only one left. Daozi quickly locked his eyes on Yi Feng. As the head of Wuya Valley, Daozi had of course met Yi Feng, and he clearly remembered that the last time he saw Yi Feng was not long ago in the lower realm. That time, someone finally entered the 7th floor of the ancient ruins built by Wuya Valley in the lower realm, which alarmed many high-level people in Wuya Valley. Everyone crossed the border, and what they saw was a young girl, but the young girl asked to help a young man once before leaving. That young man was the black-clothed sword cultivator in front of him. Thinking of this, Daozi narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he wanted to see through Yi Feng's reality, but the specific situation in Yi Feng's body, even he couldn't see through it. Everything was confusing. Interesting. I heard that not long ago someone in Fairy Demon City realized the power of the demon dragon from the upper realm. It seems to be this person. Interesting. Let's see how many tricks you can support under Duan Wuya's hands. Daozi thought to himself, then smiled, no longer cared about the situation here, turned and left. Yi Feng noticed that Daozi was looking towards him, but he didn't understand why the other party squinted his eyes first and then smiled. Daozi, did you guess that I will be the trump card of the fairy demon city this time? Yi Feng thought in his heart, and secretly took it to heart. If the other party knew, the other party might take some measures. He had to be more cautious. As soon as Daozi left, everyone around slowly dispersed. Eugenie didn't meet Yi Feng, but took several talented disciples of his genie sect to continue buying some training materials. It's a pity that I couldn't fight, and I want to take this opportunity to realize something. Yi Feng shook his head secretly. When Elder Lung Shan, one of the Sijia elders in Wuya Valley, also left, there was nothing to see in the arena, and the surrounding crowd soon dispersed completely. However, Yi Feng, Tong, and Zi Lian did not leave immediately. It's not that they didn't want to, but that they were stopped when they wanted to leave. Brother Lan Feng, you are here too. The girl Zi Lian raised her head and saw a group of monks from the Star Refining Tower flying towards her. Among them, Lan Feng, who went to the fairy demon city with her, was in the crowd wearing a blue shirt and carrying a long knife. Among this group of people, Lan Feng was the person Zi Lian was most familiar with, so she said hello, and at the same time felt a little apprehensive, unexpectedly meeting someone from the Star Refining Tower here. To be honest, ever since I saw Yi Feng near Lianqing Mountain City, I followed him to Immortal Demon City and practiced in the same acceleration space as Yi Feng for 35 years. In her mind, the impression of the Star Refining Pagoda is really not deep. After all, she has only been in the Star Refining Tower for more than 10 years, and she is only an orphan, and has no relatives in the Star Refining Tower. Seeing the people from the star refining pagoda again now, Zilian's heart will naturally fluctuate. Junior sister Zilian, you really got mixed up with the idiots from Fairy Demon City. Lan Feng flew over with many monks from the star refining pagoda. Seeing Zilian with Yifeng and Tong, he couldn't help but taunted him. His face was full of disdain. Who said they were idiots? When Zilian heard this, she immediately became unhappy. She has been in the Fairy Demon City for so much time recently, but she doesn't think there is anything wrong with the Fairy Demon City. Especially now that the Immortal Demon City is twisted into one force, its strength is much stronger than that of the star refining pagoda, and the immortal Emperor Nidian Lian alone may be able to sweep the entire star refining tower. Although she doesn't judge people by their strength, she will naturally be upset when Lan Feng says that about people from Fairy Demon City. If you weren't an idiot, how could you agree to the bet with Senior Miadozi just now? Do you think so? Ha ha ha. Lan Feng laughed out loud, and all the people in the star refining tower burst out laughing, apparently laughing at Eugenie's overreaching in the Fairy Demon City, and at the same time, even the juniors in the Fairy Demon City also despised him. Humph, Tong, Yifeng, let's ignore him, let's go back. Zilian felt a little resentful, but at this moment, seeing that the other party was so crowded, she didn't want to say anything more to the other party. Go back? Go back where? Hearing this, Lan Feng's expression turned cold. Junior sister Zilian, you are from our star refining tower, but now you are mixing with people from Fairy Demon City, and you said you want to go back to Fairy Demon City to betray our star refining tower. Zilian froze for a moment, and quietly glanced at Yifeng, but seeing that Yifeng had no expression, she couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately, she raised her head and looked at Lan Feng. Senior brother Lan Feng, I am from the star refining tower, and I have never forgotten it, but I was arrested in the Fairy Demon City. Did someone come to rescue me from the star refining tower? Now that I have given up, why let me go back after killing me? Zilian still complained about being imprisoned by Shu'er Demon Valley in Fairy Demon City for the past year, but the other party just wanted to comprehend the power of the demon dragon, and did not do anything excessive to her, which made her very grateful. And for such a long time, there was no news from the star refining pagoda, which showed that the star refining pagoda didn't take her existence seriously at all. For star refining pagoda, Fairy Demon City is a place in dire straits. Zilian disappeared there, most likely died directly, no one would want to save her. In this case, why does Zilian still obsess over the star refining pagoda? Zilian, you can't say that. Hearing Zilian's words, a middle-aged woman headed by the star refining pagoda said proudly, the star refining pagoda didn't go to save you. It's not that they don't care about you, but it's just been planning. Since you're fine now, in the past, just let him go. Elder Fuyu, do you want to expose the suffering I suffered in Fairy Demon City in just one sentence? Zilian said indifferently, not giving the middle-aged woman any face. Since you have suffered in the Fairy Demon City, why should you stay in the Fairy Demon City? Come back to the star refining tower, and we will treat you well. The middle-aged woman Elder Fuyu said coldly, although she was asking Zilian to go back, her tone was extremely arrogant, as if it was her great honor to let Zilian go back. No need, Yifeng, Tong, let's go. Zilian also said coldly. The other party was so indifferent even when they asked her to go back. Did she still expect to have a good life after going back? Most likely because the star refining pagoda heard something and knew that she had already comprehended the power of the demon dragon, so she was asked to go back and give the power of the demon dragon to everyone in the star refining tower to comprehend. If Elder Fuyue had a better attitude, Zilian might have agreed to go back, but at this moment, Elder Fuyue made her feel like a robber, and she couldn't develop a good impression at all. At the beginning, Shura Yaogu asked her to go back and show the power of the demon dragon. Although it was to coerce her, she was treated very politely on the surface, so that she had a lot of time to cultivate by herself throughout the year, and even Shura Demon Valley also provided her with some other cultivation conditions, such as some sorcery from Shura Demon Valley and so on. During this period of time, her strength has also increased a lot, and even like Yi Feng, she has improved some witchcraft for her own use, which made Zi Lian not too disgusted with Shura Demon Valley. But the elder Fuyue of the Star Refining Pagoda in front of her disgusted her to the extreme. Want to go? Do I agree to let you go? When Elder Fuyu heard Zi Lian's cold words, he couldn't help being a little sullen. This girl really wants to toast and not eat or drink fine wine. The two of them want to leave, that's fine. You, follow us back to the Star Refining Tower. Elder Fuyu exuded the aura of a strong person in the realm of the Immortal King, covering Zi Lian in an instant, making her delicate body stiff, and then cold sweat flowed down. Elder Fuyu in the realm of the Immortal King can completely suppress Zi Lian just by his aura. If he does it, even 10,000 Zi Lian will be no match for him. This is the suppression of the realm and the suppression of absolute strength. However, at this moment, Yi Feng, who had been silent all this time, finally said lightly, Elder Fuyu, right? I seem to remember that in the current Wuya city, the elders are not allowed to do anything to the younger ones. Now you, by blatantly violating the agreement, are you intending to fight against Wuyagu? Boom. Elder Fuyu's old face suddenly collapsed, and his whole person was extremely gloomy. She didn't expect that a mere kid who had attained the Dao realm would dare to disobey her like this. This is the matter of my Star Refining Pagoda Zongman. Outsiders, please respect yourself and don't interfere. Elder Fuyue said coldly. In addition, Wuya Valley's regulations do not allow elders to do anything to juniors participating in the Eastern Region martial arts. But Zi Lian is a member of my Star Refining Tower. With her cultivation, she will participate in the Eastern Region. It's too early to meet martial arts. She meant, of course, to announce on behalf of the Star Refining Pagoda that Zi Lian would not participate in the Eastern Territory martial arts. Only in this way can she bring Zi Lian back. However, Yi Feng would not allow Zi Lian to be taken away by the other party. This elder Fuyu had a haughty and indifferent appearance. He knew with his knees that nothing good would happen after the other party took Zi Lian back. You said she was from your Star Refining Tower, what proof do you have? Yi Feng sneered, and retorted, I also want to say that Zi Lian is from my Fairy Demon City, and she will also represent our Fairy Demon City to participate in this Eastern Region martial arts competition. You fart. Lan Feng, behind Elder Fuyu, heard the words, pointed at Yi Feng and scolded, since when are you also from the Fairy Demon City? It seems that the Fairy Demon City has given you a lot of benefits, making you willing to work for them. The Fairy Demon City has given me a lot of benefits, can you take care of it? Yi Feng sneered and said, now I am from the Fairy Demon City, and so is Zi Lian. I advise you not to get her idea, Elder Fuyu, if you still don't put away your aura, if you really want me to send you to the Fairy Demon City. Elders, please come here, when the time comes, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Elder Fuyu felt a little guilty when she heard the words. Of course she knew that at the gate of Wuya City, the heaven-defying immortal Emperor Lian of Xianyao City had done such a shocking thing. Elder Immortal Emperor, Nye Daozi has not made things difficult for her at all. You must know that the Immortal Emperor Powerhouse does not have all kinds of forces. For a second-rate force like the Star Refining Tower, there is only one Immortal Emperor Powerhouse in the entire sect, and the pity of the Immortal Demon City killed an immortal without saying a word. Huang. Thinking of this, Elder Fuyu's tone softened, but she didn't want to give up. After all, Zi Lian might have realized a powerful force, which is very important to the Star Refining Pagoda. It can be said that if Zi Lian is willing to help, the strength of the entire Star Refining Pagoda will rise to another level, and even because of comprehending one more power, a new immortal emperor will be born in the sect. Therefore, Elder Fuyu's voice became less cold, put away the aura that suppressed Zi Lian just now, and asked in a rather stiff and gentle way, Zilian, tell yourself, are you a person from the Star Refining Pagoda, or an immortal? People from the Demon City? Think for yourself, who raised you up? Fairy Demon City. Zilian replied without hesitation. Okay, very good, don't regret it. Elder Fuyu's eyes became serious in an instant, but he didn't say anything more. Since Zilian chose Xianyao City and participated in the Eastern Region martial arts instead of Xianyao City, it was impossible for her to touch Zilian. You chose Fairy Demon City, and you still want to participate in the Eastern Region martial arts competition, very good. Elder Fuyu said coldly, there are also many talented people in my Star Refining Pagoda, and you, Zilian, are not top-notch. In this case, you have to be careful in the martial arts competition in the Eastern Territory. This is an undisguised threat. In the martial arts meeting in the Eastern Territory, the primary goal of the young generation of geniuses in the Star Refining Tower will be Zilian. But of course Zilian would not be afraid of this. The current Zilian has comprehended the power of the demon dragon, and has improved a lot of fairy arts. Even Lan Feng, who had suppressed her before, can easily defeat her. Of the younger generation in the Star Refining Pagoda, she is definitely number one now. The Star Refining Pagoda is a sect force on the same level as the Qingqing Sword sect, and there is no strong existence in this generation, which is worse than the Qingqing Sword sect. I will work hard in the Eastern Territory contest, so I don't bother Elder Fuyu to worry about it. After Zilian finished speaking, she nodded to Yifeng and Tong, and the three of them turned around and flew away. The remaining dozen or so people in the Star Refining Pagoda stayed where they were, and looked at the backs of the three leaving with some reluctance. Elder, do we just let them go? Lan Feng, who was wearing a blue shirt, felt unwilling. He knew very well that Zilian must have obtained a lot of things in Fairy Demon City in this year, and it was a pity to let her run away. If you don't let them go, what else can you do? Elder Fuyu asked coldly. The Immortal Demon City is powerful, but they won't be able to be proud for long. In the Eastern Territory martial arts contest, Wuya Valley will definitely attack them with all its strength. At that time, we can just take advantage of it. The elder said so. When Lan Feng heard this, he thought it was right. When he thought of the rumors that Immortal Demon City Nidian Xian Huang Lian actually beheaded an elder in Wuya Valley in Wuya City, he felt terrible. If the other party targeted the Star Refining Tower, it would not be a good thing. Immediately, everyone in the Star Refining Pagoda also left quickly under the leadership of Elder Fuyu. In the Immortal Demon City's resident matter, Yifeng was called over by Qi. The Eastern Territory Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin, and Yifeng's cultivation has also increased to 5,000 years. This is already the limit for him. If he wants to become stronger, he will definitely break through 200 years of bone age. Wu's qualifications were not what Yifeng wanted. Before the martial arts meeting in the Eastern region begins, it is necessary to introduce to you the other talented monks who will participate in the martial arts competition in the Eastern region, and most importantly, some of your main opponents. In the spacious room, there are only two people, Yifeng and Lai Yan, who are condensed together. While looking at a jade slip that records information, Qi Ran said to Yifeng, Wu Yigu, there are mainly two strong people participating in the martial arts meeting in the Eastern region. One of them is called Duan Wuya. This person is the direct disciple of Miadaozi, the head of Wuya Valley. He is extremely talented. It is said that his achievements in the future will never be inferior to Miadaozi. Duan Wuya, so Wiagu is quite confident in winning the championship this time? Yifeng smiled lightly. Regarding cultivation talent, he didn't think anyone else could surpass him. At least in Shangqingshan it was basically impossible to exist, and in Yuqingshan it was extremely rare. Otherwise, the dragon sword itself would not be able to surpass him. Would take him so seriously. Of course, Wu Yigu has won the most championships in the previous Eastern region martial arts competitions. Naturally, he is full of confidence this time. She smiled, and then continued to check the information on Yujian. In addition, there is a young woman named Wu Yuan in Wuya Valley. She is also very capable. She should have a place in the top 8 seats. Wu Yuan. Yi Feng was a little surprised when he heard that. He never expected that Wu Yigu would spare no effort in cultivating Wu Yuan. It is said that Wu Yuan is a genius selected from the lower realms. Yi Feng, do you know her? She gave Yi Feng a strange look. I've seen it a few times before. Yi Feng nodded, but didn't say much. Seeing him like this, she didn't ask any more questions, but continued to introduce. Duan Wuya and Yu Yuan both have 12,000 years of cultivation. Everyone belongs to the top among the people. After all, Wuya Valley's cultivation conditions are much better than those of other sect forces. 12,000 years, much better than me. Yi Feng squinted his eyes. He really didn't expect Yu Yuan to improve so fast. No wonder he heard of Yu Yuan's name Yuanyang not long after he came to Shangqingshan. That's natural. But you also have your own advantages, and you may not lose to them. She said lightly, and then said, besides these two, there are a few others you should also pay attention to. Among them, the most important one is the genius disciple of the Ghost Bone sect this time, named Emperor Death Domain, who is rumored to be what is the reincarnation of the Emperor. He is very powerful, and he is full of confidence in winning the Eastern Region Martial Arts Championship this time. Emperor reincarnated? Yi Feng was stunned for a moment, a little stunned. There is such an existence who participated in the martial arts meeting in the Eastern region? Yes, the Emperor is reincarnated. She said with a dignified look. Since his debut, the Emperor of the Death Zone has never been defeated. Even in the face of an opponent whose cultivation base is several times stronger than him, he can retreat completely. The combat power is unfathomable and extremely terrifying. However, he and Duan Wuya has never confronted before, so he doesn't know who is stronger. But there is no doubt that the strength of both of them is enough to kill an ordinary monk with 20,000 years of cultivation. Yi Feng is not surprised that he can kill ordinary monks who have cultivated for 20,000 years. Now he can easily kill ordinary monks who have just stepped into the realm of immortality. It shouldn't be a difficult task for Duan Wuya and the Emperor of Death to kill opponents with a double cultivation base. In addition, Tianmen, one of the last of the 3 major sects of mankind, also has a young genius named Natural Calamity. It is said that he has mastered the power of natural disasters that he has never comprehended. It is a power beyond this world, and his combat power is extremely powerful. She continued to look at the information in the jade slip. In terms of demon cultivators, there are Duan Xiao from the Dapeng Monster Clan, Blood Sword from the 8-Dragon Demon Clan, Gui Qianshan from the Ghost Monster Sword Clan, etc. The jade slip, which recorded the information of the strongest person in the Eastern region meeting, soon arrived in Yi Feng's hands. After a night of research, tomorrow is the day when the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Tournament will start. This night, Yi Feng didn't encounter anything, but he knew that Qi was still training Tong, so that he could comprehend more proficient fighting skills. As for Zi Lian, she entered the accelerated space with Qi's help after she came back. Before the East Territory Martial Arts competition, she decided not to embarrass the Fairy Demon City, no matter what. If she stays in the accelerated space for another 20 years, her cultivation will definitely improve a lot, and more importantly, she will become more proficient in comprehending some powers. This night, everyone is preparing for the martial arts meeting in the Eastern region. Early the next morning, everyone who was ready set off towards the center of Wuya City. Thousands of people from Immortal Demon City flew towards the center of the city under the leadership of Nidian Immortal Emperor Lian. The night before the martial arts meeting in the Eastern region, Lian finally came back. The first round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Tournament is a scuffle. The rules of each session are similar with minor differences. Let's see how the Wuya Valley will set the rules this time, and then play by ear. Before setting off, Qi reminded all the younger generation in Fairy Demon City, and everyone agreed loudly. It is the first time for Fairy Demon City to participate in the Eastern Region martial arts as a force, and everyone's blood is flowing in their hearts. Thanks to the readers of the main site, Lei Alwan's monthly pass, Yifeng followed Lian and many immortal emperors from Immortal Demon City, and soon came to the central area of Wuya City. The central area of Wuya City was originally an extremely vast trading square, but at this moment, from here, you can see 16 giant battle platforms built in the sky not far away. These battle platforms were specially built for the holding of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament, but they were not used for the first round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Tournament, but were used from the third round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Tournament. The first and second rounds of the martial arts in the Eastern Territory are extremely harsh knockout matches. Once you fail, you will not be able to continue. Only by successfully entering the third round can you have the qualifications to compete for the top 1,000. The 16 giant battle platforms in the sky in the distance. The first and second rounds of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Tournament took place in the central giant of Wuya City. Yifeng looked around, and saw that the entire center of Wuya City was already crowded with people, not only human monks, but also demon cultivators of different races gathered together, each with their respective forces as units, gathered together. 8 dragon demons. Yifeng quickly discovered the 8 dragon monster cultivators group in the crowd. It was a large group with a total of more than 2,000 members. It was quite conspicuous in the center of Wuya City. After all, it could mobilize 2,000 people at once. There are not many forces in Tiancheng in the entire eastern region. In Fairy Demon City, there are only 1,000 people coming out. Yifeng noticed that among the monsters of the 8 dragon demon clan, there was a graceful female demon cultivator whose face could not be seen clearly. Her whole body was covered with snow-white gauze, as if she was in a dream. This female demon cultivator cast her eyes on Yifeng from time to time, and it could be seen that her eyes contained unforgettable affection, which contained incomparable longing. Even Yifeng was moved by it. That's Senior Qi's wife, Hitomi's mother, right? Yifeng guessed in his heart, it's a pity that now Qi and Tong are hostile to the entire 8 dragon demon clan, and after joining the Immortal Demon City, their relationship with that female demon cultivator cannot be the same as before. As for what will happen to them in the future, this is not something that Yifeng should worry about. Qi is still an immortal emperor, even an immortal emperor can't handle this kind of thing, and Yifeng is even less likely to be able to handle it. However, when the female immortal emperor saw Hitomi, her nervousness seemed to settle down. Tong, her son, followed Qi's side well. Nothing happened, but Tong's cultivation was so low, which made her a little puzzled. It stands to reason that even a cultivator with average talent can reach 7,000 or 8,000 years of cultivation at a bone age of 200 years, right? She naturally thought that Tong's living and training environment these years must have been quite bad, otherwise it wouldn't have been the case, and she didn't think her son's talent would be bad. In fact, Tong's living and training environment was not only bad, it was extremely bad. He was caught by Wu Yagu and thrown into the ancient ruins of the lower realm for 100 years. During this 100 years, Tong's cultivation base could not increase much at all. Even cultivation is basically stagnant. In the center of Wuya City, as the sun rose, more and more monks gathered, and soon the entire center of Wuya City was filled with a sea of people. Until this time, Mie Daozi appeared in front of everyone with 4 Sijia elders at the same time. Leng Shan, whom Yifeng had seen before, was one of them. In the current Wuya City, Mie Daozi and these 4 Sijia elders are considered to be the existence with the highest status and strength. There are also 2 Yunyu elders in Wuya Valley. They are not in the sect now, and they presumably went out to practice. If you want to calm down the scene, you don't need many people, one miadozi is enough. As for the Sijia elders behind him, they are the referees of this Eastern Region Martial Arts meeting. This year's Eastern Region Martial Arts tournament will be presided over by Wu Yagu, and the referees will naturally be arranged by them. This point gave Yi Feng a bad premonition. With Na Longshan as one of the referees, some unfair things might happen during the martial arts competition in the Eastern region. Of course, the referees are not limited to the Sijia elders of Wu Yagu. Miadaozi will definitely arrange some other people. After all, there are too many people participating in the competition, even the Sijia elders are too busy. This Eastern Martial Arts tournament brings together the young elites of Tianqing in the Eastern Territory. Now, as the leader of Wuya Valley, I will announce the candidates for the referee for this Eastern Martial Arts tournament. Although Miadaozi's voice was silent, it was clearly heard by everyone around him. There are a total of 10 referees in the martial arts competition in the entire Eastern region. In addition to my 4 elders from Wuya Valley, there are 6 other people. They are. Speaking of this, everyone in the field pricked up their ears, wanting to hear who the other 6 people are. After all, the selection of the other 6 people explained to a certain extent that all the forces participating in this Eastern Region Martial Arts meeting top rankings. Only the leaders of the factions, with sufficient strength, will be invited to serve as referees. 8 Dragon Demons, Candle Sky. While speaking, Miadaozi cast his gaze in the direction of the 8 Dragon Demon clan. Among the monsters of the 8 Dragon Demon clan, the young man in black who had looked at Miadaozi and burst out with a strong fighting spirit stepped out directly. Candle Day. Everyone around turned their eyes to the young man in black. Miadaozi was the first to report him, which gave him enough face, and at the same time showed how much Miadaozi attached importance to this Candle Day. Yi Feng also glanced at the young man in black and frowned slightly. This young man in black, Zhu Tian, is naturally an immortal emperor. He is the youngest immortal emperor Yi Feng has ever seen, besides Miadaozi. Of course, if pity is not included, in fact, no one knows that Lian how much bone age. Zhu Tian is the most talented owner of the Tiamalong division among the 8 Dragon Demon clans. Qi, who was walking in front of Yi Feng, explained softly without turning his head, the Tiamalong branch is the strongest branch among the 8 Dragon mob clans. This Zhu Tian was invited to serve as a referee, which shows his strength. His strength is already approaching that of Miadaozi. So strong? Hearing Qi's evaluation of Zhu Tian, Yi Feng couldn't help but look at the young man in black a few more times. He was about to get close to Miadaozi, that is to say, even Qi was no match for that Zhu Tian, and the bone age of that Zhu Tian was much lower than that of Qi, which shows that Zhu Tian's talent is strong. Great Ping Monster Clan, Duanqiong. Immediately afterwards, Miadaozi reported another person's name, and then in the direction of the Dapeng Demon clan, a Dapeng Demon cultivator spread his wings and soared, and the golden Dapeng Demon power shone, and came to the center of the crowd. Yi Feng took a look. It turned out to be the Dapeng boss who appeared at Zawazi Wujian Peak last time. Duan Qiong should be Duan Zhao's elder. Unexpectedly, there are such figures in the Dapeng monster clan, who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Miadaozi. After Dapeng's boss Duan Qiong appeared, Yi Feng found the Dapeng Yashou Duan Shao, who he had seen before. Duan Shao is also one of the gifted youths who will participate in this martial arts competition in the Eastern region, and is listed as one of the few demon cultivators who are more threatening to Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at Duan Shao, and Duan Shao also looked at Yi Feng, with a hint of playfulness in his sharp eyes. Previously at the Sword Enlightenment Peak, Duan Shao thought that Yi Feng would definitely not be able to escape, but he did not expect that he would be from the Immortal Demon City. Not only that, he also released hundreds of millions of weak demon cultivators who did not know where they came from, completely messed up the whole situation and took the opportunity to escape. After Duan Qiong, Daozi continued to announce the next few referee candidates. Ghost Bone Sect, Thousand Bone Emperor. In the direction of the Ghost Bone Sect, a terrifying immortal emperor with his whole body turned into bones stepped out. Suddenly, the wind was chilling, and a burst of horror spread towards the surroundings. Emperor Qiangu is a talented young man of the previous generation of the Ghost Bone Sect, younger than Daozi and Zhu Tian, but he is the one who has cultivated the Ghost Bone Sect's cultivation mentality to the extreme the fastest. As long as you practice the Ghost Bone Sect mentality to the extreme, turn your whole body into bones and get rid of the mortal womb, you will be called the Emperor in the Ghost Bone Sect. In the Ghost Bone Sect, there are more than 20 experts in the realm of the Immortal Emperor, but there are only 3 emperors. It can be seen that the difficulty of becoming an emperor is greater than that of an emperor. Emperor Qiangu, on behalf of the Onaguzong, is called the referee of the Eastern Territory martial arts, and he is well deserved. Emperor Qiangu, the whole body is full of bones, and I don't know what kind of power he has comprehended and cultivated. Yi Feng looked at the ghostly appearance of Immortal Emperor Qiangu, and couldn't help but think that the genius of the Ghost Bone Sect that Qi had told him before, the Emperor of Death, would also be one of his strongest opponents in the Eastern Region martial arts competition. The Emperor of the Death Zone is said to be the reincarnation of the Emperor of the Ghost Bone Sect. No one knows whether it is true or not, but what is certain is that the Emperor of the Death Zone is just a respectful title, not that he has really cultivated to the level of the Emperor. Otherwise, there is no need to hold this Eastern Region martial arts competition. The Emperor exists, and on the stage of young juniors like the Eastern Region martial arts competition, absolutely no one can stop him. Tianmen, Xuanhuan. Immediately, a pretty figure shrouded in a purple cloak came out from the direction of Tianmen, with a slender figure and a deadly allure. The referee representative of Tianmen is actually a female immortal sovereign, and although this Xuanhuan exuded a mature charm, Yi Feng felt a hint of danger from her. The referee of Yuhuwu will definitely not be an ordinary immortal sovereign. The most powerful disciple of Tianmen's generation is called Natural Calamity. He understands the power of natural disaster. It is said that he is very difficult to deal with. I don't know what is the relationship between this natural disaster and Xuanhuan and Tianmen. Yi Feng thought in his heart, and then cast his gaze to an inconspicuous corner not far away. Because, after Daozi called Xuanhuan's name, he turned his gaze to that inconspicuous corner, and in that inconspicuous corner, there was only one person standing quietly. It was a man wearing a spar mask, who didn't seem to pay any attention to what was going on in the field. The 9th referee is from Sanctuary Tianzhou. As for the others, I can't say much. Daozi nodded to the man wearing the spar mask while talking. The man nodded slightly, and was still a little polite to Daozi, but he rarely showed any expression to other people in the field. Yi Feng couldn't help but tremble when he heard Daozi's introduction. He has been in Shangqingshan for such a long time, of course he knows that the most prosperous cultivation areas in the entire Shangqingshan are concentrated in 6 places, one of which is the Eastern Region Tianqing, where Yi Feng is now. In addition to the Tianqing of the Eastern Region, there are 4 similar levels of the Western Region, the Northern Region, the Southern Region, and the Central Region, and the last one is the place that surpasses the 5 major regions in the South, East, West, Northwest, and is called the Sanctuary Tianzhou. In the entire Tianqing of the Eastern Region, the heaven-defying immortal emperors like Lian and Daozi can be counted on 2 hands. Each of them is the head of a major force, and they are enough to dominate the Tianqing of the Eastern Region. But in the Sanctuary Tianzhou, even the immortal Emperor Nidian is not the strongest according to the rumors. In the Sanctuary Tianzhou, the immortal Emperor Nidian should not be too presumptuous, otherwise the consequences will be worrisome. This man wearing a spar mask is actually from the Holy Land of Tianzhou. Yi Feng took a few more glances at the man in the crystal mask, even thousands of people in the arena looked in that direction, but the man in the crystal mask didn't react at all. He still stood quietly, not showing any signs of confusion. The appearance of being disturbed by the external environment. However, this is strange. Now that the referees from Sanctuary Tianzhou have been announced, there are only 9 referees in total. I don't know who the last referee will be. Yifeng was thinking in his heart, and swept out towards the surroundings, and quickly focused his gaze on Lian, who was not far away. It shouldn't be Lian. Although Lian is very strong, compared with the envoys from the Sanctuary Tianzhou, she shouldn't be too honorable. She won't be put at the end to announce. Just as Yifeng was thinking this, he heard Miaodaozi's voice resounding throughout the audience. Fairy Demon City, pity. Miaodaozi's voice was clear and clear. Really pity. Yifeng's expression froze, but he saw that Lian didn't show the slightest surprise, but walked out of the crowd and went to the referee's seat in the center. It's really her. Yifeng was a little surprised. Could it be that with Lian's identity, even the envoys of the Sanctuary Tianzhou should be afraid? Yifeng shifted his gaze to the man in the crystal mask of the Sanctuary Tianzhou, and found that the man in the crystal mask really looked at Lian with great interest, but there was no surprise in his eyes. Dissatisfied. Obviously, the man in the spar mask also knew Lian's identity, knowing that at this moment, it was not unreasonable for Miaodaozi to announce Lian after him. However, this scene shocked most of the sect monks who came to participate in the martial arts meeting in the eastern region. It turned out to be the pity of Fairy Demon City. Moreover, Lian was announced after the envoys from the Sanctuary Tianzhou. Careful people can see some clues from this. The pity of Fairy Demon City has a little-known identity, and I'm afraid it's also involved in the Sanctuary Tianzhou. At this moment, almost everyone thought so. For the vast majority of monks in Tianqing of the eastern region, Tianqing of the eastern region is the place where they will stay for the rest of their lives. If they want to leave Tianqing of the eastern region and go to other places, it is impossible without a strong enough cultivation base. For the vast majority of monks in Tianqing in the eastern region, the Sanctuary Tianzhou is just a legendary existence. However, Pity, the immortal emperor, the leader of the immortal demon city, is actually related to the Sanctuary Tianzhou. The existence that can interest the envoys of the Sanctuary Tianzhou, of course, will also be the people of the Sanctuary Tianzhou. No one doubts this. So far, 10 referee candidates have been decided. 4 of them are Sijia elders from Wiagu. It is obvious that Wiagu has an advantage in referees. In addition, each of the Dapeng Monster Clan, Babu Dragon Demon Clan, Tianmen, Ghost Bone Sect, and Fairy Monster City each has a strong man as the referee, and the remaining one is the spar masked man from the Sanctuary Tianzhou. Generally speaking, the man in the spar mask will not easily come forward to exercise referee power, and giving him the position of referee is just a symbol. However, if it comes to certain critical moments, the verdict of the man in the spar mask will determine the final result. No one will have trouble with the envoys of the Sanctuary Tianzhou. In the past, the martial arts in the Eastern Territory would not attract people from the Sanctuary Tianzhou to watch the battle, but this time it was different, because this time the Wuya Valley set up extremely attractive rewards for the champion of the Eastern Territory martial arts. One of these things, even the heaven-defying immortal Emperor Lian tried his best to get it. The man in the crystal mask mostly came to see who got the thing, and then reported it to the sect of the Holy Land Tianzhou. After all, that thing has great effects even on the emperor. The 10 candidates for the referee have been determined. Next, let the referee announce the specific rules for this Eastern Region martial arts meeting. Miaodaozi's voice spread throughout the audience, and then he floated away. Except for a few extremely strong people, no one knew where Miaodaozi went. Lung Shan, one of the 4 elders of Wuya Valley, finally stood in front, glanced at all the monks present, and then said loudly, "This time, the top 16 of the martial arts competition in the Eastern region will get the rewards provided by Wuya Valley." one piece of super god-level magic weapon. In addition, the higher the ranking, the more rewards you will get. All the geniuses of Tianqing in the eastern region must seize the opportunity. If they rise in this eastern region martial arts competition, it means that your future journey will be much broader. The top 16 will all get super god-level magic weapons. This point is not very attractive to Yifeng, but no one would dislike too many powerful magic weapons. Even if Yifeng himself has the Dao Fruit Sword and Yangshan Sword, the extra powerful magic weapons can also bring Go back and show concubine Su and the others to strengthen the strength of the entire Peach Blossom Island. Next, I will announce the rules for the first round of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament. Lung Shan went on to say, there are more than 100,000 people participating in this martial arts meeting in the Eastern Region, and there are more than 5,000 sect forces or monster cultivators from Tianqing in the Eastern Region. In order to quickly eliminate the weakest group therefore, the rules for the first round of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Contest is to fight in batches. Next, 108 independent spaces will be opened up, and everyone will be divided into 108 groups, with about 1,000 people in each group, each entering an independent space. The environment in these independent spaces may be the ocean, it may be a desert, or it may be a forest, or a starry sky. 1,000 people in each independent space will fight, and in the end only 10 people will stand out and step into the second round. The rules of melee: every young genius who participates in the martial arts in the Eastern Region will get a drop of boundless spring water at the beginning. Defeat others, plunder other people's boundless spring water, and finally the 10 geniuses with the most boundless spring water in their hands will enter in the second round, everyone else will be eliminated. The rules of the first round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts were told by Lung Shan, which made many people laugh to themselves. The East Territory Martial Arts Tournament is held in Boundless Valley, and the first round rules of each session are similar, and the rules this time are even more similar to the last time Boundless Valley was held. Wuya Spring Water is a peculiar spring water unique to Wuya Valley. It can exist drop by drop, and when they touch each other, they can quickly fuse together, and they can also be separated. Counting with Wuya spring water is undoubtedly a very convenient and quick method, and this is also the method that Wuya Valley has always used, and no one will raise any objections. Because such a rule is fair to everyone. The lottery is about to be drawn. You may not be in the same group, but if you enter the same group, I hope you can work together and strive to enter the second round together. She turned around and gave solemn orders to Yifeng, Tong, and other young people from Fairy Demon City. Yifeng nodded, and then narrowed his eyes slightly. There are 108 independent spaces, and any environment may appear in them. Fighting in space will not only test the practitioner's absolute strength, but also the practitioner's ability to survive and plan. Ability. Brute force alone is of no use in such a melee, otherwise even a strong man like Duan Wuya would easily be unable to resist being besieged by dozens or hundreds of monks who were not too bad. In addition, Lung Shan's voice continued to resound in the arena, and the old man smiled faintly and said, the 80 people who captured the most water from the Wuya spring in the first round can be exempted from participating in the second round of competition and directly enter the third round. Let me explain first. According to the usual practice, there are 1,000 people participating in the second round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Competition, but only 176 people can enter the third round, and most of them will be eliminated. So if you're repair because your strength is not very good, you have to work hard in this first round. Maybe you can directly step into the third round. The 80 people who won the most Wuya Spring directly skipped the second round and advanced to the third round. This rule did not exist in the past, but it had little impact on the whole, and it even gave some people who were not strong enough. But young people with more combat experience have more opportunities, and no one will object. Yifeng, what do you think of this rule? She turned around and asked with a chuckle. Not bad. Yifeng said with a smile, In the end, 80 people will advance directly, that is to say, if I am confident that I can pass the second round, then in the first round, I can help my friends collect enough boundless spring water, so that my friends directly enter the third round, so that more people can enter the top 256 and get more rewards. Yes, indeed. Qi nodded in satisfaction, agreeing to Yifeng's idea. Senior Qi, don't worry, if I'm in a group with other friends from Fairy Demon City, I'll definitely try my best to help. Yifeng's words made Qi even more satisfied. He asked Yifeng what he meant. It was for this reason that in order for more people in Fairy Demon City to step into the third round, the actions of those extremely strong were very important. Under such rules, it is obvious that powerful sect forces such as Wuya Valley, Tianmen, Ghost Bone Sect, Dupeng Monster Clan, and Babu Dragon Demon Clan will adopt the same method as Fairy Monster City. After the rules are finished, the next step is to draw lots. Although there are more than 100,000 people participating in the martial arts meeting in the eastern region, it is still very easy to randomly group people into groups with the help of the Immortal Emperor. The Sijia elders of Wuya Valley grouped the crowd, and soon, the detailed grouping situation was notified to the minds of the referees by the divine sense, allowing them to judge whether there was a mistake. At this time, Elder Lingshan of Wuya Valley stared at Lian, wanting to see if she would give any opinion on this group. Obviously, Lingshan did some tricks when grouping up. When all the grouping information in the first round was transmitted to Lian's mind, she glanced at it lightly, then closed her eyes without expressing any opinion on it. This article is written by starting. In other words, she agreed to this group message. This phenomenon made Elder Wiago Lingshan's eyes twitch. Although Lian didn't object, it was not a good thing for him. There is probably only one reason why Lian has no objection, and that is, no matter how they are grouped, the final result will not change. Could it be that Lian is sure of victory in this Eastern Territory martial arts meeting? However, it seems that there are no young juniors who can catch the eye in the entire Fairy Demon City. Lingshan couldn't understand how he thought about it. When he was grouping, he separated all the contestants who had cultivated more than 5,000 years in the Fairy Demon City. In addition, he also paid special attention to Yifeng, because when he was betting with Eugenie gave Yifeng a wink, which made Lingshan feel a little nervous. It is better to kill by mistake than let it go, even though Yifeng only has 5,000 years of cultivation, but I heard that Yifeng was able to kill a young junior of Qingqing Sword Sect with nearly 10,000 years of cultivation not long ago, which shows that he is very powerful. Yifeng was divided into the seventh group, and in this seventh group, there were a total of more than 20 beings who had stepped into the realm of immortality. 3 of them were from Wuyigu, and they were stronger among the younger generation of Wuyigu. The presence. These 3 people, each with more than 10,000 years of cultivation, and from Wuya Valley, all had the strength to step into the third round of the eastern region. The 3 of them were used by Lingshan to suppress Yifeng. Together with these 3, it is obvious that the entire 7th group will be unlucky. They are both strong in Wuya Valley. Of course, these 3 will join hands to plunder other people's Wuya spring water. On the premise of ensuring that they can advance, then give water from Wuya Spring to some other juniors and sisters in Wuya Valley who are unlikely to make it to the third round. The group information of more than 100,000 contestants quickly passed the unanimous approval of 10 referees, and then announced it. Zhang Yangkuan, Ma Yi, Han Tianlang, the 7th group you are in actually has such 3 strong men from Boundless Valley. Qi glanced at each group, and couldn't help but frown slightly. They are all strong men who have stepped into the realm of becoming immortals, and they are also disciples of Wuya Valley. They must have much more means than ordinary monks who have just become immortals. But these 3, this shouldn't be a problem for you, but what is problematic is that Gui Qiansheng from the Ghost Demon Sword Clan was also assigned to the 7th group. Ghost Qiansheng. Yifeng squinted his eyes, remembering the last time outside the Fairy Demon City, when he was hunted down by the demon sword cultivators, he once killed Gui Qiansha with a single sword. After he beheaded Gui Qiansha's father chased after him, but was frightened away by Qi. Finally, Gui Qiansheng's elder brother Gui Qiansheng chased after him, but saw the scene where his father was directly beheaded by Lian. This scene is unforgettable for Gui Qiansheng. In the martial arts meeting in the Eastern Territory, Gui Qiansheng will never show any mercy when facing the fairy demon city. Gui Qiansheng has the strength to step into the top 10 in the Eastern Territory martial arts, but among the more than 100,000 contestants, there must be dozens of them with the strength to step into the top 10, but these people may not be able to really reach the top 10. It's the last. Yifeng thought in his heart that with his current strength, a mere Gui Qiansheng is not his opponent. What he needs to pay attention to is that in the first round of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament, other situations that he may encounter, such as multiple the strong attack. After all, the first round of the martial arts meeting in the Eastern Territory is not a one-on-one battle, but a melee, and the situation of few against many is very likely to occur. Hey, the seventh group also includes Lan Feng from the Star Refining Pagoda, and Xiaoyao Yueying and Xiaoyao Longyue from Xiaoyao Mountain. They are the descendants of Xiaoyao Crazy, a man and a woman. Yifeng quickly saw that among the more than 1,000 people in the seventh group, there were still a few familiar characters, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Yifeng, it seems that Lingshan deliberately targeted our fairy demon city because of his bet with Eugenie. She reminded Yifeng, although Lian is very confident in your strength and didn't raise any objections, you still have to be careful after entering. After all, this is a melee, and anything can happen. Well, I'll be careful. Yifeng nodded, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since Lingshan from Wuya Valley is targeting him in this way, then he will have fun with the other party. These individuals in the seventh group can't trouble him. Since in the first round they were really together with the two unrestrained juniors, then give them a hand and let them all go directly to the third round. As for myself, I'll take part in the second round first, and I can also eliminate some more people from Wuya Valley. Yifeng thought in his heart, because he has full confidence in his own strength, he is not afraid of being eliminated in the second round at all. Everyone has 1 hour to prepare. After 1 hour, each group enters an independent space for a scuffle. The scuffle lasts for a total of 3 days. After 3 days, the person with the most water from the endless spring will advance to the second round. Lingshan announced the final rules, and then stepped aside, closing his eyes and recuperating. Many participating forces present, including Wu Yagu himself, began to think about and arrange their own tactics, and everyone had an hour to prepare. In this hour, not only can you think about tactics by yourself, but you can also go directly to find people who are in the same group, and discuss with the other party about the strategy of cooperation and so on. The entire center of Wuya City is crowded with people, and the storm is about to come. In one corner, a young man in black was emitting an incomparable demonic aura all over his body. This demonic aura was as sharp as a sword, causing many people around him to shy away. Ghost Demon Sword Clan, Gui Qiansheng. Gui Qiansheng, you must avenge your father. That Yifeng from Fairy Demon City happens to be in the same group as you. Behind Gui Qiansheng, an elder said softly. You don't have to worry about it, I can kill a boy with 5,000 years of cultivation. Gui Qiansheng's expression was indifferent, and he didn't even look in the direction of Xianyao City. As a young generation of evil geniuses who are capable of stepping into the top 10 of the Eastern Region Martial Arts, this first round of the Eastern Region Martial Arts is just a warm-up for him. But it's not bad to be able to avenge my younger brother and father while warming up. On the other side, towards Xiaoyao Mountain. Good luck, Yuing, we were all placed in the seventh group. In this way, if we work together, we may advance to the second round. A gorgeously dressed youth, that is, Xiaoyao Longyue, said excitedly to a beautiful girl beside him. That beautiful girl was naturally Xiaoyao Yueying, and both of them were assigned to the 7th group. The 7th group has Yifeng. Xiaoyao Ying Dai frowned slightly, looking at the group list. The ancestor told us that if we are in a group with Yifeng, we can go to him for help. As soon as these words came out, the handsome Xiaoyao Longyue immediately showed disdain. Xiaoyao Longyue has always dismissed Yifeng, whom his ancestor, Xia Yakuang, admired. What can a kid who has just attained the Dao realm help us? Xiaoyao Longyue showed disdain on his face. Yueying, we are all geniuses in the realm of immortality. Don't pay attention to the kind of kid who has only attained the realm of Taoism. Besides, there is a bet between Xianyao City and Wuya Valley. If it's with that Yifeng, it will be troublesome if Wu Yagu's eyes are on it. Xiaoyao Ying Dai frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and replied, we don't need to deliberately look for him, but if we meet, we can help him. Help him? Xiaoyao Longyue opened his mouth wide, with an expression of reluctance. There are 25 people in the 7th formation of Immortal Realm, and we may not be able to make it by ourselves, so how can we help him? It depends on the situation. It's useless to say more now. Xiaoyao Yueying slowly shook her head, then closed her beautiful eyes, and started the final rest, before entering the arena. Xiaoyao Longyue snorted lightly, but didn't say much, but he made up his mind that if he met that Yifeng, he would definitely not help him. On the other side, the Star Refining Tower. Lan Feng, can you get it done with the boy from Fairy Demon City? Among a group of disciples in the Star Refining Pagoda, someone asked Lan Feng, who was wearing a blue shirt. Lan Feng glanced at Yifeng, who was in the crowd of Fairy Demon City, not far away, with a strong fighting intent in his eyes. Naturally, it's no problem. In this year, I returned to the Star Refining Tower and practiced in the accelerated space for a long time. Strength has already comprehended the 3rd level. This time, it is absolutely impossible to lose to that kid again. Very well, it's enough to have this confidence. Let's work hard and strive for the 2nd round. The man said with a smile. 2nd round. Lan Feng frowned slightly, and glanced at the group list. There were 25 people in the realm of immortality alone. It is not easy for someone like him who has attained the realm of Taoism, to stand out. The only possibility is that those strong men in the realm of immortality will fight each other, and finally let them take advantage of it, but the probability of this is not high. After all, the existence of the realm of immortality will not be very willing to pick on the existence of the same realm of immortality. These cultivators who have attained the Dao realm are the targets of those cultivators who have become immortals. Haha, I almost forgot, there are more than 20 monks who have become immortals in your 7th group, what a pity. Our 56th group has only 8 monks who have become immortals, and there are 2 places left. Go for it. The man laughed and walked away triumphantly, leaving behind a depressed Lan Feng. Why is this group so unfair? An hour passed, quickly. Now, everyone is ready to enter the arena. The melee will last for 3 days. After 3 days, the 10 people with the most Wuya Spring in each group will advance. Lung Shan stood up again, and with a wave of his hand, 108 balls of light of various colors appeared in the sky. 108 light spheres represent 108 independent spaces, which are the places where the contestants of 108 groups fight. Go in. She turned back and said to Yifeng. Yeah. Hitomi, Zilian, Qingxin, be careful, see you in the 2nd round. Yifeng nodded, and then said to the surrounding people. Why is it only the 2nd round? I'm going straight to the 3rd round. The Qingxin little fox gave Yifeng a strange look. Wouldn't it be a lot easier if he could skip directly to the 3rd round? Does Yifeng have other plans? But she didn't think much about it, because the game was about to start soon. A total of more than 100,000 contestants flew up together, and soon formed a black mass to cover the sky. but very quickly, the black mass disappeared without a trace, because more than 100,000 people have all entered the 108. In an independent space. The situation in each independent space can be directly seen by outsiders. Those elders who brought their juniors to participate in the competition all raised their heads and stared at the 108 light spheres, wanting to find them immediately. A disciple of his own sect. Swish! Yi Feng flew into the 7th group of khaki light spheres, and the power of the surrounding space condensed, quickly bringing him to another independent space. This is an endless yellow sand. It turned out to be a desert. Yi Feng thought in his heart, felt something strange in his hand, looked down, and saw a snow-white water droplet attached to the back of his hand, crystal clear and beautiful. This is boundless spring water, right? Every contestant who enters the first round will have a drop of water like this. By defeating other contestants, they can plunder their boundless spring water. Yi Feng didn't study the boundless spring water much. It's just a kind of strange spring water. It doesn't have much benefit for cultivation, even if there is. One drop of water alone can't feel anything. Swish! The light of the ancient dragon sword flashed. Yi Feng stepped on the flying sword, ready to walk around first. But at this moment, a ray of blood quickly approached him from far to near. Yi Feng swept out his consciousness quickly, only to find that the bloody light turned out to be a bloody dagger. It was obvious that someone had shot at him. Court death. Yi Feng stopped in his tracks, and with a wave of his hand, the second level of the power of the sun condensed into the coercion of the great Peng, and spread towards the surroundings. The first wave of Pengwei enveloped the oncoming bloody dagger for a moment, and the second wave of Pengwei enveloped immediately bounced the bloody dagger away. And when the bloody dagger flew back, Yi Feng felt an emotional fluctuation around him. Obviously the sneak attacker was surprised. Got you. Yi Feng directly slashed towards the left with a sword. The light of the sword pierced the space, and in the space on the left, a young man in a blood-red robe appeared in surprise. This guy was able to hide in the air so that no one could notice it, and his cultivation base was over 7,000 years old. It was because of this that he was able to hide from Yi Feng's spiritual perception. However, it was still impossible to launch a surprise attack on Yi Feng based on this. Yi Feng directly surrounded Pengwei and lifted the dagger away, which exposed him. Facing the sword light coming from Yi Feng, although the blood-red-robed youth was a little surprised, he was not afraid. Instead he sneered, "Even if you find me, so what? I have more than 7,000 years of cultivation skills. For the existence of a full 2,000 years higher than you." As soon as the words fell, he raised his hand, condensing a bloody light curtain, trying to resist Yi Feng's sword light, and launched a counterattack at the same time. But the next moment, he was stunned on the spot, because Yi Feng's sword light pierced through his blood-colored light curtain, causing the blood-colored light curtain to shatter in an instant. Immediately, the sword light swept across, and he didn't even have time to admit defeat, so he was beheaded on the spot, fresh blood spattered, and then turned into nothingness. Drop. On the back of Yi Feng's hand, there was an extra drop of snow-white water, and 2 drops of boundless spring water merged together. Yi Feng got the first drop of blood just before the start of the match, which is a good sign, but Yi Feng didn't feel complacent at all, but became more cautious. A guy with 7,000 years of cultivation can hide by my side without being discovered. It is conceivable that it is not so easy to stand out from the first round of elimination. Yi Feng thought in his heart. This cautious attitude made him not careless at any time. His consciousness spread to the surroundings, and at the same time, he glanced at the surroundings, and found that it was an extremely vast desert terrain that could not be seen at a glance, and the strong storm in the space was even overwhelming, rolling up the yellow sand all over the sky, forming a continuous tornado. This is considered a relatively well-regulated terrain. Due to the obstruction of the yellow sand tornado, the monk's line of sight will not be very wide, but those yellow sand tornadoes are moving all the time, and it is impossible for the monk to hide in one place all the time. hide yourself first. Yifeng thought in his heart, and then flew towards one of the yellow sand tornadoes. This yellow sand tornado is just an ordinary wind and sand roll. If there is anything special about it, there is only a layer of shielding consciousness on the outer layer of the yellow sand tornado. The energy shield for detection should be set up by the Immortal Emperor who created this independent space. Yifeng came outside the yellow sand tornado, just about to fly into the yellow sand tornado, but found a figure quickly appeared in the tornado, sweeping towards him. Someone is faster than me, hiding inside first and attacking suddenly. Yifeng reacted in an instant, and a layer of sword energy barrier was condensed in the first place, resisting the figure that appeared quickly. At this time, outside the independent space, in the center of Wuya City, countless people are looking up at the situation in the 108 independent spaces. Yifeng has met his opponent. Qi and Zi Samsara stood next to each other, looked up at the desert space where the seventh group was located, and each was a little nervous. Those monks who were outside could see that hiding in the yellow sand tornado was Zhang Yangquan, one of the three great monks in Wuya Valley who were in the seventh group, Zhang Yangquan. Zhang Yangquan, holding a big golden iron stick, with a ferocious face, jumped out when Yifeng approached, and the stick swept towards Yifeng with the power of tyrannical golden thunder. In the eyes of Zi Samsara, Yifeng didn't seem to think that someone had hid in the yellow sand tornado earlier than him, and seemed to be caught off guard. For a strong man in the realm of immortality to sneak attack a cultivator in the realm of Tao with 5,000 years of cultivation, the chance of succeeding is basically 100%. Although both Qi and Zi Samsara had confidence in Yifeng, at this moment, they couldn't help but sweat for him. I see blood. Not far away, on the referee's bench, Lung Shan looked at the situation in the seventh group, showing a cold smile. He divided Yifeng into the seventh group alone, so that no other people from Fairy Demon City could support him in that case. The three cultivators in the immortal realm of Wuya Valley could easily kill Yifeng. However, Lung Shan did not expect this moment to come so soon. It's just a split second. In the desert space where the seventh group was located, Yifeng found someone sneaking in, instantly condensed the sword energy barrier, and at the same time retreated sharply. Want to run? It's not that easy. Zhang Yangquan, who initiated the sneak attack, showed a sneer, and the golden iron stick in his hand swept across Yifeng's sword energy barrier, and the tyrannical golden thunder power from the immortal realm swept out instantly. The golden lightning instantly enveloped Yifeng's sword energy barrier completely, and then shattered the sword energy barrier. The shattering of the sword energy barrier did not surprise Yifeng. After all, it was just a defensive method that he congealed hastily, and he didn't even use any defensive sword skills. Is it normal to become a fairyland? Yifeng backed away in a hurry, opened the distance all at once, and then he was not nervous at all, and held a long sword in the storage space with a spooky aura in his hand. To deal with a mere Zhang Yangquan, Yifeng didn't need to use his own Yangshan sword and Daogua sword, but took out the Sunluo sword obtained from Ghost Thousand Killing. This Mori sword, no matter what, is also an immortal magic weapon, and its power against swordsmanship is not small. Yifeng took out the Mori sword, and directly cast the bloodthirsty rage technique, which caused the true energy in his body to boil, directly doubling its power. Peng Huang spreads his wings. Desperate. After performing two celestial techniques in succession, Yifeng's figure disappeared from the spot, and appeared behind Zhang Yangquan the next moment. At this time, Zhang Yangquan seemed to be overwhelmed by Yifeng's soul stirring, and was in a daze without being able to notice the movement behind him. Die. Yifeng cut it down with one sword. You are too naive. Zhang Yangquan's sinister voice suddenly sounded, and Yifeng felt that his sword was easily dodged by the opponent. Desperation is my immortal technique of Wuya Valley. Isn't it too ridiculous for you to use it to deal with me? Zhang Yangquan sneered, and then swept the golden iron stick in his hand backhand. Die, Jinlei Tianwang. A large piece of golden lightning instantly enveloped Yi Feng in it. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, and realized that he had really forgotten the source of desperation. Desire is a unique skill of the Journeymen of Immortal Demon City. It was passed down from Genie, and Eugenie got it from Wuya Valley. This fairy art. This immortal technique can only be cultivated by a certain number of monks in Wuya Valley. Zhang Yangquan, a genius who has reached the realm of becoming a fairy at a young age, obviously belongs to it. That kid is going to be doomed now. Such a large-scale Golden Thunder fairy art, he will definitely not be able to avoid it. It's a pity for that kid. It is said that he killed 3 genius disciples of the Qingqing sword sect in a row before, one of whom was the Qingyun Pavilion in the realm of immortality. Now it seems that the Qingyun Pavilion is not worthy of its name. It is comparable to the genius of Wuya Valley, it's all in vain. That's right, even people who have been immortals for a long time may not be able to resist Yang Kuan's powerful Golden Thunder immortal technique. This kid from the fairy demon city has only 5,000 years of cultivation, so he must die. In the center of Boundless City, many people who are paying attention to the 7th group of desert spaces are talking about it. However, the facts quickly exceeded their expectations. Golden Thunder Skynet. Mysterious Ice Sword Domain, block it for me. Yi Feng swung the Mori sword out of his hand, and suddenly a burst of real water condensed into black ice, and countless ice sword chi began to linger around his body, and then spread towards the surroundings. The Jinlei Skynet and the Xianbing sword field collide soon. Just when some people were stunned, the ice sword energy mixed in the Xianbing sword field unexpectedly exerted incomparable power, completely resisting the power of the Golden Thunder Skynet. With 5,000 years of cultivation, he actually blocked the mighty blow of a strong man in the immortal realm. When the battle broke out between Yi Feng and Zhang Yangquan, the eyes of many people in Wuya City were attracted. 5,000 years of cultivation actually blocked Zhang Yangquan's powerful attack? How is this possible? The boy in the fairy demon city is not simple. Zhang Yangquan's Golden Thunder Skynet can kill even ordinary cultivators in the realm of immortality, but this boy blocked it. However, even though he blocked the Jinlei Skynet, I'm afraid it would be uncomfortable. Besides, Wuya Valley has 3 immortals in the 7th group, but there is only one in Immortal Demon City. That's right, the final outcome of this boy from Fairy Demon City has been determined, and if you want to blame, you can only blame Eugenie, who bet with Elder Lung. Many people in the field were surprised by Yi Feng blocking Zhang Yangquan's mighty blow, but the surprise didn't last long. Even if a kid with 5,000 years of cultivation was lucky enough to block Zhang Yangquan's blow, so what? It is also impossible to turn up a big storm. But in the desert space of the 7th group, only Zhang Yangquan knew how much pressure he was facing. A few drops of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. At that moment just now, he clearly felt that his Golden Thunder Skynet was going to be frozen. So tyrannical. It seems that I have to show my real skills. Zhang Yangquan immediately became vigilant, knowing that from now on Yi Feng must not be underestimated, but should be treated as an opponent of the same level. But even if he thought so, he couldn't change the ending of being eliminated. Yi Feng slashed out from the Xianbing sword field, breaking through Zhang Yangquan's Golden Thunder Skynet, and then holding the Sun Luo sword, his ghostly aura erupted. Return to Lingjian 9 swords, 6th sword. Yi Feng squeezed his strength, and directly condensed the ghostly aura of Sun Luo sword into the sword aura of the 6th sword. The sharp sword energy cut down instantly. Swish. Zhang Yangquan only felt that his whole body was restrained by the strong sword energy, and he was almost unable to move. In this split second, he only had time to fool his head a little bit. Puff. Senran's sword energy pierced through his shoulder in an instant, bringing out a large piece of flesh and blood. I surrender. Zhang Yangquan immediately gritted his teeth and let out a roar. He felt that Yi Feng's sword contained a force that he couldn't resist. Even if he used all his strength to strike, he couldn't resist Yifeng's sword. That ghostly flying sword, like the golden iron stick in his hand, is an immortal magic weapon, and he has no advantage in magic weapon. But in terms of immortality, this Yifeng actually comprehended the sword just now, and he didn't know where the swordsmanship came from. The sword directly made him feel irresistible. It's guiling 18 swords. In the center of Wuya City, on the referee's seat, Lung Shan squinted his eyes and watched the situation of the seventh group. Just now he had already looked away, but he didn't expect that what happened in the seventh group was far beyond his expectation. The kid named Yifeng almost killed Zhang Yangquan with a single sword. But the existence of Lung Shan's level, of course, can be seen at a glance. The sword that Yifeng used is the 18 swords of Returning to Zero, passed down from the Northern Region sect. At the beginning of the civil strife in the Northern Territory, Returning to Zero sword sect, Wu Yagu also went there to grab some secrets of swordsmanship, but none of them included Returning to Zero 18 swords. Guiling 18 swords is the top swordsmanship of Guiling sword sect. Almost no one can master all of them. Starting from the seventh sword of Jiajiao sword and Ijiao sword, there are a total of 4 forbidden techniques. Not everyone can do it. Practicing. The sword just now is the 6th sword. Where did this kid learn it from? Lung Shan frowned slightly as he thought about it, and then glanced at Chi-Chi in the direction of Fairy Demon City. The figure made of flames looked at the desert space of the seventh group with a smile on his face. Could it be him? Lung Shan frowned slightly, his guess in his heart was mostly right. Yifeng's 18 swords of Returning to Zero was cultivated from Qi's memory, but not everyone can master 18 swords of Returning to Zero based on Qi's memory alone. Jian Yifeng came back almost dead. Lung Shan didn't object to Zhang Yanguan's surrender, and just raised his hand, casually, teleporting Zhang Yangquan out of the desert space. That Yifeng will return to the 6th sword of 18 swords, Zhang Yangquan is no match, but Ma Yi and Han Tianlang will not be defeated so easily. In desert space. Yifeng watched Zhang Yangquan yell, admit defeat. A drop of Wuya spring water on the back of the opponent's hand gathered on the back of Yifeng's hand, and condensed into 3 drops. This is just the beginning. If you want to qualify from the 7th group, you must win the top 10 in the 7th group. If you want to directly enter the 3rd round, you must become the top 80 among all the more than 100,000 people. That is to say, the average, not necessarily one of each group. Yifeng raised his head, knowing that in the first round of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition, the competition is whoever defeats the most people will be able to break through in the end. If you just hide in one place, it is absolutely impossible to get enough Wuya spring water, but Yifeng thought, there are 3 days in total for the first round, there is no need to worry about the first 2 days, let those people fight on their own go. On the last day, when Yifeng tried to snatch it again, he could snatch dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of drops of boundless spring water in one fell swoop, and he didn't have to spend all his energy to defeat his opponents one by one. That's it. As for now, just hide in the tornado and wait for the rabbit. After Yifeng made a decision, he took a few steps back, stepped directly into the tornado, and became a hunter hiding in the dark. Seeing Yifeng's action, Qi in the center of Wuya City nodded secretly. Although Yifeng is powerful in combat, his protracted combat ability is definitely not as good as that of a person in the realm of immortality. It is a good way to conserve energy in this way, and wait until the last day to snatch other people's Wuya spring water. It is easier and more enjoyable. Not everyone understands Yifeng's thoughts. Many people in the Fairy Demon City, seeing Yifeng hiding directly, began to discuss and complain in private. This Yifeng is their candidate to win the Fairy Demon City. If they don't go out and kill more people now, they will plunder more water from Wuya Spring. Don't even fail the first round by then. Could it be that he is afraid of that ghost Qiansheng? Many people thought in their hearts. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was possible. After all, Gui Qiansheng was the top 10 player in this East region tournament, and also had a grudge against Yi Feng. If it happened, Gui Qiansheng wouldn't even give Yi Feng a chance to admit defeat, so he would kill him. But in fact, now in the 7th group of desert spaces, Gui Qiansheng is indeed looking for Yi Feng everywhere, wanting to find him out and kill him directly, to avenge his brother and father. With such thoughts in mind, Gui Qiansheng became the scariest person in the entire 7th group of desert spaces. No matter who it is, as long as Gui Qiansheng sees it, he will not show mercy. Not long after, Xiaoyao Yueying and Xiaoyao Longyue from Xiaoyao Mountain joined together, and they were about to meet Gui Qiansheng. East Territory Huiwu, the 7th group, in the desert space. Read the latest and most complete novel. With a ghostly long sword in Gui Qiansheng's hand, he beheaded a cultivator who had attained the Dao realm, and snatched 4 drops of boundless spring water from the back of his hand. He was dressed in a black robe, exuding a ghostly aura, like an emissary from hell, and the long sword in his hand was already stained with the blood of dozens of people. Gui Qiansheng suddenly scanned a direction not far away, and saw 2 cultivators from the Immortal realm walking together, as if he had just arrived nearby and wanted to leave after seeing him. Finally, 2 decent opponents have come, let's take your swords. There was an evil smile on the corner of Gui Qiansheng's mouth, and then his body moved, and quickly flew towards the 2 monks who had become immortals. The 2 cultivators who became immortals were Xiaoyao Yueying and Xiaoyao Longyue from Xiaoyao Mountain. The 2 were lucky. They ran into each other as soon as they entered the desert space, and then walked together. After all, there are many people and strength. If the 2 are together, the probability of qualifying for the 7th group will be much higher. At least when encountering an opponent of similar strength, he can snatch the opponent's Wuya spring water without any risk. This is a big advantage. But what the 2 of them didn't expect was that they would meet Gui Qiansheng soon. It's Gui Qiansheng, he's here, let's go quickly. Xiaoyao Longyue saw Gui Qiansheng's ghostly figure at a glance, and just as he was about to leave, he saw that the other party had already flown towards him. Obviously, he was targeting the 2 of them. Of course, Xiaoyao Yueying also knows that Gui Qiansheng is the most powerful young evildoer in the 7th group, fighting alone, no one in the 7th group is his opponent. Of course, this is just what Xiaoyao Yueying thinks so, and this is what most people think. Even if Xiaoyao Yueying and Xiaoyao Longyue joined forces, they couldn't be Gui Qiansheng's opponent. Therefore, as soon as the 2 saw Gui Qiansheng, they immediately backed away as quickly as possible, wanting to escape. If they could escape far enough, Gui Qiansheng might not be interested in chasing and killing them. But soon, the 2 discovered that Gui Qiansheng was much faster than them. Originally, they had sensed Gui Qiansheng's aura from a distance of tens of miles away, but after only 1 stick of incense, Gui Qiansheng was already within 10 miles of them. If this trend continues, they will be overtaken by Gui Qiansheng in just 1 more incense stick. Gui Qiansheng is murderous, we can't fight him. Xiaoyao Longyue, who was running away, rolled his eyes and immediately said, Yueying, let's go separately and see who he chooses to chase. No matter who we are being chased, we will admit defeat when we are about to be caught up, is better than losing your life. Xiaoyao Yueying nodded, this is the only plan for the present, at least one of the 2 can stay, otherwise both of them will be eliminated in the first round. Yueying, I'm stronger than you. I'll keep these boundless spring water for you first. If he chases me, you may be more likely to qualify. Xiaoyao Longyue said suddenly, and then directly separated 19 drops of the Wuya spring water on the back of his hand, and merged it into the back of Xiaoyao Yueying's hand. In this way, there is only 1 drop of boundless spring water left in Xiaoyao Longyue. Xiaoyao Yueying frowned slightly, but before she could react, Xiaoyao Longyue quickly fled in another direction. Suddenly, Xiaoyao Yueying's heart sank. What Xiaoyao Longyue did was clearly to frame her. Gui Qiansheng was chasing after him, so of course he knew the movements of the two of them clearly. If he wanted to pick a chasing one, he would of course go for the one with more boundless spring water. Xiaoyao Longyue, this is a way to protect himself by abandoning the Wuya spring water. But at this time, Xiaoyao Yueying had no free time to think about other things, because Gui Qiansheng from behind had already caught up. She certainly won't give up easily until the last moment. Gritting her teeth, Xiaoyao Yueying chose a new direction and galloped out at the fastest speed. Gui Qiansheng's target really chose her. A Xiaoyao Longyue with only one drop of Wuya spring water left can't arouse Gui Qiansheng's interest, and Xiaoyao Yueying has more than 40 drops of Wuya spring water in his hand, which can be said to be quite an attractive amount at this stage. The ghostly figure quickly chased in the direction Xiaoyao Yueying was escaping from. Outside, in Boundless City, in the direction of Xiaoyao Mountain. Looking at the situation in the seventh group, Xiaoyao Crazy couldn't help being so angry that his 7 orifices were filled with smoke. In terms of strength, Xiaoyao Yueying and Xiaoyao Longyue were on the same level. At this moment, Xiaoyao Longyue left behind and even framed Xiaoyao Yueying, and escaped alone, making Xiaoyao Crazy quite atmospheric. They are also his descendants and juniors. What Xiaoyao Crazy thinks is of course the two of them will be promoted together. It's a pity that Xiaoyao Longyue ran away by himself. Xiaoyao Maniac was not worried about Xiaoyao Yueying's safety, but felt sorry for Xiaoyao Longyue's actions, because at this moment, Xiaoyao Yueying was going to meet a person soon, Yi Feng. Xia Yakuang could only hope that Yi Feng could deal with Gui Qiansheng, otherwise, Xia Yueying would have to admit defeat and surrender. The seventh group, in the desert space. At this time, Yi Feng was hiding in the yellow sand tornado, because there was a barrier around the tornado that blocked the detection of spiritual consciousness, so there would often be some monks who didn't know that he was hiding inside, and then approached, and were suddenly attacked by Yi Feng, take away the boundless spring water. Generally speaking, Yi Feng would lead the opponent a way out and give the opponent a chance to admit defeat when sneak attacking. After all, this is just a martial arts match, not a life and death duel. Yi Feng's purpose is to get more boundless spring water. 56 drops. Even if I just wait here, I have snatched so many. If I go out to plunder everywhere, I am afraid there are hundreds of drops. Yi Feng thought in his heart, suddenly frowned slightly, and looked in one direction. I saw a seductive figure under a long pink dress flying towards where he was. Judging by the speed, it was completely different from the monks who came here before. It's a monk who has become a fairyland. Yi Feng quickly judged that he was a little excited. A cultivator in the realm of immortality must have a lot of boundless spring water in his hand. But soon he was disappointed, because he found that the alluring figure turned out to be Xiaoyao Yueying from Xiaoyao Mountain. Thinking of Xiaoyao madness entrustment, he suddenly shrank. If it was Xiaoyao Yueying, he would not be able to take action to plunder. Instead, he should give the other party a convenience, depending on the situation. Hey, someone is chasing her? Yi Feng immediately saw a small dot chasing and killing him from a distance, and soon found that the man was a ghostly cultivator, and he was Gui Qiansheng from the Ghost Sword sect. The situation in the seventh group of desert spaces quickly attracted more people's attention, especially the demon cultivators from the demon sword cultivator race in the demon cultivator field. Several elders of the ghost demon sword clan even stood up at this moment, looking excitedly at the scene in the seventh group of desert space. Ghost Qiansheng is about to find that Yi Feng. The chests of everyone in the ghost demon sword clan began to boil. Everyone knew that an immortal emperor in the Ghost Demon Sword clan was directly killed by the pity of the Immortal Demon Sword clan. And Gui Qiansheng's younger brother, Gui Qiansha, who also had the strength to step into the top 100 ranks of the eastern region, was killed by Yi Feng. In particular, this Yi Feng was rampant in the demon cultivator's territory, domineering and rampant, and even swallowed the entire peak of sword enlightenment, making it impossible for the entire demon sword cultivator race to comprehend Zawazi's sword intent. This made Yifeng and Xianying the common enemy of the entire Yaojian cultivator race. At this time, Gui Qiansheng was about to meet Yifeng. Wouldn't it make them excited? From their point of view, when Gui Qiansheng went out, Yifeng, a mere Yifeng, was about to be captured immediately. After all, Gui Qiansheng is the most talented young generation in the entire Yaojian cultivator race union. If even Gui Qiansheng can't deal with Yifeng, it is impossible for the younger generation in the entire Yaojian cultivator race union to be Yifeng. Feng's opponent. No one thought that Gui Qiansheng might fail, so everyone observed the situation in the 7th group of desert spaces with excitement. Tensions are on the verge of breaking out. In Fairy Demon City, apart from Z Samsara's stiff face, including Qi, the 4 hall masters of Monster Slashing Hall, Eugenie, and others all changed their expressions and became nervous for Yifeng. Yifeng was participating in the Eastern Territory martial arts with the hope of the entire Fairy Demon City. If he was bumped into by Gui Qiansheng, would he be eliminated in the first round? Although everyone in Immortal Demon City had confidence in Yifeng, after all, Yifeng had never really shown super strength, so they were still a little bit drummed in their hearts. There was only Lian on the referee's seat, who just glanced at the situation here, and then looked away, as if he didn't care about Yifeng's situation at all. She has the most confidence in Yifeng. If she can't even deal with a Gui Qiansheng, then how can she win the first place in the Eastern Region martial arts competition? The 7th group, in the desert space. Yifeng did not appear from the yellow sand tornado immediately, but continued to hide in it, quietly waiting for Xiaoyao Yueying and Gui Qiansheng to approach one after the other. It can be seen that Xiaoyao Yueying's speed was much slower than Gui Qiansheng's, but she was still able to reach the vicinity of the Huangsha tornado where Yifeng was before being overtaken by Gui Qiansheng. The distance between Xiaoyao Yueying and Gui Qiansheng is getting closer. Xiaoyao Yueying looked back occasionally, and found that the ghostly figure was getting closer to her, and her heart beat faster and faster. If there is no turning point when Gui Qiansheng catches up with her, she will definitely have to admit defeat, lest she be killed by Gui Qiansheng. It's not that Xiaoyao Yueying is not persistent enough, it's just that the gap between her and Gui Qiansheng is too large. If she doesn't admit defeat, she is likely to be killed by Gui Qiansheng, so there is no need. That yellow dragon roll. Xiaoyao Yueying stared at the Huangsha tornado in front of her, secretly calculating something. This yellow sand tornado seems to be able to isolate the detection of monk's spiritual consciousness. If I hide in it, I may be able to win a glimmer of life. Moreover, there should be other people hiding in the yellow sand tornado. Xiaoyao Yueying refused to admit defeat, and immediately made the next plan, flying towards the yellow sand where Yifeng was located. The distance is getting closer and closer. Xiaoyao Yueying was less than 100 meters away from the yellow sand tornado, and Gui Qiansheng's ghostly figure was several kilometers behind her. Action! Xiaoyao Yueying took action at this moment, and her alluring and pretty figure suddenly flickered. Swish! The power of the void condensed in an instant, tearing open a hole in the void on one side, and her figure suddenly flickered towards the yellow sand tornado within 100 meters beside her. She actually teleported towards the tornado of the yellow sand where Yifeng was. At the same time, Xiaoyao Yueying held a tyrannical hurricane force in her hands, and as soon as her figure appeared from the center of the yellow sand tornado, she immediately released the hurricane force towards the surroundings. She guessed that someone was hiding and waiting in the yellow sand tornado, so she wanted to defeat the person hiding inside as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, she didn't know that it was Yifeng hiding inside. This girl is really fierce. Yifeng smiled wryly. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyao Yueying chose to teleport suddenly and sneak attack him. But he didn't care. Even so, he had to protect Xiaoyao Yueying. Anyway, among the contestants in the 7th group, only Gui Qiansheng could be regarded as an opponent for Yifeng. Boom! The force of the hurricane blasted heavily on a layer of sword energy barrier, but that layer of sword energy barrier was unscathed. Xiao Yueying's expression changed instantly. Unscathed? She attacked with all her strength, but she failed to defeat the guy hiding in the yellow sand tornado. This guy's strength is definitely one of the strongest people in the entire 7th group. Not out of the tiger's mouth, but into the wolf's den again. It seems that this time the eastern region will have no chance. Xiao Yueying thought with some regret in her heart, and was about to admit defeat directly, but at this moment, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, because she finally discovered that the one hiding in the yellow sand tornado and resisting her hurricane power turned out to be Yi Feng. The young swordsman in black was smiling at her at this time, and then a divine thought came, "Stay still, I will deal with Gui Qianshang." Xiao Yueying was already stunned at this time, and she didn't expect to move anything. Xia Yifeng had warned her that if she met Yi Feng in the martial arts meeting in the Eastern Territory, Yi Feng would help her. At that time, she dismissed it, thinking that a boy with only 5,000 years of cultivation could help her. But now, Xiao Yueying clearly knows that Yi Feng's strength is not weaker than hers. She couldn't easily defeat that layer of sword energy barrier alone, which made her feel a sense of frustration. Her majestic genius in the realm of immortality couldn't compare to a kid with only 5,000 years of cultivation. After a while, Xiao Yueying felt Gui Qianshang's ghostly aura chasing after her, and she couldn't help but froze. "Let's admit defeat together. I heard that you have a grudge against Gui Qianshang. Don't lose your life because of this. Save your life to have a future." Seeing that Yi Feng seemed to want to confront Gui Qianshang, Xiao Yueying couldn't help saying something. Although Yi Feng blocked her hurricane power, she didn't think Yi Feng was strong enough to fight against Gui Qianshang, so she tried to persuade her. "Don't worry, you can watch from the sidelines. If it doesn't work, you should be careful to admit defeat." Yi Feng said lightly and didn't care. Gui Qianshang, he was about to fight him, why would he admit defeat? However, fighting is about fighting, but the way of fighting doesn't have to be so open and aboveboard. Now Yi Feng is hiding in the yellow sand tornado that shields his consciousness, that is to say, Gui Qianshang doesn't even know that he is inside. Yi Feng would have a better chance of winning if he made a sneak attack, and he didn't need to reveal too much of his own strength. Gui Qianshang gradually approached the Huangsha tornado, where Yi Feng and Xiao Yueying were. A playful look flashed in his eyes. "Think you can't do anything if you hide inside?" Gui Qianshang didn't know that there was another person in the yellow sandstorm. He only knew that Xiao Yueying was hiding inside, a monk who had just stepped into the realm of becoming a fairy. To Gui Qianshang, he was no different from an ant. The ghostly demon sword in his hand lay across his chest, and then he rushed in towards the yellow sandstorm. He was not unprepared, but formed a layer of sword energy barrier with the ghostly demon sword, which spread to his surroundings. To deal with a mere monk who had just become an immortal, this layer of ghost sword back to heaven sword energy barrier was enough to keep him safe. But what he didn't expect was that apart from Xiao Yueying, Yi Feng was also inside. If he knew, he would definitely not be so careless. Yi Feng saw Gui Qianshang rushing directly towards the yellow sandstorm. With a sneer on his face, he was waiting for this moment. Xiao Yueying was behind Yi Feng, looking nervously at Gui Qianshang's ghostly figure who was about to barge in, and made up her mind that if Yi Feng lost to Gui Qianshang, she must immediately pull him to admit defeat and surrender. She is quite kind-hearted, and she has no intention of running away alone, which is exactly the difference between her and Xiao Longyue. When Gui Qianshang's figure was passing through the layer of yellow sand tornado spiritual barrier, in Wuya City, many onlookers from various races of Yao Jiangxiu, Xianyao City, and Shaoyao Mountain stared with bated breath. The critical moment is coming. "Little beauty, why don't you obey me obediently? If you resist, you will die." Gui Qianshang yelled loudly while breaking into the yellow sand tornado, but before he finished speaking, he was immediately interrupted by Yi Feng's fierce offensive. Bloodthirsty berserk. Breathtaking. Gui Qiansheng lost his mind for a moment after performing the two magic tricks, but his cultivation and willpower were firm, so he didn't lose his mind for too long. However, this moment of loss of consciousness has already laid the result of his defeat. Time, slow down for me. Yi Feng unleashed the power of time and enveloped Gui Qiansheng in it. At that moment, Gui Qiansheng's movements were like a tortoise compared to Yi Feng. Then, the real offensive started. The power of the ancient monster dragon turned into a totem. A burst of totemic ancient monster dragon power instantly condensed from Yi Feng's Yangshan sword, and then a boundless strange and evil light burst out, and the aura of desolation and death spread. Return to 018 swords, forbidden technique, 7th sword. Sweeping with a sword, earth-shattering, shocking the universe. In just an instant, Yi Feng used several moves of immortality to the fullest, and Gui Qiansheng had just broken into the yellow sand tornado, and he couldn't react at all. His defensive sword energy barrier had already been destroyed by Yi Feng's sword. Air is easily broken. What? Gui Qiansheng was so surprised that it was too late, and was about to retreat quickly, but Yi Feng's power of time enveloped his whole body, making him even slower to escape. The power of the void, the 5th level, break it for me. Gui Qiansheng's face was ferocious, knowing that this was the moment of life and death. He didn't dare to be careless at all, and directly used his strongest power to defeat and shatter Yi Feng's power of time in one fell swoop. Immediately, Gui Qiansheng realized that the 5th level of void power was completely released, creating a void crack behind him, and wanted to jump into it to escape, but now in a hurry, he couldn't stop Yi Feng's sword at all. I want to run, it's too beautiful. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth was slightly raised, and in an instant, a burst of sword will appeared all over his body. It was the complete, swallowing sword intent that he had comprehended after devouring Shi Huazi's sword intent. The speed at which the sword intent diffused was faster than that created by the void crack, covering the void crack that Gui Qiansheng wanted to escape in the blink of an eye. Immediately, the devouring power that devours the sword intent erupted instantly. Yi Feng's cultivation base is relatively weak, but although devouring sword intent couldn't devour the void crack, it also completely destroyed its structure, making Gui Qiansheng dare not enter it again. Space is a very dangerous force. If a destroyed void crack is forcibly entered, I am afraid that it will only end up being torn apart by the force of space. There is only hard resistance. The pupils of Gui Qiansheng's eyes narrowed, and the ghostly sword in his hand instantly threw towards Yi Feng's sword light. Laugh. The ghostly long sword in his hand is also a reincarnation-level magic weapon. Of course it can't be destroyed by Yi Feng like this, but it was also hit by Yi Feng's sword energy, and the bullet flew far away. After losing the reincarnation-level flying sword, Gui Qiansheng didn't panic, but opened his mouth and let out a roar. Suddenly, his figure changed rapidly, turning into a humanoid shark more than 10 meters long, biting Yi Feng's body with one bite. Up the sword spirit. Boom. The sword energy was blocked by the reincarnation-level flying sword, its power was greatly reduced, and it was actually bitten to pieces by Gui Qiansheng. Did you reveal your body? But today, even if you reveal your body, you will die. It is absolutely impossible for Yi Feng to let Gui Qiansheng go, relying on a sneak attack. He has a huge advantage from the beginning, so of course he is going after the victory at this time. The humanoid shark that Gui Qiansheng turned into crushed Yi Feng's sword energy in one bite, and he was not seriously injured, but the monsters themselves were relatively resistant to beating, so they didn't show it for a while. He turned his head and broke out of the yellow sand tornado, and immediately wanted to escape. But Yi Feng's sword immediately caught up. It was still the 7th sword, a forbidden technique cast by the power of the ancient demon dragon. The sword energy swept across, and the aura of desolation and death enveloped the audience again. Like beating a dog in the water, Yifeng's sword energy blasted at the humanoid shark that was several times bigger than himself. Puff. 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 Gui Qiansheng's body was hit by Yifeng's three-sword chi one after another. Even with his extremely hard monster body, he finally couldn't hold on, his whole body was bloody. After chasing a distance of several miles, Yifeng's fourth sword finally slashed down. The big shark on Gui Qiansheng's body was hit by this sword chi, and was cut in half, directly. This shocking scene made Xiaoyao Yueying's beautiful eyes widen in Huangsha tornado. She couldn't believe it. Yifeng, a kid with 5,000 years of cultivation, actually cut Gui Qiansheng in half? The scene of beating the dog in the water just now made Xiaoyao Yueying suspect that she was dreaming. Ah! A shrill scream came from the place where the humanoid shark was cut into two pieces. It could be heard that it was the roar of Gui Qiansheng's soul. The soul sword technique completely wiped out his 3 souls and 7 souls. Gui Qiansheng's monster body is already very resistant to beating. Any monster can have a strong ability to survive as long as it reveals its body. But even so, Yifeng still chased and beheaded him, shocking all the observers on the spot. Chapter 101 Yifeng is despicable? Seeing the scene of the 7th group, Yifeng beating the dog in the desert, chasing and beheading Gui Qiansheng, everyone in Wuya City was stunned. In the Immortal Demon City, Chiha Eugenie and other immortal sovereigns, as well as Mingniu Yaoxiu, Da Peng Yaoxiu Pengwang and others, watched this scene and were immediately stunned by Yifeng. Although this kid guessed that he could deal with Gui Qiansheng, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. The sneak attack at the beginning was too quintessential. If not, Gui Qiansheng would not have died so quickly. Moreover, Gui Qiansheng probably never thought of surrendering until his death, because he felt that in the entire 7th group, he was the only one. How could he be beheaded by a kid with 5,000 years of cultivation? The reason for this is that Gui Qiansheng greatly underestimated the power of Yifeng's sword energy, which caused him to not even admit defeat when he sensed something was wrong. On the side of Xiaoyao Mountain, Ziyafeng laughed and stood up. It was really good. Yifeng was a very talented kid. Although he only had 5,000 years of cultivation, he even hacked Gui Qiansheng to death. Although Gui Qiansheng's cultivation base is only in the early 10,000 years, his real strength is probably no match for ordinary monks with a cultivation base of 20,000 years, but now he was beheaded by Yifeng. It can be seen how terrifying Yifeng's talent is. However, compared to the joy of Xianyao City and Xiaoyao Mountain, the major races of Yaojian Xiu are completely different. Especially the people of the Ghost Demon Sword clan, who immediately jumped up, opened their eyes and stared at the scene in the 7th group of desert space, and couldn't believe their eyes. Gui Qiansheng, their most confident Gui Qiansheng who was able to step into the top 10 of the Eastern Territory martial arts, was unexpectedly attacked and beheaded by an enemy with a 5,000-year cultivation base in the first round? It's despicable. All the cultivators of the Demon Sword cultivation race shouted in their hearts at the same time, Yifeng, for a sneaking attack, is really despicable. However, they didn't even think about it. If it was them themselves, under such circumstances, wouldn't it be possible to jump out and fight the opponent fairly? However, it is impossible for these demon cultivators to understand Yifeng's thoughts. Gui Qiansheng's death must be explained and explained. Yifeng made a despicable sneak attack. This became the biggest reason for these demon cultivators. When these demon sword cultivators of various races cast their eyes on the referee's seat, they unexpectedly discovered that many of the top 10 referees also focused their eyes on the 7th group. Lung Shan frowned as he watched Yifeng chase and kill Gui Qiansheng. Is this kid so strong? Lung Shan's heart skipped a beat, as if his heartbeat had slowed down by half a beat. He finally realized that this time Lian brought the people from Fairy Demon City to participate in the martial arts meeting in the Eastern Territory. It was by no means unprepared. The strongest young generation in the Fairy Demon City is not the little fox who has become a fairy. nor the other human monks who have become a fairy, but probably Yi Feng, who has only 5,000 years of cultivation in front of him. It seems that it was a wrong decision to divide Zhang Yangquan, Ma Yi, and Han Tianlang into the seventh group with Yi Feng. Thinking of this, Liangshan stood up. He glanced sideways and saw that Lian's eyes were also focused on the desert space of the seventh group. Without any emotion in his eyes, it seemed that Yi Feng beheaded Gui Qiansheng was not an accident to her at all. Seeing this scene, Liangshan felt even more determined. The seventh group, Yi Feng, advanced. In order to keep the rest of Ma Yi and Han Tianlang, Liangshan finally stood up and spoke loudly to the audience around him. If Yi Feng was allowed to continue, qualifying would be inevitable, but Ma Yi and Han Tianlang would still be in danger, so he had to take measures. Moreover, with Yi Feng's strength, it is very likely that he can directly win enough Wuya spring water in the first round to jump to the third round. This is absolutely not allowed by Liangshan. He wants Yi Feng to enter the second round, so that he can deal with him in the second round. But what he said caused dissatisfaction among the other referees. Before Lian could speak, Xuanhuan, the beauty emperor of Tianmen, said calmly, "Elder Lung, this doesn't seem to be in compliance with the rules, right? According to the rules, unless all the other members of one group are dead, the Eastern Territory will be the first martial artist. One round, no one can advance in advance, can't it?" "That's right. Elder Lung's words are inappropriate. The game must continue." The Qiangu Emperor, who is full of skeletons in the Ghost Bone sect, said in a loud voice that the Wuya Valley and the Fairy Demon City have conflicts, and these forces are naturally happy to hear it. Originally, they thought the bet between Wuya Valley and Fairy Demon City was meaningless, but now seeing how strong Yi Feng from the seventh group of Fairy Demon City was, they also felt a little interest. Anyway, let Yi Feng continue. It is impossible to threaten the status of their Tianmen and Ghost Bone sect in the end. The Death Zone Emperor of the Ghost Bone sect and the Heavenly sect's natural disaster, the two are in other groups, and they have plundered hundreds of Wuya springs at this time. Their strength is well-deservedly the best in the eastern region. The rules of martial arts in the eastern region have always been determined by the organizer. Liangshan didn't even blink his eyes, and said indifferently, "This martial arts meeting in the eastern region is hosted by me, Wiagu. The first round of rules is naturally up to us. Of course, we have a total of 10 referee, we can vote with a show of hands on whether Yi Feng will advance." Among the top 10 referees, the spar-masked man from Sanctuary Tianzhou will definitely not vote for this kind of thing, and among the remaining 9, for our Sijia elders from Wiagu, who are in the same group as Liangshan. The other 5 people, any random person can make this decision finalized. Hearing Liangshan's words, Xuanhuan and Emperor Qiangu were not angry, but each cast their eyes on Lian, who was sitting at the side and listening quietly. Pity, it is much more effective than the words of Xuanhuan and Emperor Qiangu. Does this still require a show of hands? Lian said something indifferently, and then turned his gaze to the head of Wuya Valley sitting not far away, Mie Daozi. Of course Mie Daozi was also paying attention to the situation here, and he couldn't help but curse secretly, "This Liangshan really can't afford to lose, isn't he just a kid who killed Gui Qiansheng? Why offend Lian because of this?" "Of course not." Mie Daozi smiled softly, glanced at Liangshan and said, "Elder Lung's decision is a bit inappropriate, it's better to take it back. Although the rules of the martial arts competition in the eastern region are decided by the organizer, it must be properly followed by the previous ones. In the past martial arts competitions in the eastern region, there has never been a direct promotion in the first round, and this year, of course, will be no exception." "Yes, head, then this matter, let it go." Only then did Liangshan make a sound, and his back was covered in cold sweat. Unexpectedly, the head of the sect attached so much importance to Lian. From this point of view, he was pushing his limits a bit. Lian didn't comment on his grouping, which is already giving him face, and now he wants to change the rules. How can it be so easy? The referees in the referee's seat have no opinion, and the Yaojiangxiu people of all races naturally cannot have any opinions. Although they think that Yi Feng killed Gui Qiansheng by means of despicable means, Yi Feng still belongs to Dongfeng now. Participants in the domain martial arts, they can't do anything to him. Their current solution is to wait for Yi Feng to be eliminated in the Eastern Territory martial arts competition, and then lose the protection of Wuya Valley. What's more, if Yi Feng was eliminated in the Eastern Territory martial arts competition, it would not be of much value to Immortal Demon City. If they attacked Yi Feng, they might not encounter too much resistance. However, with Yi Feng's current strength, the chance of Yi Feng being eliminated in the first round of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition is extremely slim, so slim that it can be ignored. The seventh group, in the desert space. Yi Feng beheaded Gui Qiansheng, and put his huge shark body directly into the bloodstone space. There are still many parts of the demon sword repairer's body that can be used as refining materials, but it can't just be like this wasted. Swish. From Gui Qiansheng's body, Yi Feng snatched more than 1,000 drops of Wuya spring water, and the Wuya spring water on the back of his hand finally reached 1,000. Yi Feng looked up at the sky, and he could see that among thousands of people in the seventh group, the one who had 1,000 drops of boundless spring water could only be ranked fourth. It can be seen that his 1,000 drops of boundless spring water are far from enough to directly step into the third round of the Eastern Region martial arts. In the sky of the desert space, there is the seventh group of boundless springs that has the top 10 arrangement, but this arrangement is anonymous, that is to say, you can only see how many boundless springs there are in the top 10, but you can't know who owns these boundless springs. Yi Feng, you. Xiao Yueying finally regained her strength, with a look of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. She quickly came to Yi Feng's side. You are really amazing. Yi Feng is really powerful, so powerful that she almost forgot to breathe just now. She is as strong as Gui Qiansheng, but she was chased and beheaded by Yi Feng, although it was a sneak attack, but this already shows Yi Feng's strength. Xiao Yueying was very close, and at that time, she felt that Yi Feng displayed many kinds of power, including the power of time. As a kind of Qiyao power, the power of time is not many people comprehended in Tianqing of the entire Eastern Territory, and most of them can only comprehend it after they have become immortals. I didn't expect Yi Feng to comprehend the power of time at such a young age. Not only that, this Yi Feng also possessed a mysterious power mixed with desolation and death, which made Xiao Yueying feel very scary. That power is probably the strongest power Yi Feng possesses. The power of the ancient demon dragon comes from the fusion of the power of the ancient Tinglong and the power of the demon dragon in Yuqing Tian Huang. In the fairy world, Yuqing Tian is considered a very tyrannical force, let alone Shang Qingshan, which is a mere eastern heaven city. Well enough. Yi Feng smiled faintly, then turned his head and looked into the distance. Let's rest for a while, and then go out to grab the water from the Wuya spring, fight for it, and send you directly to the third round. Send directly to the third round. This means that Yi Feng will help her plunder enough boundless spring water, so that she can become the top 80 in the group of 108, more than 100,000 people in the number of boundless spring water. Xiao Yueying opened her small mouth slightly, a little unbelievable, but since Yi Feng can kill Gui Qiansheng, who else is his opponent in the entire seventh group? As long as you proceed carefully, it will be easy to plunder the entire seventh group of monks. The two returned to the Huangsha tornado to rest and recuperate. It was only the first day of the first round of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition, so there was no need to rush out to plunder. Sun Luo sword, another one, and the harvest is not bad. Although the young geniuses of the Ghost Demon Sword clan are not very good, the magic weapon is still good. 2 Samsara-level Sun Luo swords have appeared. Thinking in Yi Feng's mind, he put Gui Qiansheng's Sun Luo sword into the Blood Soul Stone space and kept it first. Other than that, Gui Qianshang didn't have anything worth noting about him, and Gui Qianshang didn't bring much with him when he participated in the martial arts meeting in the eastern region. Yi Feng and Xiaoyao Yueying began to rest. The turmoil in the 7th group gradually calmed down, but the situation in the other 100 groups became more and more intense. In the 2nd group, the peerless genius of the Ghost Bone sect, the Emperor of Death, was shrouded in black mist, and no one knew what was hidden in the black mist. As the most popular candidate for the championship in this Eastern region martial arts competition, the Emperor of the Death region didn't even make a real move in the first round. In the entire 2nd group, there wasn't any opponent who could fight him. When he met other monks, under the black mist, he had already subdued the other monks. Even under his hands, the other monks' even surrender is impossible. By the end of the 2nd day, the Emperor of Death had plundered more than 700 drops of boundless spring water. In the first round of the martial arts tournament in the Eastern Territory, all the more than 100,000 people were divided into 108 groups, and there were only more than 1,000 people in each group, which meant that there were only more than 1,000 drops of boundless spring water in total. In addition, the independent space of each group is very large. Even if it is as strong as the Emperor of the Dead Zone, it is impossible to go to all places and plunder everyone. The purpose of this arrangement is to prevent a peerless strong man from plundering all the people in the same group, leaving him alone, which is meaningless. The Tianmen evildoer of the 19th group, the natural disaster, exuded a crazy and destructive aura, just like the Emperor of Death, almost swept the entire 19th group, and plundered more than 600 drops of boundless spring water in 2 days. Duan Wuya, the Wuya Valley powerhouse in the 72nd group, is relatively low-key, and has only obtained more than 200 drops of Wuya spring water so far. This result, of course, was deliberately done by Duan Wuya. He wanted to qualify from the group, but he would not directly enter the 3rd round. Obviously, Duan Wuya wanted to participate in the 2nd round of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament, but his purpose was unknown. Duan Xiao from the Dapeng Monster Clan, in the 51 group, helped a young man from the Dapeng Monster Clan to obtain more than 400 drops of Wuya spring water, while he kept more than 100 drops himself, and only remained among the top 10. Obviously, Duan Xiao also decided to stay in the 2nd round in order to help the Dapeng Yaxiao of the same clan advance. The blood sword of the 8-dragon demon clan and the Stegosaurus branch, like a blood thread, traveled around in the starry space of the 92nd group. In 2 days, they got 600 drops of boundless spring water. No one dared block. Since everyone was separated, some stronger monks were not grouped together. The top 100 monks were almost all divided into 108 groups, and they were all separated. In addition to these top powerhouses, some other monks with the same strength can almost dominate in their respective groups, but they are more afraid. After all, they are not really invincible. If someone joins forces to destroy them, they are still in danger of being eliminated. The 1st round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts, the 24th group. Although the Qingxin Little Fox Demon from Fairy Demon City is considered powerful in this group, it is not considered the strongest. A 7-member alliance in Wuya Valley plundered Wuya spring water everywhere, and even Qingxin had to avoid it. 2 days passed before Qingxin looted more than 100 drops of Wuya spring water. Although this amount was enough for her to qualify from the group, it was far from enough to directly enter the 3rd round. The 7 people in Wuya Valley are really abominable. If you encounter them, you can only run away. Fortunately, this lady is extremely witty, otherwise you would have been eliminated from the competition. Qing Xian hated to think that although there would not be 2 strong people in the same group qualifying, but the combination of the 7 people in Wuya Valley is stronger than her. This is clearly the Wuya Valley referee's intentional move against Immortal Demon City, but Lian has no objection to this, and Qing Xian will not say anything more. The 2nd round is the 2nd round. Qingxin doesn't believe it. With her strength, she will not be able to pass the 2nd round of the Eastern Territory competition. On the other hand, the 75th group, where the girl Zilian is. Hand over the Wuya spring water obediently, I won't kill you. The 75 group is a forest space. A young man with an evil smile flew in front of Zilian, threateningly said. Zilian's seemingly delicate body trembled a little. She really didn't want to admit defeat in the first round, but she really didn't have any qualifications to fight against the young man in front of her. The evil smiling young man in front of him had an aura similar to that of Hitomi. He should also be a young genius of the 8-Dragon Demon clan. Although he had just stepped into the realm of becoming a fairy, his strength was much stronger than Zilian. It's also from the Yankee branch. Zilian thought in her heart. Now, the Yenkei branch of the 8-Dragon Demons has completely become a vassal of the other 7 branches. And the young man from the Yankee branch who is smiling evilly in front of him is obviously the most talented young man in the Yankee branch. For a lifetime. I surrender. Zilian said lightly, a hint of unwillingness flashed in her eyes, but there was no other way. Her strength was only this. It was too much for a monk who had not reached the realm of immortality to pass in the first round of the martial arts competition in the Eastern Territory. Difficult. When the word admit defeat sounded, a beam of light enveloped Zilian, and then teleported her to the center of Wuya City, among the crowd in Fairy Demon City. Zilian, you have come out. Qi immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. Senior Qi. Zilian lowered her head slightly, a little embarrassed. We've all seen what's going on inside. A cold light flashed in Qi's eyes, and he raised his head to look at the forest space of the 75th group. The man's name is Huoruoxi. He is the son of the current patriarch of the Yank branch, and he has just stepped into the realm of immortality, but he is not considered strong, and he can barely pass the first round of the Eastern Territory martial arts. In the second round, someone will definitely eliminate him, so you don't have to worry about it. Huoruoxi, the son of the head of the current Yankee branch. Judging from Qi's expression, it seems that he has some problems with the current head of the Yank branch. Zilian is not very clear about all these, but it is conceivable that the relationship between the two parties must not be so harmonious. Shaking her head, Zilian didn't think too much about Huoruoxi, but raised her head and asked, Where's Yifeng? How much water from Wuya Spring has he taken now? Qi heard the words for a moment, then smiled slightly, a little distressed. That boy, he hasn't moved in the past 2 days, and the Wuya Spring water on his body is still only 150 drops. However, he should have his own plan. At least, it's no problem to advance to the second round. Hearing Qi's explanation, Zilian couldn't help being taken aback. Only 150 drops? This is not very scientific. Zilian couldn't help raising her eyes, looked at the projection of the desert space where the 7th group was located, searched carefully, and soon found a scene that made her feel uncomfortable. Yifeng actually met a beautiful woman hiding in the yellow sand tornado. They are very close to each other. Ba ba ba. Zilian couldn't help but blush a little, then shook her head severely. She sensed a hint of jealousy in her heart just now, and knew that she had a different feeling towards Yifeng. So seeing Yifeng and Xiaoyao Yueying together would feel a little uncomfortable. Why is Xiaoyao Yueying able to be with Yifeng, and rely on Yifeng to advance, but she can only be divided into other groups and be eliminated by Huoruoxi? Thinking about it this way, Zilian felt even more unbalanced. However, she didn't think about it, she just thought about why Yifeng hadn't acted yet. Logically speaking, with Yifeng's strength, it couldn't be easier to snatch 400 or 500 drops of Wuya spring water, right? Moreover, Zilian took a look at the remaining members of the 7th group, and it seemed that there were no strong people. Gue Qiansheng had already been beheaded and eliminated by Yifeng, which made Zilian slightly taken aback, but she was not surprised. She just pursed her lips lightly, not knowing what she was thinking. In addition, Zilian also paid attention to Lan Feng in the 7th group, and found that that guy had been hiding in a yellow sand tornado from the very beginning, and had never come out. Ya spring water. With Lan Feng's cultivation and strength, this is not easy. The desert terrain, with the yellow sand tornado, seems to give a glimmer of hope to those with low cultivation. Zilian thought in her heart, but soon, she didn't think so. Because Yifeng moved. After resting for 2 days, Yifeng finally took Xiaoyao Yueying and started to act when the martial arts meeting in the eastern region was over for a day. In the desert space of the 7th group, every 2 yellow sand tornadoes are separated by a distance of more than 10 miles, and each yellow sand tornado is connected to the sky, which is magnificent. The target of Yifeng and Xiaoyao Yueying is in these yellow sand tornadoes. Every yellow sand tornado has a barrier that blocks the detection of spiritual consciousness. If a monk hides inside, he can easily launch a sneak attack on the monks passing by on the outside, so as to seize the boundless spring water. Even for those who are not so strong, there are those who have obtained dozens of drops of boundless spring water, such as Lan Feng from the Star Refining Pagoda. Golden Body of the Rock. Keeping Swordsmanship. Yifeng performed 2 celestial techniques one after another, and immediately his body was wrapped in the power of the ancient demon dragon and turned into a strange red color, as solid as gold soup, and around his body, a layer of radiant sword energy barrier appeared. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng rushed directly towards the Huangsha tornado in front of him. Boom! There was a sound of explosions, and Yifeng immediately clashed with the cultivator hiding in the tornado of the yellow sand, but the conflict ended quickly. As a result, Yifeng succeeded in plundering the other party's Wuya spring water, allowing him to. The boundless spring water has become 170 drops. Let's go, move on to the next one. Yifeng's figure quickly appeared from the yellow sand tornado, and he said to Xiaoyao Yueying. Although Xiaoyao Yueying was surprised by Yifeng's speed so fast, she had killed Gue Qiansheng first. This time she was not surprised for long, and followed Yifeng's pace directly. And when Yifeng dispatched, the remaining 2 disciples of Wuya Valley, Ma Yi and Han Tianlang, had already searched for 2 full days, each carrying more than 100 drops of Wuya spring water, and found Yifeng. In this direction. Ma Yi and Han Tianlang quickly met in the desert space, and then they acted together. They had no idea that Zhang Yangkuan, whose cultivation level was similar to theirs, had already been beheaded by Yifeng from the very beginning. This article is written by Starting. I don't know where that kid Zhang Yangkuan went. I haven't been able to find him for so long. Ma Yi has a horse face and looks a little sinister. Don't worry about him, we just need to find Yifeng from Fairy Demon City and kill him. On the other hand, Han Tianlang was full of confidence, and there was a tinge of ruthlessness on his handsome face. We don't need the 3 of us together to deal with a mere boy with 5,000 years of cultivation. That's right, but this first round of independent space is really big, it's easy for us to find it, and it's a good thing it left a mark on the place we walked before. If Yifeng goes to the place we have been, he will definitely found by us. Ma Yi gave a sinister smile, and then he and Han Tianlang continued to wind towards a nearby yellow sandstorm. Both of them have more than 100 drops of Wuya spring water now, adding up to more than 300 drops, each more than Yifeng. In the entire 7th group of desert spaces, apart from the 2 of them who ranked 2nd and 3rd, and Yifeng who ranked 4th, the one who ranked 1st was an unknown cultivator in the realm of immortality, with more than 190 drops of boundless spring water. This also shows that on the 3rd day of the first round of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Competition, there are not many practitioners who are still competing, and the remaining ones are all elites participating in the Eastern Region Martial Arts Competition, competing for the final qualification chance. Ma Yi, look ahead. Suddenly, the handsome Han Tianlang pointed in one direction, and the sinister Ma Yi glanced in that direction, which made him happy. It's Yifeng, I finally found him. It turns out he's been hiding here all these days. It's easy for us to find it. But now that we see him, he can't run away. He still has 170 drops of Wuya spring water in his hand. How did he get it? Han Tianlang noticed this scene from a distance. Although it is impossible to see the number of boundless springs in other people's hands from the ranking announced above the sky, if they meet each other, it is easy to see how many boundless springs the other party has in their hands. Don't worry, there is a female cultivator in the realm of immortality next to him. Do you know her? Ma Yi's sinister gaze flashed past, and he saw Xiaoyao Yueying. I don't know him, he seems to be from Xiaoyao Mountain. Han Tianlang frowned slightly, and then stretched out. Don't be afraid, this person doesn't dare to fight against us. Yagu, let's just go there and kill that Yifeng. Even if the female cultivator wants to help, with her fighting power, can't threaten us with anything. That's right, let's go. Ma Yi nodded, and then flew towards Yifeng and Xiaoyao Yueying with Han Tianlang. Yifeng and Xiaoyao Yueying were discovered by Ma Yi and Han Tianlang, and of course they had already discovered each other. It's the other two from Endless Valley. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and said, with your strength, you can easily kill them. Xiaoyao Yueying pursed her lips and smiled. Now she is very confident in Yifeng's strength. After all, Yifeng has already killed Gue Qianshang. You must know that Gue Qianshang's strength can be ranked among the top 10 in the entire eastern region. The presence. It shouldn't be difficult, but it's better to be careful. Yifeng nodded and said softly. Wait a minute, I have an idea. Xiaoyao Yueying suddenly seemed to sense something, then leaned close to Yifeng's ear and whispered a few words, making Yifeng nod immediately. Okay, let's do it. Yifeng smiled, then looked back at Ma Yi and Han Tianlang, turned around and walked in another direction with Xiaoyao Yueying. Just now Xiaoyao Yueying said that she was carrying a piece of precious jade, and she and Xiaoyao Longyue could feel each other within a certain distance. At this moment, Xiaoyao Yueying felt that Xiaoyao Longyue was nearby, so she wanted to. Yifeng first went to look for Xiaoyao Longyue. Xiaoyao Longyue's action of framing Xiaoyao Yueying before made Xiaoyao Yueying bitter, but now she wants to prove it and see what choice Xiaoyao Longyue will make when facing danger. Yifeng and Xiaoyao Yueying moved forward quickly, falling into the eyes of Ma Yi and Han Tianlang behind, as if they wanted to run away after seeing them. This made them both laugh. Sure enough, that kid ran away when he saw us, but how could he escape? That is, our speed is much faster than him. Catch up and snatch his boundless spring water. Ma Yi and Han Tianlang accelerated towards Yifeng's direction and chased after them. The distance of tens of miles is almost there in an instant. Yifeng flew far away with Xiaoyao Yueying, and finally saw Xiaoyao Longyue, but found that Xiaoyao Longyue at this time was actually the one who plundered the most spring water in the entire 7th group of desert spaces, with 190 many drops. In the entire 7th sun, more than 800 drops of Wuya spring water are on Yifeng and the others, and these 800 drops of Wuya spring water, in the eyes of everyone outside the desert space, are already in Yifeng's pocket up. After all, Yifeng could even kill Gue Qianshang, so why would he be afraid of Ma Yi, Han Tianlang, Xiaoyao Longyue? When Ma Yi and Han Tianlang found out Yifeng, Leng Shan on the referee's bench finally looked even more ugly. Yifeng had just killed Gue Qianshang, wouldn't it be suicide if the two collided? Regrettably, regarding this point, Leng Shan could not speak out to remind Ma Yi and Han Tianlang, who were still in the competition, and could only watch helplessly as the disciples of his own sect walked towards their thoughts. 800 drops of boundless spring water, in the entire 108 groups, more than 100,000 people, probably can get the first place. In Immortal Demon City, many immortal emperors and immortal kings thought so. There is no doubt that when the 800 drops of boundless spring water meet, everyone in the outside world has predicted its final belonging. However, Yifeng and Xiaoyao Yueying seem to have a good relationship, so they don't know how much they will give her. Regarding this point, Xiaoyao Crazy in Xiaoyao Mountain is even more nervous. Xiaoyao Yueying followed the right person, but Xiaoyao Longyue didn't seem to know it yet. Xia Yakuang raised his heart nervously. He was extremely looking forward to the upcoming scene, but also extremely worried. The seventh group, in the desert space. Yi Feng and Xiaoyao Yueying finally caught up with Xiaoyao Longyue. There was a hint of surprise on Xiaoyao Longyue's handsome face. Yueying, you are fine, and you are still with this kid? No wonder he was surprised, because he gave up all the Wuya spring water and wanted to escape by himself, but he thought that Xiaoyao Yueying would be forced to surrender by Gue Qiansheng. But now, Xiaoyao Yueying appeared in front of him with Yi Feng and more than 200 drops of Wuya spring water. The 170 drops on the back of Yi Feng's hand, plus the 42 drops on the back of Xiaoyao Yueying's hand, made a total of 212 drops of Wuya spring water, which instantly activated Xiaoyao Longyue's mind. Seeing Xiaoyao Yueying and Yi Feng approaching, Xiaoyao Longyue showed a fake smile and greeted him. Yueying, why are you here? In fact, he had already relied on the precious jade given by Xia Yakuang just now, and felt Xiaoyao Yueying approaching, so his doubts had been born for a long time, and now he was finally able to ask. This article is written by Starting. You don't seem too happy to see me? Xiaoyao Yueying smiled faintly. Gue Qiansheng was beheaded by several people from Wuya Valley. I took the opportunity to escape and met Yi Feng. Yueying, why am I not happy? It's great that you're fine, but why did you bring this kid? Xiaoyao Longyue glanced at Yi Feng with an unfriendly expression. With his strength, how could he get 170 drops of Wuya spring water? You must have given it to him, Yueying. Yueying, your stuff? Yi Feng stood beside Xiaoyao Yueying calmly. He was quite interested to see how Xiaoyao Longyue would choose after Xiaoyao Yueying said that sentence. Xiaoyao Yueying also ignored Xiaoyao Longyue's question, but said bluntly, Longyue, now is not the time to talk about this. Now we are chasing after the two guys from Miagu. Let's try together. Can we get rid of it? How about grabbing the boundless spring water in their hands? Hearing Xiaoyao Yueying's words, Xiaoyao Longyue's expression froze. What, the two guys from Wuya Valley are chasing after? What a joke. According to what Xiaoyao Yueying said, the guys from Wuya Valley have killed Gue Qiansheng. Even if he and Xiaoyao Yueying join forces, they are not opponents. Why, Longyue, are you not confident? Xiaoyao Yueying continued, the two fellows in Wuya Valley were injured, we will definitely be able to deal with them together. Yueying, you are too naive. Xiaoyao Longyue pondered for a moment. Why did Wielder chase after you after being injured? We obviously have something to rely on, and we can't take risks. I also wondered how my 190 drops of Wuya spring water could be ranked first. Gue Qiansheng is dead. Since that's the case, we don't need to take any risks at all. While talking, Xiaoyao Longyue glanced at Yi Feng, and said maliciously, the Wuya spring water in his hand has as much as 170 drops. If you share it with us, both of us will definitely be able to drink it. Advancement, as for a kid like him with 5,000 years of cultivation, even in the second round, it is impossible to make further progress. Why not help us? How can you think that? Xiaoyao Yueying frowned slightly. I think so. It's only natural that the purpose of the first round of the Eastern Region martial arts competition is to eliminate practitioners who are not strong enough. Xiaoyao Longyue took it for granted. If this kid is sensible, he should give us the water from Wuya Spring now, and then help us resist those in Wuya Valley. After that, we in Wuya Valley will naturally not treat us badly. This remark made the outside world's Xiaoyao crazy, almost pissed off. Before going in, let Xiaoyao Yueying and Xiaoyao Longyue get closer to Yi Feng. Yi Feng will definitely help them, but who would have thought that Xiaoyao Longyue would not listen to it at all, and now wants to force Yi Feng handed over the boundless spring water. Xiaoyao Crazy already knew that Xiaoyao Longyue must have a very bad impression in Yi Feng's eyes. Even if Yi Feng let him go, it would be difficult for Xiaoyao Longyue to make further progress without Yi Feng's help in the second round of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament. As for Xiaoyao Yueying, there is no problem, because Yifeng has already said that Xiaoyao Yueying will go directly to the third round. Xiaoyaquang must believe Yifeng's words. Since you think so, well, if you want to go, go, I will stay and deal with the two guys in Wuya Valley. Xiaoyao Yueying shook her head in disappointment, then turned to face Ma Yi and Han Tianlang, who were about to chase. This is the biggest problem that Xiaoyao Yueying posed to Xiaoyalong. Those words before were Xiaoyao Yueying's, paving the way for this difficult problem. She wanted to see if Xiaoyao Longyue would stay and help her as a faction of the same sect, and even as a friend who grew up since childhood. If it's bloody, even if it's a fight, it's impossible to leave Xiaoyao Yueying alone to deal with it, not to mention that Xiaoyao Yueying has already said that the two of Wu Yagu were injured. If Xiaoyao Longyue doesn't even want to do this, then it can only be said that she misjudged the wrong person. Seeing Xiaoyao Yueying's determined expression, Xiaoyao Longyue's handsome face darkened. This choice was quite difficult for him, not to mention that he would get angry when he saw Yifeng next to him. If you want to die, then die. I won't accompany you anymore, but before you leave, Wuya spring water, hand it over. When Xiaoyao Longyue saw the 170 drops of Wuya spring water on Yifeng, he obviously felt malicious in his heart. If he got these Wuya spring water from Yifeng, he might try to hit the top 80 of all participating practitioners. Go straight to the third round. That way, he will be rewarded much more than if he only made it to the second round. As soon as Xiaoyao Longyue finished speaking, his whole body swept towards Yifeng. The force of the hurricane surrounded his body, condensed into hundreds of sharp wind blades, roaring and killing him. These hundreds of wind blades contained an unparalleled killing intent. This Xiaoyao Longyue wanted to kill Yifeng on the spot. This scene made the Xiaoyao madness in the outside world completely desperate. The idiot Xiaoyao Longyue had already reminded him that Yifeng was very strong, so he didn't listen to the advice. He was simply a fool. Crowds of wind blades whizzed over. Immediately afterwards, the sound of bang bang ling ding was endless, and Yifeng condensed out the sword energy barrier, easily resisting Xiaoyao Longyue's attack. The wind blade flying all over the sky, although it looked extremely fierce, could not break through Yifeng's attack at all. A barrier of sword energy. If you want to grab my boundless spring water, then I will fulfill you. A cold light flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Give me back. The flash of the sword light made Xiaoyao Longyue turn pale with fright, and he backed up again and again. He didn't expect that his sudden attack would not kill Yifeng, but was forced back by Yifeng's sword instead. Yifeng's sword made him feel a chill. If he didn't back away, he might be chopped into two pieces by the sword energy. Hand over the boundless spring water, admit defeat, and quit. Yifeng spread his wings with Peng Huang, and in an instant he was behind Xiaoyao Longyue, pointing his sword straight at the opponent's neck. As long as he exhaled the sword energy, he could kill Xiaoyao Longyue. If Xiaoyao Longyue had gone directly, Yifeng would not have snatched his Wuya spring water, but the other party wanted to kill him to snatch it, then no wonder Yifeng was there. Of course, Yifeng would not kill Xiaoyao Longyue for the sake of Xiaoyaquang, but it is impossible for this guy to advance. Xiaoyao Longyue froze on the spot, sweating profusely. What should we do now? To admit defeat, or not to admit defeat? Xiaoyao Longyue never thought that Yifeng's strength was so strong. Ghost Qiansheng, did he kill him? How could Xiaoyao Longyue still not understand at this time that what Xiaoyao Yueying said just now was completely fooling him? The purpose is to see if he is willing to face the danger with Xiaoyao Yueying, but unfortunately, he let Xiaoyao Yueying down. So what? Xiaoyao Yueying sighed. Hand over the Wuya spring water, let's go. Although she was disappointed with Xiaoyao Longyue, she didn't want to see Yifeng kill Xiaoyao Longyue. In order to avoid such a thing from happening, she had to let Xiaoyao Longyue hand over the Wuya spring water before leaving. At this moment, Xiaoyao Longyue didn't have any choice, but his eyes flashed, and he didn't hand over the Wuya spring water directly, but suddenly activated the power of the void, and teleported a certain distance towards the vicinity through the air. If you want to steal my Wuya spring water, unless you kill me, then let me go. I won't hand over the Wuya spring water. Xiaoyao Longyue said bitterly, then turned around and left. Yi Feng didn't chase after him. Looking at Xiaoyao Longyue's back, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiaoyao Longyue seemed to know that Yi Feng would take Xia Yakuang's face and not kill him, so he dared to take such a risk in order to advance to the second round of the Eastern Region martial arts. However, this guy was right to gamble. Yi Feng couldn't have killed Xiaoyao Longyue at this time. After all, Xia Yifeng was still watching from outside. No matter how he was considered his own, it was inconvenient for Yi Feng to do it. Just let you go this time. Next time, it won't be so easy to talk to. Yi Feng's faint words reached Xiaoyao Longyue's ears, making Xiaoyao Longyue grit his teeth, quite unwilling, but thinking that he had saved 190 drops of Wuya spring water, and entered the second round of the Eastern Region martial arts competition. It was a certain thing, and he was also a little happy. As long as you enter the second round, the organizers will release rewards with the major forces. This reward is attractive enough for anyone. I don't know what it is now, but it shouldn't disappoint him. Xiaoyao Longyue soon disappeared, but Yi Feng and Xiaoyao Yueying did not move, quietly floating in mid-air, waiting for Ma Yi and Han Tianlang to quickly catch up. Xiaoyao Longyue is just a small person. Yi Feng doesn't need to argue too much with him, but with Ma Yi and Han Tianlang from Liaogu, it's time to make a decision. It is now the third day of the first round of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition, and the battle for the boundless spring water has reached its final moment. The insidious Ma Yi and the handsome Han Tianlang came together, and seeing Yi Feng and Xiaoyao Yueying waiting for them from a distance, they couldn't help being a little puzzled. Why didn't these two run away? Just now, there seems to be a guy near them with 190 drops of Wuya spring water. Could it be Gui Qiansheng? Anyway, let's be careful. It's not necessary. Although that person doesn't know who it is, he left soon. He must be afraid of confronting us in Wuya Valley. Let's catch up first and deal with Yi Feng and the female cultivator first. The two sent their spiritual thoughts to each other, and quickly made a decision, that is to continue to catch up and defeat Yi Feng and Xiaoyao Yueying. As for Yi Feng, they will kill as soon as they can. As for Xiaoyao Yueying, if they are willing to admit defeat, they don't mind. Of course, there are conditions, that is, after the martial arts meeting in the Eastern region, they will naturally come to him. Such a beautiful female cultivator, it would be a pity not to play with it. Soon, the distance between the four of them was getting closer and closer. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing the other party approaching quickly, Yi Feng couldn't help saying a word, and then held the Mori sword that he got from Gui Qiansheng in his hand, and immediately, the ghost energy wrapped around Yi Feng's whole body. Waiting for us? Seeing Yi Feng's calm expression, the insidious Ma Yi felt his heart pounding. Could it be that this kid has something ambush around here? However, there are not many strong people in the entire 7th group. At most, there is only one, Gui Qiansheng. Only this person is a threat to Ma Yi and Han Tianlang. However, it is well known that Gui Qiansheng, Xia Yifeng, and Yi Feng have a grudge against their father and younger brother, so it is impossible to join forces with Yi Feng to ambush them now. It's a pity that they don't know that Gui Qiansheng is dead, and was beheaded by Yi Feng 2 days ago. Don't be fooled by him, let's go directly and kill him. Han Tianlang gave a soft drink, and rushed towards Yi Feng directly, and instantly cast the soul-stirring fairy art. Yi Feng had already expected that the other party was about to attack, so he was naturally on guard, and using his spiritual magic to deal with him was useless at all. The power of soul-destroying, the power of seizing souls, I also comprehend it. Yi Feng's eyes flashed brightly, the same two kinds of power fused together and spread forward, directly resisting the opponent's immortal technique. Immediately, Yi Feng didn't hesitate at all, the Sun Luo sword in his hand directly condensed several zero-returning sword qi, and shot towards Ma Yi and Han Tianlang respectively, disturbing their attention. Careful! Han Tianlang was rushed towards his face by several sword qi, and he could feel the powerful power contained in the sword qi, so his expression changed. He realized that he had really underestimated this boy who had attained the Dao realm with 5,000 years of cultivation. Involuntarily, he turned around and a burst of real fire surged out, instantly resisting Yi Feng's zero-returning sword qi attacking him. However, in the next moment, a sharp sword light flashed, and it came to him in an instant, defeating the power of the real fire in front of him in one fell swoop. What? Han Tianlang was startled, but he had no time to react. This sword light contained the fusion of the power of the sun and the power of real fire, and even displayed the swordsmanship inherited from the dragon sword. Puff! The sword light was penetrating, and a blood hole appeared in Han Tianlang's chest, and then the power of the sun and the power of real fire raged in his body, destroying his body instantly. Just a meeting, Yi Feng ended Han Tianlang's life. Ma Yi, who was at the side, had just condensed his true qi barrier to resist Yi Feng's zero-returning sword qi. When he saw Han Tianlang being killed by Yi Feng's sharp sword light, his expression changed. Even Han Tianlang was beheaded by Yi Feng with a sword. Ma Yi is definitely not an opponent. If he doesn't run now, when will he wait? Not to mention that there is Xiaoyao Yueying at the side, 1 against 2, Ma Yi doesn't have the guts. Without any hesitation, Ma Yi turned around and ran away. Of course, Yi Feng couldn't let go of such a guy. Since Ma Yi didn't choose to admit defeat, and still had a little thought about advancing to the second round, then Yi Feng will use the facts to end his little thought. Die. The Emperor Peng spreads his wings. Yi Feng used the fairy magic technique, and went to Ma Yi's back all of a sudden, swung his long sword horizontally, and the sword energy was shining brightly. Off the field. In Wuya City, on the referee's seat, Lin Shan's face was covered with blackness. The deaths of Zhang Yanquan, Ma Yi, and Han Tianlang were simply a great loss to him. Although these three people are not too powerful and important young people in the Wuya Valley, they are at least one of the geniuses in the Wuya Valley. It is a pity that they died in Yi Feng's hands like this. However, this was also because of Lin Shan's misjudgment. He did not expect that Yi Feng's strength was so strong that even Gui Qiansheng was no match for him. The situation of the seventh group was beyond everyone's expectations, and Yi Feng could be regarded as a huge dark horse that emerged in the first round of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament, which attracted the attention of other major forces. A young genius who can slay Gui Qiansheng, whose cultivation base is only 5,000 years old, deserves the attention of any power. Even the spar-masked man from Tianzhou, the sanctuary, took a few glances at the desert space of the seventh group, with strong interest in his eyes. It is by no means easy for him to possess such terrifying combat power after 5,000 years of cultivation. Even in the sanctuary Tianzhou, he can be regarded as one of the best young geniuses. Swish. In the desert space, after killing Ma Yi and Han Tianlang, the Wuya spring water on the back of Yi Feng's hand increased by more than 360 drops. In this way, he has a total of 530 drops of Wuya spring water. Including the one in Xiaoyao Yueying's hand, the two of them had a total of more than 570 drops. This amount is equivalent to more than half of the entire seventh group of desert spaces. In addition, there are more than 190 drops in Xiaoyao Longyue's hand, which adds up to more than 760 drops. Yi Feng, Xiaoyao Yueying, and Xiaoyao Longyue alone account for a quarter of the entire seventh group. 3. Yi Feng did a simple calculation. In this way, the other people in the seventh group only have 240 drops of Wuya spring water to share, and each group will have 10 places to advance. In the seventh group, if you want to advance, you only need a few dozen drops of boundless spring water. As long as I keep 50 drops of Wuya spring water, promotion is 100% a matter. But in this way, Xiaoyao Yueying only has 520 drops of Wuya spring water, and I don't know if I can directly advance to the third round. Yifeng thought in his heart. He just kept 50 drops of Wuya spring water on the back of his hand, and gave the rest to Xiaoyao Yueying. Xiaoyao Yueying received Yifeng's Wuya spring water. Her pretty face was full of surprise. Unexpectedly, Yifeng really did what he said, and gave her most of the Wuya spring water. Xiaoyao Yueying did some calculations casually, and knew that Yifeng would definitely be able to advance to the second round with 50 drops of Wuya spring water, but this still made her a little embarrassed. Yifeng, with my strength, under normal circumstances, I definitely won't be able to pass the second round and reach the third round. Xiaoyao Yueying lightly sent a divine thought. Do you really only want to advance to the second round? What if you fail in the second round? You must know that in the second round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts, Ghost Bone Sect, Tianmen, Wuya, the most talented disciples of these forces in Gu will also compete with you on the same stage. Are you sure of winning? Haha, you don't have to worry about me, go to the third round with peace of mind, but you don't know if the 520 drops of boundless spring water are stable or unstable. Yifeng smiled directly, shook his head and said. There's nothing to do if it's not enough. The desert is so big, the rest of the people must be hiding now. It's not so easy to find them. It's not easy to grab the water from Wuya Spring. Xiaoyao Yueying said regretfully. Well, 3 days are almost here, so let's wait for the result here. Yifeng nodded with a smile, and didn't think about taking any action. In his heart, he was thinking about another thing. Since Leng Shan, the elder of Wiagu, specially sent someone to target him, Yifeng, then in the second round, if he didn't show Wiagu a little bit of strength, then it would be too late. It's too weak. Competing with youngsters of the same generation, Yifeng is not timid at all, even against existences like the Emperor of the Dead Zone, Duan Wuya, Natural Disaster, and Duan Shao, he may not necessarily lose. The second round will be Yifeng's real rise. After waiting for less than an hour, the first round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts competition came to an end. Yifeng and Xiaoyao Yueying only felt that the surrounding space began to shatter, and then a force of void law mixed with time law emerged, teleporting them back to the center of Wuya City. Yifeng, there will be a period later, I will go back to see my grandfather first. Xiaoyao Yueying turned her head and smiled at Yifeng. The grandpa she was talking about should be Xiaoyao crazy. Yifeng nodded, then turned around and flew towards the direction of the fairy demon city. Halfway through, he found that Qi was already waiting for him on the way. It should be to prevent anyone from trying to do something wrong to Yifeng during the process. You know, a group of people from the demon sword cultivator race, including a group of immortal emperors, are all staring at them. Senior Qi, has the overall result of this first round come out? Yifeng went forward and asked directly. Wait, the referees will announce. Qi haha laughed, patted Yifeng on the shoulder, and welcomed him back to the camp of Fairy Demon City. As soon as he came back, he saw the pretty and lovely little fox demon with green heart feeling a little unhappy. Qingxin, what's wrong with you? Yifeng asked, casually. The 7 guys from Wuya Valley have been besieging me. I only got 200 drops of Wuya spring water. It seems that it is hopeless to go directly to the third round. The little fox demon Qingxin said bitterly. Leng Shan made a special arrangement to trip us up. Eugenie, dressed in fancy attire, said calmly from behind, however, Qingxin, you have no problem advancing to the second round. Yifeng also gave Leng Shan a big surprise. In the second round, if you work together, you will definitely not be weaker than the other powerful young geniuses. Big surprise? Qing Yaxian glanced at Yifeng, covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Of course she knew that Yifeng's real combat power would definitely surprise everyone. Moreover, in this mere first round, it can only be said to be a warm-up at most. Yifeng must still have many methods that he has not used. including the ghost ship's 9-armed ghost ape consciousness absorbed by Yifeng. In the end, there were not many practitioners still in the independent space. After everyone came out, they returned to their respective positions. Soon the referees had already counted all the statistics of the first round, which will be announced soon. Lung Shan came over everyone with a gloomy face, ready to announce the results of the first round, but there was still some relief in the depths of his eyes. Because, on the whole, the first round of Wuya Valley was not bad. Among all the people, a total of 1,080 people entered the second round, and more than 100 of them belonged to Wuya Valley, which is second to none among all the forces. In the second place are the big sect forces such as Ghost Bone Sect, Tianmen, Dapeng Monster Clan, and Babu Dragon Demon Clan. There are about 100 people who have advanced. As for other various forces, there are fewer people who have advanced. Thanks again to the readers of the main station, Huang 197401006 monthly pass. Lung Shan came to the center of Wuya City, and immediately announced the results of the first round of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Competition in the sky above everyone. Read the latest and most complete novel. According to the rules, those who won the top 80 Wuya Springs in the first round can directly go to the third round instead of participating in the second round. This Eastern Martial Arts contest, a lot of young talents have emerged. The best score among all the people in the first round is Ghost Bone Sect, the Emperor of Death. Lung Shan began to announce, of course, from the highest to the lowest grades. When he said the name of the Emperor of Death, there was a hint of jealousy in his eyes. The Emperor of Death is worthy of being the strongest genius of the Ghost Bone Sect generation, and also worthy of being the reincarnation of the Emperor known as the Ghost Bone Sect. In the first round of the martial arts competition in the Eastern Territory, he actually killed all the opponents in his group and plundered 1,000 drops of boundless spring water. Such an achievement had been widely circulated long before Yifeng came out, and the announcement by Lung Shan at this time made everyone even more excited. Killed all the opponents, snatched 999 drops of boundless spring water, and became the number 1 in the Eastern Region Martial Arts. The strength of the Emperor of the Death Zone is obvious to all, and to achieve his achievements, it is not only about being strong, but also requiring some special means. Only by relying on this special means can one by one find other people in the independent space, then kill it. Otherwise, in such a large independent space, even the existence of the realm of becoming a fairy would take 3 to 5 days to fly from one end to the other. It is impossible for an ordinary person to kill everyone else. The Emperor of Death is in the second group, and every time he kills a person, he will leave a billowing black mist. On the third day, these billowing black mist have spread throughout the second group. Yeah, from my guess, those churning black mist are the eyes of the Emperor of Death, so he can find everyone and kill them one by one. Only this explanation can make sense, otherwise it would be impossible. You must know that from ancient times to the present, the talented young people who can do this can be counted on one hand. Everyone talked a lot, and almost all of them have recognized the power of the Emperor of Death. 1,000 drops of boundless spring water undoubtedly ranked first. In the first round of the martial arts tournament in the Eastern Territory, the second place was the natural disaster of Tianmen, who won a total of 895 drops of boundless spring water. Lung Shan then began to announce. The second place is the young genius of Tianmen, Natural Calamity. This person has realized the power of natural disaster, which is beyond the power of Sheng Qingshan, which is extremely terrifying. The next third place is the genius of the Stegosaurus division of the 8-Dragon Demon Clan, Blood Sword. The result is 876 drops of boundless spring water. The fourth place followed closely, which is surprising, because this person's strength is very average, and he is a completely inconspicuous ordinary genius junior of the Dapeng Monster Clan. According to his real strength, this person might not even be able to advance to the second round, but with the help of Duan Shao, he managed to obtain 851 drops of boundless spring water. As for Duan Xiao himself, he only kept 30 drops of Wuya spring water, which is enough to make it to the second round, which is similar to Yi Feng. The results of the first round were announced one by one in Ling Shangku, and when he mentioned the 26th place, he couldn't help but tremble. 56th place, Xiaoyao Yueying, a talented girl from Xiaoyao Mountain, with a score of 520 drops of boundless spring water. Xiaoyao Yueying has successfully entered the third round of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition. In the direction of Xiaoyao Mountain, Xiaoyao Meng couldn't help showing a happy expression. This Qiji Feng really gave him a big favor. You must know that every time the martial arts in the Eastern Territory is successfully promoted, there will be very generous rewards, and Xiaoyao Yueying will get 2 rewards if she directly enters the third round. These 2 rewards are very important to the entire force of Xiaoyao Mountain. It is a great gift. The most important thing is that Xiaoyao Yueying got such an opportunity. She will be more handy in practicing in the future, and her future will be brighter and brighter. But in Xiaoyao Mountain, there are still a few people who are not in a good mood, because they were all eliminated in the first round. There was another person, Xiaoyao Longyue, although he was not eliminated, but he only got 190 drops of Wuya spring water, so it was impossible for him to enter the top 80 and directly entered the third round. And with his strength, it would be extremely difficult, almost impossible, to pass the second round. Therefore, the rewards he received are nothing compared to Xiaoyao Yueying. Humph, Yi Feng, you gave all the water from Wuya Spring to Xiaoyao Yueying, and you stayed in the second round. I want to see how far you can go in the second round as a young man from Fairy Demon City. Xiaoyao Longyue glanced at Yi Feng, who was in the direction of Fairy Demon City, thinking bitterly in his heart. Yi Feng didn't pay attention to this guy. Of course, he felt Xiaoyao Longyue's gaze, but he didn't want to pay attention to this little character. If they encountered hostility in the second round, Yi Feng would not show mercy. Yi Feng listened carefully to Lin Shan's announcement of the results of the first round, and remembered the top 80 in his heart. As for who is the real strength and who relies on the help of others like Xiaoyao Yueying, Yi Feng knows very well. And among those who are very strong, there are also those who have directly stepped into the third round. For example, Qingxin, a little fox demon from Fairy Demon City, was originally able to rank in the top 10 with her strength, but because she was defeated by Wielder 7 people teamed up to target, so they could only obediently continue to participate in the second round. There was another character, Duan Wuya, who only snatched 200 drops of Wuya spring water before stopping until the end, which prevented him from making it to the third round. Duan Wuya also wants to participate in the second round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Tournament. There are still a few people that Yi Feng paid a little attention to, such as Lan Feng from the Star Refining Tower, because he was in the 7th group, and Yi Feng didn't meet him, so he took advantage of him and set foot in the second group. There is also Qing Yunyu from the Qingqing Sword Sect, who ranked 108th in the total score, and almost entered the third round directly. His strength is not bad. After he came out, he heard that Yi Feng had killed Gui Qianshang. He couldn't help but turn pale with shock. He was planning to attack Yi Feng in the second round, but he didn't expect Yi Feng to be so strong. Gui Qianshang, who was in the top 10 of the martial arts volleyball team in the Eastern Territory, was beheaded by Yi Feng. In this way, it couldn't be easier for Yi Feng to behead him. You know, although Qing Yunyu is considered a top genius in the Qingqing Sword Sect, among the many monks in the eastern region, he can only be ranked in the top 100, similar to the ghost who was killed by Yi Feng very early. Strength. This made Qing Yunyu's face pale, and even the entire Qingqing Sword Sect's monks looked bad. Yi Feng was actually so strong, no wonder he dared to kill the 3 geniuses of Qingqing Sword Sect before, including Qinjianting, who was second only to Qinji Yunyu in talent. Read the latest and most complete novel. This is something that everyone in the Qingqing Sword Sect did not expect. How should I take revenge? Everyone in the Qingqing Sword Sect is thinking about this. When they saw the candidates who advanced to the second round, they suddenly had an idea. Now that Immortal Demon City has a bet with Wuya Valley, why not join hands with Wuya Valley? Wielder may not be interested in the strength of their Qingqing sword sect, but nothing is better than nothing. If the Qingqing sword sect wants to attach themselves to Wielder, Wielder will definitely not refuse. Soon, Lingshan began to announce the list of monks who had advanced to the second round. A total of 986 people were able to advance to the second round, and another 80 people entered the third round directly and were exempted from participating in the second round. It stands to reason that there should be 1,000 people, but because of the existence of the Emperor of Death, the total number of people left in some groups is less than 10. Of course, some people are less than the original plan to advance to the second round. This is also a situation that will happen every time when the Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament is held, and it is not unexpected. Therefore, in order to fill these vacancies, among those who have been eliminated, 1,000 people must be selected in order of cultivation level from high to low, to compete for the vacant seats. The competition for seats in the second round was equally fierce. 1,000 people competed for 14 seats. One could imagine how brutal it was, but it had nothing to do with Yi Feng. After the promotion list is announced, it's time to distribute the promotion rewards. Lingshan cleared his throat, and said loudly, all the young geniuses who advanced to the second round, including the 80 people who directly stepped into the third round, can get the rewards held by this Eastern martial arts competition. The rewards are everyone has a fairy text. Xuanhuan, the reward for advancing to the second round will be Xuanhuan. Yi Feng was stunned when he heard the words, Xuanhuan, this is a good thing to strengthen the young god. Yi Feng obtained the purple lightning Xuanhuan in the ancient ruins of Xia Qingshan, and after swallowing it, he successfully raised the young god to the level of heavenly young god. And later in Shang Qingshan, the realm of demon cultivators obtained the immortal sword of the sword, allowing him to successfully refine the sword of the young god. His current Yangshan sword is still only a heaven-level Yangshan, but it is not far from the higher-level eternal-level Yangshan. After receiving the Xuanhuan reward for advancing to the second round of the Eastern Territory Huiwu, Yi Feng can try to raise Yangshan to the level of eternity. In this way, his Yangshan sword will be stronger, and if it is fused with the Dao fruit sword, it will be able to exert even stronger power. Unexpectedly, the first benefit gained from participating in the Eastern Region Martial Arts Contest was Xuanhuan. Yi Feng was in a good mood. He raised his head, and watched Lingshan release thousands of fairy texts, each with the aura of fairy mist, which made people dazzled. These fairy texts are jointly provided by the 5 major sects of Tianqing in the Eastern Region, Wuya Valley, Ghost Bone Sect, Tianmen, Dapeng Monster Clan, and 8 Dragon Demon Clan. As Lingshan said, relying on the divine sense of the Immortal Emperor realm, he quickly sent out thousands of immortal texts of different attributes, and accurately flashed them to the eyes of more than 1,000 advanced cultivators. As for the remaining 14 immortals, they will be rewarded to the next 14 advanced monks after the vacant seats are confirmed. In the direction of Fairy Demon City, Yi Feng. It turned out to be the immortal word of wood. Yi Feng looked at the emerald green immortal glyph in his hand, and was a little speechless. Although the immortal glyph was surrounded by the churning fairy mist, it was an emerald green fairy glyph of wood. Yi Feng has never been in contact with the power of wood attribute since he started practicing until now, so the void vine is somewhat similar, but the essence of void vine is still the power of the void, not the power of wood attribute. But among the girls who were still in the sky, Yi Feng remembered that the little girl Shaoqi's young god and dragon soul were both of the wood attribute, and the wood fairy writing seemed to be more suitable for Shaoqi. Wood immortal glyph, although it is not very useful, you can also try to absorb it to see if it can make the young god break through to the eternal level. In Yi Feng's body, a divine thought quietly came from the ancient wood of Qiyao. If you succeed, your strength will be stronger, and you will be able to get more rewards. Now even if you keep this wood fairy text, you don't know when it will come down. I'll see those women of yours again tomorrow. In all fairness, what Qiyaoguma said was right, but Yifeng always felt that it was a waste for him to absorb the wood immortal glyph. Don't hesitate. Although immortal writing is rare in your Xia Qingshan, it is not a very precious thing in Shang Qingshan. Of course, every immortal writing is a treasure. There are many competitors who want to get it. It's not an easy task based on your cultivation, but if you can't grab it, you can buy it. It is said that in the Holy Land of Tianzhou, a treasure like xuanhuan can be seen several times after visiting an ordinary street. Qiyaoguma continued to persuade. Yifeng pondered for a while, and thought to himself that this is also the reason. The key now is to improve his cultivation, absorb the immortal text, and also to achieve better results in the Eastern Region martial arts competition. Soon, Yifeng made a decision to go back and absorb the wood immortal glyph. Yifeng has nothing to do with the competition for the 14 vacant seats in the center of Wuya City. He can come back 3 days later to participate in the second round of competition. He glanced around and couldn't help being a little puzzled. He saw that a total of 26 people from Fairy Demon City had advanced to the second round, but among the 26 people, none of them got rare immortal scriptures. But useless rags. In contrast to other sects, Duan Wuya got the immortal glyph of sword, the Emperor of Death region got the immortal glyph of void, and Natural Calamity got the immortal glyph of time. In contrast, the 26 people from Fairy Demon City advanced, and the sum of the rewards they got was not as good as that obtained by one person alone. Regarding this point, no one in the referee's seat objected, including Lian. Obviously, the existence of Lian's level doesn't look down on a mere fairy. If Yifeng needs xuanhuan, she can get him a lot at any time, but now Yifeng's strength should be almost enough to win the first place, so Lian is too lazy to care about it. All Lian cares about is the rewards that the final champion of the Eastern region will receive. Hitomi, how are you? In the blink of an eye, Yifeng saw Tong, who was condensed into a body in flames, and asked aloud. Hitomi's results in the first round were not bad. Of course, he failed to enter the top 80, but only plundered 105 drops of Wuya spring water, and successfully advanced to the second round. The Holy Light Immortal manuscript is of no use to me, I plan to take it out and replace it. Hitomi said regretfully, what about you? The immortal wooden manuscript shouldn't be of much use to you, why don't we go out and exchange it together? Exchange? Yifeng's eyes lit up when he heard Tong's words. That's right, there are a total of more than 1,000 immortal writings, and there are probably not many that are suitable for monks. After this first round, there should be a place where many advanced monks gather to exchange immortal writings. If there is such an opportunity, Yifeng will naturally not miss it, even if the deal fails. It's good to go and have a look, so that he can better understand the overall strength of the promoted monks. Thanks to the readers of the main station, 2 monthly tickets for private lent for thanks to the readers of the main station, 134 ****** 9988 monthly tickets. There are 14 seats left in the second round of promotion, and many forces are still paying attention to them, but Yifeng and everyone in Xianyao City are not interested. After returning to the residence, Yifeng didn't rest for too long, but came out directly, preparing to go to the place where the immortal text transaction will be held in Wuya City together with the little fox demon Qingxin, Tong, and Zilian. I just found out that the place where xuanhuan is traded is in the trading area in the east of the city. This time, I deliberately set aside a space for those who participated in the martial arts meeting in the eastern region to trade xuanhuan. While walking forward, Tong said, one thing to note is that the trading area is completely forbidden to use force, no matter who it is, they can't use any power in it, otherwise the immortal emperor guarding the trading area in Wuya Valley will make a move. This is also normal. After all the monks who went to xuanhuan to trade have advanced to the second round. Before the second round starts, Wuya Valley must ensure that no one has any accidents. Yifeng smiled softly, then squinted his eyes and said, however, after all, it is the immortal emperor of Wuya Valley guarding it. We should proceed with caution when the time comes. Now Wuya Valley has made it clear that it wants to fight against us. Right. When the other three thought about it, they knew that Yi Feng was right. Yi Feng, everyone, please wait for us. The four were about to leave, but there was an anxious voice from behind. Looking back, they saw that the other four were chasing after them. These four people, Yi Feng, also have a little impression that they are the descendants of the four immortal lords of the Demon Slayer Hall in the Immortal Demon City. This time, they all advanced to the second round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Tournament, and they were rewarded with useless immortal texts. Are you together? Qing Xian glanced at Yi Feng. Ever since she was rescued by Yi Feng on the ghost ship, Qing Xian had an inexplicable admiration for Yi Feng. Let's go together, multiple caregivers are fine. Yi Feng nodded. The four youths in the monster-slaying hall, 2 men and 2 females, were named Fengshuan Yuxue, similar to the names of their ancestors, the 4 main hall masters of the monster-slashing hall. There are 2 men named Fengquang and Yu Luo. The former is a rough man with a bold personality, and he is crazy when fighting. The latter is a handsome man with an elegant figure. As for the 2 women, they are called xuanhuan and xuefei. The former is as cold as ice, giving people a feeling of being inaccessible, while the latter is lively and beautiful, with a sweet and lovely appearance. These 4 people have just stepped into the realm of immortality, but their strength must be stronger than ordinary monks who have just stepped into the realm of immortality. Advance in 1 round. With Fengshuangxiu 4 people together, Yi Feng will have 8 people walking together, among them, of course Yi Feng is the leader. Whether it is Tong, Qingxin, Zilian, or Fengshuangxiu, they all agree with Yi Feng's strength. To chase and kill Gue Qiansheng in the 7th group, that strength is beyond the reach of ordinary people. The 8 people walked all the way, and soon came to the trading area in the east of Wuya City. At this time, the trading area had already vacated a special area for the young geniuses who advanced to the second round to trade xuanhuan. The 8 people landed and slowly walked into the area where the fairy text was traded. Look, it's the people from Fairy Demon City who are here, and the leader is the one who beheaded the strongman of the Ghost Demon Sword clan, Gue Qiansheng. I heard his name is Yi Feng. The Fairy Demon City's participation in the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Contest this time must have been well prepared, so don't underestimate it. Cut, it's nothing more than a group of chickens and dogs. What does it mean to kill a ghost Qiansheng? Compared with Wu Yagu, they are not a group of weak people. That's right. Look at that fox demon Qingxin. Although his cultivation is good, it's not enough just to meet the 7 people from Wu Yagu joining forces. Wu Yagu is not only strong, but also has a large number of people. If these people from the Fairy Demon City meet Duan Wuya, the Emperor of Death, they are definitely not their all-in-one enemies. Why should you care about them? The monks who were already at the xuanhuan trading place saw Yi Feng leading the team, looked at them with different eyes, and whispered to each other, but they were not afraid of being heard by Yi Feng. Although Immortal Demon City is feared by people, what people fear is Lian, not their juniors. Yi Feng didn't care, and walked into the trading area calmly, but the little fox demon Qingxin was a little annoyed. These guys actually underestimated her, and when the second round starts, she must show some color. Guy, look. Don't care about their opinions, let's see if there is any fairy text that suits us. Yi Feng turned his head to the side, smiled at Qing Xian, then took 2 steps forward, and came to a booth set up by a monk. It was a young man in a green robe and a green hat. His whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of green leaves, and he looked very happy. On his booth, there was a fairy glyph with purple lightning flashing on it. It turned out to be a purple lightning fairy glyph. Obviously, Zidian Xianwen is not compatible with the man in the green hat, so he took it here to trade. Brother, I have a wood immortal glyph, how about exchanging the purple electric immortal glyph with you? Yi Feng said straightforwardly. When he saw the power of wood exuding from the other party, he thought, if he could exchange for Zidian xuanhuan, that would be good. Would immortal text? The man in the green had opened his pupils slightly, raised his head to look at Yi Feng, and then the corners of his mouth slightly turned up. Would immortal glyph, Zidian immortal glyph, 3 for 1. 3 for 1. Yi Feng shrugged. He didn't have as many as the 3 wood immortal glyphs, and even though the Zidian immortal glyph was more valuable than the wood immortal glyph, it was not 3 times as much. I know you won't be able to take out 3 wood immortal glyphs, but as long as you can take out 1, plus. The man in the green hat continued, then glanced at Zi Lian beside Yi Feng, and pointed at her. I can exchange the Zidian xuanhuan for the star refining immortal code and the star refining pagoda. Star refining immortal code? Yi Feng was a little surprised. This man in the green hat actually wanted to refine the star refining immortal code. It happened that he had this stuff himself, so he didn't need to bother Zi Lian. Zi Lian was a little surprised. She glanced at Yi Feng. Not long ago, Elder Fuyue's deeds in the star refining pagoda completely broke her heart. If Yi Feng really needs the purple lightning immortal writing now, she would not mind handing over the star refining immortal manual to this green hat man. I have the star refining immortal code. Although the quality of this cultivation method is not high, it can refine the power of stars into star refining crystals, and increase the upper limit and cultivation base of cultivation. Yi Feng said lightly, you want to exchange my immortal wood glyph with the immortal glyph of wood and the immortal code of alchemy for me, isn't it too optimistic? Hearing this, the man in the green hat couldn't help laughing. You're right, this exchange is inappropriate, but I promise you, if I meet you in the second round, it will be fine if I don't do anything to you. How about this condition? There was incomparable confidence in his words, as if he did not attack Yi Feng in the second round, Yi Feng was greatly favored. When Yi Feng heard the confident words of the man in the green hat, he couldn't help the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. It seems that you are quite confident in yourself, but this condition, can I change it? I don't need you not to do anything to me, I just need you to see me. When you are a person in Xianyao City and Shaoyao Mountain, you can hold your hands high and you will be fine. It's a deal, but if someone is determined to prevent me from stepping into the third round, I will not show mercy. The man in the green hat said lightly. That's natural, deal. Yi Feng smiled lightly. He could tell that the man in the green hat had just stepped into the realm of immortality, but his strength was definitely not weak, even compared to Qingxin. This is what Yi Feng saw at a glance. Everyone knows that any monk will have a hidden trump card, which is definitely stronger than it appears on the surface. Although this green hat man was not outstanding in the first round, in Yi Feng's eyes, his strength is beyond doubt. Soon, Yi Feng traced the complete star training map recorded in the crystal ball building in the bloodstone space into a jade slip, and handed it to the green hat along with the wood fairy text man. The man in the green hat also handed the Zidian xuanhuan to Yi Feng, and after a chuckle, he turned and left. Seeing this, Zi Lian's face was full of doubts. Yi Feng actually possessed the cultivation star chart of the star refining immortal code? However, she didn't ask anything. In Shangqingshan, some sects' cultivation methods cannot be completely kept secret, but after all, they are the cultivation methods of big sections. After they are obtained, it is impossible to spread them at will, and most of them will be used exchange. It is not impossible for Yi Feng to have a complete set of training star maps in the star refining immortal code. Purple electric immortal glyph has a much greater effect on me than would immortal glyph. After all, my young god absorbed the power of purple Dian immortal glyph and was promoted to the sky level. If he absorbs the power of purple Dian immortal glyph, the sword of God will carry stronger purple power. Yi Feng thought in his heart, glanced around, smiled and said to the 7 people behind him, I'm almost done, you guys also look around to see if there is anything that can be exchanged. The people behind him didn't care, There was nothing special about Yifeng's exchange, it was just that Yifeng asked the man in the green hat to take care of them in the second round. Everyone felt that it was unreliable. Because, like Yifeng, they didn't feel any powerful aura from the man in the green hat. Is this Yifeng a fool? Although the value of the Immortal wood glyph is not high, but with a set of star refining Immortal manual for cultivation star map, the value is definitely much higher than the purple Dian Immortal glyph. Hey, if they are willing to exchange, can you control it? But the man in the green hat doesn't know what sect he is from, and he doesn't look very good. Why does Yifeng want him to help? The man with the green hat seems to be in the realm of immortality, but it seems that in the first round, he only grabbed more than 90 drops of Wuya spring water, and his strength is really not good. This Yifeng is mistaken. A group of people discussed and pointed towards Yifeng. After all, although there are many cultivators in the xuanhuan trading place, there are only a few who can actually make a deal, because the value of each kind of xuanhuan is different. The principle of exchange is naturally an exchange of equivalent value. If the equivalent value cannot be achieved, then the transaction will be difficult to close. Of course, Yifeng doesn't care about the comments of the people around him. In fact, it's their commentators who miss him. The man in the green hat has an aura that even Yifeng is a little afraid of. The power of the upper heaven level. That kind of power is almost invincible among young people in the same realm of the Qing dynasty. At this time, the beautiful woman xuanhuan, who was traveling with Yifeng, walked towards another booth. On that booth, there was a frost immortal glyph, which matched xuanhuan's young god very well. How do I exchange this frost immortal manuscript? Xuanhuan's voice was clear and attractive, but it was full of coldness. If ordinary people heard it, they would probably shudder uncontrollably. The stall owner was a young monk in a white robe, who could be seen as someone from Wielder, with a haughty expression and frivolous eyes. He raised his head to look at xuanhuan, and said calmly, "You are from Fairy Demon City, right? You can take this frost immortal manuscript. I only want one condition." What conditions? Xuanhuan raised her eyebrows and asked. You go back with me, and you will be happy with me during these 3 days, how about it? The young man in white robe showed an evil smile, and looked up and down Xuanhuan. It can be seen that he is very interested in this woman Xuanhuan. When Xuanhuan heard this, her expression turned even colder. She wanted to exchange the Frost Immortal mantra, but she didn't expect that the other party would be so shameless and put forward such shameless conditions. Shut up, Ruoyan is someone like you who can tease me. An angry shout came from behind Xuanhuan. It was Feng Quan who was arrogant and unrestrained. The 4 masters of the Fengshuan Yushua Demon Slashing Hall have always been in the same spirit. Xuanhuan was bullied. Of course he couldn't hold back with Feng Quan's character. What are you? You dare to yell in front of me? The young man in the white robe of Wuya Valley glanced at Feng Quan, and said with extreme disdain in his eyes, I'm going to make a deal with this woman. Even if you don't agree now, you won't be able to escape after the Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament is over. Saying this is undoubtedly slapping Xianyao City in the face, and it also means that this young man in white robe doesn't take Xianyao City seriously at all. Although he also heard that Yifeng beheaded Gue Qiansheng in the first round, but it was a surprise attack. If it was a sudden attack, he himself would have the power to fight Gue Qiansheng. Killing a ghost Qiansheng is nothing, compared to their Wuyagu, it is far behind. If they want to kill Gue Qiansheng, they only need 1 finger for Wuyagu's Duan Wuya. Are you serious when you say this? At this moment, Yifeng's voice came over, and he stood in front of Xuanhuan, looked at the white-robed youth, and said, You are so arrogant, but we still don't know your name? What is your identity? Dare to ask my name? The young man in white robe said arrogantly. It turns out that a nameless rat who doesn't even dare to say his name dares to speak nonsense here. Could it be that Wuyagu is such a ridiculous villain? Yifeng chuckled lightly and said disdainfully. These words made the young man in white robe furious. Do you have the guts to say it again? Unknown rat, as a cultivator in the realm of becoming an immortal, your ears are so bad? You didn't hear clearly what I said, and you want me to say it again? Yi Feng took a step forward, with a sneer. You Wiagu, are you all such ridiculous villains? I will do what you asked. What do you want? Shut up. A stern shout suddenly came down from above, followed by an incomparably terrifying coercion descending from the sky. Everyone in the xuanhuan trading place couldn't help but tremble, and turned their eyes to the sky, only to see a handsome man in white robes flying down with anger from the front. Endless. A new month. Please ask for a monthly pass. Everyone should have a guaranteed monthly pass. Please ask. Duan Wuya. Unexpectedly Duan Wuya came. Read the latest and most complete novel. With that stern shout, everyone around raised their heads, and caught sight of the handsome man in white robes, who was the strongest among Wiagu's monks participating in the martial arts meeting in the eastern region. Even though it is only 12,000 years of cultivation, Duan Wuya's reputation has spread throughout the entire eastern heavenly city. The younger generation of Tianqing in the eastern territory, Duan Wuya, is definitely among the best. When Yi Feng said that all the people in Wuya Valley were forced villains, Duan Wuya finally appeared, and with infinite power, he shocked everyone in the audience. Of course, this does not include Yi Feng. Seeing Duan Wuya's imposing manner enveloping him, Yi Feng couldn't help sneering. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward and said loudly, the people of Wuya Valley only know how to use force to overpower others. The nameless rat in front of me doesn't even have a name. They didn't even dare to report, but they threatened the people of my fairy demon city and disrespected my fairy demon city girls. If we really have the strength, why don't we compete with each other? I'm afraid some people won't be able to say anything nonsense. You. In front of Yi Feng, the white-robed man who wanted xuanhuan to accompany him for 3 days was furious, but Yi Feng in front of him actually called him a nameless rat in front of Duan Wuya? Damn it. This guy is so arrogant in Wuya City, it seems impossible not to teach him a lesson. What are you? What, do you have the guts to come out and fight me? Yi Feng sneered, and continued to take a step forward, completely suppressing the white-robed man with his aura. You nameless rat, do you think you'll be fine if Duan Wuya is here? Let me tell you, even if Duan Wuya came, today you also have to apologize to Fairy Demon City. Sorry, it's impossible. The white-robed man gritted his teeth and said, he was greatly shocked by Yi Feng's suppressed momentum. Obviously, Duan Wuya's arrival, taking the lead, has completely shrouded the coercion. It stands to reason that a boy with 5,000 years of cultivation should be speechless even if he is not completely intimidated. But now, this Yi Feng was able to resist Duan Wuya's coercion and exude an aura that intimidated him, making his forehead covered with cold sweat. Now he understands that he is not Yi Feng's opponent. Yi Feng's ability to kill Gui Qiansheng is indeed terrifying. It's just that Duan Wuya has arrived. He doesn't believe it. Yi Feng can force him to apologize in front of Duan Wuya. Therefore, even if he thinks he is not as good as Yi Feng, it is impossible to apologize to Yi Feng. Going against Wuyagu will definitely not end well. He thought in his heart, but never thought about it. It wasn't that Yi Feng wanted to fight against Wuyagu, but that he himself was disrespectful to Immortal Demon City first. You are very courageous. Duan Wuya's figure finally descended from the sky and landed in front of the white-robed Wiagu youth, cutting off Yi Feng's aura at once. That Wiagu young man was covered in cold sweat. Just for a moment, he was already completely drenched by Yi Feng's aura. Duan Wuya cut off Yi Feng's aura and immediately made him collapse, unable to utter a word. I'm quite courageous, but how can I compare with your Wuya Valley? Yi Feng sneered. You people of Wuyagu are not only courageous, but also thick-skinned than ordinary people. Shut up. Duan Wuya shouted, staring at Yi Feng with a pair of eyes as sharp as a goshawk, as if he wanted to see through him. You killed Gui Qiansheng. your strength is good, but killing me in the first round of Wu Yaga Zhang Yangkuan, Ma Yi, and Han Tianlang, you are destined to be the enemy of our Wuya Valley. Fighting against Wuya Valley is a dead end. It's a joke. I thought Tang Tang Duanwia would be so tyrannical as a person who might win the championship in the eastern region. Now it seems that he will only use his tongue. Yi Feng smiled lightly. Don't you think it's meaningless to talk about what happened during the martial arts meeting in the Eastern Territory? In the first round, those 3 people wanted to kill me, so I can't kill them? Kill, of course you can, but you have to pay the price for it. Duan Wuya said in a cold voice, a white robe fluttering in the wind, very handsome, fascinated by many Wuya Valley's female cultivators around. Duan Wuya is the strongest young generation of Wuya Valley. He is well known in Tiancheng in the entire eastern region. He is also the direct disciple of the head of Miaodaozi. His status and strength are both top choices. Naturally, he has captured many girls' heart. In this way, it is true that Wiagu can only bully others, and they cannot fight back. This reasoning is really ridiculous. Yi Feng heard Duan Wuya say the word price, and smiled faintly. Since you said that I will pay the price, then I want to see what kind of price I will pay. Duan Wuya, you want to go up personally? What? If you want to fight, I will accompany you anytime. Duan Wuya stared at Yi Feng's eyes, but saw that Yi Feng's eyes were full of confidence and eagerness to try, without any fear or nervousness at all. This made Duan Wuya a little interested in Yi Feng. This kid, who can kill Gui Qiansheng, shows that he has good strength. Now facing him, he doesn't change his face, but is eager to try. It shows that Yi Feng has full confidence in his own strength. It's a pity that sometimes overconfidence can bring you disaster. Duan Wuya was thinking in his heart, then his thin lips curled up slightly, and he glanced at Yi Feng and the people behind him. You guys will soon know what the price is if you fight against Wu Yagu. Yi Feng, since you are asking me if you propose a challenge, then I will let you know that even though you are a genius, you are only an ordinary genius. And I, Duan Wuya, is an opponent that you will never be able to surpass. Today, I will trample you under my feet. Stop talking nonsense, just fight here? Yi Feng looked around, and said with a leisurely smile, didn't you say that martial arts cannot be used in the xuanhuan trading place? Why did you tell Wuya that the elder immortal emperor who was in charge of maintaining order in Wuya Valley disappeared? You can't use force, it's the elders who can't use force against the younger. Duan Wuya said indifferently, same generation rivalry, of course it doesn't count. Hearing Duan Wuya's words, Yi Feng felt it was funny. If it was explained like this, then why bother? Originally, the entire Wuya city prohibited the elders from using force against the younger generation, but now the Xianwen trading place emphasizes that, of course, that is not the meaning. But this is Wuya city. Yi Feng didn't bother to argue with the other party. If the other party wants to fight, then fight. Everything is based on strength. As long as the elders of Wiagu don't make a move, he has nothing to be afraid of. Then this discussion is about to begin. Yi Feng looked at Duan Wuya faintly. He had heard the name of this person quite a while ago, and really wanted to see how strong this guy was. I think so too. Duan Wuya smiled slightly, took a step forward, and started to confront Yi Feng. But at this moment, a beautiful and clear voice came from behind Duan Wuya. Senior brother Duan, since we are competing with brother Yi, why do you have to do it yourself? I can teach you on my behalf. As the sound came out, Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. Looking behind Duan Wuya, he saw a beautiful woman in a long snow-white dress, carrying a longbow shining with stars, walking slowly. Come on, the graceful figure is graceful and clear. This girl is astonishingly Yuan. Yi Feng sent her to the 7th floor of the ancient ruins, and thus became a disciple of Wuya Valley. Unexpectedly, meeting again will be under such circumstances. With a smile on Yuan's pretty face, she glanced at Yi Feng and nodded slightly. Obviously, Yuan didn't want to be an enemy of Yifeng. It appeared at this time, it seemed to ease the conflict between the two sides. Junior sister Yu, why are you here? When Duan Wuya heard Yuan's crisp voice, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He also has a good impression of this junior sister. Yes, on weekdays, Yuan seldom appears in front of others, and has always practiced silently. Even Duan Wuya can't see her casually, as if she is against Duan Wuya. Not interested. One must know that Duan Wuya, as the most powerful and talented handsome man among the young generation of Wuya Valley, has countless beauties who want to pester him, but Yuan doesn't like him at all. It made him quite puzzled. Now, Yuan appeared, but it didn't seem to be because of Duan Wuya, but because of Yifeng. This made Duan Wuya more hostile towards Yifeng. The first round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Tournament is over. I went out for a walk and met Brother Yi unexpectedly. Speaking of which, Brother Yi and I have known each other for a long time. Yuan didn't even take a look at Wu Ye, she just looked at Yifeng with a smile and walked slowly. We've known each other for a long time. Yifeng squinted his eyes. He was a little confused about what Yuan meant now. After all, he and Yuan were only in a cooperative relationship at the time, but now, it has been a long time since Yuan came to Shangqing Miagu, and no one else knows what Yuan has experienced during this period of time. Yifeng, shall we walk alone? Yuan came to Yifeng and said with a smile. Before that, I really wanted to fight Duan Wuya. Yifeng also had a smile on his face. Believe me, this is not a good time to fight. Yuan smiled, then slightly raised her hand, and unexpectedly grabbed Yifeng's arm. Let's go first. Her movements were soft, but extremely natural, and everyone around her was stunned. Yuan actually took Yifeng's arm? The two of them said that they have known each other for a long time, so what is the relationship between them? It's terrible, this Yifeng. It seems that there is still too much mystery about him. Even the most talented female disciple of Wuya Valley's younger generation seems to have gotten his hands on it. I just don't know if this is the case. Why did Yifeng insult Wiagu not long ago? When Duan Wuya saw this scene, his face was the most livid. He never thought that after Yuan came over, he would directly take Yifeng's arm, like a close couple. How can this be? How to allow it? Yuan came from the lower realm, but his cultivation talent is no less than that of some geniuses from the upper realm. After only a few years, under the rapid training of Wuya Valley, he has already been able to step into the top 10 strength of the Eastern Territory Huiwu. It can be seen that she is very talented. Normally, Yuan only practiced with Miadaozi and rarely showed up. In the whole Wuya Valley, Duan Wuya could only see him a few more times. Not long ago, Yuan went out to practice with some Wiagu disciples, and because he killed a tyrannical monster, his reputation spread, and at the same time, countless Wiagu disciples regarded Yuan as the lover of their dreams. But now, their dreams are shattered, and they saw with their own eyes that the lover of their dreams, who actually held another man's arm, was a boy with 5,000 years of cultivation who had just insulted Wu Yagu. In this scene, even Yifeng was stunned, caught off guard, and was directly dragged away by Yuan. As for the other 7 people from the fairy demon city who followed Yifeng, they were all stunned. This Yifeng is really strong, to know such a powerful beauty in Wuya Valley. It can be seen that Duan Wuya seems to have a little interest in this beautiful woman Yuelong, but now, Yifeng was left by that beautiful woman. Brilliant. This kid spread like a whirlwind. No matter who heard it, they would be shocked on the spot, thinking they heard it wrong. The genius of Wuya Valley, Yu Liang, left the fairy text exchange together with Yifeng from Immortal Demon City on his arm, and left Duan Wuya aside? It's incredible. At this time, Yifeng was already held by Yuan's arms, and they went to a luxurious restaurant together. This restaurant has a total of 9 floors. The higher the floor, the higher the cultivation level is required to be eligible to step in, but with Yuan pulling, naturally no one will block it. This is also what Yuan thought of as a quieter place to talk. Yifeng, sit down, I heard about you a long time ago, but I just came to see you now, you won't blame me, will you? Entering a luxurious private room on the 9th floor of the restaurant, Yuan sat quietly, and finally let go of Yifeng's arm. You startled me. Yifeng smiled wryly, and casually sat down on the seat. How are you doing these days? I heard that your strength has improved a lot. Wu Gu put a lot of effort into my training, Zi is my master. Yuan said casually, which basically showed her current situation. As they all came from the lower sky, Yifeng felt that he and Yuan were indeed more intimate, but they were not close enough to hold arms. Yifeng had no choice but to think that it was Yuan's method to lead him away from Duanwuya. The two sat down, and soon the waiter from the restaurant brought 2 small glasses of wine. Yifeng was a little surprised, this restaurant served only these 2 small glasses? Yifeng was somewhat puzzled, could there be some mystery in these 2 small glasses of wine? Yuan, what is this wine? Yifeng asked Yuan directly, with a puzzled look on his face. This restaurant is called Tianxiang Restaurant. This wine is called Tianxiang Perfume. Although the name is water, it is stronger than any other wine. The most important thing is that this wine is added with the essence of the law of the void, which can help monks understand more deeply. Levels of void power. There was a smile on Yuan's face. Of course, the effect is only the best when you drink it for the first time. The heavenly perfume that can help people comprehend the power of the void. Yifeng couldn't help but change his face when he heard it. He didn't expect that such a small glass of wine would contain the essence of the law of the void. It was really unusual. Right now, Yifeng needs to comprehend the power of the void, so if he has this opportunity, he will naturally not waste it. Yuan, this small glass of wine must be quite expensive, right? Yifeng couldn't help asking. I've never drank it before, let's have a drink each and see the effect, how about it? Yuan looked down at the small glass of transparent sky perfume with a pretty face. A blush appeared on her face. Just as the two were in Tianxiang Restaurant, about to drink the 2 small glasses of wine, Duanwuya outside finally found out about the 2 of them. What? They went to Tianxiang Restaurant and ordered 2 glasses of Tianxiang? Duanwuya turned pale with shock, immediately got up and ran towards Tianxiang Restaurant. Thanks to the readers of the main station, Huang197401006 for the 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to the main station reader Tip Denny's for the 1 monthly ticket. Regarding the value of Tian perfume, Yuan avoided talking about it, but as her current disciple of Zi, it should not be difficult to get these 2 small cups of Tian perfume. Thinking of this, Yifeng didn't hesitate. Seeing Yuan drank the small cup of heavenly perfume, he held the small wine glass and drank it down in one gulp. Yifeng felt a burst of void power emerge from his body after taking Tianxiang perfume, and then it was gradually absorbed by the core of his dantian. The power of the void that emerged from Tian Xiangxiang became stronger and stronger, and soon, Yifeng knew that it was time to enter the state of cultivation. He concentrated all his thoughts and began to comprehend the power of the void emerging from his body. After a while, he seemed to have established a connection with the power of the void in the surrounding space. Epiphany, another epiphany state. Yu Liang, who was facing Yifeng, showed surprise. Unexpectedly, Yifeng really entered the state of epiphany. It seems that his cultivation talent is indeed very astonishing. The effect of heavenly perfume is not only to make it easier for people to comprehend the power of the void, but also to increase the chances of cultivators entering enlightenment practice. Of course, this epiphany state is only useful for the first cup of heavenly perfume. If you drink more, will have no effect. Even so, it is not so easy to enter the epiphany state. Throughout the ages, there are not many monks who can enter the state of epiphany with the help of heavenly perfume, and they can be counted on one hand. A person worthy of the title. For example, there once appeared in Tianqing of the Eastern region an emperor of the Eastern region who ruled the entire Tianqing of the Eastern region. Even the few heaven-defying immortal emperors at that time were willing to be under his command. For another example, there was a young talent in Sanctuary Tianzhou who once came here, and he had an epiphany after drinking celestial perfume. Hundreds of years later, that young genius had stepped into the realm of immortal emperor in Sanctuary Tianzhou, becoming the most famous person in the history of Sanctuary Tianzhou. The youngest immortal emperor ever. Yu Yuan's eyes were full of splendor, so the Yi Feng in front of him must be a character of that level, but he has not risen yet. After a long time, Yu Yuan smiled slightly and shook her head. No matter what Yi Feng's achievements in the future, anyway, she was determined to stand by Yi Feng's side. Without Yi Feng, she would not have everything she is now. Although Wielder has been kind to her, but after all, it was Yi Feng who was kind to her first. Now, everyone knows the conflict between Wielder and Yi Feng. Although Yu Yuan is a soft-spoken person, she can also help Yi Feng in the martial arts competition in the Eastern region. Soon, the power of the void began to emerge in Yu Yuan's body, so without thinking about it, she immediately seized this rare opportunity and began to comprehend the power of the void. Outside one of the luxurious private rooms on the top floor of Tianxiang restaurant, Duan Wuya, who came in a hurry, was stopped by the restaurant waiter. "Don't you know who I am?" Duan Wuya shouted sharply, "Hurry up and get out of the way." Duan Wuya, Daozi's first direct disciple, "I know your identity." The waiter in the restaurant was indifferent, and didn't take Duan Wuya seriously at all. However, Tianxiang restaurant has the rules of Tianxiang restaurant, especially on the top floor. Anyone who drinks Tianxiang in it, outsiders can't disturb. You should know the rules. Even though a mere restaurant waiter dared to talk to Duan Wuya like this, Tianxiang restaurant has a lot of background. Although Duan Wuya is the first direct disciple of Daozi, Tianxiang restaurant will naturally not go to Duan Wuya for Duan Wuya. Break the rules. Moreover, this restaurant waiter is not weak. He can guard outside the loft on the highest floor. This restaurant waiter is an existence of high-level fairy king realm. If there was a fight, even Duan Wuya couldn't be the opponent of this restaurant waiter. Good. Duan Wuya said 3 good words in succession, with a gloomy expression on his face. Of course he wouldn't dare to force him to break in. The owner of Tianxiang restaurant is Tianxiang Fairy, one of the Sijia elders in Wuya Valley. Among the 4 elders of Wuya Valley, Fairy Tianxiang has the most special status, because she is the daughter of the former head of Wuya Valley. After taking office as the head of Wuya Valley and passing the headship to Daozi, he originally wanted Daozi to marry Fairy Tianxiang, but it's a pity that Fairy Tianxiang didn't want to, so the matter had to be left alone. Even if Daozi came in person, it was impossible to break the rules of Tianxiang restaurant. If Daozi forced his way, Fairy Tianxiang would naturally come forward. Not to mention that there is no boundary in the area. However, Duan Wuya didn't leave just like that, but waited outside the luxury private room with a cold face. Once Yi Feng and Yu Yuan came out, he would know immediately. He has experienced the efficacy of heavenly perfume. Not only can it help people improve their understanding of the power of the void, but it also contains a wonderful fragrance. This fragrance is called heavenly fragrance. Even monks in the realm of Immortal Emperor, when they smell the fragrance of heaven, their body will be ready to move. At that time, Duan Wuya drank the fragrance of heaven, but he was with a younger sister in Wuya Valley. That time, Duan Wuya spent time with that younger sister. Good night, so happy. But now, Yu Yuan and Yi Feng are drinking Tian perfume together inside. This is an unacceptable fact for Duan Wuya. The rule of Tianxiang restaurant is that only people who love each other can drink Tianxiang, because after drinking Tianxiang, such things will happen naturally. This is the reason why Yu Long never came to Tianxiang restaurant to drink Tianxiang perfume, but now that she saw Yi Feng, she brought him directly. In the luxurious private room. The entire room has long been separated by the formation of Tianxiang Ferry, and it is impossible for people outside to detect what the people in the room are doing anyway. Yifeng drank the heavenly perfume, and soon felt the power of the void emerge, and then entered a state of epiphany. In the state of epiphany, the monk's comprehension speed of power is several times or even dozens of times faster than usual, more than 100 times. This is not the first time for Yifeng to enter the state of epiphany. Soon, he has no other distractions, forgets everything else, and concentrates on comprehending the power of the void. Originally, his power of the void had already comprehended the second level, and there was a tendency to move towards the third level. At this time, he stepped into the state of epiphany, felt the power of the void that emerged after drinking the heavenly perfume, and suddenly made the power of the void successfully step into the third level. And the momentum of improvement is not over yet. Yifeng's comprehension of the power of the void has increased rapidly at this moment. Starting from the third level, he is moving towards the fourth level at an unimaginable speed. Yuan, who was in front of him, also began to comprehend the power of the void, but she didn't enter the epiphany, which is a pity. She felt the emergence of the power of the void in her body, while absorbing and comprehending the power of the void. She blushed and looked forward to something. Of course she understood the effect of the heavenly perfume, but she still pulled Yifeng over without hesitation. In fact, when she was in the lower realm, she gave Yifeng all the bracelets left by her mother. At that time, she had already faintly made such a decision in her heart. And now, finally meet Yifeng again. In epiphany, I don't know the sun and the moon. In a trance, Yifeng woke up from his sleep, recalling everything he experienced just now, as if he was in a dream, but the warm and fragrant soft jade in his arms told him that it was not a dream, but reality. Yifeng began to comprehend the power of the void from the moment he stepped into the epiphany, and after breaking through the third level, he directly broke through to the fourth level of the power of the void, and the effectiveness of the fragrance of heaven began to weaken. And at that moment, Yifeng felt a familiar desire rising from his lower abdomen, and this desire was stronger than usual, so strong that it was unstoppable. There were only him and Yu Liang in the room, and Yu Liang's complexion was ruddy and her eyes were shy. It was exactly that desire. Almost logically, the two fell into a dream, until they woke up, 2 days and 2 nights after entering Tianxiang restaurant. You didn't tell me that Tian perfume has such an effect. Yifeng put his arms around the beautiful woman in his arms, and said with a wry smile. If it wasn't for the strong effect of Tian perfume, he should be able to restrain that desire, but now the done thing is done, it is useless to say anything. If I had told you in advance, would you still accompany me to drink the next day's perfume? Yuan giggled, kissed his ear with her small mouth, and then said softly, Tianxiang perfume, only men and women who love each other can drink it. This is the rule of Tianxiang restaurant. I want to learn more about the power of the void, and return to the room as soon as possible. Let's take a look at home. Instead of just looking for a man who doesn't know the details, it's better to find you, it's more reliable. All right. Yifeng shook his head and smiled, but since that's the case, you are my Yifeng's woman. In this life, I will definitely live up to you. He was quite emotional in his heart. Before he came to Shang Qingshan, he was arrested by Yuelong's father Xingyue Emperor and Xia Qingshan, and forced him to make a marriage contract. He thought it was just a farce, but he didn't expect it to happen come true. Yifeng, you don't have to be like this. When Yuan heard Yifeng said that she would be responsible, she immediately smiled gracefully. I know you still have many loved ones in the lower realm. If you can't accept me, I won't force you. What nonsense are you talking about? Yifeng hugged the beautiful woman's delicate body tightly, and said lovingly, you are my woman now, and you will be my woman in the future, forever. Moreover, when you were away, your father had already sent me to Yuelyang, the world, made a marriage contract with you. Speaking of this, Yifeng took out the bracelet that had been kept in the space of the blood stone. It was the one given to him by Yuan when he was in the lower realm. have you made a marriage contract? Yu Yuan was stunned for a moment. Her father actually did such a thing? Really unexpected. Yes, it's already like this. You still don't admit that you are my woman? Yi Feng was smiling. Yu Yuan pursed her lips lightly, with a sweet smile on her delicate and pretty face. She didn't say anything else. Originally, she thought that Yi Feng would leave in a hurry after waking up, but she didn't expect Yi Feng to stay and accept her. It was undoubtedly the best news for her at the moment. The two had a sweet moment in the room, and soon Yi Feng remembered that they seemed to have stayed in Tianxiang restaurant for 2 days. The second round of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition is about to start, right? Yi Feng frowned slightly. It seemed that he didn't have time to talk about love here. He still had to rush to participate in the martial arts meeting in the Eastern region. Well, it's about to start in another hour, and the effect of Tian perfume just happens to last for 2 days. Yu Yuan nodded lightly, then got up and tidied up the messy white dress all over her body. Inadvertently, there is a little bit of snow-white color in the room, which is extremely attractive. Seeing her gentle movements, Yi Feng couldn't help but think of the crazy scene when he hugged her not long ago. He couldn't help feeling hot in his heart, but he immediately suppressed that desire. Without the effect of Tian perfume, his self-control is still relatively strong, but what makes him strange is that when Tian perfume took effect, the dragon heart in his body did not stop it, and he seemed to know that it was nothing to him harm. Otherwise, the effect of Tian perfume should not affect Yi Feng. After the two finished dressing, they prepared to leave Tianxiang restaurant. But as soon as the door of the room was opened, he saw a handsome young man with a familiar gloomy face standing at the door. He raised his head and glanced at the two of them, then his face became even more gloomy. It was Duan Wuya, who had been waiting until now. Yu Yuan, Yi Feng, you guys make me angry. Duan Wuya's face was gloomy, and there was a murderous look in his tone. If he could do it now, he would definitely violently kill Yi Feng countless times. Of course, what he doesn't know is that Yi Feng already possesses the strength to compete with him. If he fights one-on-one, he may not be Yi Feng's opponent. Even if he wants to win, he won't win as easily as he imagined. Ignore him, let's go. Yu Yuan smiled faintly, took Yi Feng's arm again, turned a blind eye to Duan Wuya, and left Tianxiang restaurant directly. Both of them have made a breakthrough in the power of the void, and Yi Feng has comprehended the power of the void to the 4th level. As soon as he left the Tianxiang restaurant, he directly condensed the power of the void. Regions go across. However, before taking a few steps, Duan Wuya's figure in white robe appeared in front of the two of them again, firmly stopping them. Duan Wuya, as the first direct disciple under the head of Wuya Valley, has already comprehended the power of the void to the 6th level. Catching up with Yi Feng and Yu Yuan is as easy as pie. You guys, don't even think about going anywhere. Duan Wuya stopped the two of them, turned his back to them, his handsome figure fluttered in the wind. Yi Feng, as a man, do you dare to accept my challenge? The second round of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition is about to begin. Yu Yuan said lightly, if you want to challenge, there are plenty of opportunities in the martial arts competition in the Eastern region. Men talk, women don't interrupt. Duan Wuya said in a cold voice, then Hua turned around, stretched out his hand and pointed at Yi Feng, fight or not. Duan Wuya's graceful figure stopped the two of them. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many people around him. When they found out that the conflict was between Yi Feng and Duan Wuya, who had had a conflict 2 days ago, immediately I became interested. What's more, now, Yi Feng and Yu Yuan seem to be close, which is even more eye-catching, even if they don't want to attract people's attention. And this is Duan Wuya's purpose, he wants to make Yi Feng lose face in public. No. Yu Yuan felt that Yi Feng seemed to want to fight, so she couldn't help but tugged at his arm, and stopped him softly. Trust me, nothing will happen. Yi Feng smiled and said softly. Then, he took a step forward, raised his head to face Duan Wuya, squinted his eyes slightly, and said with a chuckle, I kind of know why Yuan didn't choose you, so in your heart, women don't even have the right to speak, a woman is just a tool for you, isn't it? Thanks to the readers of the main site, happy people are too lazy, Suzuki-jan's monthly ticket. Thank you to all those who voted for the monthly ticket. Hearing Yifeng's question, Duan Wuya snorted lightly, so what, isn't this the truth? Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes, but now, shouldn't you be concerned about your own destiny? I challenge you, whether you will fight, or run away without fighting, and become a coward, it's up to you. He had always wanted to have something to do with this pretty little junior sister Yuan, but he didn't expect Yifeng to take the lead. Now, he is going to humiliate Yifeng with tyrannical strength in front of Yuan. New and old grudges, Duan Wuya can't wait any longer. He wants to prove in public that Yifeng is his defeated opponent, Yu Liang's choice is wrong, and more importantly, he has to prove that everything is against Wu Yaga. The local chicken tile dog will eventually collapse. He looked down at Yifeng, thinking that this battle should have started 2 days ago, but at that time, Yu Yuan took Yifeng away, and even had such a relationship with him. However, everything doesn't matter now, he will prove everything with victory. If Yifeng is timid and dare not fight, then it will be even better, it will humiliate Yifeng even more. Somewhat beyond his expectation, when Yifeng heard his words, he didn't show any timidity at all, but stepped forward directly, looking at him with a calm expression. Duan Wuya, I will fight, I only hope that you will not instead run away like a coward. If you are a man, you should fight to the death, a fight will determine life and death. As soon as these words came out, everyone around was taken aback, even Yu Yuan was taken aback. A battle determines life and death, a battle of life and death. Yifeng, to have such strong self-confidence, is he stupid, or does he really have such strength? You must know that what he is facing now is Duan Wuya, the #1 person of the younger generation in Wiagu. Duan Wuya's strength is obvious to all, even if he is facing a monk of Gui Qiansheng's level, he doesn't need to move a foot to kill him. As for Yifeng, although he unexpectedly killed Gui Qiansheng with a cultivation base of 5,000 years, he still pursued and killed him so far after a surprise attack at that time. It stands to reason that Yifeng is really impossible to be Duan Wuya's opponent. To be able to kill Gui Qiansheng with 5,000 years of cultivation is almost the limit. As for Duan Wuya, there is basically no possibility of victory. But now Yifeng said so confidently that a battle will determine life and death, and it is impossible to say that he is stupid if he wants to fight Duan Wuya to the death. Could it be that Yifeng is hiding his strength? Ignoring what other people thought, Duan Wuya couldn't help but sneered when he heard Yifeng say that there was going to be a life and death battle, and the corner of his mouth curled up. A life and death battle, then a life and death battle, I wish for it. Among peers, if there is an agreement to fight, no one can stop it. Even if Lian from Xianyao City comes forward, it is not convenient to stop it. Even if it can be stopped, it will have an impact on Yifeng's cultivation heart, which is of no benefit. The matter has come to this point, the two sides can only fight to the death. You do it first, I will give you 3 moves. Facing Yifeng, Duan Wuya jokingly said, standing with his hands behind his back. He seemed full of confidence. This was his absolute confidence in his own strength. Against Yifeng, who had a mere 5,000 years of cultivation, he would never be able to lose. Give me 3 tricks? It's up to you. Anyway, this game is just a warm-up before the game. Yifeng chuckled lightly, and without being polite to Duan Wuya, he directly took out the Sunluo sword. Although Yifeng said that he was very confident, in fact, he was naturally very vigilant towards Duan Wuya, knowing that this was probably the strongest monk of his generation he had encountered since he started practicing. Facing such an opponent, Yifeng would never imagine killing others in one blow like before. Duan Wuya is the first direct disciple of Mia Daozi, very famous, and his strength is naturally extraordinary. Although Yifeng has many means to control power, but after all his cultivation level is low, compared with Duan Wuya, his disadvantage is very obvious. Since you gave me 3 moves, I will let you try the sword first. With a faint smile, Yifeng swung the Sunluo sword, and immediately a broken sword energy derived from the dragon sword art swept towards Duanwuya. This sword energy contained the power of real fire and the second level of the sun. The power, combined with the spooky aura of the Sunluo sword, is like a ghostly fire, which is frightening. Such a sword energy is not even qualified to test me. Duanwuya snorted coldly, and casually condensed a real energy barrier, without even using any power or fairy art, but just using his own real energy to defend at will. This is his absolute confidence in himself. However, right after that, he saw Yifeng's sword qi, which was like ghost fire, eroding his true qi barrier, and at that moment, Duanwuya's face turned ashen. His confident defense was casually broken by Yifeng's equally casual sword. Although he knew that Yifeng's strength was not weak, but he felt that compared with him, there must be a big gap, and casual defense should be enough, but he didn't expect Yifeng's will-o'-the-wisp sword energy to be so tyrannical. Breaking sword technique, breaking the true energy barrier and other defensive methods. If you can block the breaking sword technique with a simple wave, wouldn't the dragon sword technique be in vain? Yifeng thought in his heart, kept his face on the surface, and continued to gather his sword towards Duanwuya, and swung it out. With this sword, he used the entangling sword technique, endowed with the power of the ancient demon dragon, and the aura of desolation and death spread throughout the audience, shocking the already surprised people around him again. The power that Yifeng comprehended was so terrifying. If they also had 10,000 years of cultivation, they would definitely not be able to resist this sword. Duanwuya suffered a loss once, but this time he didn't take it too seriously. The white robe fluttered around his body, and a gust of wind swept out, forming a wind barrier in front of him. This is the power of the wind that he has comprehended. Although this power is not a high-grade power in Shangqingshan, he has already comprehended the power of the wind to the 8th level, and when he displays it at this time, it is naturally extraordinary. The ancient demon dragon, Ning. Yifeng saw that Duanwuya was getting serious, so he didn't care too much, and passed on his spiritual thoughts, gathering the power of the ancient monster dragon contained in the sword-wrapping technique. Gradually, a phantom of a desolate ancient demon dragon emerged on top of that barren and dead white sword aura, desolate, dead, and the terrifying aura spread, shocking all directions. Even Duanwuya was momentarily overwhelmed by the aura of the desolate ancient demon dragon, but he quickly reacted and mobilized the force of the strong wind to resist this sword energy. There was a loud bang, the forces of the two sides finally collided again, and this time, Duanwuya became serious, but Yifeng did not succeed. The forces of both sides exploded tyrannically, and even the void in the field was shaken. Yuan, who was closer, was forced back a few steps by this shock of force, then raised her pretty face, and looked towards the field with some worry. She didn't find Yifeng's figure, but suddenly, a figure appeared behind Duanwuya. The Emperor Peng spreads his wings. Yifeng combined black magic with fairy magic, cast the 4th level of void power, and instantly came behind Duanwuya, and was about to launch a surprise attack. Ahead, the clash of power between the two exploded, shaking the void. Just when everyone was not paying attention, Yifeng's figure had quietly arrived behind Duanwuya. Since you asked me to do 3 tricks, if I don't take this opportunity to create an advantage, wouldn't it be a disappointment to your kindness? Yifeng thought in his heart. What he held in his hand was no longer Sunluo Jian, but the 9-color Dao fruit sword with 9-color rays of light flashing. The sword of 9 colors Dao fruit is the sword that Yifeng condensed with his own Dao fruit. After the sword is completed, this is the first time to show it in front of others, and the power of this sword, even Yifeng himself has not tested it. Return to 018 swords, forbidden technique, 7th sword. As soon as Yifeng made a move, he directly sacrificed the forbidden technique, and the 9-color Dao fruit sword condensed terrifying power, condensed into a terrifying sword light, and made a surprise attack behind Duanwuya. At this moment, a tyrannical aura suddenly broke out, attracting the attention of everyone around him. Duan Wuya felt the strong aura erupting from behind him. He was startled. He didn't even have time to turn around. He could only chant the sword formula quickly. One after another the sword energy barriers condensed behind him, spread out like a wall of ice crystals, and soon it forms an unbreakable barrier. Duan Wuya's strength can be said to be not weak. Such a quick reaction ability, if replaced by other people with the same cultivation level, there must be very few people who can do it. But even so, it is impossible for Yifeng's sword to return without success easily. Guiling 18 swords are divided into Jiajujian and Yijiujian. Both of them are forbidden swordsmanship, starting from the 7th sword. Any fairy art, once it reaches the forbidden level, its power is completely different from ordinary fairy art. The sword strikes the sky, and the power of the ancient monster dragon roars. Seeing Duan Wuya condense a barrier of sword energy so quickly, Yifeng thought, and suddenly a burst of strange power surged out of his body. Witchcraft, totemization. When facing Duan Wuya, Yifeng finally stopped being stingy with the means he had, and directly used the totemization magic technique, making the power of the ancient demon dragon on the 7th sword of the forbidden technique instantly turn into a totem, and its power increased sharply hundreds of times. Duan Wuya, who was not too nervous at first, exclaimed, "What kind of fairy art is this, which can suddenly increase the power of sword energy by hundreds of times?" The aura of desolation and death seemed to become real all of a sudden, and it condensed into a totem in midair, and the vast white brilliance instantly covered the sky. One sword seems to destroy everything. The barrier of sword energy condensed by Duan Wuya was shattered layer by the power of the totemized ancient demon dragon, while the forbidden technique, the sword energy of the 7th sword, swept towards Duan Wuya without hesitation. "Stop it!" Duan Wuya yelled instantly. At this critical moment, as the first direct disciple of Miadaozi, as the most powerful person of Wuya Valley's younger generation, he finally showed his due strength. At this moment, he did his best. Originally, he thought that Yifeng was not worthy of his sword, but now, his sword was finally out of its sheath. The super god-level magic weapon, Wuya sword, saw a bluish-white sword light flashing across the sky one after another, attached to the extremely powerful power of fairy light, and finally barely resisted Yifeng's terrifying sword. The power of fairy light is the power of light. Only monks who have stepped into the realm of becoming a fairy can comprehend and master this kind of power. Duan Wuya has only comprehended the 3rd level of power, but it is one of the strongest powers he has mastered now. The power of light is the fastest, so now he turns around with a sword, condensing the power of fairy light, trying to resist Yifeng's 7th sword to destroy the sword energy at the fastest speed. However, his hasty sword still couldn't completely resist the power of Yifeng's sword. "Break it for me, ancient demon dragon totem." With a thought in Yifeng's mind, the power of his whole body surged up. In an instant, he saw a totem depicting a terrifying ancient demon dragon condensed in the void, and all his power was blessed on Yifeng's sword. The desolate ancient demon dragon in this totem has 3 heads, each of which is hideous and terrifying, and the whole body exudes a desolate and deadly atmosphere. Ordinary people are afraid that they will be completely shocked and unable to move just by taking a look at it. The sword light was sharp. Yifeng's sword was so powerful, no one would have thought that he could unleash such a terrifying sword. Swish! The sword light flickered past. The green and white sword light condensed by Duan Wuya's immortal light trembled and shattered, and then the sword light passed close to him, and the sharp air of the sword light swept across his cheek, and a deep blood stain suddenly appeared. Under Yifeng's sword, Duan Wuya was injured, and the injury was serious. The power of the totemized ancient demon dragon seemed to be a revived ancient demon dragon, invading from the wound on Duan Wuya's cheek, and wreaking havoc within his body in an instant. Wow! Duan Wuya couldn't help but spat out a mouthful of blood, and then the core of the pill was fully activated, and with the super god-level magic weapon in his hand, the Wuya sword, he managed to temporarily suppress the power of the ancient monster dragon in his body. In this duel of swords, Yifeng won completely, but Duan Wuya was injured. Moreover, he was seriously injured. The surrounding people have long lost any sound. Originally, the people around thought that Yifeng would be defeated. Even Yu Yuan didn't think that Yifeng could defeat Duan Wuya, but at this moment, they finally understood why Yifeng dared to challenge Duan Wuya in a life-and-death battle. There were many young monks around who came to participate in the martial arts meeting in the eastern region. When they saw it at this moment, they immediately knew that their strength was too far behind the two people in the field, and they were not a match for each other at all. There are also many elders, although their cultivation has already reached the realm of high-level immortality, or even fairy king, but seeing this battle between Yifeng and Duan Wuya, they were also shocked and speechless. The means Yifeng mastered were really shocking. Whether it was the amazing sword or the sorcery that turned power into a totem, they had never heard of it before. That sword was fine. Some knowledgeable people recognized it as a forbidden technique in Guiling 18 swords from Guiling sword sect. But no one knows what the totemization magic is, only know that when Yifeng casts this magic, his power instantly increases 100 times, breaking Duan Wuya's defense all at once. I admit, I underestimated you. Duan Wuya's face was gloomy. He never expected that Yifeng's 3 moves would actually cause Yifeng to hurt him, and the injury was so serious. Soon it will be the second round of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition. If he participates in his current state and meets a terrifying opponent at the level of the Emperor of Death or the Natural Disaster, it will never be a good thing. Although you only have 5,000 years of cultivation, you are indeed enough to be my opponent. While speaking, Duan Wuya closed his eyes, adjusted his breath secretly, and said at the same time, however, I will use all my strength in the future, and soon you will know that although you are very strong, you are still not my one enemy. Thanks to the readers of the main site, the monthly ticket of Flying to Little Sheep. Yifeng looked at Duan Wuya, without any expression on his face. Hearing that the other party was still talking nonsense, he couldn't help but sneered. You said at the beginning that I was not your opponent, but what happened now? Could it be that the people of Wuya Valley only know how to fight against you? Talking about it won't work. Duan Wuya asked Yifeng to make 3 moves at the beginning. Naturally he felt that Yifeng could not be his opponent. He could finish Yifeng with a wave of his hand, but now the result is that he was injured by Yifeng. Yifeng's words made Duan Wuya angry all of a sudden. He has always been very talented since he stepped into the path of cultivation. He became a direct disciple of Miadaozi in Wuya Valley. Now that Yifeng despises him so much, and even mocked him, it makes him feel ashamed. If I don't kill you here today, what face will I have? Duan Wuya thought in his heart, didn't speak, just stared at Yifeng with cold eyes. The super god-level Wuya sword in his hand glowed coldly with a bluish-white color. Swish. Duan Wuya swung the Wuya sword in his hand, pointing the sword point at Yifeng, but he didn't see any movement. A burst of immortal light enveloped his surroundings, immediately bathing his whole body in the immortal light. The power of fairy light is one of the strongest powers he has comprehended now. Although he was defeated by Yifeng hastily just now, if he goes all out now, he believes that Yifeng cannot be his opponent. There was a fierce light in Duan Wuya's eyes. He knew that if Yifeng had the same 12,000-year cultivation base as him, he would definitely not be Yifeng's opponent. Tao Realm. This will be the best time to kill Yifeng. Yifeng stood quietly, did not act rashly. He looked at Duan Wuya not far away, vigilant in his heart. Although the current Duan Wuya was just injured and looked calm and harmless, Yifeng knew that if he stepped forward now, he would definitely face a sudden and fierce counterattack from Duan Wuya. The 3 moves have been passed, and the next Duan Wuya will no longer only defend but not attack. I don't know what kind of violent attack ability the strongest young generation genius in Wuya Valley possesses. Xuanhuan is destroyed, kill. Suddenly, Duan Wuya waved the Wuya sword in Duan Wuya's hand, and the sword energy in the sky poured towards Yi Feng's place like a torrential rain. A monk with 5,000 years of cultivation might not be able to resist even a ray of sword energy. But now, Yi Feng is facing tens of thousands of immortal light annihilating sword qi. Keeping swordsmanship. Yi Feng was calm and composed, swinging the sword of the 9-color Dao fruit, condensing 9 layers of sword energy barriers of different colors on his side, representing the 9 tyrannical powers fused in his Dao fruit. Clang, clang, the sound of the sword energy intersecting the barrier was endless, and after a while, bang. Yi Feng's outermost red sword energy barrier condensed by the power of real fire was shattered under the sword energy of immortal light destruction, followed by the orange sword energy barrier condensed by the power of orange time, which was also shattered. When Duan Wuya is serious, the power he can display will definitely not be weaker than Yi Feng's. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the 7-color sword energy barriers condensed by the power of 7 luminaries on the outermost edge of Yi Feng were shattered one after another, followed by the deadly white sword energy barrier of the ancient demon dragon's power. The aura of desolation and death spread from the barrier of sword energy, fused with the sword guarding technique into the densest defensive structure, and immediately resisted the destruction of Duan Wuya's immortal light. Thousands of sword qi of immortal light were blocked by Yi Feng's deadly white sword qi barrier. What? Duan Wuya's expression changed slightly, and it appeared again. It was the power of desolation and death, which made people palpitate. He had never seen such power before. Could it be a kind of fusion power, or even, a kind of power? Beyond the power of Shangqingshan existence? He gritted his teeth and swung the Wuya sword again. Shanguang Jingtao, break! The Wuya sword flashes with blue and white light, and the sword's aura is as powerful as a broken bamboo, even the void can't stop it. The turbulent sword light came to Yi Feng's only 2 layers of sword energy barrier in an instant. With absolute strength, cracks appeared in Yi Feng's deathly white ancient monster dragon sword energy barrier in an instant. The deadly white sword energy barrier shook for a moment, and then quickly disintegrated like glass shattering. After a short while, Yi Feng's unstoppable sword energy barrier became a pile of fragments. Duan Wuya's strength could not be called weak. That turbulent sword light, after smashing Yi Feng's white sword energy barrier, continued to move fiercely forward. The last layer of sword energy barrier is a black sword energy barrier condensed by Yi Feng's devouring sword intent. When everyone around saw this scene, they couldn't help but gasped. They didn't expect Yi Feng's strength to be so tyrannical. Lian Duan Wuya couldn't defeat him for a while. But now the last layer of sword energy barrier is left. When this layer of sword energy barrier is defeated, then Yi Feng will almost be defeated, right? Although many people thought so, they were not too sure. After all, Yi Feng shocked them too much today. Based on the current battle situation alone, Yi Feng has already surpassed the martial arts master who participated in the Eastern region meeting this time. Most young talents. Even if it is not as good as Duan Wuya, it is almost the same. Yi Feng didn't panic when he saw the opponent's turbulent sword light attacking him. Although there was only the last layer of his 9-color sword energy barrier left, the sword energy barrier formed by the devouring sword intent was the 9-color sword energy barrier. The strongest of the air barriers. Swallow sword intent, swallow it for me. When the Jingtao sword light collided with the black sword energy barrier, Yi Feng opened his eyes, his divine thoughts came out, and the devouring sword intent condensed on the black sword energy barrier burst out suddenly. This layer of sword energy barrier can not only defend, but also swallow the power that attacks oneself in turn. A burst of terrifying devouring power merged into a devouring vortex, almost swallowing the void in the arena. As for Duan Wuya's turbulent sword light, he couldn't even see his shadow at once. Swallow sword intent? Duan Wuya frowned slightly, feeling the strong devouring sword intent in Yifeng's sword energy barrier. He felt more and more impenetrable to Yifeng in his heart. How many secrets does this kid hide? Sword intent is the soul of a sword cultivator. The stronger the sword intent, the greater the potential of a sword cultivator. Yifeng has only 5,000 years of cultivation, and less than 200 years of bone age. He can comprehend such a terrifying his devouring sword intent. It can be seen that his talent is indeed different from ordinary people. Even throughout the ages, there are not many people in the entire Eastern Heavenly City who can match Yifeng. Yifeng devoured the sword intent and appeared, which shocked the surrounding people all of a sudden. Yifeng once again used a strange move to defuse Duan Wuya's offensive, and when the black sword energy barrier swallowed the turbulent sword energy, it turned into a black sword energy barrier again, as if it had never erupted. Just like that, it suddenly fell silent. That black sword energy barrier may be able to withstand more damage. Yu Yuan looked at Yifeng's elegant figure from the side, her eyes sparkled, she was very surprised. The chapter is updated the fastest. From the beginning, when she prevented Yifeng from confronting Duan Wuya, she knew that she actually thought that Yifeng was not Duan Wuya's opponent, but now it seems that even if it is Duan Wuya, Yifeng seems to have a way to fight against him. The most important thing is that Yifeng is only 5,000 years old now. It is conceivable that Yifeng's development potential is greater than that of everyone else in the Eastern Territory, Huiwu. This made Yu Yuan feel sweetness and pride in her heart. Her man is indeed the strongest. Swallow sword intent, but I want to see how you swallow this sword. Duan Wuya was calm and composed. He looked at Yifeng with a glance, and then his whole body gathered his true energy, and a burst of confusing power began to spread. Sword intent is also the will of the sword, but it is different from Yifeng's devouring sword intent. The sword intent that Duan Wuya comprehends is Wuya's sword intent, the treasure of the clan from Wuya Valley. Since the establishment of the sect in Wuya Valley, there has been a big stone, which is the treasure of the sect of Wuya Valley. This big stone is called Wuya Stone, and it is placed in the valley of Wuya Valley. Any Wuya Valley disciple can do it. Enlightenment. It's just that disciples who can comprehend Wuya's sword intent from it are very rare. Duan Wuya is the only disciple who has comprehended Wuya's sword intent in recent years. Even Yu Yuan hasn't been able to comprehend the sword intent yet. After all, Yu Yuan is not a pure sword cultivator, and comprehending the sword intent is much more difficult than a pure sword cultivator. The boundless sword intent penetrated into every corner of the surrounding area, and in every inch of space, even Yifeng felt as if he was surrounded by a boundless sword intent power. He had a premonition that as long as he moved casually, he would be greeted by violent attacks like a storm. Surrounded by the black sword energy barrier, Yifeng did not act rashly, but carefully watched Duan Wuya's movements. Duan Wuya's ability to comprehend the sword intent showed that his talent was indeed different from ordinary people. Even if he was not as good as Yifeng, he is the most outstanding young generation in Tianqing of the Eastern Territory in recent years. Come on, let me see what you can do. Yifeng stared at Duan Wuya closely, thinking in his heart, of course he wouldn't be afraid, after all he still has a lot of trump cards that he hasn't used yet. Just sword intent, he comprehended more than one kind. The end of the world, sword chi, crack. Duan Wuya shouted sharply, and then the Wuya sword slashed down from top to bottom, and a sword light that truly shattered the void struck instantly. The sword energy with boundless sword intent came from beyond Tianya, piercing the sky with a sword. It seemed to have no source. The sword energy came from nowhere, and it made people feel an urge to look up. This sword comes from Tianya, but it is Wuya. It is the most profound meaning that Duan Wuya has comprehended about Wuya's sword intent. Sky, crack. Void, broken. But Yifeng didn't back down. He went straight to the sword light, and the jet black sword energy barrier instantly turned into a devouring sword intent, colliding with the endless sword energy with a bang. Swallow, swallow for me. Feeling the pressure coming, Yi Feng put all his thoughts into the devouring sword intent, urging the devouring power in it, wanting to devour the Wuya sword intent. However, the Wuya sword intent has no limits. Even if it devours the sword intent, it cannot devour all the Wuya sword intent. The Wuya sword intent from the lower half of the sky continued to envelop Yi Feng, and along with it, one after another, the Wuya sword intent swept towards Yi Feng like a whirlwind. The nature of the sword intent determines that you are not my opponent, so die. Seeing this scene, Duan Wuya finally showed a confident smile on his face. Immediately, Wuya sword slashed, and the Wuya sword intent that enveloped Yi Feng in the void became more intense, and even the surrounding crowd felt extremely powerful. Pressure. Some high-ranking immortals and immortal kings felt a kind of trembling and awe under the Wuya sword intent, which shows how tyrannical Duan Wuya's Wuya sword intent is. Based on this, do you want to kill me, Yi Feng? It's too naive. Yi Feng felt that Wuya's sword intent was gathering from all around, and would soon surround him and kill him completely, but he still had his cards in hand, so it was naturally impossible to just admit that he was not as good as Duan Wuya. Since Duan Wuya wanted to compete in sword intent, then Yi Feng would compete with him in sword intent. Soul Slayer sword intent, come out. With a thought in Yi Feng's mind, immediately after the 9-color Daogua sword condensed a phantom of the sword's soul. This phantom, like the soul of a sword demon from the upper realm, once it appeared, caused the Wuya sword intent around the child collapsed. In the azure demon valley of the fairy demon city, he comprehended the remnant steel of sword soul cultivation that Lian got by chance. Although he did not cultivate the sword soul, he comprehended such a soul-killing sword intent. Dense. As soon as the soul-destroying sword intent appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped hundreds of degrees, and the void began to condense into ice. The whole scene became gloomy, and a chill that penetrated to the bone marrow caused everyone around to endure it. I couldn't help shivering. Double sword intent? Duan Wuya originally had the chance to win, but now his face changed drastically. The double sword intent turned out to be double sword intent. Yi Feng not only comprehended the devouring sword intent before, but also comprehended the second soul-destroying sword intent. Needless to say how tyrannical the fusion of the two sword intents is. The tyranny of the soul-killing sword intent alone has already surpassed the Wuya sword intent he has comprehended now. Destroy the soul, devour it, break it for me. Yi Feng gave a soft drink, and then the phantom of the condensed sword soul merged with the pitch-black devouring sword intent, and the sword soul swept out towards the surroundings, causing Wuya's sword intent to collapse all of a sudden, and the boundless dazed the feeling disappeared instantly. Sword intent, suppress. Yi Feng yelled again. The double sword intent of devouring and destroying soul enveloped Duan Wuya, like a heavy pressure from Mount Tai, making Duan Wuya breathless. The next moment, Duan Wuya seemed to be completely suppressed and died under Yi Feng's double sword intent. Duan Wuya's eyes were bloodshot. Even if he held a super god-level magic weapon, he still felt unable to break through the suppression of Yi Feng's double sword intent. Impossible, impossible, how could this guy be so strong? Duan Wuya called out from the bottom of his heart. His eyes were full of disbelief. His double sword intent, and his bones were only 200 years old, such a monstrous genius. I am afraid that even the entire heaven would not be able to tolerate him. No, we must get rid of him now. The thought in Duan Wuya's mind was also the thought of some people in the crowd. Double sword intent oppressed, Duan Wuya swung the sword horizontally. Wuya's sword intent gathered again, and barely resisted the phantom of the sword's soul, but judging by the momentum, he was not far away from defeat. At this critical juncture, a sudden change occurred. Several powerful figures rushed out from the surrounding crowd at the same time, and the target they rushed to was Yi Feng, who was suppressing Duan Wuya with all his strength. Someone took advantage of this opportunity to sneak up on Yi Feng. When Duan Wuya was about to be unable to resist, several figures around him suddenly moved and swept towards Yi Feng. Read the latest and most complete novel. The two have been fighting for such a long time. Of course there are already many people with evil intentions gathered around. All of them focused their targets on Yi Feng. During this period of time, Yi Feng had offended too many forces. The Qingqing Sword Sect, Star Refining Tower and other sect forces. The most important thing was to kill Gui Qiansheng. Even at the risk of being killed, but also to send soldiers to eradicate Yi Feng. Although Yu Lian warned them before, but they all felt that Yi Feng was just a mere Yi Feng. Even if they killed him, Lian should not embarrass them who are also immortal emperors. At the same time, 6 or 7 figures shot towards Yi Feng, and at the same time, several undercurrent forces broke through the void, intending to exert it on Yi Feng and kill him. At this moment, a dense aura descended from the sky, and ghost and monster aura lingered around Yi Feng, helping him to resist all attacks at once. Immediately afterwards, a cold voice came over, "Dare to suddenly kill people in my fairy demon city, die." As soon as the word death was spoken, the figures who shot towards Yi Feng suddenly emitted black smoke and ghostly aura from their foreheads, and their entire bodies turned into green smoke in an instant, and the dead could not die anymore. Seeing this scene, Yi Feng knew that it was Lian who came. She couldn't have come by such a coincidence. Obviously she was watching him somewhere from the very beginning. Even when he was fighting Duan Wuya, Lian didn't show up. She obviously believed that his strength surpassed Duan Wuya. Now, there are some guys who have reached the high level of immortality, and even the realm of immortal kings, who suddenly attacked Yi Feng, and finally made Lian angry. Although Yi Feng has the strength enough to kill Duan Wuya, it doesn't mean that Yi Feng is invincible now. If he meets an opponent with too high cultivation level, Yi Feng still can't survive. Duan Wuya has a cultivation base of 12,000 years, but if a monk with a cultivation base of 50,000 years came to kill him, it would be as easy as pie. In an instant, a group of people rushed to kill Yi Feng, but in an instant, this group of people turned into green smoke and dissipated one by one. Under Lian's terrifying power, they couldn't hold on for even an instant. Immediately afterwards, Lian's black figure, which exuded a spooky aura but was elegant and comfortable, appeared beside Yi Feng, protecting him firmly behind him. Immediately, she glanced at Duan Wuya on the opposite side. Now Duan Wuya finally broke away from Yi Feng's double sword intent oppression. His head was covered in cold sweat, but the imposing coercion of pity that followed did not act on him. Because, the figure of Miadaozi also appeared in front of Duan Wuya, with a calm and elegant expression. He just protected Duan Wuya, but he didn't show any expression. No one knew what he was thinking in his heart. Lian and Miadaozi appeared, and the field fell silent. As for those forces that launched a surprise attack on Yi Feng, all of them were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Lian's methods were really terrifying, and their people didn't even know how they died. Those who want to touch my fairy demon city must be prepared to take their lives. Lian's voice was serious, and he looked at Miadaozi with a glance. Miadaozi, on your territory, there are older people who openly commit murder and want to kill the younger generation who participated in the Eastern region martial arts. What do you think should be done? Of course it should be beheaded. Miadaozi said indifferently, and casually glanced at the people from the surrounding forces. A total of hundreds of people from those forces were sweating profusely for a while. One of the demon cultivators of the Ghost Demon Sword clan stood up immediately, and said with cold sweat on his face, "You two seniors, what happened just now has nothing to do with us. They went out to do it themselves. Our Ghost Demon Sword clan, and Yi, this son of Feng, has some personal grudges, especially Gui Qiansheng's lineage. They have acted too aggressively, but it has nothing to do with us." "Yeah?" Lian asked back. "It seems that I didn't teach you enough lessons a few days ago, so today, you can come and be a lesson for others." As soon as the voice fell, Lian raised his hand, and the ghostly and evil spirits merged together and prepared to strike. Looking at her, it seems that she wants to kill all the people from the hostile forces involved in this matter. "Wait a minute, pity girl." At this moment, a clear and pleasant female voice came over. calling Lian to a stop. Immediately, a pretty figure in a purple cloak led a thin young man with pale skin through the void and came here. It is the immortal emperor of Tianmen, Xuanhuan. Lian snorted softly, frowned slightly, stopped temporarily, and glanced at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's figure was mature and attractive, with an extremely seductive smile on her face. Step by step, she came to Lian's side, and said softly, "Miss Lian, killing these people yourself, wouldn't it be an overkill for you to do it yourself?" As soon as she finished speaking, the thin pale-skinned young man behind her flashed suddenly. Swish! A terrifying wave of power spread instantly, and the thin pale-skinned young man disappeared from the spot, and then appeared among the crowd of demon sword cultivators. Destroy. With a soft sentence, the thin pale-skinned young man just opened his hands slightly, and immediately the hundreds of people around him were all broken like chickens and dogs. A disaster that seemed to come from outside the sky came here, completely immersing the hundreds of people in the disaster. The body was broken, the soul dissipated, and the power of disaster from outside was completely unbearable for those hundreds of people. In just an instant, hundreds of people died under the force of disaster from outside. Seeing this, Yifeng frowned slightly. He only saw a sudden flash of gray color in that place. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of demon cultivators of the demon sword cultivator race were directly wiped out without leaving any traces, including 2 immortal emperor powerhouse. That thin pale-skinned young man must also be a powerful immortal emperor of Tianmen. As for his specific strength, I can't accurately estimate it because it is too far away from mine. Yifeng felt awe-inspiring. Tianmen, as the power of the 3 major sects at the same level as Wielder and Ghost Bone sect. Naturally there are some extremely powerful existences among them. This thin pale-skinned young man must be one of them. My younger brother, Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan glanced at the pale skinny young man with a mature and charming smile on her face. Xuanhuan, is he back? Hearing this name, Lian's expression changed. It was obvious that the thin pale-skinned youth, Xuanhuan, had an extremely unusual identity and strength. Not only Lian, Xuanhuan's name appeared, even Miadaozi, who had always been calm and composed, changed his expression a little. What kind of person Xuanhuan was, Yifeng of course didn't know. He has no idea about these matters between the immortal emperors, but he doesn't need to. All he needs to know is that today he has basically defeated Duan Wuya, and from now on his opponent will no longer be Duan Wuya, but the Death Zone Emperor of Ghost Bone sect and the natural disaster of Tianmen. If there is no accident, the power of that day's disaster is similar to the power displayed by Xuanhuan in front of him. They are all disaster powers from outside the sky, and they are called the power of natural disasters. Such a terrifying power is no less than the power of Yifeng's ancient demon dragon. Of course, compared with the power of his totemized ancient monster dragon, it is still a lot worse, but the problem is that the cultivation base of natural disasters is the same as that of Duan Wuya, which has reached 12,000 years. For Yifeng, it is enough, it is said to be an absolute suppression. It is no easy task to defeat the natural disaster, just like defeating Duan Wuya today, it cannot be as easy as beheading Gui Qiansheng before. Came back. As Xuanhuan was talking, she glanced at Yifeng at the side, and couldn't help showing a kind smile. The little guy is called Yifeng, right? He has good talent and character, and he will become a great weapon in the future. Miss Lian, you picked someone good seed. It's not bad. Lian didn't want to say too much about it. Yifeng was the person she used to get the Eastern Region Martial Arts Championship reward. Now that he defeated Duan Wuya, he has already proved that he has the strength to win the championship. It was precisely because of this that Xuanhuan's attention could be caught, because defeating Duan Wuya meant that Yifeng would soon be the opponent of the natural disaster. After killing the group of people, the pale-skinned Xuanhuan returned to Xuanhuan as if nothing had happened, but also looked at Yifeng a few more times. It was obvious that Yifeng's performance just now made him a little interested. Just the power of the totemized ancient monster dragon and the will of double swords already made people understand what an evil genius Yi Feng was in front of him. The current Yi Feng can be said to be more brilliant than all the immortal emperors gathered in the field. However, their observation of Yi Feng did not last too long, because soon another group of tyrannical people came through the air, and they were monks from the 8-Dragon Demon clan. "Xuanhuan, you are still alive?" A sarcastic voice came from among the demons of the 8-Dragon Demons who had just arrived, and then a young man in black paced out, with a playful look in his eyes. This person is the candidate of the 8-Dragon Demon clan to serve as the referee for this East Territory martial arts meeting. Zhu Tian is also one of the heaven-defying immortal emperors. His strength has not been revealed for many years, and now he may be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Miadozi. When the pale-skinned Xuanhuan saw Zhu Tian, there was no fluctuation in his calm eyes, as if the person the other party was talking about was not him at all. "Zhu Tian, is this your attitude towards seniors?" Xuanhuan frowned slightly and asked aloud. "Senior, if someone is stronger than me, it is naturally my senior, but someone who is weaker than me dares to call himself a senior, it really makes people laugh." Zhu Tian suddenly snorted coldly, "Those people just now belong to my lineage of demon cultivators. You just killed them at will. Don't you think us demon cultivators too seriously? 8-Dragon Demon clan, when did you deal with the Demon Sword Cultivator Alliance?" Xuanhuan chuckled lightly and didn't care. "Then what do you want?" "If there is a fight, my brother will accompany me." "Not interested in." Zhu Tian shook his head disdainfully. "Just to remind you, don't go too far with us demon cultivators. Next time I will definitely take action." After saying this, Zhu Tian turned around and left, along with a group of people from the 8-Dragon Demon clan. "Come fast, go fast." But it was precisely because of this that Zhu Tian's words were shocking. "That's all," he said. "Who dares to be disrespectful to Yao Xiu again? Just give it a try and see if you can bear the consequences." Moreover, it also avoided a direct conflict with the immortal emperor of Tianmen at this time. After all, the battle between the immortal emperor is not a trivial matter. Even if it is as strong as Zhu Tian, it dare not be careless. This Candle Day is really arrogant, but our host seems to be left alone. Xuanhuan didn't seem to care about Zhu Tian's words, smiled slightly, glanced at Miadozi at the side, and said casually, "You talk about yours, what can I interrupt?" Miadozi smiled gently, and glanced at the pale-skinned Xuanhuan. "Brother Xuanhuan is back, it's a good thing, we must celebrate when we have the opportunity. As for today, I have something to do, so I won't accompany you. Everyone, do what you want." After saying this, Miadozi took Duan Wuya away directly. As for Yu Yuan, he ignored it, and just glanced at Yi Feng and Yu Yuan before leaving. Obviously, Miadozi knew exactly what happened to Feng, and he couldn't understand the relationship between Yu Yuan and Yi Feng. The gathered immortal sovereign came and went quickly, and in the blink of an eye, only Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan from Lianhe Tianmen were left. "Miss Lian, I want to have a few words with little brother Yi Feng, do you think it's okay?" Xuanhuan spoke clearly, her eyes shimmered on Yi Feng, she was obviously very interested in him. "Please." Lian spit out 2 words, coldly, and then the ghostly figure disappeared from the spot in a flash. Seeing this, Xuanhuan was taken aback for a moment. She seemed a little surprised that Lian was so generous, then she couldn't help smiling, and came to Yi Feng. To Yi Feng's surprise, this Xuanhuan didn't have the airs of an immortal emperor at all. Instead, "Wait a minute, what is this?" Yi Feng's complexion changed drastically, but he saw Xuanhuan's soft and boneless alluring body was sticking close to him. "Senior, what are you doing?" Yi Feng was so embarrassed that he could only stretch out his hands, wanting to push Xuanhuan's provocative figure away, but with his cultivation level, how could he push away an immortal emperor? "Heck, what am I doing, don't you understand, are you still a man?" Xuanhuan smiled seductively, then leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, "Don't worry, people outside can't see anything like us." Yi Feng felt a soft and fragrant body leaning against his chest, making him hot again. If it was an ordinary female cultivator, Yi Feng would definitely not feel anything. With his self-control, he would definitely be able to control himself, but now the one in his arms is an immortal emperor. 10,000 years of cultivation, becoming a fairy. After 100,000 years of cultivation, he became an immortal king. Immortal sovereign has a cultivation base of 1,000,000 years. Compared with Yi Feng, he is really a godlike existence. What kind of purpose does such a tempting person come to seduce him? Yi Feng couldn't figure it out clearly, and the current Xuanhuan obviously wouldn't let him know, but Xuanhuan didn't want to push Yi Feng down directly, but just giggled when she saw Yi Feng's embarrassment, and then drifted away. "Little guy, I really have no concentration. Come on, don't you will fight. If you satisfy my sister, I will give you some rewards." Thanks to the readers of the main site, 138263**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************่:*::::::::::: gradually dissipated, but his mind was still full of Xuanhuan's seductive and mature charm. Read the latest and most complete novel. This is really... Yi Feng felt a little puzzled. He had no idea what Xuanhuan was up to. If the East Territory contest satisfies her, will she be rewarded? Yi Feng didn't know that he had such a good relationship with Tianmen and Xuanhuan. However, the other party didn't seem to have any malicious intentions anyway, so Yi Feng didn't think too much about it, and looked sideways, and saw Yu Yuan not far away was looking up, saw Xuanhuan leaving, and then flew over in a hurry. "Well, she didn't do anything to you, did she?" Yu Yuan had a worried look on her face. Although Yi Feng's defeat of Duan Wuya not long ago shocked her greatly, she also knew that Yi Feng's strength is extremely strong now. But the one who approached Yi Feng just now was Xuanhuan, the super-powerful immortal emperor who was sent by Tianmen to be the referee. Duan Wuya and immortal emperor are far from being at the same level. Fine. Yi Feng shook his head. He could see that Yu Yuan really cared about him in his eyes. It seemed that Yu Yuan had already developed feelings for Yi Feng back in the lower realm, when he was in the ancient ruins. Otherwise, he would not have left that string of bracelets to Yi Feng. Xuanhuan's actions towards him just now should be invisible to others. After all, Xuanhuan, as the immortal emperor, cannot do too exaggerated things in public. Moreover, it would be inappropriate for Xuanhuan, as the referee of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Competition, to approach Yi Feng, a contestant of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Competition, alone. "It's fine, let's go." Yu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, and came up to hold Yi Feng's arm, pulling him to the center of Wuya City. Yi Feng didn't stop him, and let Yu Yuan drag him to the place where the Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament was about to be held. The second round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. This time, the participants are all outstanding players who have already been eliminated in the first round, or in other words, most of them are monks with certain strength. Of course, there are also existences like Star Refining Pagoda Lan Feng who picked up cheap advancement because other people fought too hard. "Yi Feng, I heard that the rule of the second round this time is that everyone enters the same independent space. The terrain of this independent space is dangerous and very dangerous. Everyone appears in the center of this space." While walking forward, Yu Yuan said to Yi Feng, "At the edge of the entire independent space, there are a total of 176 exits leading to the center of Wuya City. Every exit will be closed as long as someone passes through. So out of the 1,000 people who participated in the second round, only 176 could advance." Yi Feng nodded, expressing that he understood. As a disciple of Wu Yigu, Yu Yuan knew the rules of this Eastern Region Martial Arts Competition quite clearly. 176 people advanced to the second round, plus the 80 people in the first round, a total of 256 people. The remaining 256 people will enter the third round of the Eastern Territory martial arts, and then it will be a real one-on-one battle. This second round is still too advantageous for the disciples of the powerful sections. Yi Feng felt a little emotional. 1,000 people went to snatch 176 exits. It is conceivable that most people cannot snatch the exits with their own strength alone, and they can only rely on the power of the sect. No, you are wrong. Yuan gave a wry smile. In this round of independent space, every contestant will be shrouded in fog. It is impossible to tell who is who from the appearance, and the voice is completely blocked. Only after the other party makes a move, can they judging the identity of the opponent from the strength used by the opponent. All will be shrouded in fog? Yi Feng frowned slightly. This is not good news for him. Although on the surface, such rules seem to be able to weaken the advantages of the big sect forces, but in fact, when those big sect forces enter the independent space, they will definitely have a unique communication method, allowing them to distinguish whether the other party is their own or not. Well, we also agreed on a communication method, so we can recognize it when the time comes. Yuan suggested. That's not necessary. When the time comes, I'll hang the 9-color flying sword above my head. I should know it at a glance, right? Yi Feng thought for a while and said. Well, it should work, but you should be careful when you go in. Duan Wuya was defeated by you this time, and it is very likely that he will make some moves in the second round. Although he is not your opponent, when confronting him head-on, you must be careful of someone sneaking up on him from behind. Yuan reminded with some worry. Don't worry, I will. Yi Feng smiled softly, and patted Yuan on the shoulder. Let's go, you don't have to walk with me when the time comes, just grab an exit by yourself and advance to the third round. Defeated. Good. Yuan reluctantly nodded, but she decided in her heart that if she saw Yi Feng in danger, she would definitely help. Not long after, the two came to the center of Wuya City hand in hand. The duel between Yi Feng and Duan Wuya just now attracted many people to watch, but now in the center of Wuya City, it is the real crowd. All the members of the participating sects gathered here, ready to watch the martial arts meeting in the eastern region, the second round of the game. You came. Zi Lian came up to meet him at the fastest speed, seeing Yu Liang beside Yi Feng. A look of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Of course, Zi Lian also heard about the rumor just now. Yuan, the genius of Wuya Valley, brought Yi Feng, the genius who killed Gue Qiansheng in Xianyao City, to the Tianxiang restaurant together. They were so drunk that they didn't return for 2 days and 2 nights. Afterwards, Duan Wuya became jealous and stopped Yi Feng Yuezhan in the street, but was suppressed into a dog by Yi Feng's double sword intent. If Daozi hadn't appeared, he would have been beheaded by Yi Feng already. Yi Feng's excellence has now been spread throughout the audience and recognized by everyone. Zi Lian should be happy, but seeing Yuan by Yi Feng's side and the two of them being intimate, she couldn't be happy at all. In particular, she was eliminated in the first round of the martial arts meeting in the eastern region, which made her feel that there was a huge gap between Yi Feng and herself. Once upon a time, when they first met, Yi Feng's strength should be just a little bit stronger than her. Zi Lian hated the son of the head of the Yankue branch to death, Huoruoxi. If that person hadn't forced her, she should have been able to persevere to the end and pass the first round, right? Zi Lian, don't pay too much attention to it. There are countless martial arts talents in the eastern region. You are still young, and you will still have a chance in the future. Seeing that Zi Lian was lost, Yi Feng comforted her. Yi Feng, I'm leaving first, see you later. Yuan said something to Yi Feng from the side, and then left with a smile. Now she has to rush back to the gathering place of Wiagu's players. After all, she is still a disciple of Wiagu, one of the direct disciples of Daozi. Well, take care of yourself. Yifeng nodded, and brought Zilian back to the crowd in Fairy Demon City. You already know the rules of the second round, right? She greeted him and asked Yifeng. Understood, grab the exit as soon as possible. Yifeng nodded his head with a serious look on his face. In this second round, if he wanted to snatch an exit and leave, it would be a piece of cake, but his mind was not limited to this. Among all the 1,000 contestants, quite a few are his enemies, and Yifeng doesn't intend to let any of these enemies go. For example, Huoruoxi, the Yenkui branch that made Zilian surrender, and Qin Jiyunyu, the son of the suzerain of the Qingqing sword sect. Among other things, Huoruoxi is Yifeng's #1 person to deal with. Not only did this guy force Zilian to admit defeat in the first round, he is also the son of the current patriarch of the Yankee branch. The Yank branch was supposed to be Qi's patriarch, but Tong is the true son of the patriarch. However, the current patriarch of the Yank branch colluded with the inside and outside, not only expelled Qi from the 8-dragon demon clan, but also separated their family of 3, and Hitomi was even exiled to the ancient ruins in the lower realm, and was regarded as a guardian beast for people to kill. Although Yifeng is not a kind person, but as Tong's friend, if he has the opportunity, he will naturally help him recover some interest for the pain he has suffered these years. Of course, Tong also entered the second round of the Eastern Territory martial arts. If he wanted to solve it by himself, Yifeng would not intervene in it. In addition, Yifeng had just suppressed Duan Wuya in front of a large audience. In this second round, Duan Wuya might not let Yifeng do as he pleases. If there is no accident, Duan Wuya will definitely take some actions against Yifeng to restore his lost face. But of course, Yifeng would not be afraid of this, but he really needed to be careful. On the referee's seat, Lian didn't look towards the Fairy Demon City, but the crystal-masked man from Tianzhou, the sanctuary, inadvertently glanced at Yifeng, and seemed to pay him some attention. Originally, even if Yifeng killed Gui Qianshan unexpectedly, he still couldn't catch the man in the spar mask. But now, in front of the crowd, Yifeng displayed his double sword will to suppress Duan Wuya, who won the championship in the Eastern Region Martial Arts Championship this time, which made him worth noting. Now Yifeng, everyone is looking forward to it. It seems that my opponent is not Duan Wuya, but that kid. In the direction of Ghost Bone Sect, next to Emperor Qiangu, the Emperor of Death in a black robe said lightly, looking at Yifeng with some interest in his eyes. 5,000 years of cultivation, the will of double swords, the strength is really good. Emperor Qiangu's cold voice came out. However, Duan Wuya was suppressed just because of this, but it also disappointed me too much, and he is not worthy to be your opponent. The will of the double sword is still a little bit worse than my strength. The Emperor of the Death region seemed to come from the underworld with absolute confidence in his voice. He only took a few glances at Yifeng before turning around, ready to enter the scene of the second round of the Eastern Region contest. On the referee's seat, Lung Shan, one of the Sijia elders of Wuya Valley, stood up and waved his hand. A strange scene in the sky appeared in front of everyone. It was a huge space full of mountains and rivers. The independent space is more than 10 times larger. In this huge space, no one can break through the void, and can only move forward by flying. To reach one of the nearest 176 doors from the central area, even for the highest level contestants, it would take at least 10 days. 176 doors represent 176 exits. Each exit can only allow one person to advance, and then it will be closed. Lung Shan looked around, and Langxing explained, these 176 doors are mainly distributed in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and each direction has 44 doors. When you enter this space, you will appear in the center of the space. Which direction to go, you choose for yourself. All contestants keep the rules and maps of this second round in mind. According to the map of that space, the main battlefield this time is mainly divided into 4 directions, and the battlefields in the 4 directions of east, south, west and north are independent. Many people are thinking about which direction to go after entering. It must be the place with the fewest people in order to gain the greatest chance of snatching the exit. Everyone, enter this space after an hour, and start the second round of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Competition. Lung Shan said coldly, then turned around and returned to his seat. Lung Shan is in a very bad mood right now. Because he just heard the news that Duan Wuyao was suppressed by Yifeng's double sword will in front of the public, which is a great shame to Wiagu. The most important thing is that the strongest person in Wuya Valley is Duan Wuya, who has lost to Yifeng in a row. Doesn't it mean that Wuya Valley will really lose to Yifeng in this Eastern Region meeting? Fairy Demon City? This is not allowed. If Wiagu loses, then Eugenie from Immortal Demon City will definitely kill Lung Shan, because of what Mia Daozi said and the agreement before. Even if Eugenie wants to kill him, others must not intervene. Although Lung Shan is now one of the top 4 elders in Wuya Valley, in terms of strength, he is definitely not as good as Eugenie. Eugenie back then was a top-notch talent in the entire Wuya Valley, comparable to Fairy Tianxiang. Among the current Xijia elders in Wuya Valley, Fairy Tianxiang is ranked second, while Lung Shan is only ranked last. Duan Wuya, the fate of my Lung Shan is in your hands. If you follow the plan and kill Yifeng in the second round, then everything will be safe. It is conceivable that the upcoming second round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Tournament will definitely be an extremely dangerous scene for Yifeng. But Yifeng is not afraid, he hasn't used all his methods yet. Duan Wuya has already been suppressed by him, not to mention if he uses all the remaining methods, even if there are 3 Duan Wuyas, he will not be afraid. An hour passed quickly. Yifeng, come on. The little fox demon Qingxing got up, and cast a charming smile at Yifeng, which made people linger endlessly. The same to you. Yifeng smiled and nodded. Yifeng, be careful yourself. Zilian also ran over and said with concern. I will. Yifeng nodded and said solemnly. In Fairy Demon City, Feng Shuangjiaxiu and Feng Shuangjiaxiu entered the second round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Competition. At this time, these 2 men and 2 women also came to Yifeng and said hello to each other. Yifeng, last time, thank you very much. Frost-like xuanhuan floated over, few of them even thanked Yifeng, which shocked the 3 people on the side. The 4 of them grew up, and they had never seen xuanhuan treat him humanely. Thank you very much. It seems that xuanhuan has some unusual feelings towards Yifeng. You're welcome, we're all from Fairy Demon City, let's work hard together. Yifeng smiled casually, he didn't take it seriously. The last time he stood up to help xuanhuan out at the place where Xuanhuan was trading, it was just a matter of convenience for him. Thanks to the readers of the main site, God also drifts the monthly ticket. Everyone is ready to enter the space for the second round of the Eastern Region contest. Yifeng and everyone else in Fairy Demon City were also gearing up, and soon, thousands of rays of light were released from the huge space image floating in the sky, and scattered towards the surroundings. Dozens of beams of brilliance radiated towards the direction of Fairy Demon City. Yifeng stood up without hesitation, and the power of the void condensed. Teleport. After a short distance, Yifeng bumped into one of the light beams, and the surrounding environment changed instantly. The next moment, Yifeng saw that his surroundings had changed into another scene. Obviously, through that beam of light, he has already entered the competition space of the second round of the Eastern Region contest. He looked around and found that it was a huge valley with a radius of 100 miles. Within 100 miles, there was a continuous mountain range that reached the sky, surrounding the valley. Because Yifeng had seen the map of this independent space before in Wuya City, so of course Yifeng knew where it was. This valley was where all the contestants who participated in the second round would appear when they first entered. Outside the valley, there is a wider space, which was jointly created by the judges of the immortal emperors. Snatch. Thousands of people will gather in this valley where Yifeng is, and then the fierce battle will begin. Sure enough, there is a layer of fog. Yifeng checked himself, and found that from the outside, he was completely a cloud of black mist, and he couldn't tell who it was at all. Because of the agreement with Yuan before, Yifeng sacrificed the 9 colors Dao fruit sword and let it hang above his head without even thinking about it. Immediately, 9 colors of light radiated towards the surroundings. Anyone who saw the battle between Yifeng and Duan Wuya would know who was in the shadow at a glance. After a while, 2 black figures appeared next to Yifeng, but when they saw the 9-color Dao fruit sword hanging above his head, they all left silently and quickly. With the will of double swords to suppress the tyrannical existence of Duan Wuya, they don't dare to do it lightly. It is better to find other targets. Moreover, the goal of the second round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Tournament is not to kill people and win treasures, but to find the exit to be able to advance. For most participating monks, finding the exit as soon as possible is the best choice. After Yifeng sacrificed the sword of 9 colors Dao fruit, he flew towards the sky above the valley. This is of course to gather the people on his side as soon as possible. Such an approach was within the rules, so Yifeng did it with peace of mind. Apart from him, there are many other people in the entire valley with a radius of 100 miles doing the same thing. For example, more than 30 miles away from Yifeng, there is a black shadow, and a big rock blooms above its head. It was obvious that the members of the Dapeng monster clan were calling for their fellow clan members. Is that a joke? Yifeng looked at the huge rock phantom from afar, guessing in his heart, but he didn't pass. He and Duan Xiao had some exchanges. They were not enemies, but the other party guarded him for a period of time at the Sword Enlightenment Peak in the Demon Cultivator domain, which was considered a kindness to Yifeng. In contrast, Yifeng did not fulfill the promise to Duan Xiao, and gave him the power of the demon dragon to comprehend. Yifeng still owed the other party some, but at that time, it was impossible for Yifeng to fulfill the promise. That's risking your own life. This valley has a radius of hundreds of miles. If my 9 colors Dao fruit sword is not bright enough, it won't be able to attract other people. Yifeng observed Duan Zhao's phantom of the golden light rock. His heart was a little ready to move, and soon injected his true energy into the sword of the 9-color Dao fruit, and immediately, the light emitted by the sword of the 9-color Dao fruit became more and more intense. Bright enough to spread hundreds of miles away, and even the entire valley. You can see his 9-color Dao fruit sword. Those who dare to do this, there are not many people in the whole valley, because although this way allows others to see where they are, but among the 1,000 monks participating in the competition, they are more enemies than friends to anyone. While attracting comrades in arms, it is more likely to attract enemies. Especially conspicuous existences such as Yifeng. Swish. After a while, a starlight arrow shot from not far away, passing by Yifeng's side, and then a group of black figures came not far away from Yifeng. Seeing this starlight arrow, Yifeng knew that the black shadow was Yuan. It seems that after releasing the 9-color Dao fruit sword, it was Yuan who rushed over first. Yifeng glanced at the phantom of the golden rock, not far away, and found that several figures of the rock monster clan had already gathered, much faster than Yifeng's side. After all, among the 1,000 cultivators who participated in the martial arts meeting in the eastern region, nearly 100 of them are monster cultivators of the Dapeng monster clan. As one of the strongest demon cultivator races in Tianqing of the eastern region, the overall strength of the Dapeng monster clan is unquestionable. Doubt. After gathering about 10 people, the black shadow under the phantom of the golden rock didn't stay any longer, but rushed out towards the distance. It seemed that it was about to start to act. In the entire competition space, there are only 176 exits in total, and there are only 44 exits in each direction. If too many people of the same race gather, even if they can grab most of the exits, there will not be enough points by then. and it will be bad if there is another conflict. It is understandable to lose in the hands of others, but if you are beheaded or eliminated by your own people, it will be too aggrieved, and it will not be beneficial to the future development of the sect's power. A frosty aura descended from the sky, and then another figure came to Yifeng's side. It's xuanhuan. Yifeng knew it well, so he got together with xuanhuan and Yu Liang. At this moment, two black shadows flew towards Yifeng's place, not far away, making Yifeng vigilant immediately. It was agreed before that if it is one of our own people, we need to release our own power a mile away to show our identity, but the two black shadows flying over quickly did not show our identity. Even so, the opponent still flew towards Yifeng's place quickly, which showed that the person who came was not friendly, and those two people had enough confidence to deal with the three people on Yifeng's side. Is it endless? Yifeng squinted his eyes, thinking about it. Only this guy has such motivation and strength. As for who Duan Wuya hired as his helper, Yifeng doesn't know, but since that's the case, I'm afraid it's time to prepare for battle now. Boom! The 9 colors Dao fruit sword radiated a strong light all of a sudden, and radiated towards the two figures that were flying fast. At the same time, Yifeng's devouring sword intent and soul extinguishing sword intent surged out, condensing into one. The monstrous sword intent enveloped the opponent. Even if Yifeng's guess is wrong, then it's not one of his own anyway, and if he is destroyed, he will be destroyed. The double sword intent condensed into a heavy pressure, and quickly went to the two figures, making the two figures stagnate slightly, obviously quite dignified by this. The double sword intent, displayed on a monk with 5,000 years of cultivation, must be taken seriously by anyone, because after a few years, this monk is likely to be the master of the entire eastern heavenly city, and even in the entire Shanqing, the sky is a man of the hour. The two figures separated quickly, and then attacked Yifeng's double sword intent from two different directions. One of them swayed out the power of immortal light, and danced a blue-white long sword with boundless sword intent, flashing the most fierce brilliance in the world, and rushed into Yifeng's double sword intent in one fell swoop. Sure enough, it's boundless. Yifeng's heart moved, seeing the bluish-white Wuya sword. He knew that the opponent must be Duan Wuya. Thinking of this, he immediately turned his eyes to the figure on the other side. However, another figure saw two swords fluttering beside him, and a strange sword intent surged out crazily, breaking through Yifeng's double sword intent and rushing in. When Yifeng dealt with two people at the same time, his aura suddenly weakened. If he used double sword intent to suppress any one of the opponents, it would be difficult for the opponent to take a single step. But now, the two opponents came at the same time, which made Yifeng a little overwhelmed. However, Yifeng is not fighting alone. A starlight arrow shot out from Yifeng's side in an instant, and the target was Duan Wuya, who broke through. Yuan made a move, and dealt with Duan Wuya as soon as he made a move. Obviously, he wanted to help Yifeng hold off the biggest enemy. As for the other person, although he was also very strong, he was definitely not as good as Duan Wuya. Time will definitely be able to keep both of them. In fact, Yuan already knew the identity of the other person when he saw the strange sword intent emerge. Unfortunately, in the competition space, not only everyone's figure was foggy, but even their voices were foggy. Both spiritual and spiritual thoughts are completely shielded, and there is no way for monks to communicate with each other. At this moment, in the center of Boundless City, in the direction of Fairy Demon City, the direction of the referee's seat, and the direction of Wuya Valley, most people began to get nervous. Unexpectedly, as soon as the second round of competition started, the most intense conflict broke out immediately. Duan Wuya is the strongest in Wuya Valley. Yifeng is a strong man in Immortal Demon City, and he also uses double sword intent to suppress Duan Wuya. His strength is extremely strong. This kind of confrontation between two people is already interesting, not to mention that Yuan and another person are added to this situation, Chu Jiangchen, who is also a genius of Wuya Valley. What Chu Jiangchen comprehended was that peculiar sword intent, and all the disciples of Wuya Valley knew this. That sword intent, called Bagua sword intent, is miraculous and miraculous, between the illusion of gossip, both offensive and defensive. Chu Jiangchen, who has comprehended the gossip sword intent, when he erupts, his strength can even be compared with Duan Wuya. However, Chu Jiangchen, who has comprehended the 8-diagram sword intent, has a fatal weakness, that is, the 8-diagram sword intent is closely related to the surrounding environment, and if he is in an environment that is not conducive to his performance, his strength is not even comparable to Yue Yuan. Because of this, he was not well known by people from other sects before the game, but now, the environment in this valley seems to coincide with some hexagrams in the gossip, so Chu Jiangchen was able to break through it for a while. Yi Feng's double sword intent. These two people had agreed long ago that they would meet up in secret as soon as they came in, and then they would find Yi Feng and kill him. In that valley, the strength of the Bagua sword intent can indeed be displayed a lot. Qiantian, Kundi, Zhenshan, Xuanfeng, the power of these 4 hexagrams can be borrowed, and Chu Jiangchen's eruption is not to be underestimated. Watch 4. Indeed, it depends on how Yi Feng resists. Even if Yu Yuan is added, he probably won't be the opponent of Duan Wuya and Chu Jiangchen. And you don't know that Duan Wuya hadn't used his real strength before. Even if Mia Daozi didn't come, Yi Feng might not be able to kill Duan Wuya with double sword intent. In Wuya City, many monks were talking about it. In the current competition space, Yi Feng's place obviously attracted the most attention. Even monks from other sects paid attention to the situation here, because Yi Feng, the dispute with Duan Wuya will affect the ranking of everyone in the final martial arts competition in the entire eastern region. Playing space. In the vast valley, Duan Wuya was blocked by the starlight arrow of the bow of star crystal, and the momentum of the surprise attack was slowed down, but then, the Wuya sword intent on him was even better, as if the boundless world the power was instantly suppressed towards the place where Yi Feng was. To deal with 2 people at the same time, it seems that we have to show some more tricks. Thinking in Yi Feng's heart, he calmly gathered the young god, and in an instant the young god's sword appeared in front of him. Sword of Yangshan, sword of Dao fruit, fusion. With a thought in Yi Feng's mind, the sword of 9 colors Dao fruit and the sword of Yangshan quickly merged together, forming a giant sword shining with dazzling white light. This giant sword, in terms of grade, has definitely exceeded the power increase of the super god-level magic weapon to swordsmanship. Mysterious ice sword field. The power of true water condensed into black ice, and spread towards the surroundings. Suddenly, the 10-mile range around Yi Feng became a scene of ice and snow. The wind has been stagnated in the Xianbing sword domain. This made Chu Jiangchen secretly change his expression. When the wind stopped, the Sunghua in the 8-diagram sword intention could not be used, which reduced the strength he could display by a small half. If the gossip is fully open, then Chu Jiangchen's strength can definitely overwhelm Duan Wuya, but it's a pity that the environment where the gossip can be fully open hardly exists in reality. Just wait for him to achieve the realm of the Immortal King and create a small world within his body, then his combat power will leap up, and even Duan Wuya will not be able to match his achievements. It's just that there is a premise, that is, he can successfully live to that time. Noticing that Chu Jiangchen's stature froze, Yi Feng knew that his chance had come. If the 9 colors Dao fruit sword and Yangshan sword were not fused together, Yi Feng's black ice sword domain would not be able to reach such a large range, and would stagnate even the wind in it. But now, the power of the giant sword above Yi Feng's head is far superior to that of ordinary super god-level magic weapons. This is already the peak strength he has displayed now. You and Duan Wuya teamed up to deal with me. Do you really think I'm so easy to kill? Yi Feng sneered, thinking in his heart, and then swung the huge sword. A sharp sword energy pierced the world, and slashed towards where Chu Jiangchen was. With this sword, Yi Feng did not show mercy at all, but used a forbidden technique, the 7th sword of 018 swords. One sword, shattering the heavens and the earth, shattering the void and dreams. Seeing that Chu Jiangchen was about to be completely beheaded by this sword, but at this moment, a situation that Yi Feng did not expect appeared. An arrow of starlight suddenly struck behind him from a very close distance. Yu Yuan launched a surprise attack on Yi Feng. Thanks to the readers of the main site, MKZR's monthly pass. At this moment, Yi Feng's thoughts changed sharply, and he quickly thought of several possibilities. This person is not Yu Yuan, but other cultivators who possess super god-level star crystal bows, pretending to be Yu Yuan and approaching me, waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack? Yi Feng thought in his heart, but he was not sure whether this guess was correct, and there was no time for him to make more guesses now. Because the starlight arrow had already arrived at his back in an instant, and it was about to penetrate his body. Sorcery, Dapeng Golden Body. The sword that Yi Feng slashed at Chu Jiangchen couldn't be retracted, so he couldn't do other actions. He could only use the golden body of the rock to try to resist the starlight arrow. However, Yi Feng himself was also worried. The Dapeng Golden Physique is not some kind of tyrannical sorcery at the forbidden level. With his 5,000 years of cultivation, it is hard to say whether he can block that arrow. All of this was obviously a carefully planned situation by Duan Wuya and Wiagu's people. The purpose was to kill Yi Feng. On the one hand, Yi Feng suppressed Duan Wuya with double sword intent, making Wiagu lose face. On the other hand, Yi Feng is still from the fairy demon city. If he can achieve better results than Duan Wuya, wouldn't it mean that Wuya Valley is not as good as the fairy demon city? In that case, Eugenie will definitely kill Ling Shan, and Mia Daozi and others will not be able to do so according to the agreement. They finally took measures. Yi Feng thought in his heart, and that starlight arrow finally shot over and was about to hit his golden body. If the rock's golden body can't resist, it can only release the consciousness body of the nine-armed ghost ape. Yi Feng thought in his heart, but at this moment, a black figure suddenly stopped behind him, facing the arrow head-on. Click! There was a sound of shattering ice, as if some kind of ice and snow barrier was smashed by the starlight arrow. Puff! Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of power penetrating through the flesh, and then the black shadow blocking Yi Feng's back burst out with a little bit of icy light, and then dissipated immediately. It's xuanhuan. Yi Feng's heart skipped a beat. Just at that moment, it was xuanhuan who blocked him from behind, blocking that almost fatal arrow for him. Although the ice barrier was condensed for defense, with xuanhuan's cultivation, it was definitely impossible to completely block the destructive power of that starlight arrow. Even if you don't die this time, you will be seriously injured. You are. Yi Feng was stunned at this moment. He never expected that xuanhuan would come to block the arrow for him. And the black shadow that shot that arrow, after the blow failed to kill Yi Feng, seemed to pause for a while, not knowing what to think. Taking advantage of the opportunity of this arrow, Chu Jiangchen, who had just been targeted by Yi Feng's sword, finally found an opportunity to dodge the life-threatening sword light. Swish! Swish! Chu Jiangchen and Duan Wuya retreated quickly, obviously not interested in fighting. If the sneak attack failed, it would not be so easy to kill Yi Feng. If he charged forward forcefully, Yi Feng would probably counter-kill him. Now the strength Yi Feng showed has already made them quite afraid. Yi Feng didn't pay attention to Duan Wuya and Chu Jiangchen, but turned his attention to Yuelong. Yi Feng didn't know if it was Yu Yuan in that group of black shadows, but that person had a super god-level star crystal bow, so it's impossible to have so many super god-level magic weapons, right? Moreover, after shooting an arrow, the black shadow stagnated in place, without any movement. Logically speaking, if it wasn't Yu Yuan, but other people would have escaped with Chu Jiangchen and Duan Wuya after the sneak attack failed, but the black shadow remained motionless. Yi Feng stared at the place where xuanhuan's black shadow disappeared just now. His heart was still beating violently. I don't know if xuanhuan was shot by that arrow. How is the situation now? The black shadow dissipated, and he must be eliminated from the second round of the competition. To be eliminated, there are only two possibilities. One is to abstain, and the other is death. Yifeng couldn't accept the situation where xuanhuan died to save himself, and in that situation just now, even if xuanhuan didn't block the arrows for him, he wouldn't die. At most the consciousness of the nine-armed ghost ape would be exposed, just come out. Why bother? Yifeng gritted his teeth. Now that he is still in the game, it is naturally impossible to abstain and go out to see how xuanhuan is doing. If xuanhuan was already dead, it would be useless for him to go out. If she abstained in time when she was seriously injured, then xuanhuan was seriously injured, and the outside emperors such as Qi, the four hall masters of the Monster Slayer Hall, Lian, etc., would definitely have a better way to save her life than Yifeng. After a little analysis, Yifeng forced himself to suppress his worry. Still leaving? Yifeng glanced at the black shadow not far away, thinking in his heart that he couldn't transmit sound in the competition space, and he couldn't see the opponent's face either, otherwise he would definitely try to prove who the black shadow was. Since the black shadow might be Yuan, it's impossible for Yifeng to kill him, but he definitely won't be with him. The second round of the Eastern Territory martial arts is shrouded in fog. It's so troublesome. A trace of hatred for Lingshan and the others emerged in Yifeng's heart. No matter what happened to xuanhuan, the situation would definitely not be much better now, and all of this was specially arranged by Lingshan and others. Since this is the case, I will not let your sacrifice be in vain. Just open your eyes and watch me, step by step, win the Eastern Region Championship, and kill Duan Wuya and other Wuya Valley people one by one. Yifeng made up his mind, his whole body revealed a strong killing intent. Of course, it's not convenient to lock other people's identities in this second round, so Yifeng is going to wait until the third round before going on a killing spree. Next time I see Duan Wuya, even if the consciousness body of the nine-armed ghost ape is exposed, I will kill him with lightning speed, so that everyone in Wuya Valley can taste the evil results I have brewed. Yuan still didn't move. Yifeng ignored it, turned around and left. Even if it was really Yueliang, after going out, Yifeng would have to ask her why he shot that arrow. Yifeng remembered that just now Duan Shao led a dozen members of the Rock Monster clan towards the north, so he didn't go north. After all, Duan Shao was there, and the Rock Monster clan must be the most competitive in the north. Any movement of other forces to the north will be suppressed. Yifeng didn't want to have any conflict with Duan Shao, so he quickly flew towards the south, and this is where Duan Wuya and Chu Jiangchen left just now. In this competition space, no one can use the power of space to teleport, but Yifeng sacrificed the Sword of Nine Colors Dao fruit and the Sword of Yangshan, fused into a giant sword, and walked on the sword. The speed surpassed that of the participants in the competition. Most monks. Not long after, several black figures gathered in front of them and flew towards the south, quickly. It was unknown what kind of forces they belonged to. Seeing Yifeng flying towards them, these black shadows seemed to be a little hesitant, not knowing whether to run away or fight directly. Yifeng coldly glanced at those black shadows. Although he didn't know the identity of the other party, he could feel the slight malice emanating from them. The chapter is updated the fastest. Obviously, the other party saw his identity, and had some grudges with him in the past. In this case, I will not let you go. Yifeng didn't think much about it at all. As long as he was sure that the other party was hostile, he could kill him. He has already fought against Duan Wuya twice. Yifeng doesn't need to hide too much strength, and with the strength he has shown, it is already easy to kill some ordinary monks. Those black shadows hesitated for a moment, and then avoided in another direction. It could be seen that they didn't want to attack Yifeng anymore and wanted to avoid it. But how could their speed compare to Yifeng, who fused the Yangshan sword and the Dao fruit sword and walked on the sword? Yifeng walked with his sword. The Emperor Peng spreads his wings. Yifeng cast his sorcery, his figure flashed by in an instant, and quickly shortened the distance to those black shadows. Although monks cannot teleport with the power of the void in the competition space, if they have the corresponding teleportation magic, they can still be used and produce effects. It's still a few steps away, continue. Peng Huang spreads his wings. Yi Feng desperately spread his wings, and after 3 times in a row, he came directly in front of those black shadows, blocking their way forward. Yi Feng still has a small half bottle of Luotian water, which should be enough for him to consume. Although he has not reached the realm of becoming a fairy, there is no need to worry too much about running out of his own strength. Seeing Yi Feng coming in such a strong pursuit, those black shadows were startled. Immediately, those few black shadows were not afraid, instead they were aroused fiercely, each of them showed an extremely strong killing intent. Obviously, they thought that avoiding Yi Feng was not because they were afraid of Yi Feng, but because they were afraid of Yi Feng. I don't want to be extravagant. After all, the goal of the second round of competition is to snatch the promotion exit, and now that there is no shadow of the exit, it is obviously not worthwhile to fight a strong man to the death. In Wuya City, seeing Yi Feng blocking those black shadows so frantically, many people sneered secretly, especially the demon cultivators of the 8-dragon demon clan. Among the monsters of the 8-dragon demon tribes, many people from the Tiamalong branch started talking about it. Then Yi Feng is so arrogant, he wants to pick on the genius of our Tiamalong branch, even if he can compete with Duan Wuya. Our Tiamalong branch is not afraid of him. That's right, no matter how strong he is, there is only one person. The 5 geniuses of our Tiamalong branch gathered together with a secret sign, and even if they encounter Duan Wuya, they can kill him. This Yi Feng is really too arrogant, let the geniuses from our Tiamalong branch teach him some lessons. The original patriarch and the young patriarch of the Yank branch are now in the Immortal Demon City, and they seem to have a good relationship with Yi Feng. Those 2 traitors betrayed our 8-dragon demon clan. Now let's kill Yi Feng first, and then go to Yan Feng. Let them know that only our 8-dragon demon clans are the strongest in the Eastern Heavenly City. There was a lot of discussion from the outside world, but it didn't affect the fighting situation in the competition space in the slightest. Yi Feng stood in the air, feeling the strong killing intent from the 5 black shadows in front of him. He sneered secretly, and didn't give them a chance at all. Swallow, destroy soul, double sword intent, suppress. Yi Feng didn't even think about it, the double sword intent was released crazily, covering the few black shadows in front of him. Bloodthirsty berserk. The blood in Yi Feng's whole body boiled, his strength doubled in an instant, and then the sword light flickered, and hundreds of sword chi returned to 0 swept towards the 5 black shadows. A mere sword energy dares to block it. The 5 black shadows teamed up, obviously not paying attention to these 0 sword chi, and the double sword chi displayed by Yi Feng was also resisted by their joint efforts. Then try this sword. Killing intent surged in Yi Feng's heart, he instantly condensed sword energy with the power of the ancient monster dragon, and turned to cast the totem magic. Forbidden technique, the 7th sword. The power of the totemized ancient monster dragon, with the forbidden technique of zeroing 18 swords, the 7th sword shot out, shaking the world instantly, as if even the sky was about to be broken. It was already very difficult for the 5 black shadows to resist Yi Feng's double sword chi, and the hundreds of thousands of 0 returning sword chi just now also made them spend some time thinking. So at this time, when Yi Feng slashed down with his sword, none of them could resist it. Puff. Sword light cut down. One of the black shadows was cut into ashes by Yi Feng's sword, and dissipated with a bang. The other 4 shadows didn't hesitate at all, they didn't run away, instead they took this opportunity to attack Yi Feng. They were all experienced in killing field and knew how to seize the opportunity. Now that Yi Feng swung his sword, it was the time when he was exhausted, the 4 of them attacked from 4 directions, and someone's attack would be effective. The Emperor Peng spreads his wings. When Yifeng saw the other party attacking him, he immediately cast his sorcery again and teleported to another direction, and there was only one black shadow closest to him left. Forbidden Technique, the Seventh Sword. Yifeng swallowed a drop of Luotian water, and then continued to draw his sword. One sword, shaking the world. Puff. Another person died under his sword, and the attacks launched by the other three on Yifeng failed at the same time. This Yifeng, didn't he only have 5,000 years of cultivation? After using so many powerful fairy arts, how could he still be able to use so many fairy arts? It's okay, even if he escapes this time, he will definitely not be able to escape next time. I don't believe that he is a cultivator at the Dao realm, and he really can't run out of energy? Go on, kill him. In Wuya City, although the Tianmalong branch regretted the death of the two geniuses, but now, they all hope that Yifeng can be beheaded by the geniuses in their clan. In that case, they are just a branch, and they can do things that Wielder can't do, which will definitely increase the reputation of the entire 8 dragon demons, and faintly have the effect of attacking Wielder. But they didn't know that their thoughts were too naive. Peng Huang spreads his wings, Forbidden Technique, the Seventh Sword. Yifeng struck one sword after another, and then dodged with Peng Huang wings. Occasionally, a few attacks fell on him, but he also blocked them with the fusion giant sword. The sporadic attacks of the opponent alone are impossible to injure him, let alone kill him. One sword, kill one person. In less than 10 seconds, Yifeng had killed 3 people. When the third black shadow was directly beheaded by Yifeng, the movements of the remaining 2 became a little stiff. Obviously, they were a little scared. They didn't expect that Yifeng, a cultivator in Dao realm, could continuously display such powerful swordsmanship. This is completely unscientific. They didn't know that Yifeng possessed Luotian water, and taking a drop of it could restore the strength of the whole body's true energy. The instant killing not only frightened the remaining 2 geniuses of Tianmalong branch, but also frightened many monks who were watching in Wuya City. This Yifeng is really terrifying. Swish. Swish. The remaining 2 geniuses of the Tianmalong branch chose to abstain without thinking about it, and their figures were teleported out of the competition space. Facing Yifeng like this, they failed to kill him when there were still 5 of them, now there are only 2 of them left, let alone trying to kill Yifeng. Therefore, they resolutely chose to abstain. The most urgent thing is to save their own lives, lest they be beheaded by Yifeng for no reason like the 3 of them just now. Seeing that the remaining 2 abstained and left, Yifeng didn't think much about it, turned around and used his giant sword, and continued to move quickly towards the south. After entering the competition space for so long, everyone has either dispersed or united like the 5 just now. All in all, whether they are acting alone or in a group, the distance between each team is not close, and it is not easy to meet other people. Especially Yifeng Yusher's giant sword, so conspicuous, most people would see him and stay away. From the valley at the very beginning of the competition space, go south, and there will be a cave after hundreds of miles. After passing through that cave, you will go out of the valley. Flying south for 10 days, you can reach the terminal with 44 exits. That's what everyone flying south is aiming for, too. Not long after, Yifeng came to the entrance of the cave, and found that the cave was so big that even his imperial envoy's giant sword could easily enter it. And there is not even one person at the entrance of the cave, perhaps because everyone here is shrouded in fog, unable to tell whether they are enemies or friends, and most people are subconsciously avoiding other contestants. Holding a trace of caution, Yifeng flew into the cave with his giant sword, and found that the cave led to the end, and there was a light coming from the end, which obviously came from outside the valley. There is no one in the cave, and no one will stay in the cave. After all, the goal of all of them in the competition is to find the exit as soon as possible and qualify for the promotion. Yifeng flew directly out of the cave and came to the sky above a vast grassland. The sun is shining and the breeze is blowing, making the weeds on the entire grassland move with the wind, like waves. Nobody. Yifeng saw at a glance that there were no people in his field of vision, but he was right when he thought about it. There were only 1,000 people participating in this round of competition, and an average of more than 200 people in each direction. The speed of the monks' progress varies from fast to slow, and this grassland is not in a straight line. In order to avoid other people, some monks take a short detour. In this way, everyone is scattered. The final decisive battle must have happened near the exit gathering place. As soon as Yifeng thought about this, he didn't waste any time, and flew towards the south according to the direction of the map in his memory. With the combination of Yangshan and Daogua swords, Yifeng's flying speed is much faster than ordinary monks. The only inconvenient thing is that he has not stepped into the realm of becoming a fairy, and his true energy is easily exhausted during the fast flight. Fortunately, he still has a lot of Luotian water on his body, which allows him to last for a long time. It seems that these Luotian water persist until I reach the realm of immortality. There should be no problem. Yifeng thought in his heart that once he stepped into the realm of becoming a fairy, no matter what kind of fairy art he used, he would no longer consume his own power, but would borrow the power from the heavens and the earth. A huge sword, carrying a black shadow, moved quickly on the grassland. Soon, Yifeng encountered 3 or 2 groups of people one after another, all flying towards the south, quickly, but he didn't feel any malice from the other party, so he ignored the other party. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed day by day. Yifeng had already flown an infinite distance forward in the vast competition space. The vast grassland had already been crossed, and now he was in the sky above a piece of sea area. I haven't seen anyone else for a day. I don't know how fast they are. Yifeng thought in his heart, always pay attention to whether there will be other monks around. If he finds the aura of Duan Wuya or his helper, Yifeng will definitely kill him without hesitation. Thinking that xuanhuan didn't know what was going on at this time, Yifeng felt a little anxious. He wanted to find an exit quickly, and leave this place after obtaining the promotion qualification. After crossing this sea area, Yifeng came to the sky above a desert. The terrain under his feet was constantly changing, but Yifeng felt that he was getting closer and closer to his destination. According to this speed, I should be able to reach the exit on the 7th day. Yifeng estimated that this speed should be regarded as one of the fastest among all the people. Originally, he wanted to kill more people during this period, or create more opportunities for his own people, but now because he was thinking about xuanhuan, he had no intentions. Moreover, Yifeng still couldn't figure out why Yueyuan shot that arrow. Was it Yueyuan? If not Yueyuan, then who? Why didn't you leave after shooting that arrow? All these, he has to figure out after leaving this space. After the desert, there is the grassland again, and then the forest. Every piece of landform is vast to the extreme. Even at Yifeng's speed, it would take a day and a night to fly out. After the forest, there is a stone forest desert. The area where the exit is located is almost here. Yifeng passed through the forest and came to the stone forest desert. He saw huge boulders standing in this area. Some of the huge boulders held up to the sky, connecting the veins of the sky, like pillars of heaven. And in this stone forest desert area, there are 44 exits in the south. As long as you find any one of the exits, Yifeng can directly advance. Huh? Is there anyone with the same speed as me? Yifeng suddenly saw a black figure in front of him, and entered the stone forest desert at an extremely terrifying speed. He completely ignored Yifeng, obviously just wanted to find the exit quickly. Due to the fast flight of that black figure, there was a breath of its own strength, and from that person, Yifeng felt a trace of boundless sword intent. It's endless. Yifeng's face turned cold. This round, anyone can let him go, but only Duan Wuya. As long as he sees him, he will never let the other party go. He didn't even think about it, and directly sent the huge sword towards the black shadow, quickly. At the same time, without considering the consumption of true energy, he continued to spread the wings of the xuanhuan, letting him step on the figure of the huge sword and quickly forward. The figure of Duan Wuya in front, approached by Yifeng quickly, seemed a little flustered. He quickly circled around in the stone forest desert, looking for an exit while trying to get rid of Yifeng. Yifeng quickly caught up with him, and not long after, the distance between the two sides was less than 100 meters. Stop it! Yifeng swung his long sword, and a stream of sword energy swept away in an instant. The sword light flickered, and Yifeng's entanglement sword technique, like a devil's shackles, entangled the black shadow all at once. That black shadow is Duan Wuya is absolutely right, but it is not intentional to show the aura of Wuya's sword intent to let Yifeng know, because if it is not relying on Wuya's sword intent, Duan Wuya would not be able to come so quickly to here. Read the latest and most complete novel. The reason why he came here quickly was, of course, to avoid Yifeng and advance to the next level as soon as possible. Even if he didn't admit in his heart that he was inferior to Yifeng, he would not want to fight Yifeng to the death in this second round and expose his full strength. He still feels until now that his biggest opponent is the Death Zone Emperor of the Ghost Bone sect, the natural disaster of the Tian Men, Duan Shao of the Dapeng Monster clan, and the Blood Sword of the Eight Dragon Demon clan, not the mere Immortal Demon City. Yifeng. At this moment, he was entangled by Yifeng's entwining sword technique, his whole body's qi stagnated, and he could no longer move forward quickly. Don't force me. Duan Wuya's face was ruthless, and he shouted in his heart, it's a pity that Yifeng couldn't see him no matter his appearance or voice in this competition space. Yifeng entangled Duan Wuya with one move, without any hesitation at all, followed by a move that broke the sword technique and swept out the sword energy. Duan Wuya has suffered from his trick before, so of course he won't fall for it again. With a wave of the Wuya sword that was shining in blue and white in his hand, a sword energy with Wuya's sword intent swept out, matching Yifeng's. The swords collided. In an instant, the two sword qi burst out, and the strong aura blasted the two nearby stone pillars connecting to the sky into pieces, and the huge boulder fell to the ground with a great momentum. It's smarter, I didn't use the defensive barrier to eat my broken swordsmanship. Yifeng squinted his eyes, and the giant sword stretched across the sky and directly slashed at the black shadow that was entangled by him. After all, Duan Wuya's cultivation base is much higher than Yifeng's. Just now, Yifeng's entwining sword technique could only entangle him for a moment. At this moment, when the giant sword slashed towards him, Duan Wuya had already entangled him. Breaking away from the swordsmanship, he dodged to the side when he saw the situation. The next moment, a seemingly boundless sword intent enveloped him, thousands of sword qi swept towards where Yifeng was. Duan Wuya's sword intent was unleashed with all his strength, shaking the world, ghosts and gods weeping, and Yifeng who was in it couldn't avoid it, as if he was about to be pierced by thousands of sword qi. However, Yifeng was already prepared. Seeing this situation, he immediately retracted the giant sword, totemized the power of the ancient demon dragon in his body, and then unleashed the Ijio sword and the sixth sword of Guiling 18 swords. The Ijio sword is a defensive swordsmanship, which is more in line with the power of the ancient demon dragon than the guarding sword technique. Using the power of the ancient demon dragon to cast the sixth sword of the Ijio sword, the defensive ability is much stronger than the guarding swordsmanship. Thousands of boundless sword qi poured down like a torrential rain, but was blocked by Yifeng's Ijio sword with a desolate and death breath, and was unable to break through half a step. Suddenly, a ray of sword light from beyond the sky came across, and suddenly appeared behind Yifeng, causing thunder and lightning around him. Yifeng was startled. Where did this thunderous sword energy come from? With Duan Wuya in front of him, it is impossible to release this sword, but besides Duan Wuya, who else can come to this stone forest and desert so early? Yifeng didn't have time to think about it, but luckily when he was chasing Duan Wuya, He thought that he might encounter an ambush, so he was already prepared. Devour me. Yi Feng turned around and swung his sword. The devouring sword intent that had been prepared a long time ago surged out like a mad dragon, pounced on the thunder light sword energy that was attacking sneakily. All of a sudden, the thunder light sword chi failed to exert its expected effect at all, and was swallowed up by Yi Feng's devouring sword intent, leaving no dregs in an instant. It really is him. Yi Feng saw at a glance that another black figure exuding a strange sword intent appeared behind him. It was the sword cultivator who had teamed up with Duan Wuya to attack him before. Yi Feng didn't know that that person was Chu Jiangchen. Chu Jiangchen comprehends the gossip sword intent, and can exert stronger power in the area with gossip, and this competition space is full of different terrains, each of which coincides with a certain gossip, so that Chu Jiangchen's forward speed was also very fast, and even the first monks who came to this stone forest desert, Lian Duan Wuyu was behind him. Because of this, Chu Jiangchen had set up the gossip formation here early, waiting for Yi Feng to come. The Lei Guang sword energy was swallowed, but Chu Jiangchen was not discouraged, but the sword energy fluctuated, and instantly summoned a huge gossip diagram above his head. Water, fire, wind, thunder, mountain, swamp, sky, earth, 8 different hexagrams are fully revealed at this time. In the surrounding world, gossip elements are everywhere. Relying on the gossip and trigrams, the strength that Chu Jiangchen can display at this time is already stronger than Duan Wuya. It seems that these two guys are well prepared, and they have to be careful in the future. Yi Feng thought in his heart, no matter what, let's find out the truth first. The gossip around him surged like wind and thunder. Yi Feng was not afraid at all. With a wave of the huge sword, the Jiajiao sword of the 18 swords was zeroed, and the 7th sword condensed into a terrifying sword energy, which was about to tear the void, and move towards Chu Jiangchen. Kill the past, wherever it is. This 7th sword is a forbidden technique, although Yi Feng has only 5,000 years of cultivation base, but relying on double forbidden technique, totemization, and the 7th sword, he can still fight against genius monsters like Duan Wuya. I have used this 7th sword many times, and I have new insights every time. This time, there seems to be something different, as if it is about to be caught by me. When Yi Feng swung this sword, there seemed to be a kind of enlightenment in his mind, as if he had comprehended something, but he didn't seem to comprehend anything. In the front, a sword slashed, and the sky and the earth split. However, at this moment, a sound of wind and thunder exploded in the air, and the gossip and trigrams around him surged rapidly. It formed a huge gossip diagram and firmly resisted Yi Feng's sword. Yi Feng frowned slightly, but saw that after the giant 8 diagrams resisted his sword, it disappeared to the surrounding area again, turning into a sky full of 8 diagrams: water, fire, wind, thunder, mountains, swamps, sky, earth. The cycle is surging and endless. Kill. Of course Duan Wuya would not let go of this golden opportunity. Holding the bluish-white Wuya sword, he jumped towards Yi Feng's back and slashed at him. Breaking the void, killing the enemy with one sword, all of Duan Wuya's power is concentrated on this sword. This sword fused all of his boundless sword intent, as if a sword came from the ends of the earth. It was going to cut Yi Feng into 2 halves. And when Duan Wuya's sword struck, the gossip and trigrams around Yi Feng also surged up, disturbing his perception of the void power of the surrounding world. At this moment, in Yi Feng's eyes, even Duan Wuya's sword couldn't tell how far the distance was. Facing this lore sword, Yi Feng closed his eyes instead. The 7th sword just now made me realize something. If it's not bad, I should be able to. Yi Feng held the hilt of the huge sword in his hand, and suddenly there was an indescribable momentum all over his body, and then he opened his eyes. His eyes were like sword light. Forbidden technique, the 8th sword. With his powerful talent, Yi Feng finally comprehended the essentials of the 8th sword after using the 7th sword of forbidden art many times. Forbidden techniques are not something that anyone can comprehend. If you don't have enough talent, even if you have comprehended tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, you will not be able to successfully perform forbidden techniques. But Yi Feng, faced with Duan Wuya's lore sword, he comprehended it immediately and used the forbidden technique, the 8th sword of the 18 swords and the 9 swords. The 7th sword is already a forbidden technique, and few people can resist it. If Chu Jiangchen hadn't set up the gossip formation around here earlier, Yi Feng's 7th sword would have sent their 2 souls back to heaven. And the 8th sword that Yi Feng used now is even more powerful than ordinary forbidden techniques. Just as Yi Feng started to gather momentum, he could feel the power increase of the giant sword in his hand, which was stronger than turning the ancient demon dragon into a totem. The level of the totemization forbidden technique is about the same as the 7th sword, and the 8th sword has surpassed the level of the totemization forbidden technique. The 8th sword is called the Sword of Instant Sky. It is this move that made Zawazi of Guiling Sword sect kill several immortal emperors of the same level with a single sword, which can be called invincible swordsmanship. Yi Feng's thoughts moved slightly, and he felt a burst of void power completely enveloping him, and then, his body seemed to be transformed into a void sword. The sword of the sky, the body turns into a sword, and the human sword is one. With the fastest speed, it can not only kill the enemy, but also avoid the deadly attack in an instant in a critical moment. It can be said that the offense and defense are integrated. It was because of this move that he was hailed as the most talented disciple of Guiling Sword sect over the years. Yi Feng's figure disappeared in an instant, replaced by a fierce and bright sword energy, which disappeared in an instant, and suddenly appeared behind Duan Wuya. Duan Wuya only saw Yi Feng's body disappear. He was shocked, and wanted to find out where Yi Feng was. At this moment, he only felt a burst of awe-inspiring sword energy penetrate his body and penetrate into his bone marrow. Duan Wuya turned around with difficulty, but only saw a flash of sword light. At this moment, he could only silently say in his heart, "Abstain." However, the sword energy of Yi Feng's instant sword had penetrated into his body. Even if he abstained immediately and was sent out by the referee, it was uncertain whether he could survive. In the past, Duan Wuya, who had been hailed as one of the most promising talents to win the Eastern Region martial arts competition, couldn't even catch Yi Feng's sword. This scene deeply shocked all the monks who were watching outside. One sword, defeated without limit, forced him to abstain in embarrassment, was seriously injured, and it is not sure whether he can be saved. Even if he could be saved, Duan Wuya would be useless in this Eastern Region martial arts meeting. Duan Wuya deliberately put water in the first round, and chose to enter the second round, presumably to cooperate with Chu Jiangchen, kill more opponents from hostile forces, and let Wielder have more disciples to enter the third round. However, the conflict with Yi Feng made him not only fail to achieve his original goal, but also ruined himself in the second round of Stone Forest and Desert. It runs so fast. Seeing the black shadow of Duan Wuya disappear under the sword energy, Yi Feng thought coldly, then quietly swallowed a drop of Luotian water, and cast his eyes on the black shadow on the other side. It was Chu Jiangchen who had set up the gossip formation. I don't know who this person is, but he has been cooperating well with Duan Wuya. If I hadn't hidden my strength, I'm afraid I would have fallen into their hands. Yi Feng spoke very highly of Chu Jiangchen, but at this time he had comprehended the 8th sword. Even Chu Jiangchen, who had set up the gossip formation, would definitely be cut by his sword. However, Lian Duan Wuya was defeated by Yi Feng's sword, so naturally Chu Jiangchen would not stay foolishly and be killed by Yi Feng. Almost without any hesitation, Chu Jiangchen turned around and left. With the help of the gossip formation, his flying speed was so fast that even Yi Feng couldn't match it. Yi Feng still wanted to catch up, but seeing the opponent running so fast, even if he wanted to, he couldn't catch up, so he had to give up. There are a total of 44 exits in the Stone Forest Desert. Now that guy should be the first to advance, so there are still 43 left. Yi Feng thought in his heart, if he had time, he would be more than happy to wait here and eliminate some opponents from other forces. But now he is worried about xuanhuan's safety, and there is also the matter of Yuan, which makes him have no intention of staying here any longer. After a little thought, he wandered around in the stone forest desert, and not long after, he found a teleportation ball shining with white light, stepped into it, and chose to advance. Out of 1,000 people, only 176 could stand out from the second round, and Yi Feng was the second among this group of people to advance. The first person was Chu Jiangchen. Chu Jiangchen had set up the gossip formation in Stone Forest Desert in advance. At the same time, he had figured out the location of the nearest exit, so he was the first to advance ahead of Yi Feng. After Yi Feng stepped into the teleportation ball, he only felt a space distortion around him, and then the surrounding scene changed suddenly. In the center of Boundless City, he has returned. He looked around and saw that all the monks around him cast their eyes on him, with a look of shock and disbelief on their faces. Obviously, Yi Feng's strength has shocked most of the people present. Even Emperor Qiangu of the Ghost Bone sect stared at Yi Feng with interest, obviously acknowledging his strength, thinking that he could fight against the Emperor of Death under his sect. Xuanhuan, a mature and beautiful woman from Tianmen, covered her mouth and smiled lightly. Her charming appearance attracted the attention of a large group of people in the field. It was obvious that Xuanhuan appreciated Yi Feng's strength. The eighth sword of Guiling's 18 swords, but not many people can comprehend it. As the elder generation of Immortal Emperor powerhouse, Xuanhuan certainly recognized Yi Feng as the eighth sword of Guiling's 18 swords. Surgery. This forbidden technique was comprehended by Zuozi last time, and Zuozi beheaded several immortal emperors of the same level in Guiling Sword sect, including many immortal emperors against the sky. Zuozi is also based on this. Even if he goes to the sanctuary of Tianzhou, no one dares to touch him. Now Shi Huazi was missing, but Yi Feng appeared. This had to make some people doubt Yi Feng's identity. Yi Feng, is it true that the people in Fairy Demon City brought out a young genius? Or is Zuozi living in seclusion somewhere and receiving apprentices? In other words, the missing Shi Huazi is now in the Fairy Demon City? Countless guesses emerged in everyone's minds, but Yi Feng ignored the others, but went straight to the gathering place of the people in the Fairy Demon City. How is xuanhuan? When Yi Feng opened his mouth, the first sentence was to ask. Fortunately, I protected my heart, so I can't die. Seeing Yi Feng approaching, Qi frowned slightly and said, however, with her whole body, I'm afraid that, because of this. Hearing Qi's words, Yi Feng's expression changed. Could it be that although xuanhuan will not die, her cultivation will be abolished? He looked behind the crowd in Fairy Demon City, only to see the 4 hall masters of wind, frost, rain and snow gathered together, and in the middle of them was the unconscious xuanhuan. Seeing Yi Feng came back, the 4 hall masters of Feng Shuangjiexu didn't say anything, because they were all focused on healing xuanhuan. This article is written by starting. No matter what you have to say, wait until after the healing is over. There was a worried look on Yi Feng's face, but when Zilian saw this, she hurried up to comfort her and said, Yi Feng, Sister Shuang will be fine, don't worry, as for the one who hurt Sister Shuang. Speaking of this, there was a trace of hesitation on Zilianxia's face. The one who hurt xuanhuan was Yi Feng's woman, Yu Liang. This is the reason why the atmosphere in the group of people in the Immortal Demon City is not quite right now. Yi Feng's woman hurt their people in the Immortal Demon City, and that Yuan was still from Wu Yagu. Yi Feng, there is something I don't know if I should say it or not. Qi came to Yi Feng's side, frowning slightly. Senior, it's okay to say. Yi Feng said with a solemn expression. Although I don't know what kind of story you had with that Yuan before, but this time, did you see the wrong person? Qi asked with a bit of tone, I mean, did Yuan deliberately approach you, and then set a trap for you to fall into the bait? Impossible. Yi Feng shook his head without thinking about anything else. Just in Tianqiang restaurant, when he and Yuelong looked at each other, he could see the endless love in her eyes. If he just set up a trap to get close to him intentionally, there is no need to use his own body as a price, not to mention the emotion in Yu Yuan's eyes at that time is absolutely impossible to be fake. Yi Feng is not someone who has never seen a woman before, he can still tell whether the emotion in a woman's eyes is real or not. Because of this, he can be sure that Yu Yuan will not betray him. The arrow in the competition space must be caused by some people in Wuya Valley. She's out. Just at this time, Zilian pouted towards the center of Wuya City and gestured. Everyone looked in that direction, and sure enough, they saw Yuelong in a snow-white long dress, holding a super god-level star crystal bow, stepping into the exit, and stepped out. A sharp look flashed in Yifeng's eyes, and he immediately floated up into the air to meet him. There are still some people in Fairy Demon City, especially some cultivators from Monster Slashing Hall, who wanted to follow up and argue with Yue Yuan, but they were stopped by Qi. Forget it, let them solve their problems by themselves. If Yi Feng can't solve it, we can come forward. Qi said to the crowd, making them think for a moment, and then nodded their heads. Indeed, Yue Yuan is also a disciple of Wu Yagu, so it is not a big deal if Yi Feng talks to her alone now, but if they all rush forward to ask the blame, it will provoke a dispute between the two sides' behavior. Although they are not afraid of Wuya Valley, they don't want to cause more trouble at this time. After all, compared with Wuya Valley, Fairy Demon City is indeed at a disadvantage. Soon, Yi Feng and Yu Yuan met in midair. Yu Yuan's face was pale with unparalleled guilt, she looked at Yi Fengfei, and wanted to explain something, but she didn't know how to say it. Yu Yuan. Yi Feng came in front of her and asked blankly, I just want to ask you, did you shoot that arrow on purpose? No, it's not. Yu Yuan's face became even paler, and she shook her head vigorously. At that time, I didn't know what happened, but there was a voice in the dark that asked me to shoot an arrow at you and kill you, but I didn't know what was going on. It is impossible to have such an idea, let alone put it into practice, but at that moment, I felt that I lost control. Could it be that you were controlled by someone at that moment? Yi Feng frowned slightly. It has been a while since Yue Yuan came to Wuya Valley, and the immortal emperors gathered in Wuya Valley. The means are beyond Yifeng's imagination. If during this period of time, Yue Yuan was controlled by some people in Wuya Valley by some means, it is definitely possible. I don't know, Yi Feng, I don't know. Pain appeared on Yue Yuan's face. It's good that you're fine, but how is that girl? I don't know yet. Yi Feng shook his head, turned his head to look behind him. Xuanhuan was still being healed by the 4 hall masters of the Monster Slayer Hall, and the results of the healing might not come out until a while later. Suspicious, Yi Feng frowned tightly, not knowing what to do next. It's impossible for him to blame Yueliang. After all, Yueliang also said that she couldn't even control herself at that time. Since this is the case, only the Immortal Emperor can find out the truth. Yi Feng was determined in his heart, so he raised his head and looked at the referee's seat of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Competition. A cold light flashed in his eyes. In Wiagu, Yifeng's hatred for this sect gradually deepened. Similarly, Wiagu's hatred for Yi Feng is not weak at all, and it is precisely because of this that he came up with this series of measures against Yi Feng. On the referee's seat, some of the 10 referees closed their eyes and rested their minds, some frowned slightly, and some were still observing the situation in the competition space. Only Ling Shan glanced towards Yi Feng and Yu Yuan, and then sneered. Let you escape again. Ling Shan thought in his heart, but at the same time, he was secretly worried, how could this Yi Feng be so strong? He has only cultivated for 5,000 years, and he has only attained the realm of Tao. Even if the destructive power he erupts is very strong, it is impossible for him to have the ability to fight for a long time, but in fact, Yi Feng flew quickly in the competition space for 7 days and 7 nights, without the slightest sign of exhaustion. If he wasn't in the realm of Immortal Emperor, he could see through Yifeng's cultivation at a glance, and he almost wondered if Yifeng was hiding his cultivation. At this moment, Yifeng took Yueyuan and turned towards the referee's seat, facing Lingshan. Yueyuan may have been tampered with, and will be controlled by other people at critical moments. I feel that this matter is related to a certain immortal emperor in Wuya Valley. I request that this matter be thoroughly investigated. Yifeng looked at the referee's seat. Even Lingshan, one of the Sijia elders of Wuya Valley, who was facing the realm of immortal emperor, showed no sign of fear at all. Investigate this matter thoroughly. Upon hearing these 4 words, many people originally paid attention to this side, but now more people turned their attention to Yifeng. On the referee's seat, even the man in the crystal mask from the sanctuary Tianzhou was startled, turned his face towards Yifeng, and showed a trace of interest in his exposed eyes. Originally, he admired Yifeng's double sword intent, but now that Yifeng used the 8th sword of forbidden technique of returning to 0-18 swords, it made him admire even more. At this time, Yifeng took Yueyuan, and even directly questioned the elder Wu Yagu on the referee's seat, making him nod secretly. This kid is not only talented, but also courageous. Hearing Yifeng's words, Lingshan's face in the referee's seat suddenly became gloomy. Demand a thorough investigation of this matter? This boy who only attained the Dao realm dared to talk to a noble and powerful immortal emperor like this. He simply didn't know the heights of the heavens and the earth. Lingshan stood up suddenly, and glanced coldly towards Yifeng. You said that Yueyuan is sometimes controlled by others and requires a thorough investigation? Then I would like to ask you, is there such a rule in the Eastern Territory martial arts rules? There was a coolness in Lingshan's voice, which made people tremble with cold. This matter has nothing to do with the martial arts contest in the Eastern Territory. It's just that as Yueyuan's friend, I want to find justice for her, that's all. Yifeng said lightly, and his expression gradually turned cold. From Lingshan's words, he was almost certain that Yueyuan would definitely be controlled by someone. Regarding this, Lingshan directly admitted, obviously he didn't think Yifeng, what can he do? No matter what method is used, Yifeng knows that no one wants to be controlled by others. Yueyuan was controlled by someone just now, and she shot an arrow at Yifeng. The pain in her heart can be imagined. Since Yifeng is her man, it is his duty to relieve her pain. Even if he has to fight against the high-level officials of Wuya Valley to complete this matter, he will not have the slightest fear. Justice? Lingshan snorted coldly, she is my Wuya Valley disciple, she has been vigorously cultivated in my Wuya Valley, and with her current cultivation, she should be grateful. Even if she pays for Wuya Valley, what's the problem? I have already experienced your style of Wiagu, so you don't need to emphasize it again. Yifeng stared at Lingshan, now I just want to know how you guys control Yueyang. If you don't make it clear today, I will never give up with you. I swear not to give up. It's a good one to never give up. Lingshan laughed loudly, and said arrogantly, only you, what qualifications do you have to say such a thing? A mere kid in the Dao realm dares to talk nonsense here. Speaking of this, Lingshan smiled at the other referees on the side of the referee's seat. Everyone, I think that this Yifeng is messing around and disturbing us to judge the Eastern region martial arts. He is really a heinous crime and he should be disqualified from the competition. Lingshan glanced at the other 9 people around him, especially pausing on Lian's body. In his opinion, Lian was the only one who might object to his words. But Lian closed his eyes tightly, and before he could speak, a slightly hoarse voice came to Lingshan's ears from another direction. Based on this, it's too childish to disqualify him from the competition. Don't forget, what is your Eastern Territory martial arts competition held for? If you, the referee, only have this kind of heart, I don't think you need to continue. Served as the referee of this Eastern region martial arts competition. There was no mercy for Lingshan in this voice, and it turned out to be coming from the side of the crystal-masked man from Tianzhou, the sanctuary. Lingshan's heart trembled when he heard the words, why did the strong man from the sanctuary Tianzhou speak out? Senior. Lung Shan hastily bowed in the direction of the man in the spar mask, and then said cautiously, "Of course I keep in mind the purpose of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Competition, which is to select talented juniors for the Eastern Territory Tiancheng, and reward them with rewards to help them grow faster. However, I think Yifeng has a bad character. Now he is meddling in the internal affairs of Wuya Valley, and he is rude to the referee of the martial arts. Even if he succeeds in cultivation, it won't make any contribution to the heavenly city of the Eastern Territory." "Yeah?" The man in the spar mask interrupted Lung Shan. There were only 2 words, but he clearly expressed his attitude. This made Lung Shan sweat a little on his forehead. The man in the spar mask obviously expressed his appreciation for Yifeng's talent. If he continues to suppress Yifeng like this, he will definitely annoy the man in the spar mask even more. Thinking of this, Lung Shan felt a bit of unwillingness in his heart. If Yifeng is let go like this, it is very likely that Wiagu will suffer a crushing defeat in this Eastern region martial arts competition. At that time, his life and death will be decided by Genie. Lung Shan naturally didn't want to see such an ending, but he didn't dare to make him confront the spar-masked man. "How about this, since the senior has spoken, Yifeng, this offense will be ignored, but it is not allowed to happen again, why don't you go down?" Lung Shan stared at Yifeng and said condescendingly. Yifeng watched Lung Shan's face change again and again, knowing that Lung Shan had already made a concession, but if it was just like this, how could Yifeng be satisfied? "If you don't tell the truth about what happened to Yue Yuan, I will definitely fight you to the end today. If you want to spend it with me, I will be more than happy to play with you." Yifeng stared at Lung Shan expressionlessly, and said coldly. Since he stood up and called out to the referees, he naturally had enough bargaining chips, and he was not afraid of Lung Shan's uncompromising. He glanced at Lian, whose eyes were closed, and continued, "If I don't understand the facts today, I will immediately take Yueliang to other places to find out what happened to her." "Wu, you don't need to participate." These words immediately hit Lian's weakness. Hearing Yifeng's words, Lung Shan was very happy, wishing that Yifeng would not participate in the martial arts meeting in the eastern region, and just run away as soon as possible. But he knew very well in his heart that it was absolutely impossible for the heaven-defying immortal emperor of Immortal Demon City, Lian, to let Yifeng leave. Because Yifeng is definitely a tool that Lian uses to win the Eastern Region Martial Arts Championship. Hearing Yifeng's words, Lian finally opened her beautiful eyes, and a ghostly aura enveloped her whole body, making people shudder at the sight. She stared at Yifeng twice, then suddenly smiled softly, "You little cunning, since you have said so, even if I don't want to meddle in other people's Wuyagu's business, now I have no choice but to meddle in it." After saying this, Lian got up from the referee's seat, and turned sideways towards Lung Shan, her eyes fixed on Lung Shan. In the past, facing Lung Shan's series of actions against the fairy demon city, Lian didn't say much. After all, in the eyes of an immortal emperor like her, many things can be seen very lightly. Lung Shan, in other words, was able to stand on the same position as her in the East Territory Martial Arts Competition where Wiagu was the host. Leaving Endless Valley, Lung Shan is no fart in front of Lian. Originally, Lian didn't want to meddle in too much nosy business, she just wanted the Eastern Territory contest to end quickly, let Yifeng get the championship, and then get what he wanted, everything would be over. But now, Lung Shan has been bullying too much, getting more and more aggressive, and actually wants to deprive Yifeng of his qualifications as soon as he sees Yifeng's strength. Even if Yifeng didn't say those words to threaten Lian, Lian would definitely show up. Let Lung Shan see that he is not the only referee of the martial arts competition in the Eastern region. Thanks to the readers of the main site, 134 ******* 9988's monthly pass. When Lian Du stood up, Lung Shan knew that it was impossible for him alone to control the situation. Not to mention him, Lingshan, even if Miadaozi, the head of Wuya Valley, came forward, Lian would not have the slightest fear. It's a pity that Miadaozi was no longer in the place where Miadaozi was originally, because when Duan Wuya was pierced by Yifeng's sword energy and abstained, Miadaozi immediately took Duan Wuya to Wuya Yagu Nei healed. At this moment, Wu Yagu has no control over the entire referee seat at all. Although all 4 of their top 4 elders are referees, the 4 of them together cannot compare to a heaven-defying immortal emperor. Lian alone has more power to speak than the 4 of them. What's more, the 4 elder referees of Wuya Valley are not monolithic. After Lian spoke out, one of the 4 elders of Wuya Valley finally uttered his first words since he served as the judge of the Eastern Region martial arts competition. This person is a woman in a bright yellow dress, exuding a noble temperament, but her face is quite soft. With a smile, her gentle voice came into the field. I've always had a good impression of Yue Yuan, but I really don't know when she was tricked by someone. Looking at her performance in the second round of the martial arts competition just now, I can be sure that something must have happened. It's on her. Lingshan, I'm also curious, what did you do to her? Tianxiang Fairy. This woman in a bright yellow dress is the founder of Tianxiang Restaurant and the daughter of the previous head of Wuya Valley. Even Miadaozi respects her. As one of the Sijia elders, Lingshan never dared to speak loudly in front of Fairy Tianxiang. Although the previous head has died, there are a group of unyielding friends in Tiancheng of the Eastern region and even Shang Qingshan. These people are not far from the level of the immortal emperor even if they are not Nidian. As for Fairy Tianxiang, she often communicates with these powerful elders of her father's generation. Tianxiang Restaurant is just a place for entertaining distinguished guests, and Tianxiang attracts more monks and strongmen from afar. It can be said that in the entire Wuya Valley, although Fairy Tianxiang is not the strongest, she has the widest network of relationships, and no one dares to offend her. Tianxiang, how could she have been tricked by someone? It's just. Lingshan stood up when he saw Fairy Tianxiang. Of course he knew that there was nothing to do, and now he had to tell the truth first, otherwise Lian and Fairy Tianxiang would not be fools. What's more, there is a spar-masked man from Tianzhou, the sanctuary, stalking him, making Lingshan even more stressed. Just how? Fairy Tianxiang said indifferently, if she didn't do anything, how could she attack her man? Do you think Tianxiang, are so stupid? Of course not. Cold sweat began to ooze from Lingshan's forehead, but just as he was about to say something, another cold voice suddenly came from the side. This person is the genius demon cultivator from the 8-Dragon Demon clan, Zhu Tian. Zhu Tian, who was dressed in black, stood up, snorted softly, and said lightly, "You have so many people bullying one person, are you very capable?" This Yi Feng is obviously making trouble for no reason, isn't it because his own woman sneaked up on him? What's the big deal, just like this, and you still have to make trouble in the referee's seat. In my opinion, it's not bad if he doesn't deprive him of the right to continue competing. Obviously, Zhu Tian sided with Lingshan. In the second round of the competition just now, Yi Feng not only defeated Duan Wuya, but also beheaded 3 geniuses from the 8-Dragon Demon clan, causing the other 2 geniuses to abstain. These 5 people are all talented youths of the Taiyamalong branch where Zhu Tian is located, and they are the hope of the entire Taiyamalong branch. But in the competition space, Yi Feng beheaded the 3 of them all at once. How could Zhu Tian not be distressed by this? Yo, didn't you just get attacked by your own woman? As soon as Zhu Tian finished speaking, a mature and charming voice came from the side. It was Zishuan from Tianmen. She stood up leisurely, with a smirk on her face, and looked at Zhu Tian. Zhu Tian, the covenant with the heaven-defying immortal emperor, do you still want to participate? The covenant of the immortal emperor against the sky. Yi Feng's resolute questioning actually caused disputes among many immortal emperors in the referee's seat, and the word covenant of the immortal emperor against the sky was heard in Yi Feng's ears again. What is this? Yifeng didn't know clearly, but at this moment, he saw Zhu Tian froze after hearing Sui Zishuan's words, and glanced at the pale-skinned Sui Songlong behind Sui Zishuan, with fear in his eyes. This scene made Yifeng's pupils shrink slightly. He clearly remembered that not long ago, when Zhu Tian saw Sui Songlong, he was obviously extremely disdainful, but now, he was afraid of Sui Songlong. It is conceivable that in the short period of time before, these two immortal sovereigns had already fought each other, and Zhu Tian definitely suffered in the hands of Sui Songlong. Otherwise, it is impossible for Zhu Tian to show fear towards Sui Songlong at this time. What exactly is the covenant of the heaven-defying immortal emperor? Yifeng couldn't figure it out, but he doesn't need to figure it out now, he just needs to figure out how Yueliang is controlled. He wants to guarantee that such a thing will not happen in the future, otherwise he will regret it for the rest of his life if he is not careful. When Sui Zishuan stood up, Zhu Tian's arrogance receded directly. As for the other two referee elders of Wuya Valley, and Emperor Changu of Ghost Bone Sect, they watched quietly and did not speak. This matter has nothing to do with them, but when they heard the covenant of the immortal emperor against the heaven, there was a slight fluctuation in the eyes of several people. Obviously this is a big event for them, even more important than the East Territory contest. They have participated in the martial arts contest in the Eastern Territory dozens or even hundreds of times, but the covenant with the heaven-defying immortal emperor is extremely rare to usher in once. It's a pity that not everyone can go to the covenant of the heaven-defying immortal emperor. Even the immortal emperors are classified into different ranks. Ordinary immortal emperors don't even have the qualifications to enter, including Cold Mountain. When he saw Sui Zishuan and Sui Songlong standing on Yifeng's side, Lingshan's heart was completely cold. Without Miadaozi, he was completely weak alone, and even if Miadaozi was there, he might not stand on the side. His side? Since that's the case, don't blame me for tearing you apart, sect leader. Lingshan was thinking in his heart, with a hint of determination on his face. He said bluntly, Yu Yuan, she has been hit by the god control pill that the sect leader personally refined. Control her actions, and that's why she acts like that in the playing space. Control god pill. When Yifeng and Yu Yuan heard the name of this pill, they couldn't help but their expressions changed. Just by hearing the name, they knew that this would not be an easy matter to solve, and it was Miadaozi who made the move. Miadaozi did it himself, it was tricky now. Yifeng frowned slightly, even Lian on the referee's seat was a little surprised, as if he didn't expect that Miadaozi would do it himself. If Lingshan hadn't been pushed into a hurry, surely Miadaozi's gentle mask wouldn't have been torn apart, right? Yifeng. Just as Yifeng frowned slightly, the divine thoughts of pity came into his mind quietly. This matter was done by Miadaozi himself. Even if it is me, I can't help you. Lian has no way to help Yifeng. It doesn't mean that she doesn't have the strength, but if she wants to fight against Miadaozi, what Lian has to pay is not easy. Even if Yifeng won the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Championship for her, allowing her to obtain the most important thing for her, it might not be worth the price she paid for it. That being the case, it is of course impossible for Lian to make a move. Although her strength is against the sky, it seems that she has never given Miadaozi face, but she knows that it is because she has not touched Miadaozi's fundamental interests. If now she had a falling out with Miadaozi because of Yuelong, who knows if the Taoist priest would get angry. If you really angered a heaven-defying immortal emperor, it would definitely not be a fun thing, even if you pity yourself, you are an heaven-defying immortal emperor. Yifeng felt chills in his heart. In fact, he also guessed that if Miadaozi did it himself, Lian would probably not help him solve this matter. If he wants to settle this matter, he still has to rely on himself. Yifeng thought hard, but he didn't think that he had any support that could be used to counter Miadaozi, unless the dragon sword body from the upper realm would come forward to help. Dragon sword itself, as a member of the powerful Jiangya in Yuqingshan, must be much stronger than these so-called heaven-defying immortal emperors. If the dragon sword body came forward, a mere Miadaozi would be destroyed with a flick of a finger, but Yifeng knew that when the dragon sword body sent him to the sky, he was already ready for him to fend for himself. Now don't say that it wasn't Yifeng's own accident. Even if Yifeng's life is threatened, the dragon sword body may not appear. Yifeng, if it's too embarrassing, don't worry about this matter, I'll explain it to master myself. Seeing Yifeng frown, Yuan said worriedly, holding Yifeng's arm tightly. He made you take the God control pill, just to keep controlling you. I won't let you see him alone again. Believe me, there must be a way. Yifeng shook his head and refused, and said comfortingly. At this moment, Lian's spiritual thoughts continued to spread, which sparked a glimmer of hope in him. Yifeng, if you want Miadaozi to compromise, with your talent, there is a way, but this way is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you may even lose your life, are you willing or not? Is there any other way? Surprised eyes appeared in Yifeng's eyes, and he quickly sent out his divine sense and asked back, Senior, just say, what is the method? As long as there is a method that can be achieved, I will try my best. This method is to participate in the covenant against the heavens. Lian's spiritual thoughts came, and he explained to Yifeng, the covenant against the sky is actually called the covenant against the immortal emperor in Tianqing of the eastern region. In fact, it is not just the immortal emperor. The talent is against the sky, so you can participate in every covenant against the sky. However, the covenant against the sky happens once every 10,000 years, and most of the monks with the aptitude against the sky have already become immortal emperors, so they are called the covenant with the heaven-defying emperor. A covenant against heaven? Yifeng frowned slightly. It was not the first time he had heard of this term, but he still didn't know what it was. That's right. The heaven-defying covenant is the highest-level grand event for monks in the entire Qing dynasty. No matter which region they come from, the southeast, the north, or the west, or from the sanctuary Tianzhou, as long as they have the heaven-defying aptitude, they can participate. The idea of pity came into his mind. As for how to judge whether you have the qualifications against the sky, as long as you can break through a special formation, you have the qualifications to participate in the covenant against the heavens. Break into formation? Yifeng was puzzled. Yes, this formation is a killing formation, but if the intruders are extremely talented, they can break through this formation, but if they are not talented enough, they will definitely be trapped and killed in this formation. Lian chuckled softly. To be honest, although young people like Duan Wuyao are very talented, whether they can break through this killing formation is still a matter of debate. He has only participated in the heaven-defying covenant once, and in the last covenant against the heavens, Miadaozi just managed to break through the killing array. Even Miadaozi almost failed to break through the killing formation, which shows the horror of the killing formation. This killing formation has been handed down since ancient times. No one knows who set it up, but it is certain that only those with sufficient talent can break through the formation. Lian continued, as long as you break through the formation, you are eligible to participate in the heaven-defying covenant. As for the heaven-defying covenant, due to some rules, I can't explain it to you in detail, but if you want Miadaozi to compromise, you can go against the heaven-defying covenant. It is an excellent opportunity at the time of the covenant of heaven. A covenant against the heavens, I will participate. Yifeng made a decision almost immediately. Senior, when the martial arts meeting in the eastern region is over, please trouble me to take me to the formation. You've decided now? Lian was quite surprised. Good. Yifeng said with certainty. You have to know that if the talent is not enough in the killing formation, no matter how high the cultivation base is, you will not be able to break through it, and you will only bury your life in vain. Many geniuses in ancient and modern times thought they were talented enough, but they all died in the killing formation. Lian reminded and said, although your talent is stronger than mine, but your cultivation base is too low, and the combined comprehension ability may not be much higher than mine. Even I have to do my best to break through the killing array. It was you. Senior, I don't need to say much. I will get the champion of the Eastern Region martial arts competition, but after that, please take me to the battle. Yifeng interrupted Lian's words and made a straightforward decision. If there is a way to make Daozi compromise himself, Yifeng will naturally not let it go, even though this road is extremely difficult, but since he stepped into the practice until now, he has never had any doubts about his cultivation talent. Even Yuqingshan's Jiang'e and Tianting favored Yifeng a lot. It can be seen that Yifeng's talent is considered top-notch in Yuqingshan. Comparable to him. Yue Yuan, please be patient for a while. I will make Daozi compromise in a short time and let him dissolve the power of the God Control pill in your body. Yifeng lowered his head and said softly to Yu Along in his arms. Yu Yuan smiled and nodded but didn't care what Yifeng said. As long as Yifeng has the heart, she will be satisfied. As for Yifeng and Daozi to fight, in Yu Yuan's view, it is impossible. Thanks to the readers of the main station, Pan Yuanyin's 2 monthly tickets from the East. Thanks to the readers of the main station, ABC 7511 and Tip Denny's for their support. Yifeng made up his mind on the path he wanted to take, so he didn't entangle him any further. Lian promised Yifeng that at least Daozi would not dare to take Yu Yuan's life. As for the power of the control pill in Yu Yuan's body, only Daozi could neutralize it. Lian didn't know the principle of controlling the God pill, so he didn't dare to take it carelessly, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. Interesting, this kid has only attained the Tao realm, if he participates in the covenant against heaven. Interesting. Thinking back to Yifeng's firm words, Lian recalled with great interest the possible situations that might arise during the covenant against the heavens, and couldn't help showing an expectant smile. The covenant against the heavens does not depend on cultivation or power, but only on cultivation talent. With Yifeng's cultivation talent, he will definitely shine in the covenant against the heavens. A storm gradually subsided. On the referee's seat, Lingshan's head was covered with cold sweat. He told the plot of the master to destroy Daozi. One can imagine that Daozi would never let him off lightly. But Lingshan is also helpless. If he does not use some means, what he is about to lose is his own life. Daozi can be said to be playing this game of chess, but he, Lingshan, is playing with his life. Especially after seeing Yifeng's tyrannical strength, Lingshan knew that the result of his bet with Eugenie might have come to an end. If Yifeng cannot be resolved, then he will lose the bet. Yifeng brought Yue Yuan back to the crowd in Fairy Demon City. As for Wuya Valley, Yue Yuan would naturally not go back. Even if she wanted to, Yifeng would not allow it. Although during this period of time, Yue Yuan has obtained a lot of training resources in Wuya Valley, but she was forced to take the God Control pill, and will be controlled by Daozi at any time, which made Yifeng feel more about Wuya Valley. Know and understand. No wonder, Eugenie wanted to leave Wuya Valley, one of the 3 major sects in the Tianqing of the Eastern region on the surface, but it was really full of countless conspiracies and tricks. My life was saved, but her Dantian was severely injured. I'm afraid she won't be able to practice for a while. The master of the Shuang Hall of the Monster Slayer Hall was a middle-aged man. When he saw Yifeng coming back, he sighed, shook his head and said, Xuanhuan, who was shot by an arrow and became seriously injured, was the daughter of the hall master of Shuangtong. Yifeng and Yu Yuan turned towards Xuanhuan, who was resting and healing at the same time, each with a look of guilt on their faces. On the one hand, Xuanhuan was injured in order to save Yifeng. On the other hand, the person who shot the arrow turned out to be Yu Yuan, which made Yifeng and Yu Yuan feel very complicated. Although now we know that Daozi took Yu Yuan's God Control pill to cause such a situation, but how can the knot in his heart be eliminated so easily? Xuanhuan's injury is still relatively serious, and her life is safe, but her Dantian is injured, and she cannot practice for a period of time. This period of time may be a year or 2, or it may be 100 or 200 years, or even 1,000 years, or forever. As a talented young generation, suffering such a trauma has an indelible impact on his life. Yifeng clenched his fists tightly and asked aloud, Master Shuang, may I ask xuanhuan about her injury? Is there any way to completely heal her? Hearing Yifeng's question, the 4 hall masters of Feng Yin looked at each other, then shook their heads helplessly. There seems to be a way, but I don't know if it's accurate. I heard that the Holy Land spiritual spring in the sanctuary Tianzhou can heal no matter how serious the injury is, but I don't know whether the Holy Land spiritual spring really has this heaven-defying effect. As a result, even if her injury can be cured, it is really impossible to get the sacred spring. The sanctuary spiritual spring in the sanctuary Tianzhou must be regarded as a very precious thing in the sanctuary Tianzhou. As for the sanctuary Tianzhou, with the strength of the 4 hall masters of wind, frost, rain and snow, they couldn't go there. If you can't become the immortal Emperor Nidian, it will be difficult to enter the sanctuary Tianzhou by your own strength, unless someone takes it with you. As for the 4 hall masters of Feng Yin, none of them is the heaven-defying immortal emperor, and among their friends, there is not even a heaven-defying immortal emperor. The only one who is temporarily standing on the same front is Lian, but it is impossible to help them. After all, Lian is also a person with a story. Lian has never had a good impression of sanctuary Tianzhou. Of course, it is impossible to help them open the channel. The passage to sanctuary Tianzhou. Sanctuary Lingquan, if I have a chance, I will take it back. Yifeng said softly, thinking in his heart, since the heaven-defying covenant is the agreement of the entire heaven-defying aptitude, then he will definitely go to the sanctuary Tianzhou. At least, the heaven-defying killing formation to break is located in sanctuary Tianzhou. If Yifeng goes to the sanctuary Tianzhou, if there is a chance, he will pay attention to the news of the sanctuary spirit spring, and if possible, try to get some back. The sacred spring can heal any injury. Such news must not be groundless. It can let the ordinary emperors far away in Tianqing in the eastern region know that even if the effect of the sacred spring is not as good as the rumored magical effect, there will definitely be not bad effect. Sanctuary Lingquan, you must try to get it. Yifeng made up his mind here, but the 4 hall masters of Feng Yin didn't believe that Yifeng could handle it at all. Although Yifeng's innate talent is terrifying, but his cultivation has only attained the Dao realm. He doesn't know when he wants to go to the sanctuary Tianzhou. If not, how easy is it to get the sacred spring? Xuanhuan's father, with a sad face, sat beside Xuanhuan, looking deeply at his daughter. Looking at the appearance of the two of them, Yifeng decided that he must bring back the Holy Spirit spring. In the arena, the second round of the Eastern Region martial arts competition is still going on. As time passed, one monk after another was promoted from the second round, and soon, Tong Tong from Fairy Demon City, Qingxin from the Little Fox Demon, and the other 3 from Demon Slaying Hall, Feng Quang, Yu Luo, Shui Shui. Fei Fei successfully advanced to the third round and became one of the 176 people who won the second round. When they learned that Xuanhuan was seriously injured, the 3 of Feng Quang, Yu Luo, and Shui Fei Fei turned pale with shock, and gathered in a hurry to check on Xuanhuan's injury. The 4 grew up together as brothers and sisters. Xuanhuan was seriously injured, and the other 3 naturally cared very much. When they learned that it was Yifeng and Yu Yuan who caused Xuanhuan's serious injury, the 3 of them looked at Yifeng and Yu Yuan less friendly. Especially for Yu Yuan, the girl from Wuya Valley actually shot Xuanhuan, and at this moment she was standing with Yifeng in the crowd of Immortal Demon City as if nothing had happened. It was really infuriating. Even though it was heard that it was because of the God Control pill, the anger in the hearts of the 3 could not be appeased. But they knew that Yifeng was a celebrity in Fairy Demon City, and with pity, they couldn't possibly do anything to Yifeng, so they suppressed the impulse in their hearts. The eyes of the 3 of them looked at Yifeng as if they were about to burst into flames, but at this moment, xuanhuan coughed crisply, and she finally woke up from a coma. When xuanhuan woke up, most people in the fairy demon city all focused their eyes on it. Especially the three of Feng Kuang, Yu Luo, and Shui Feifei, who walked to xuanhuan's side in a flash almost at the same time. "Ruoyun, how do you feel?" Shui Feifei and xuanhuan were the same sisters, and they were the first to ask worriedly. "Fine." Xuanhuan's face was a little pale, but her beautiful eyes didn't contain the slightest bit of disappointment. On the contrary, when she saw that Yi Feng was safe and sound not far away, she showed a hint of relief. As long as her efforts are not in vain, then it will be fine. During the Immortal Art Fair, she was insulted by Wuya Valley disciples, and it was Yi Feng who stood up to save her, which made her very grateful. Because of this, only then did he suddenly dodge behind Yi Feng and help him block the arrow. "What's okay? Although your cultivation is still there, you are seriously injured, and you will not be able to absorb the aura of heaven and earth for a period of time, let alone improve your cultivation." Shui Feifei suddenly frowned slightly. "Yi Feng said that he was going to get you the Holy Land Spirit Spring, but how can it be so easy to get that legendary thing? Sanctuary Spiritual Spring?" Xuanhuan was taken aback when she heard the words, and looked at Yi Feng in surprise. Sanctuary Spirit Spring is just a legend to most people in Tiancheng of Eastern region. They don't even know if it is true, but Yi Feng actually said that he would fetch it for her. In xuanhuan's eyes, Yi Feng was extremely talented, but judging from his previous personality, it was obvious that he would not be someone who would talk big and brag at will. In other words, when Yi Feng said this sentence, he was already ready to look for it. Xuanhuan glanced at Yi Feng not far away, and then saw Yu along beside Yi Feng. Her eyebrows slightly frowned, but she didn't say anything, but directly looked away, as if she didn't pay attention to this side again. Seeing her like this, Shui Feifei had nothing to say. No matter how concerned she was about xuanhuan, she had her own thoughts. It was xuanhuan's own choice to block Yi Feng's arrows. Now if Yi Feng really cared about finding the sacred spring for her, then xuanhuan's move would not be in vain. As the 176 exits of the second round of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition were gradually robbed, the contestants who advanced to the third round were basically determined. Including the 80 people who were directly promoted in the first round, there are a total of 256 people who can step into the third round of the Eastern Territory martial arts. Yi Feng paid a little attention. Although Xiaoyao Lanyue from Xiaoyao Mountain performed well in the second round, and even advanced to the second round with the second place in the 7th group, his performance in the second round was not so good. No, because all the strong are competing on the same stage, there is no opportunity for opportunism. Xiaoyao Lanyue was seriously injured when he was fighting for an exit with other monks. Compared with him, Xiaoyao Yueying directly skipped the second round and stepped into the third round, obviously much stronger than him. The rewards for the second round of the Eastern Martial Arts Tournament are now distributed. After all the 176 places were confirmed, the second round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Competition officially came to an end. At this moment, Leng Shan on the referee's seat had nothing to say, and Fairy Tianxiang came out to preside over it instead. The gentle and watery voice of Fairy Tianxiang spread to the ears of everyone around, making all the monks who passed the second round of the Eastern Territory martial arts all look forward to it. The reward for the first round of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition is a fairy text. So what will be the reward for the second round? You must be very confused. What is the reward for the second round this time? I can tell you now. It is a natural treasure that can improve each of you by a bit. Fairy Tianxiang smiled softly, then raised her slender hand. A total of 256 white light spots flew towards the 256 advanced monks. Yi Feng and Yu Yuan stood together. Before they could react, 2 light spots came in front of them. The two stretched out their hands to catch the white light spot, and felt a strong aura of heaven and earth emanating from it, which was even stronger than any treasures of heaven and earth they had seen before. This is? Yi Feng's complexion changed. Such a rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth can instantly improve a cultivator's cultivation level for 1,000 years, right? This is the sanctuary aura from the sanctuary Tianzhou, and it is the reward given by the senior judges from the sanctuary Tianzhou. Fairy Tianxiang saw the surprised expressions of every practitioner when they received the white light spot. She couldn't help but smiled, and began to explain. The aura of the sanctuary is the light condensed in the sky above the holy spring in the legend. Sanctuary Tianzhou can be regarded as very precious treasures of heaven and earth, which are definitely not available to ordinary people, and a little sanctuary aura can boost a cultivator's cultivation level by as much as 800 years. A direct upgrade of 800 years of cultivation. Yi Feng was a little surprised when he heard the words. He didn't expect that the sanctuary aura had such a powerful effect, let alone that the sanctuary aura turned out to be the light condensed in the sky above the sanctuary spirit spring. In this way, the legend of the sacred spring is true? Yi Feng immediately made up his mind to wait until the end of the martial arts competition in the Eastern Territory. If there is a chance, he must ask the spar mask referee for advice on how to get the holy domain spirit spring. I'll give this to you. It's my compensation for you. I'm sorry. At this time, Yue Yuan held the holy light, went to xuanhuan with apologetic face, and handed the holy light to the other party. Seeing this, xuanhuan shook her head faintly. This is what you deserve. What do you give it to me? Absorb the aura of heaven and earth in it, and you may go further in the martial arts in the eastern region. If I do something wrong, I will be responsible for it alone, and it has nothing to do with Yi Feng. Yu Yuan shook her head, but instead said, I caused your injury, you first accept this holy light, and I will go with Yi Feng to find the holy spring to heal your injury. Humph, it's easy to say, how can it be so easy to get the sacred spring? Shui Feifei pursed her mouth at the side, and if it wasn't for you, Sister Ruoyun would definitely be able to advance, and she would have been rewarded by the sanctuary aura. Stop talking, please go back and tell Yi Feng, I won't blame him. Xuanhuan stopped Shui Feifei from saying more, and then said solemnly to Yue Yuan, all of this is my own choice. What, Sister Ruoyun, don't let this sanctuary aura go for nothing, I'll take it for you first. However, Shui Feifei snorted softly, and directly took the sacred aura in Yue Yuan's hand without being polite at all. Yu Yuan didn't take it seriously, she nodded with a light smile, then turned and left, returning to Yi Feng's side. Her sanctuary aura was given to xuanhuan, and Yi Feng's sanctuary aura was naturally absorbed by himself. If it was given to xuanhuan, no one could absorb 2 copies of sanctuary aura. This is exactly Yu Yuan's purpose. If she doesn't give xuanhuan her sanctuary aura, Yi Feng will probably have such an idea, then it's not what Yu Yuan wants. The sanctuary aura not only has a strong effect, but is also absorbed by monks very quickly. In just an hour, almost all the monks present have absorbed the aura of the sanctuary. Among them, even the sect geniuses such as the Emperor of Death and Natural Disasters have never absorbed the aura of the sanctuary before, so at this moment, all the monks who advanced to the 3rd round of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition improved a lot at the same time. Yi Feng absorbed the spiritual light of the holy domain, and his cultivation reached 5,800 years, and his own strength became dozens of times stronger. As for the other monks who have stepped into the realm of 10,000 years of cultivation and become immortals, the improvement of their strength by 800 years of cultivation is not very obvious, only 70% to 80% improvement, which is far worse than Yi Feng far. The reward of this sanctuary aura clearly narrowed the cultivation gap of all advanced monks, and gave low cultivation monks more opportunities. If Yi Feng was 90% sure to win the Eastern Region Martial Arts Championship before, then now, he has 99% certainty to become the Eastern Region Martial Arts Champion this time. The 3rd round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts competition is about to begin, and from now on, the rules become much simpler: one-on-one battles, the winner advances, and the loser is eliminated. 256 people fought one battle each, leaving only 128 people, and then another battle, leaving 64 people, and finally another battle, leaving 32 people. This is the third and fourth rounds, and the fifth round. In the sixth round, when there are only 32 people left, it is not an ordinary knockout match, but a point-based competition system. Each contestant has the right to challenge 10 times. For the challenge object, any one of the remaining 32 people can increase the points if the challenge is successful, and the points will be deducted if the challenge fails. Everyone will have 32 points at the beginning, and if they successfully challenge their opponent, they will be able to get half of the opponent's points. On the contrary, if the challenge fails, half of your own points will be given to others, which can be said to be quite cruel. The order of challenges is one for each of the 32 people, taking turns, for a total of 10 rounds, until everyone's 10 challenge permissions are exhausted. It can be said that with such a system, the competition for points will be extremely fierce at the end. If one is not careful, even a very strong person may lose to a stronger person and cause the ranking to plummet. With such a system, I'd better save the powerful opponents for the last, such as the Emperor of Death, Natural Calamity, Duan Shao, and Blood Sword, these four. Yi Feng thought in his heart, no matter what rules the Eastern Territory contest has, its purpose will not change, that is, only those with strong strength can win the glory. Another reason why the point system is used in alternate battles is to prevent a person who is obviously not weaker than another person, but is restrained by the opponent due to immortal skills and magic weapons, and loses to the opponent. If it is a point system, such contestants will have one more chance to display their strength more smoothly. The next 3 rounds will be knockout rounds. As for everyone's opponents, Fairy Tianxiang will directly announce them. In the third round, my opponent turned out to be him. Yi Feng squinted his eyes, and turned his face to the side to look in the direction of the 8-dragon demon clan. His next round opponent turned out to be Huoruoxi, the current young patriarch of the Yanhu branch of the 8-dragon demon clan. This guy forced Zi Lian to admit defeat in the first round, and his father joined forces with other forces to expel Qi from the 8-dragon demon clan, and even captured Tong, exiled to the ancient ruins in the lower realm. It can be said that there is still a lot of enmity between Yi Feng and Huoruoxi, and this enmity will finally be completely resolved after 3 days. The third knockout round officially started 3 days later. As for Yi Feng's next opponent in the fourth and fifth rounds, since he doesn't know the result of the third round, he is still uncertain, but Yi Feng may meet Duan Yu, a woman from the Dapeng monster clan. After Duan Yu transformed into a human form, she was a graceful woman, but her strength did not dare to be underestimated. In the first 2 rounds of battles, Duan Yu killed many opponents in the realm of immortality, even with the same like Duan Shao from the Dapeng monster clan. He helped other monks from the Dapeng monster clan advance directly to the third round in the first round. It can be said that Duan Yu's strength is not weak, but Duan Yu at this time has a sad look on his face. In the camp of the Dapeng monster clan, everyone gathered together: Duan Shao, Duan Yu, and the referee, the immortal Emperor Duan Xiong, all gathered to discuss something. Duan Yu, your opponent in the third round is not to be feared, but in the next fourth round, you will definitely meet Yi Feng from Immortal Demon City. While stroking his beard, Duan Xiong recalled all the situations he had seen Yi Feng attack, and shook his head with regret. Obviously, he came to the conclusion that Duan Yu was not Yi Feng's opponent. Not to mention Duan Yu, even Duan Shao is not 100% sure of winning in front of Yi Feng. Duan Shao thought hard at the side, then scratched his head and asked, "Ancestor, when the referee arranged the list, didn't you take a look?" "Of course I read it, but there is nothing wrong with this ranking list. The one from the sanctuary Tianzhou has directly agreed. What else can I say?" Duan Xiong shook his head. Obviously there was nothing he could do about it. "Okay, don't worry, no matter how strong Yi Feng is, I have to give it a try. How far is it from him? Maybe it was just a fluke that he defeated Duan Wuyao before. On the side, Duan Yu, a girl in golden clothes, said with a relaxed face, but she didn't care too much. And even if I lost to him, I wouldn't be ashamed. After all, Lian Duan Wuyao lost to him. That's right. Participate in the Eastern Territory martial arts competition once and just go all out. Don't leave any regrets for yourself. Duan Xiong looked at Duan Yu with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the girl's heart. Among the many young geniuses of the Dapeng monster clan, Duan Yu's heart made him the most satisfied. The Dapeng monster clan has been able to reproduce and dominate until now, so the teachings of the younger generation in the clan are naturally different from those of sex and other forces. In addition to working hard to improve the strength of the younger generation, they pay more attention to the state of mind of the younger generation. Exercise. If the mental state is strong, the strength will become stronger sooner or later, but on the contrary, if the mental state is not good, then no matter how strong the strength is, it is still impossible to achieve too much in the end. The number of the Dapeng monster clan advancing to the third round this time is the largest among all forces. This is also because the Dapeng monster clan is very united as a whole, and everyone works together. Naturally, it is better than some young geniuses in other sects fighting against each other. Much more powerful. Therefore, even if Duan Yu was defeated by Yi Feng, it was not a big loss to the Dapeng monster clan, nor was it a big blow to Duan Yu. In a game, winning or losing is irrelevant. The important thing is to realize something useful to oneself in the battle. This is the real gain. Just like Yi Feng comprehended the eighth sword, to zero out the forbidden technique of 18 swords during the battle. Compared with the calmness on the side of the Dapeng monster clan, the many monster cultivators in the direction of the 8 dragon demon clan started to plan one by one. Huoruoxi, you're going to face Yi Feng in the first match, so it stands to reason that you can't deal with him with your strength. Among the people in the Yank branch, an old man whose whole body was made of Lai Yen, raging flames, said to a young man who was smiling wickedly. The Huoruoxi who smiled wickedly was the Huoruoxi who made Zi Lian admit defeat in the first round, and the old man Lai Yen was the head of the current Yankee branch. When Huoruoxi heard her father say this, she was a little displeased. Father, how can I say that I am also your son? How can you be so ambitious? Well. The old man, Lai Yen, sighed. Obviously, his son is not very clear about Yi Feng's strength. In fact, Huoruoxi was lucky to pass the first and second rounds. It stands to reason that his strength is not too strong, and it is extremely lucky to be able to make it to the third round. From the beginning of the third round, no matter who the opponent is, the probability of Huoruoxi being defeated and eliminated is as high as 80%. Against Yi Feng, losing is also a normal thing. However, Huoruoxi was not willing to be eliminated just like that. Father, don't sigh, quickly think of a way for me. How can I get rid of that Yi Feng? While Huoruoxi smiled evilly, he glanced at Yi Feng in the Immortal Demon City not far away. He knew the relationship between Yi Feng and Tong, and of course he also knew that Yi Feng would definitely not like him. If he met Yi Feng at that time, the opponent would probably kill him directly, and there was no chance or time for him to admit defeat. In order to prevent this situation from happening, Huoruoxi must take measures. Facing him upright in the game, you are definitely not his opponent, but maybe we can do this. The old man Lai Yen had an idea, thought of a way, and then whispered a few words into Huoruoxi's ear, which immediately made Huoruoxi ecstatic, and the evil smile on his face became even brighter. Father, you are really my good father, just do it like this, and then we will see how that guy will be defeated by me. Huoruoxi was extremely proud, and immediately gained confidence. But Yi Feng didn't know about Huoruoxi and his father's insidious tricks. After Fairy Tianxiang announced that the third round of the knockout round would start 3 days later, Yi Feng followed everyone from Fairy Demon City back to the courtyard where he lived. The next 3 days are for most monks to rest. Even if all 3 days are spent on cultivation, it is impossible to improve their strength much. But for Yi Feng, 3 days is also precious. After absorbing the holy light from the second round of rewards, Yi Feng's cultivation has risen to the level of 5,800 years, which gave him a deeper understanding of the first sword technique recorded in the Eternal Dragon Abyss map. Induction. As long as I improve my cultivation a little bit, or have enough time to comprehend it, I will definitely be able to display the first sword technique derived from the picture of the Eternal Dragon. It's a pity that I don't have enough time, so I can only consider it from the perspective of cultivation. Yi Feng thought in his heart, 6,000 years may be a hurdle. If he can cross 6,000 years of cultivation, it is very likely that he will be able to comprehend the first sword technique derived from the ancient Dragon Abyss map at once. As for the 3 swordsmanship left by the dragon sword itself in his body, he still has no clue, so he can ignore it for the time being. Improving his cultivation is much easier in Shangqingshan than in Xiaqingshan, because Shangqingshan has enough treasures of heaven and earth that he has not absorbed. If he wanted to improve his cultivation level by 200 years in 3 days, the only way was to absorb the treasures of heaven and earth, and this time, Yi Feng was going to rely on himself to obtain them. In his bloodstone space, there are tens of thousands of rule crystals. Although those are only the rule crystals of Xiaqing Tian, the power contained in them should not be underestimated, especially when the number is added together. It is very difficult for the supernatural power to be destroyed. Some monks in the sky also have extraordinary effects. Boundless City, as a city close to Boundless Valley, is also the place where this East Region Martial Arts Conference will be held, and all kinds of transactions naturally prevail in it. Yi Feng left the residence alone and went directly to the city to make a deal, not afraid that someone would sneak up on him and it would be bad for him. In the current Wuya city, the rules are strict, and Yi Feng is an important figure in the martial arts in the eastern region. If there is an accident in Wuya city, wouldn't it make everyone in Wuya Valley have no place to put their faces? There are many trading places in the city. Yi Feng randomly chose an auction loft. An hour later, Yi Feng came out of the trading place. Now he has exchanged all the rule crystals from Xiaqing Tian, and replaced them with the treasures of heaven and earth that can improve his cultivation for 300 years. If it is in Xiaqingshan, so many treasures like rule crystals can definitely be exchanged for Tian Kadibo that can improve the cultivation base of about 1,000 years, but it is a pity that Yi Feng has already comprehended too many types of Tian Kadi and Xiaqingshan treasures. No matter how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures you get, it is impossible to improve your cultivation too much, because each kind of heavenly material and earthly treasures can only be absorbed once. After going back, Yi Feng began to quickly absorb the aura of heaven and earth in those treasures of heaven, material and earth, and finally finished absorbing it on the 3rd day, raising his cultivation base to 6,100 years. Even after 6,100 years of cultivation, Yi Feng still hasn't encountered any obvious bottlenecks in his cultivation. Obviously his cultivation talent is at work. I don't know how many cultivation bases there will be a bottleneck. Yi Feng thought about it in his heart, but he didn't think about it for too long, because he found that when his cultivation reached 6,000 years, his understanding of the Eternal Dragon Abyss diagram suddenly became clearer. Longyuan Myriad Sword Art. Yi Feng quickly comprehended the first derived sword technique in the Wangu Longyuan diagram, called Longyuan Wanjianju. The power of this Wanjianju is not only related to the practitioner's own strength, but also related to the flying skills possessed by the practitioner. The quantity of magic swords is related to the quality. Longyuan Wanjianju is actually the real control of 10,000 swords. The higher your cultivation level, the more flying swords you can control. According to my current 6,000-year cultivation base, I can control almost 5 flying swords. Attack at the same time. Yi Feng thought in his heart and calculated secretly. Now, in addition to the ancient dragon sword, he also has a Yongshan sword and a Dao fruit sword. These are 2 flying swords of his own that were condensed with the technique of condensing swords, and 2 other swords obtained from ghosts. The Sunluo swords of the Yaojian clan are all reincarnation-level magic weapons, and their quality is not bad. Added up, there are exactly 5 flying swords in total. Combined with these 5 flying swords, I don't know how powerful the Longyuan Wanjianju will be, but what is certain is that once this move is used, even Duan Wuyao will be absolutely irresistible. Comparable to the 8th sword of the forbidden art. Yi Feng was very satisfied with the results of his 3 days of cultivation, which greatly improved his strength. 3 days later, the 3rd round of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition finally began. All the major forces participating in the martial arts meeting in the Eastern Territory gathered together. In the center of Wuya City, on the referee's seat, 10 immortal emperors and Mia Daozi all appeared, and the person in charge was still Fairy Tianxiang. Fairy Tianxiang stood up with a gentle face, showing an intoxicating smile, and glanced at everyone present. The 3rd round of the Eastern Territory martial arts will be held today, and within a day, the 3rd round will end, and 100 of them 28 people will be eliminated. And all participating monks who have successfully advanced to the 4th round will have better rewards than those who passed the 2nd round. Everyone has to work hard. Fairy Tianxiang's words made everyone look forward to this round of promotion rewards. It's better than the 2nd round of Sanctuary Aura. What kind of treasure would that be? All of a sudden, many monks who participated in the 3rd round of the Eastern Territory martial arts were all excited. Although some of them faced the only few super strong men in this Eastern Territory martial arts tournament, most of them were against the opponents drawn by lottery. They are all evenly matched. Whether it is victory or defeat depends on the performance later. Now, according to the grouping, the opponents of the first 16 groups go to the battle platform and wait for the battle to begin. Fairy Tianxiang spoke softly, and pointed her slender fingers to the 16 giant battle platforms in the sky not far away. Those 16 giant battle platforms will be used in the 3rd round to give everyone a one-on-one battle. For battle. Each battle platform is an extremely vast field with a radius of more than tens of kilometers, but there is no space blockade. That is to say, when fighting on these arenas, if one comprehends the power of the void at a higher level, one will have a greater advantage. After all, the battle space is huge, and even if some people cannot defeat them, they can still use delaying tactics due to their speed. Among the first 16 groups, there are the little fox demon Qingxin who Yi Feng is more concerned about, Yu Luo, one of the 4 geniuses of the monster-slashing hall, a talented young man from Shengmiagu, and one of the 8 dragon demons. The strongest of the Stegosaurus division, Yi Jian. With Qingxin's strength, it must be a breeze to deal with an ordinary player in Miagu. However, the Yejian of the Stegosaurus branch is slightly stronger than Yulua. If Yulua wants to win this battle, it will definitely not be an easy task, and he may even be defeated by the opponent. 16 groups of contestants stepped onto the 16 giant battle platforms in the sky. Yi Feng was watching the battle stage where Qing Xian and Yulua were, and on the other side, Duan Xiao from the Dapeng monster clan met a genius disciple of Tianmen. It is only natural that Duan Xiao will win, but Yi Feng wants to see Duan Xiao's fighting style. If he faces Duan Xiao in the near future, he can be mentally prepared to avoid being overwhelmed by not knowing the opponent's combat power. Suffering. Although Yi Feng was very confident in his own strength, he never underestimated any opponent. Yulua is on the battle platform. Immortal Demon City, you trash from Demon Slayer Hall, you are unlucky to meet me this round. The cold Yi Jian, dressed in black and carrying a long sword, said coldly, looking at Yu Luo with contempt. Who do you call trash? Yu Luo frowned, but she was not angry. She still stood on the stage gracefully, also carrying a long sword on her back, but she was a little less ruthless than Yi Jian, and a little more elegant. I'm talking about you, Yulua. If it were Yi Feng, I would be more serious, but for you, hee, I only need to use 10% of my strength to win you. Yi Jian said coldly, with extraordinary confidence. Yeah? When Yu Luo heard these words, his face finally became a little gloomy. Yi Jian actually compared him to Yi Feng this time. Since the second round of the match 3 days ago, xuanhuan blocked Yu Elong's arrow to save Yi Feng, which caused Yu Luo to feel very dissatisfied with Yi Feng. All along, he has always liked xuanhuan very much, and both of them are secretly in love, and even the elders of both parties have discussed their marriage. Now, something like this happened, making Yu Luo extremely dissatisfied with Yi Feng. Now, Yi Jian actually compared him with Yi Feng, and even said that he was not worth mentioning. How could Yu Luo, who has always been a genius in the Monster Slayer Hall, bear it? No matter how mature he is, he will inevitably be a little angry at this moment. Yi Jian looked at Yu Luo's expression, turned his mouth slightly, and smiled contemptuously. It's useless for you to be angry, the facts are in front of you, your strength is completely scum in front of me. I hope that after the battle, you can still laugh like you are now. Yu Luo realized that his emotions were provoked by the other party, and immediately became vigilant, and then his mood became stable, always preparing for the upcoming battle. Following the gentle order of Fairy Tianxiang, the battle on the 16 giant battle platforms began almost simultaneously. Yi Feng first took a look at the battle stage where Qing Xian was, but saw that the little fox demon had an elegant figure, displaying the power of the void one after another, and the strange and exquisite figure flickered continuously, and he approached the opponent in an instant. It is the white-robed disciple of Wuya Valley. Immediately afterwards, a burst of enchanting sound spread, instantly making that Wuyagu disciple look in a trance. Kill. The Qingxi little fox demon's petite figure concealed a killing intent. A pair of indestructible magic weapon daggers cut out a few wind blades in an instant, and in just an instant, he beheaded the white-robed disciple of Wu Yagu on the spot. Win. Yi Feng showed joy on his face, but before he could be happy, he saw a sudden change on the battle stage between Yu Luo and Yi Jian. After the battle started, Yu Luo immediately launched an endless attack on Yi Jian, one sword after another, which almost made him unable to penetrate, but immediately after, Yi Jian took the time to release a sword to Yu Luo. This sword is tricky and sinister. If Yu Luo doesn't resist, he will be seriously injured by this sword. According to the theory, Yu Luo would definitely dodge or resist, but unexpectedly, Yu Luo didn't resist or dodge, but just stayed where he was, as if he was frightened by something. Immediately afterwards, Yi Jian slashed down. Yu Luo didn't even have a chance to admit defeat, and was directly decapitated by the sword. At this moment, everyone in Fairy Demon City was astonished to the extreme, and they all had no intention of sitting and watching the battle, and all stood up. Rain falls. The young Feng Kuang and the young girl Xue Feifei, who were also the 4 geniuses of the Demon Slayer Hall, both screamed hoarsely when they saw this, with expressions of incomparable pain on their faces. Yu Luo, who grew up with them, was actually beheaded by Yi Jian of the 8-Dragon Demon clan. This ending was unexpected by everyone. It stands to reason that even if Yu Luo was not Yi Jian's opponent, he shouldn't be killed by a single sword strike. However, the fact is that it is unacceptable. The most important thing is, why didn't Yu Luo resist with a sword at that time, or even just dodge it? It should be very easy. Many people felt at the same time that there seemed to be something wrong with it. When Yu Luo was killed by Yi Jian's sword, everyone in the Fairy Demon City, especially the people from the Demon Slayer Hall, stood up one by one, looking at the battle platform in astonishment and anger. After Yi Jian killed Yu Luo, he glanced contemptuously in the direction of Fairy Demon City, then got off the battle platform and returned to the place where the 8 dragon demons were. Impossible. No matter how weak Yu Luo is, it is impossible for him to have no reaction to that sword. There must be something wrong with it. Yu Luo's father, a middle-aged man with one of the 4 hall masters of Monster Slashing Hall, had a fierce look on his face. His fists were clenched tightly. Veins burst out all over his body. Obviously, he was extremely angry. That's right. I investigated the strength of Yi Jian in advance. Although it is stronger than Yu Luo, it is also limited. It is impossible to kill Yu Luo with a single sword. Could it be that Yu Luo was hit by some kind of magic spell on the battle platform? It's hard to say. I think it's better to check. But after this was said by someone, that person had a look of embarrassment on his face, because even if he wanted to check Yu Luo's body, he couldn't do it now in Fairy Demon City. After killing Yu Luo with a single sword, Ye Jian directly stimulated the power. The rain falls and destroys the corpses and traces. The body and spirit are silent. Not even a trace is left. This has to make people feel that there may be some tricks in it. At this time, on the 16 giant battle stages, besides Yu Luo and Ye Jian, the victor had already been decided. The little fox demon Qingxin had also defeated her opponent and successfully advanced to the 4th round. There is also Duan Xiao, a talented young man from the Dupeng monster clan. He also quickly defeated the genius disciple of Tianmen and won the victory. However, Duan Xiao didn't use any special means. Only relying on the power of the golden rock, he was strong, suppressed the opponent. Won the victory. I want to go to the battle platform to have a look. Yu Luo's father, known as Master Yu, came directly to the referee's seat at this time, and said to the referees above. Go. Fairy Tianxiong smiled and nodded. She didn't stop her. She knew that the one who died on the battle stage was the son of Hall Master Yu, or that there were no bones left. Both body and spirit were gone. There was nothing wrong with Hall Master Yu going up to take a look. It will be a long time before the end of the round. The battle platform will remain idle forever. Hall Master Yu's face was gloomy. He flew directly to the giant battle platform where Yu Luo and Yi Jian fought. As soon as he got up, his expression changed. Immediately, his sharp eyes turned directly to the direction of the 8 dragon demons, and 2 words popped out of his mouth, shameless. Master Yu, what's going on? Among the crowd in the Fairy Demon City below, Qi stood up directly and asked Hall Master Yu. I asked about the fragrance of the poisonous flowers of the gods. What did you say? Hall Master Yu's face was gloomy. Then he got off the battle platform and returned to the crowd in Fairy Demon City. The words Doshan poison flower in his mouth made everyone's hearts tremble. It turned out to be the god-seizing poison flower. Yifeng didn't really understand. He sent out his spiritual thoughts to Qi and asked, Senior, what is the god-defeating poison flower? Shenshen poisonous flowers are divided into female flowers and male flowers. Among them, the male flowers are colorless and odorless. They live by devouring people's spirit and soul. They usually like to parasitize on human beings, but they are in a dormant state. The female flowers of the Shenshen poisonous flowers. It exudes an intoxicating fragrance. If the male flower smells the smell of the female flower, it will wake up soon and start to devour the spirit and soul of the host. This kind of devouring power, people under the realm of the Fairy King have no resistance. There is a situation like the rain just now. I was stunned for a while. As Qi explained, hatred appeared in his eyes. After Yifeng heard the explanation, he suddenly realized, that is to say, the male flower of the soul-stealing poisonous flower was planted on Yulua's body in advance. When he was on the stage, Yi Jian lured him with the fragrance of the female flower, which made him lose his mind all of a sudden. That's right. And I suspect that it's not only Yulua, but also other people in our Fairy Demon City. Qi's face darkened. He glanced at everyone around him. The worry in his eyes was beyond words. Yu Luo was hit by the god-seizing poison flower. Then the other people in Fairy Demon City are also very likely to be hit. Those above the realm of the immortal king are fine, but those below the realm of the immortal king are very likely to be induced on the battle stage. Once induced, it is a dead end, like rain falling. I'm going to fight them. Hall Master Yu was full of viciousness. He looked towards the direction of the 8 dragon demons. He flew towards the direction of the 8 dragon demons. His target was Yi Jian, who killed Yu Luo. Master Yu, don't act rashly. Qi flew directly up and stopped Hall Master Yu when he just left. He said solemnly, "You have fallen into their trick." Although the Eastern Territory martial arts prohibits such small moves, you just go up like this. Yes, evidence? Evidence. Isn't the evidence enough? My son died on the battlefield. Hall Master Yu said angrily. Don't worry. Senior Pity will uphold justice for us in this matter. Qi stopped Hall Master Yu from letting him pass half a step. Immediately afterwards, the divine sense came out and said, think about it. If even Yi Feng has been hit by the god-seizing poison flower, will Lien stand by and watch? Sit down and wait. Do you think you can kill that night sword by rushing over like this? The background of the 8 dragon demons is much stronger than our fairy city. Hall Master Yu gradually calmed down after hearing Qi's words. Although suffering from the pain of bereavement, Hall Master Yu is a person who has experienced many ups and downs. He knows that he can't mess up now. I want revenge. There will be opportunities in the future. But now is definitely not the best time. At this time, a large group of immortal emperors from the 8 dragon demon clan gathered together. Hall Master Yu's strength is nothing in front of those immortal emperors, let alone avenging his son. After following Qi back to the crowd in Fairy Demon City, Hall Master Yu saw that Yi Jian from the 8 dragon demon clan was smiling proudly and contemptuously at him, which made him feel angry again. But on the surface, he didn't show it come out. Instead, he pretended to be nonchalant. But at this time, the people in Fairy Demon City, especially those who participated in the martial arts meeting in the Eastern Territory, were in a state of panic. The god-defeating poison flower. Did we really all hit it? Daddy, why don't you check it out for us? Xue Feifei looked angry and asked her father. The male flower of seizing god poison flower is extremely concealed. At least with our current strength, we can't detect it. I think. Even Senior Lien can't do anything about it. Xue Feifei's father, Hall Master Xue, had a cold face and chills in his eyes. He said to Xue Feifei, your opponent in the first round is from the Dapeng monster clan. It should be fine. But if you meet the 8 dragon demons next, if you are an opponent of the family, you will simply abstain. Father, how can I abstain without fighting? Xue Feifei was a little reconciled. Because I don't want you to be like Yulua. Hall Master Xue said coldly. Xue Feifei was at a loss for words for a while, but she also knew what her father said. She would never be disobedient, so she had no choice but to accept this reality. Moreover, even abstaining from voting is indeed much better than facing the danger of being beheaded on stage. If I had known earlier, I should have made Yulua abstain. Yi Feng naturally felt a bit worried about the god-defeating poisonous flower, but soon, Gupu Longjian told him with his divine sense that he didn't need to be afraid of such psychedelic poisons, and the heart of the dragon would drive away everything. Unless it was the few heaven-defying poisons of Yuqing Tian in the fairy world, they would not have any effect on Yi Feng, and this poisonous flower was obviously not among those poisons. Yi Feng was relieved now, but for other people in Fairy Demon City, it was not as easy as him. Yue Yuan, you have been with me for the past few days. If the opponent is the 8 dragon demon clan, you will also choose to abstain, you know? Yi Feng turned his head sideways and said to Yue Yuan. Well, I listen to you. Yue Yuan felt a little regretful, but she still obeyed Yi Feng's words. This was a matter of life and death, she couldn't be stubborn on this kind of matter. Soon, all the battles on the 16 giant battle platforms above were over, and the winners and losers had been decided. Fairy Tianxiang stood up and continued to announce that the next 16 groups of contestants would come on stage and prepare for the battle. Among them, there are Yi Feng and the opponent of the third round, Huoruoxi. Yi Feng didn't even think about it, he was about to step onto the stage. Yi Feng, don't go. Seeing this, Yuan quickly grabbed Yi Feng, with a worried look on her pretty face. Didn't you tell me to abstain, why did you go up? If you really got hit by the god-seizing poison flower, wouldn't it be? Don't worry, I'll be fine, trust me. Yi Feng smiled lightly, and patted Yu Liangxiang's shoulder. I have never let you down, have I? Yuan looked at the confident expression in Yi Feng's eyes. She was a little uneasy, but after thinking about it, Yi Feng had never let her down, since when he was in the ancient ruins of the lower realm, Yi Feng said he would take her to the 7th floor. At that time, what seemed impossible to her was done by Yi Feng. Now, Yi Feng said that he has the confidence to defeat Huoruoxi, so obviously Yu Liang should also believe in him. If something happens to you, I will turn the 8 dragon demons upside down. Looking at the back of Yi Feng, getting up and leaving, Yuan secretly made up her mind. As for the others in Fairy Demon City, especially Qi and Tong, they didn't know what to do when they saw that Yi Feng chose to appear. The father and son looked at Lian on the referee's bench. Seeing that Lian didn't say anything, they couldn't help frowning slightly. I don't know what Lian was thinking, but Yi Feng was actually asked to go on stage. Qi thought in his heart, but didn't say much. This time, his attention was completely focused on the giant battle platform where Yi Feng and Huoruoxi were about to fight. At the same time, many other forces have just discovered that something is wrong with the Immortal Demon City. Some people probably guessed what happened in connection with the situation on the stage just now. At this time, they also focused their attention on Yi Feng. Soon, Yi Feng stood on the battle stage, as if shining brightly. Most people in the field focused on him. On the opposite side of Yi Feng, Huoruoxi, made of raging flames, stood proudly. Yi Feng, you shouldn't have come up. Huoruoxi looked at Yi Feng and said with a wicked smile, although there will be a good show when you come up, it's a pity for a genius like you to die like this. You are so confident, do you really think that Duotian poison flower can do nothing to win me? Yi Feng smiled lightly and said casually. You. Huoruoxi's expression froze when he heard Yi Feng's words. This kid, knowing that he has been hit by the god-seizing poison flower, dares to come to the battle stage? Could it be that, does Yi Feng have any whole cards that can even ignore the Duotian poison flower? No, it's impossible. Even the immortal emperor can't detect the male flower of the god-defeating poisonous flower, and after the female flower lures the male flower, the soul-swallowing effect produced will definitely be tricked by the immortal king, and below, it is already the top of the Qing dynasty, it's poisonous. Huoruoxi didn't believe that Yi Feng could deal with Duotian poison flower. Immediately, Huoruoxi continued to show an evil smile on his face, and said viciously, you are really confident, it seems that you don't know how poisonous the Duotian poison flower is. When you die, your woman, I will definitely kill you. Grab it to taste what it tastes like, and see if it's not good. But if you abstain now, you can still save your life. In the final analysis, Huoruoxi was still a little afraid of Yi Feng's fighting power. If Yi Feng was really not afraid of seizing the god poison flower, wouldn't he be dead? Stop talking nonsense, let's fight. Yi Feng didn't talk nonsense with Huoruoxi at all. He held the 9 colors Dao fruit sword tightly and pointed the sword point at Huoruoxi. The wicked smile on Huoruoxi's face remained the same, and the flames blazing all over his body became stronger. As the young patriarch of the Yank branch of the 8 Dragon Demon clan, Huoruoxi had of course comprehended the power of real fire a long time ago. The first level, but the power of real fire is the strongest power of fire in the Shang Qingshan. Comprehending the power of the first level of real fire is enough to make him proud among ordinary peers. Following the order of Fairy Tianxiang, the battles on the 16 giant battle platforms started simultaneously. Yi Feng's side was no exception. The scene of Yu Luo being beheaded by Yi Jian not long ago flashed in his mind, and he was full of resentment towards Huoruoxi in front of him. Pengwei Shrouds. Yi Feng cast a black spell, and the power of the ancient monster dragon diffused out, turning into a sky-filled mighty power that enveloped Huoruoxi's whole body. It was just the first wave of Pengwei, and Huoruoxi felt a pressure. The breath of death and desolation in the power of the ancient monster dragon is really too strong. With Huoruoxi's strength, it can't resist it at all. Die. Huoruoxi's evil smile showed ferocity, and he immediately took out a purple flower that was delicate and charming from the storage space of the belt in his arms. Immediately, an intoxicating fragrance spread over the battle platform, and soon floated into Yi Feng's nose. At the same time, Yi Feng felt that there was a strange creature that seemed to want to devour his spirit and soul, but that strange creature was suppressed by the power emanating from the dragon heart. Sure enough, it is the god-seizing poison flower. Yi Feng thought in his heart, his eyes flashed coldly. It seems that the 8-dragon demon clan really did something to everyone in Fairy Demon City. Seeing Huoruoxi take out the duotian poison flower, everyone in Fairy Demon City was shocked, and it finally appeared. Yi Feng, be careful. Many people screamed in alarm, including Zi Lian, Yu Yuan, Xuanhuan, Qi, Tong, etc., all worried about Yi Feng at this moment. Give me death. On the battle platform, Huoruoxi had a ferocious face, and rushed towards Yi Feng. The power of the real fire in his hands condensed into 2 mighty fire dragons, which seemed to swallow Yi Feng's whole body. Just when Huoruoxi thought that Yi Feng's spirit and soul had been swallowed by the duotian poison flower and he lost consciousness, Yi Feng's sword finally moved. When Yi Pengwei tried you, you couldn't bear it anymore. Since you are anxious to seek death, then I will help you. As soon as Yi Feng's voice reached Huoruoxi's ears, Huoruoxi felt a chill on his neck, and then lost consciousness. Yi Feng, with one sword, cut Huoruoxi to death. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Huoruoxi had no way to resist. When the god-seizing poison flower failed, he could only let Yi Feng slaughter him, and Yi Feng, of course, would not give him the chance to surrender. When Huoruoxi was killed by Yi Feng's sword, there was an exclamation in the field. This Yi Feng is really amazing. The people of Immortal Demon City were naturally overjoyed. This Yi Feng was not affected by the duotian poisonous flower, and straightforwardly beheaded Huoruoxi with a single sword. It was really satisfying, avenging Kai Yulua's revenge just now. Although they didn't know why Yi Feng did it, they were of course happy about it. Even Shui Feifei and the others who complained about Xuanhuan had a new feeling of favor towards Yi Feng. Although this guy's character is not very good, let Sister Xuan block the arrows for him, but his strength is nothing to say. Shui Feifei thought in her heart, it's a pity that Yi Jian, who just killed Yu Luo, might not be able to meet Yi Feng, otherwise Yi Feng would be able to kill him with his own hands, and avenge Yu Luo. Most of the people in the Fairy Demon City were overjoyed, but the people from the 8-dragon demon clan stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. Then what happened to Yi Feng? He was not affected by the duotian poison flower. How is this possible? Could it be that the duotian poison flower didn't have time to take effect? Huoruoxi is too careless. If he knew earlier, he should have abstained and surrendered. Now. What's the use of talking so much now? But it doesn't matter, anyway. Huoruoxi is just the young master of the Yankee branch, and now the entire Yankee branch is our puppet. Everyone was discussing, but what most people were discussing was not Huoruoxi's death, but the fact that Yi Feng was not affected by the duotian poison flower. Yi Jian from the Tiamalong branch looked at the battle stage and couldn't help being stunned. He knew the effect of the god-depriving poison flower best after it was lured into attack to his sword, but he didn't react at all and was directly killed by him. It can be seen how terrifying the influence of seizing God poison flower is. It can directly make the opponent lose their minds for a moment, thus establishing the victory. However, this didn't seem to have any effect on Yifeng. Huoruoxi was still beheaded by Yifeng with a strong posture, making Huoruoxi the laughingstock of many spectators in the battle arena. Yifeng glanced in the direction of the 8-Dragon Demon clan, and didn't pay attention to other people. He just glanced at the people in the Huanshu branch, and saw a beautiful phantom looking at him in surprise. That beautiful phantom, of course, is Qi's wife, Tong's mother, the genius immortal emperor of the Huanshu branch, Huan. Although Huan is in the 8-Dragon Demon clan at this time, her heart has already flown to the fairy demon city, her husband Qi and son Tong, but it is a pity that the 8-Dragon Demon clan is strictly guarded by Zhu Tian. Run over to visit the father and son. Originally, she also knew that Yifeng and Tong were good friends. Now that Yifeng is so strong, of course she is also happy for Tong to meet such a young hero. Of course, she would never know that Tong had been exiled to the ancient ruins in the lower realm for the previous 100 years, let alone that it was Yifeng who rescued Tong, otherwise the way she looked at Yifeng would definitely be different now. Yifeng turned his head, stepped off the battle stage, and returned to the team in Fairy Demon City. At this moment, one of the 16 giant battle platforms, a young man with a sword full of blood, wearing blood-red clothes, under the flickering light of his sword, directly beheaded his opponent with extremely cruel and ruthless methods. The young man in the blood suit and holding the blood sword is the genius of the Stegosaurus branch of the 8-Dragon Demon clan, and the most popular champion in this eastern region martial arts competition, Blood Sword. Xue Jian is a young genius of the Stegosaurus branch of the 8-Dragon Demon clan, but he has also comprehended the power of real fire, and his strength is definitely not inferior to that of Duan Wuya. The blood sword beheaded the opponent, then turned around, with blood in his eyes, he glanced at Yifeng, and the threatening words resounded throughout the audience. Yifeng, I will kill you, get ready to face death. Shuejian's crazy and cruel words made everyone who heard it shudder. Yifeng turned his face to see the blood sword. He didn't show any expression at all, he just said indifferently, I can ruin Duan Wuya's promotion road, and I can stop you naturally. With your strength, you want me to meet death, I'm afraid I'm still a little short of qualifications. Facing the blood sword, Yifeng didn't have the slightest fear at all. Anyway, he wanted to kill the opponent to the death. Now that the opponent threatened him, Yifeng naturally wanted to fight back. When the time comes, you will know that facts speak louder than words. Your body will be shattered into pieces just like the person I beheaded now. Shuejian's eyes were red, he stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips, his self-confidence was beyond words, and the bloodthirsty breath enveloped his whole body. Yifeng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, he glanced at the list at the side, only to find that the person killed by the blood sword turned out to be a member of the Dapeng monster clan. Yifeng couldn't help turning his gaze to the people of the Dapeng monster clan not far away, and he saw that everyone in the Dapeng monster clan was looking at the blood sword with angry eyes. Blood sword, it's okay to have enmity with Yifeng, it's really too much to kill their members of the Dapeng monster clan with extremely cruel means. In the next round, I will kill their night sword. Duan Xiao is usually careless, but at this time he couldn't help but look gloomy. He extremely despises the cruelty of the blood sword. It just so happens that Duan Xiao is going to fight the night sword of the 8-Dragon Demon clan in the next round, and he doesn't mind beheading the opponent with thunderous means as soon as he comes up, so that the 8-Dragon Demon clan will also know that their Dapeng monster clan is not good mess. Of course, everyone in Fairy Demon City has also noticed this. Duan Zhao's opponent in the next round is none other than Yi Jian of the 8-Dragon Demon clan, that is, the young man who beheaded Yu Luo. Among the 8-Dragon Demon clans, Yi Jian's face suddenly became a little ugly. Originally, he also knew that he would never be Duan Zhao's opponent, but now that Blood Sword is killing people from the Dapeng monster clan like this, wouldn't it make him face Duan Xiao? Dangerous when you laugh. The Dapeng monster clan is a very united race. Yi Jian originally wanted to go on stage and try to see how strong Duan Shao is, but now, he retreated directly in his heart. Next round, I admit defeat. Yi Jian gritted his teeth and made a decision. For him now, his own life is naturally the most important thing. Since he will definitely not be able to fight, it is better to abstain directly, so as not to be threatened with his life. If he dies on the battlefield, it is not worthwhile. In the Jianlong branch, many people were also shaking their heads, thinking that Xue Jian's move was too much, and the members of the Dapeng monster clan were also demon cultivators, so why did they do such a terrific thing? This is all right, let the people of the Dapeng monster clan have prejudice against them, and if they meet the people of the Dapeng monster clan again, I am afraid that the other party will not let them go so easily. In terms of overall strength, the 8-Dragon Demon clan and the Dapeng monster clan are not much different. It would be unwise to set up such a formidable enemy at this time. But regarding Xue Jian's character, the elders of the 8-Dragon Demon clan can't do anything about it. Who makes his talent really belong to the top among the 8-Dragon Demon clan? In order to cultivate the blood sword, they have spent a lot of effort in it. Even if the blood sword is like this now, they will not blame the blood sword. It's just a little friction with the Dapeng monster clan, and it's not like it hasn't happened before, and their 8-Dragon and Demon clans are not afraid of each other. The turmoil caused by the blood sword has come to an end, and the next third round of the Eastern Territory martial arts is proceeding in an orderly manner, but the attention of many people in the field has shifted to the 8-Dragon Demon clan, the Fairy Demon City, and the Dapeng Demon clan. The conflict came up. As well as the brief conversation between Xue Jian and Yi Feng, it became a hot topic of discussion among the people, and even privately, many people opened the market, hoping to make a fortune. Although Yi Feng has already shown his extremely strong strength and defeated Duan Wuya, but everyone still doesn't know him very well. To defeat Duan Wuya, it is very likely that his immortal technique just restrained Duan Wuya. Now that Yi Feng and Xue Jian are in conflict, not many people think that Yi Feng will win. A large number of people still think that Xue Jian is stronger. Yu Tianqing has been circulating for a long time. Of course, how strong the two are, I'm afraid we won't know until the finals, because according to the battle list, Yi Feng and Xue Jian are in two different groups, and they can only collide if they enter the top 32. However, with their strength, it is almost 100% to enter the top 32. The day passed quickly, and bloodstains were left on the 16 battle platforms to let people know how fierce the battle was today. After today's battle, only 128 people were able to continue to participate in the first battle of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Competition. 4 rounds. All geniuses who have advanced, you will get the rewards you deserve. In the next 3 days, as the Elder of Wuya Valley, I will invite you to visit Wuya Spring, and you can comprehend it for 3 days. Fairy Tianxiang stood up and began to explain Wuya Spring as she spoke with a smile. I believe everyone has heard of Wuya Spring. Wuya Spring is located in the depths of Wuya Valley, and it is a treasure in Wuya Valley. Even the disciples of the sect may not have the opportunity to enter the comprehension. The world in Wuya Spring is full of aura, and there are even some unexpected powers. Comprehending it for 3 days should allow you to gain a lot. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of all the young talents who had advanced to the 4th round brightened. It turned out to be Wyaquan's opportunity to comprehend, and it lasted for 3 days. Even the disciples of Wuya Valley were a little surprised when they heard the words. The 3-day opportunity to comprehend Wuya Spring is definitely much more precious than a piece of immortal script or a holy light. Although it is only 3 days, Wuya Spring is not an ordinary existence. It is not only full of aura, but also a place where some tyrannical powers of the Qing dynasty are gathered. If you comprehend it for 3 days, you may comprehend a new power. If one can realize something in it, it will be extremely beneficial to the improvement of the monk's strength. Yifeng was not very clear about Wuya Spring, so he asked Eugenie about it. Because of Eugenie's bet with Lung Shan, he attached great importance to the martial arts meeting in the eastern region, and even more to Yifeng. When Yifeng asked, Eugenie answered directly and enthusiastically. Wuya Spring is a spiritual spring, which contains extremely rich aura of heaven and earth. Cultivation in it is at least 10 times faster than cultivation in the outside world, and there are often some special forces gathered in it, all of which are attracted by the water of Wuya Spring. If you can comprehend those special powers, it will undoubtedly increase your strength a lot. However, the number of these special powers gathered by the Wuya Spring is limited, and they don't exist all the time, but will be absorbed by those who understand it, so generally the Wuya Spring will not allow people to enter, and it is only used to reward some meritorious service or talent. There are enough Wuya Valley disciples, and now 128 quotas are given all at once, and they are all for 3 days, which is a bit unexpected. In my opinion, there may be fraud in this. Fraud? Many people in the fairy demon city pricked up their ears, and everyone became curious. What else could be cheated by entering the Wuya Spring to practice? Because Wuya Spring is not a spring, but a general term for an intricate underground spring, the route in it will change every once in a while. Eugenie replied patiently, even if I enter Wuya Spring again, I don't know the route, let alone you. But the disciples of Wuya Valley are different. They may be able to get information in advance and know where to go. There is a special power, and go to absorb it. If so, what should we do? She asked thoughtfully from the side. Because this is a reward, it is not included in the routine of the Eastern Territory martial arts. Even if they are found to be like this, there is nothing they can do. Eugenie shook his head. Using Wuya Spring as a reward is obviously more beneficial to the disciples of Wuya Valley, but it is also a loss for them after all. After all, there are not many special powers in Wuya Spring, and some comprehension is less. If you let it go like this, the loss is not small, which is really something I have never seen before. Okay, everyone must be careful, it's best to act together after entering, it's the safest. She said to those who advanced to the 4th round in Fairy Demon City. A total of 128 people entered the 4th round, but there were only 6 people in Xianyao City, either because they had been eliminated long ago, or because they abstained directly in the 3rd round because of seizing the god poison flower. The rest were Yifeng, Qing Xian, Tong, Feng Kuang, Shui Feifei, and Jin Yimen, Shui Rong, a direct disciple of Eugenie. Yifeng looked at the other 5 people. The little fox demon Qingxin would naturally follow him, and so would Tong. As for Feng Kuang and Shui Feifei, although they had some prejudices against Yifeng because of xuanhuan, but he killed Huoruoxi, which made them feel good about him, and they should follow him when the time comes. Shui Rong, Yifeng didn't pay much attention to this person before, but as Eugenie's direct disciple, and has stepped into the 4th round all the way, his strength should not be weak. Yifeng glanced over and saw that Shui Rong was a very ordinary-looking young man, wearing ordinary grey cloth clothes. Just by looking at him, he couldn't imagine that he would be a genius who could step into the 4th round of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament. Seeing Yifeng looking at him, Shui Rong gave him a shy smile. Obviously this young man was a bit shy. Yifeng also smiled at him. Shui Rong is a member of Eugenie, so he should be walking together at that time. In this way, the 6 people from Fairy Demon City will form a small team and walk together in the Wuya Spring. In Waiakwen, safety is definitely not a problem. After all the contestants who enter the martial arts competition in the Eastern Territory are the most talented geniuses of this generation in the Tianqing region of the Eastern Territory. The 10 referees will definitely do their best to keep everyone safe. However, those special powers in the Wuya Spring need to be comprehended by the practitioners themselves. Although the practitioners in it cannot cause life threats to other practitioners, it does not mean that they cannot harass other people. Now that Yifeng and the other 6 people act together, they can better prevent harassment, and if they find special power, they can better comprehend. Of course, there were actually 7 people acting together, because Xuanhuan must have followed Ji Feng, but everyone in the fairy demon city didn't have a good impression of her, so they thought it was 6 people acting together. Let's go. Yi Feng and Xuanhuan talked, then nodded to the other 5 with a smile, turned and set off. The little fox demons Qingxin, Tong, Fengquang, Shui Feifei and Shui Rong followed Ji Feng and quickly flew towards Fairy Tianxiang on the referee's seat. A total of 128 monks from many other sects who had advanced to the 4th round also flew over. Fairy Tianxiang glanced toward Ji Feng, then smiled softly, and signaled to Yi Feng and Xuanhuan respectively. Obviously she had a good impression of them. It seems that Tianxiang Fairy knows everything about Tianxiang restaurant. Xuanhuan blushes a little when she thinks of this, but fortunately Fairy Tianxiang is extremely gentle, so she doesn't feel too much pressure. She followed Yi Feng to the Fairy Tianxiang on the referee's seat, turned her face to look at Miadaozi who was resting with his eyes closed, but saw that Miadaozi didn't seem to take this matter to heart at all. Yi Feng also took a look at Miadaozi, who was dressed in white and had an elegant figure, and thought to himself, if he wanted to remove the influence of the God Control pill for Xuanhuan, he could only defeat Miadaozi in the heaven-defying covenant. The covenant against the sky does not depend on cultivation, but on talent. Yi Feng is naturally very confident about talent. Even if Miadaozi is the head of Wuya Valley, his talent must be much higher than ordinary people, but Yi Feng is not afraid. 128 people, without any words, only silent communication. Between each other, there is hatred, resentment, friendship and gratitude. For example, the few people brought by Yi Feng in Fairy Demon City looked at the monks of the 8-Dragon Demon clan with hatred on their faces, including the Dupeng Monster clan. They also hated the monks of the 8-Dragon Demon clan. Of course, there are also friendly ones. For example, Duan Xiao from the Dupeng Monster clan smiled at Yi Feng and expressed friendship, which made Yi Feng feel strange. Is this joke trying to make friends with him? If there were no other conflicts, Yi Feng would not mind making such a friend, but now is obviously not the time to make friends. Everything can only be discussed after the Eastern Territory martial arts meeting is over. Fairy Tianxiang didn't explain too much. When everyone gathered, she turned around and flew towards Wuya Valley. Boundless Valley is a valley covered by a large illusory formation. It is located in the continuous mountains behind Boundless City. Without the guidance of people from Boundless Valley, outsiders cannot enter Boundless Valley at all. The Wuya Spring, of course, is within the Wuya Valley, and now Fairy Tianxiang is going to lead everyone into the Wuya Valley, to the Wuya Spring, and comprehend the special power. Although everyone can enter the Wuya Spring, what needs to be noted is that after our referee's inspection, there are only 35 special powers in the entire Wuya Spring, one of which cannot be comprehended even by us immortal emperors, and the other 3 of the 14 kinds of power, 8 are high-level powers, and the remaining 26 are ordinary powers. In other words, only 35 of you can comprehend special powers at most. Fairy Tianxiang explained while leading the way. Only 35 people can get special power? This obviously does not satisfy the many monks who have advanced to the 4th round. However, you don't have to worry about returning empty-handed. Wuya Spring is an excellent holy place for cultivation. Being in it can enhance your talent for comprehending the power of heaven and earth. If you have some powerful power that you haven't fully comprehended before, at this time, it can also be comprehended in Wuya Spring. Fairy Tianxiang said, and immediately suppressed the whispering of many people. Even if they can't comprehend the special power hidden in the Wuya Spring, they can still try to comprehend the power that they wanted to comprehend but failed. In general, the reward of this Wuya Spring is to enable them to comprehend more power, become stronger. This is also the purpose of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Conference. A mysterious power that even the immortal Emperor Nidian could not comprehend, 8 kinds of high-level powers, and 26 kinds of ordinary powers. Yi Feng secretly calculated in his heart, if he found the mysterious power that even the immortal Emperor Nidian couldn't comprehend, would he be able to comprehend it within 3 days? The answer is unlikely. Even if Yi Feng's talent is against the sky, and Wuya Spring's promotion effect on talent is strong, it is impossible for Yi Feng to comprehend the power that even the immortal Emperor against the sky can't comprehend in 3 days. For example, if Yi Feng was only given 3 days to understand the power of the demon dragon, he would definitely not be able to comprehend it. It took several years for Yi Feng to comprehend the power of the monster dragon. It is obviously unrealistic to say that the power of Wu Yaquan can shorten the time for everyone to comprehend so much. However, it would be good if he could comprehend some kind of high-level power. The strongest power that Yi Feng has comprehended now, except for the power of the ancient monster dragon, there is no other power that can compare with it. Against this is a fairly obvious weakness. Let Tianxiang Fairy say that it is a high-level power, its power is obviously not under the power of Qiyao, maybe it can change the current situation of Yi Feng's single fighting method. Soon, under the leadership of Fairy Tianxiang, everyone came to a valley full of fragrance. Before they knew it, they had passed through the magic formation of the mountain gate of Wuya Valley, entered the valley of Wuya, and came to the valley of Wuya. Near the spring. Walking through the valleys, Yi Feng could clearly feel an aura similar to the Wuya sword intent, secretly guessing that the Wuya spring should be nearby. Yaquan, it's just below here. Go down now. 3 days later, our referee will send you all out. At that time, the 4th round of the eastern region will start directly. Fairy Tianxiang led the crowd to a canyon, and then smiled softly. When everyone looked at it, they saw that there was indeed a clear spring under the canyon in front of them. The water looked extremely deep and icy cold, but it also revealed an unparalleled aura of heaven and earth, which fascinated practitioners. Moreover, there is really some special power in it, and people can't help but want to take a look at it. Yi Feng's young god quickly dodged and entered the ice crystal palace, only feeling as if he was going to merge with the surrounding lightning power. Yi Feng's Yangshan body was already full of purple lightning power, but now it seemed to be swallowed by the surrounding thunder and lightning power. It seems that it is not possible. Only when the main body comes can we try to comprehend it. Thinking in Yi Feng's mind, he immediately asked Yang God to withdraw from the ice crystal palace. Zidian Yangshan ran quickly along the way he came here, and soon passed the place where many forces gathered. Yi Feng paid a little attention and found that there were several people competing for each force, but there was no malicious harassment. Situations of comprehension by others arise. He left with peace of mind, and not long after, his young god returned to his body. The young god is here, and my deity used to comprehend the power of the totemized thunder and lightning. Yi Feng made a decision, and asked Zidian young god to guard you along, while he quickly ran towards the place where the totemized lightning power was. Wu Yaquan only had 3 days to comprehend it. Even if Yi Feng had comprehended the totemization magic technique long ago, he still might not succeed if he wanted to comprehend the power of lightning. Now Yi Feng thought to himself, the level of the totemized lightning power is the same level as the totemized demonic dragon's power in the immortal demon city's 10,000 demons hall, so is it the strongest one that Fairy Tianxiang said? That kind of power, even the immortal emperor can't comprehend, it is very likely that it is the power of thunder and lightning. Yi Feng quickly arrived at the entrance of the hall. When he came back this time, he found that there were already 2 people in the hall. One of them was dressed in a black robe and exuded an aura of death. He came from Ghost Bones. Zhong's genius, Emperor of Death. The other person, dressed in a white robe and exuding a terrifying aura of destruction, is a genius from the Heavenly Sect, a natural disaster. These 2 people, who are the most likely to win the championship in the Eastern Region martial arts competition, have actually gathered here. It seems that they are also interested in this totemized lightning power and want to comprehend it. But Yifeng knew, how could this totemized lightning power be so easy to comprehend? Even Qi and Jiawei couldn't comprehend the power of the totemized demon dragon back then. It can be seen that this level of power is definitely not something ordinary people can comprehend, let alone only 3 days. No matter how talented the natural disasters and the dead emperor are, even if the dead emperor is the reincarnation of some kind of emperor, Yifeng is not worried that the totemized lightning power will be snatched away by them. This power of thunder and lightning was completely prepared for Yifeng alone. It would be impossible for anyone else to comprehend it within 3 days. Yifeng raised his footsteps and stepped into the ice crystal palace, immediately attracting the attention of the Emperor of Death and Scourge. There are 2 people, the Emperor of the Death Zone and the Natural Disaster. The former is wearing a black robe, and his whole body is like a god of death from hell. His whole body is full of a terrible breath of death, while the latter is wearing a white robe, but also exudes an aura of destruction. Ordinary people are afraid. They dare not step within 100 steps of him. Such 2 young geniuses, and their cultivation bases are all higher than Yifeng's, and they focus on Yifeng at the same time. One can imagine what kind of pressure Yifeng is facing. The Death Realm Emperor's gaze was full of death and sternness. He had no hatred towards Yifeng, but he regarded Yifeng as his opponent. Soon they will meet. As for the natural disaster, the eyes looking at Yifeng are full of wild challenges. Obviously, the natural disaster also regards Yifeng as his opponent. Perhaps it is because of the attitude of Zhuo Zixuan and Zhuo Songlong towards Yifeng that the natural disaster treats Yifeng. The fighting spirit ignited at the time of the front is more intense than that of the Emperor of Death. Under the challenging eyes of the 2, Yifeng walked into the ice crystal palace with a look of no one else, only the totemized lightning power in his eyes. Yifeng didn't care about the natural disasters and the challenging eyes of the Emperor of the Dead Zone at all, but wanted to quickly comprehend this totem into the power of lightning, so as to become the biggest winner in this trip to Yaquan. In the Ice Crystal Palace, the 3 people have the same goal, which is to comprehend the power of thunder and lightning, but Emperor of Death and Natural Calamity don't know it. Yifeng has very strong confidence in comprehending the power of thunder and lightning. As for the 2 of them, they just wanted to try it in their hearts. Even if they didn't succeed, they wouldn't have any regrets. They didn't come here with the confidence of winning like Yifeng. Psychologically, the 2 had already lost to Yifeng. There was no communication between the 3 of them. In this ice crystal palace, only monks with top talents like them dared to enter. There was no hope for others to enter, it was just a waste of time. Yifeng began to comprehend the violent lightning power in front of him. This lightning power seems to be the same as the previous power of the demon dragon, with a certain dragon's breath. The difference is that the power of the monster dragon has the breath of a barren dragon, but now this power of thunder and lightning has the breath of a dragon. With the breath of the violent thunder dragon. Yifeng thought in his heart, before he always wanted to know what kind of power the power of the monster dragon was, but unfortunately no one came to tell him this. But now that Yifeng came here and saw the totemized lightning power, it seemed to bring back a trace of the ancient wood in his body. This, the totemized demon dragon, Lei Dian, could it be the legendary demon dragon family that came from the upper realm? Qiao Gumu's divine sense trembled a little, as if he couldn't believe it. Monster Dragon Clan, what is that? Yifeng asked suspiciously. It is said that many years ago, a family of monster dragons from the fairy world came to this world. In that race, every monster dragon was a terrifying existence that surpassed the immortal emperor. Like a chicken or a dog. Qiao Gumu conveyed the rumors he knew to Yifeng with his spiritual thoughts. This legend has been passed down from my ancestors. It must have happened tens of millions of years ago. It has been in my ancestors' lifetime. Bearing this legend in mind, I also vaguely remember some. Now that I see these tyrannical lightning powers, I finally recall it, and I can be sure that this is the power from the monster dragon clan. Tens of millions of years ago? Yi Feng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the power of lightning and the power of the monster dragon he had comprehended would be so ancient. Of course, he also didn't expect that such an existence as Qiyao Ancient would have ancestors. Cultivating life like Qiyao Gumu has a much longer lifespan than human monks. What happened to Qiyao Gumu's ancestors shows that the human beings at that time may have died out by now. According to the memory handed down to me by my ancestors, the power of the demon dragon you comprehended before should belong to a force called the Desolate Demon Dragon. But now this kind of lightning power belongs to a force called the Shining Spirit Demon Dragon. Strength. Qiyao Gumu continued to transmit divine thoughts, and finally said the names of the two powers. Desolate Demon Dragon, Shining Spirit Demon Dragon? Yi Feng received Qiyao Gumu's spiritual thoughts and thought about these two names. The former Desolate Demon Dragon is the power of the Demon Dragon, comprehended in the Immortal Demon City's 10,000 Demon Palace. However, on Yi Feng, the power of the Desolate Demonic Dragon has merged with the power of the Desolate Ancient Soaring Dragon, and Yi Feng called it the power of the Desolate Ancient Demon Dragon, which is an appropriate name. The two powers are combined into one, and its power level exceeds all the powers in the Shangqingshan, and no power can even be compared with it. Even though the power of natural disasters and Zhuo Songlong's comprehension also came from Yuqing Tian in the fairy world, its level is obviously not comparable to the power of this demon dragon family, let alone Yi Feng's ancient demon dragon power. Now if Yi Feng can comprehend the power of the Shining Spirit Demon Dragon, it will not improve Yi Feng's combat power too much, but it will allow him to condense the power of the Shining Spirit Demon Dragon into the Dao fruit and improve the quality of the Dao fruit. Originally, Yi Feng was an extremely rare Dao fruit of the barren level. If he integrated the newly realized power these days into it, at least the grade of the Dao fruit could be raised by one level, which would be of great help to him in comprehending other powers in the future. Of course, it is not a matter of condensing the newly realized power into the Dao fruit overnight. Yi Feng must wait for the end of the Eastern Territory martial arts before proceeding. The most urgent task now is to hurry up and try to comprehend the power of the Shining Demon Dragon. The Emperor of Death, Natural Calamity, and Yi Feng sat in the three corners of the Ice Crystal Hall, each bearing the attack of the tyrannical lightning force in the hall. But each of the three had enough means to resist it. Not only that, but the three of them also want to absorb these lightning powers into their bodies, comprehend them, and use them for their own use. Yi Feng didn't waste time. After Qiyao Gumu said the name of the Shining Spirit Demon Dragon, he immediately began to comprehend the power of the Shining Spirit Demon Dragon. My Yang God was promoted to a heaven-level Yang God because of the condensed power of the Zidian xuanhuan. The Zidian xuanhuan, like the power of the Shining Spirit Demon Dragon, belongs to the power of thunder and lightning. Yi Feng gradually immersed himself in the state of comprehending power. Soon, he felt as if he had come to an incomparably vast world. This world was completely composed of violent thunder and lightning. Front, back, up, down, left, right, and all directions of his body, it is completely the power of the terrifyingly powerful Shining Spirit Demon Dragon, which turns into thunder and lightning and sweeps around, blooming the whole world into grids. And Yi Feng was not attacked by any lightning power in this world, but began to absorb these lightning powers. Perhaps these lightning powers sensed the aura of the ancient monster dragon on Yi Feng's body, which gave him a sense of familiarity. Soon, circles of lightning began to flash one after another beside Yi Feng. Each circle of light was enough to wipe out Yi Feng's body, yet he was as stable as Mount Tai in such an environment. Something's wrong. Although Yi Feng felt the affinity between the lightning and him, the power of the lightning did not repel him in the slightest, which made him feel a little doubtful. It stands to reason that any power in the natural world, if a monk wants to try to comprehend it, he will feel a resistance, but now Yi Feng not only did not feel the resistance, but the power of the shining spirit demon dragon took the initiative to come together. In any case, there is no reason to explain this phenomenon, unless. Just as Yifeng thought about it, he felt that the lightning circles approaching him had some spiritual thoughts in their flickering, and it was these spiritual thoughts that kept these lightning circles from approaching Yifeng. Shen Yan, could it be that the shining demon dragon stayed behind? Yifeng couldn't help being curious, so he explored into the divine sense. Soon, a memory that seemed to come from endless time and space reverberated in Yifeng's mind, making him stunned in place for an instant. In the memory of these distant time and space, the demon dragon soars into the sky, and the whole world seems to be ruled by the demon dragon, and the shining demon dragon is just one of the very tyrannical ones. Almost every member of the shining demon dragon clan can comprehend the forbidden technique of demon cultivation such as totemization, which shows how amazing the talent of this group is. If it still exists today, even Yuqing Tian, there will definitely be a place for the demon dragon clan. However, the monster dragon clan seems to have encountered some catastrophe. Even in the memory of this shining monster dragon, its extremely powerful ancestors and elders all perished in that disaster. Only a very small number of young monster dragon clan people escaped from that disaster. The only surviving monster dragon clan was not high enough in cultivation, and gradually perished after that disaster. The memory of this part is not very clear, but Yifeng can still find out that the flashing spirit monster dragon that left the memory, its cultivation, because it definitely exceeds the level of the immortal emperor. If it is in Shangqingshan, it can definitely dominate. Although he didn't know how this ray of power of the shining spirit demon dragon came to Wuya Spring, but with the ancient memory contained in it, Yifeng knew very well how powerful this race was in ancient times. Perhaps, it's like how humans imagined dinosaurs tens of millions of years ago. Yifeng thought in his heart, and then felt a little emotional. In this world, everything is really inferior to time. No matter how high your cultivation level is, if tens of millions of years pass, won't it turn into a pile of bones? But now that Yifeng is living in this world, he must try his best to live a better life with his own strength, and let the blade beside him live a better life. At least, he will not be bullied by others. The memory of the shining spirit demon dragon was quickly observed by Yifeng, perhaps because the time was too long, from which Yifeng did not know anything too deep inside, only had a certain understanding of the shining spirit demon dragon's power. Perhaps because of its innate power, this shining spirit monster dragon has the deepest memory of its own power. Even Yifeng can understand the characteristics of the shining spirit monster dragon's power in detail. Although it belongs to the thunder and lightning family like other lightning forces, the power of the shining demon dragon is not as violent as other lightning forces, but is full of lightness and elegance. Now Yifeng feels that the lightning power in the Ice Crystal Palace is tyrannical. That's because he can't feel the essence of these lightning powers at his level, he can only perceive its tyranny. In fact, the biggest characteristic of the power of the shining spirit demon dragon, it's about being flexible. If I can comprehend the power of this shining demon dragon, my speed will be many times faster than before, and it is very likely that I will comprehend the power of the void at a deeper level. Yifeng had already comprehended the power of the void to the 4th level because of Tian perfume before. If he comprehended the power of the shining spirit demon dragon, it is very likely that the power of the void will be promoted to the 5th level. The power of the shining spirit demon dragon, which has left a memory, is obviously better preserved than the power of the previous desolate demon dragon, so its power will be stronger. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Yifeng was completely immersed in the power of the shining spirit demon dragon, and gradually comprehended these powers through the memory of the demon dragon within. Since he has already comprehended the magic of totemization, he is very friendly to the power of this shining demon dragon, and comprehend it with twice the result with half the effort. On the other hand, the Death Realm Emperor and the Natural Calamity are different. Even though both of them are the leaders of the young generation of Tianqing in the eastern region, but with their talents, it is really impossible for them to comprehend even a trace of the power of the shining spirit demon dragon within 3 days. When the 3 days were about to end, the power of the shining spirit demon dragon in the ice crystal palace rushed towards Yifeng one after another, and was quickly and completely absorbed by him. The Emperor of Death and Natural Calamity opened their eyes at the same time, looking at Yifeng in disbelief. The two of them didn't have any comprehension of the lightning power in the ice crystal palace, but this Yifeng has actually comprehended these lightning powers? This is too unusual. No wonder, this Yifeng was able to defeat Duan Wuya with 5,000 years of cultivation. His talent indeed exceeded Duan Wuya by a lot. It's not that Duan Wuya is too weak. Logically speaking, Duan Wuya was chosen by Miadaozi, and his talent is second to none. But facing Yifeng, he was defeated so thoroughly, he is still seriously injured, even Miadaozi couldn't completely heal his internal injuries. However, the Emperor of Death and Calamity are not ordinary characters. When Yifeng absorbed the power of lightning, they also noticed that the power of the monster dragon on Yifeng's body seemed to have a slight fit with the power of lightning. Could it be that Yifeng has something to do with this lightning power? The two guessed in their hearts, but they didn't say anything, they just took Yifeng more seriously. If it was said that when Yifeng defeated Duan Wuya before, the two of them noticed Yifeng and regarded him as a possible opponent, then the two of them now have paid more attention to Yifeng from the bottom of their hearts, and put him in front of him. I got a position with the same strength as myself. Although the Emperor of the Death Zone is said to be the reincarnation of the Emperor of the Ghost Bone sect is nothing more than an immortal emperor who has cultivated the Ghost Bone sect's mind to the extreme, and may not be able to reach the level of the heaven-defying immortal emperor. Even if he revives a new life, the talent of the Emperor of the Death Realm may not exceed that of everyone in the heavenly city of the eastern region, but this was achieved by Yifeng. There is no doubt that Yifeng's talent is unmatched in the entire Eastern Tiancheng, at least in the current Eastern Tiancheng, no one can match him. Swish! Swish! The Emperor of Death and Calamity left separately, and soon Yifeng woke up from the state of comprehension, and found that the two did not disturb him, but left directly. It seems that they have the confidence of being a genius and monster. Even if Yifeng comprehended the power of the shining spirit demon dragon, he didn't bother to harass his comprehension at this time, because those two people had absolute confidence in themselves. Even if Yifeng comprehended the power of the shining spirit demon dragon, they would still be able to Yifeng beat it upright. The power of the shining spirit demon dragon was completely comprehended and absorbed by Yifeng, and the entire ice crystal palace became empty. This scene will undoubtedly surprise many immortal emperors who are observing Wuya Spring outside, but Yifeng has done many impossible things, and now he has absorbed the power of the shining spirit demon dragon. It is not a strange thing. It's just that the hearts of many immortal emperors will naturally have some pimples. After all, such a superpower as the power of the shining spirit demon dragon is an existence that even they can't comprehend, but in front of Yifeng, it was comprehended within 3 days, which is really hard for them to accept. Only Lian, who had already expected all of this, smiled lightly, and realized the power of the shining spirit demon dragon. Now that Yifeng's fighting power has improved to a higher level, the chance of winning the championship is 99%. Among all the people, only Lian knew the horror of Yifeng's current strength the most. Just absorbing the consciousness body of the 9-armed ghost ape in her ghost ship was enough for her to take a look at Yifeng Gao. Once the 9-armed ghost ape comes out, no one can compete with it. However, we cannot rule out some existences that are particularly against the sky. Of course, such existences that are against the sky will hardly appear in the Eastern Territory martial arts. Lian thought in her heart, didn't observe much, and left directly above Wuya Spring. In Wuya Spring, Yifeng walked through the ice crystal passage, and soon came to the place where many forces gathered before, when suddenly a cold shout came from one direction. People of Xiaoyao Mountain, remember for me, when the Eastern Territory martial arts contest ends, it will be the day of your Xiaoyao Mountain's demise. Hearing the words Xiaoyao Mountain, Yifeng couldn't help but look towards the place where the sound came from, and he saw Xiaoyao Yueying confronting a young man in Xingyi. Many people around talked about it, and Yifeng soon knew that the young man was Qing Yunyu, the suzerain of Qingqing sword sect, the son of Qingxiao sword master. With Qing Yunyu's strength, it is normal to break into the fourth round, but it will be difficult to go further. As for Xiaoyao Yueying, the opponent she met in the third round was a genius from a small sect, and she tried her best to defeat him before qualifying for the fourth round. At this moment, Xiaoyao Yueying and Qing Yunyu comprehended an ordinary power together, but in the end Xiaoyao Yueying took the lead, which made Qing Yunyu very upset. Originally, the Qingqing sword sect was already dissatisfied with Xiaoyao Mountain. After all, Xia Yakuang killed their people in the fairy demon city. If Xia Yakuang hadn't been promoted to become the immortal emperor, they would have removed Xia Yaishan long ago. But now, even if Xiaoyao Kuang has advanced to become the immortal emperor, the Qingqing sword sect doesn't intend to let them go. Sword master Qingxiao has been the immortal emperor for many years, so naturally he has many friends of the immortal emperor, which Xiaoyao Crazy can't match at all. Although Xiaoyao Mountain seems to have something to do with the fairy demon city, Qing Yunyu doesn't think that the fairy demon city those immortal emperors will go to help Xiaoyao Mountain. Therefore, there is Qing Yunyu's threat to Xiaoyao Yueying now. When Xiaoyao Yueying heard Qing Yunyu's threat, she couldn't help gritting her teeth, her face turned pale. Although she was not afraid of Qing Yunyu, she knew that Xiaoyao Mountain's power was indeed not as strong as that of Qingqing sword sect. If the other party is determined to attack Xia Yaishan, it is definitely not something she can stop. Don't be afraid, is it possible that a small Qingqing sword sect can cause some disturbance? At this moment, Yifeng's voice came into the field, making Xiaoyao Yueying startled for a moment, and then overjoyed. Yifeng came, and what he said was that if the Qingqing sword sect really took action against Xiaoyao Mountain, would Yifeng let the seniors from Immortal Demon City do the same? Xiaoyao Yueying turned her head in surprise, and saw Yifeng pacing forward. When Yifeng came pacing, the face of the blue-clothed swordsman Qing Yunyu suddenly became more gloomy. Read the latest and most complete novel. If the enmity between Xiaoyao Mountain and Qingqing sword sect was just that Xiaoyao crazily killed a Qingqing sword sect disciple, then the enmity between Yifeng and them was not the killing of a Qingqing sword sect disciple. After coming to Wuya City, Yifeng even killed 3 disciples of Qingqing sword sect, beheading one of them with one sword, making Qingqing sword sect lose face. But they didn't even think about it, it was all caused by them. Because they thought Xia Yakuang was the immortal emperor, they didn't look for trouble, they wanted to find Yifeng, who was weaker, but Yifeng killed 3 people in a row, it was entirely their own fault. Yifeng, sooner or later, you will die too, let's wait and see. Qing Yunyu looks handsome, but at this moment his face is a bit ferocious, staring at Yifeng firmly. I'm looking forward to that day. Yifeng said lightly, he didn't take Qing Yunyu seriously at all. To him, the entire Qingqing sword sect didn't have any notable figures. Anyway, if the Eastern Territories martial arts contest is over now, he will go to participate in the Covenant Against the Sky. There is no limit to the cultivation level of the Covenant Against the Sky. Yifeng has enough time to collect natural materials and earthly treasures, quickly push his cultivation level to 10,000 years, and step into the realm of becoming a fairy. It is also best for the power of the void to reach the 9th level as soon as possible, and then be promoted to the law of the void, so that he can return to the lower clear sky. Shangqingshan, this whole world is just one stop for him, and his next stop is the fairyland, Yuqingshan. Not becoming an immortal, unable to step into Yuqingshan, this is an iron rule, even the dragon sword itself cannot violate it. It is precisely because of this that he was sent to Shangqingshan to experience it first. Swish. Swish. White lights flashed one after another. Yifeng, Xiaoyao Yueying, Qing Yunyu, and all the surrounding monks were all shrouded in a wave of void law, and then teleported away from the ice crystal channel of Yakuan. Opening his eyes again, Yifeng found that he had come to the sky above Wuya Spring, where all the 128 people who had advanced to the fourth round of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament were here. Thank you. Xiaoyao Yueying appeared beside Yifeng, pursed her lips, and said with a smile. No, I didn't do anything. Yifeng shook his head, then raised his head, and asked Xiaoyao Yueying with a smile, how is it? How did you gain from this trip? It's not bad to understand a kind of power, but I'm afraid I won't be able to pass it so easily in the next round. Xiaoyao Yueying smiled bitterly. It was a coincidence that I met an opponent who was about as strong as me in the last round, but now among the 128 people, my strength is almost at the bottom. Don't be discouraged, there is no end to the journey of cultivation, and the martial arts meeting in the Eastern region is just one of the steps. Yifeng said comfortingly, and then many immortal emperors waved their hands in the air, signaling them to follow back to Wuya City. 3 days have passed, and many genius monks in Wuya Spring have obtained what they deserve. Even the Emperor of Death and Natural Calamity, who have not been able to comprehend special powers, have stronger control over their own powers up. Soon, everyone returned to the center of Wuya City, and each returned to the ranks of their own sect forces. Xiaoyao Yueying has returned to Xiaoyao Mountain. She is the only contestant in Xiaoyao Mountain who entered the fourth round, and this is also inseparable from Yifeng's care. If Yifeng hadn't let her directly advance to the third round in the first round, she may not be able to pass the second round. Xia Yueying told Xia Yaquang what happened in Wuya Spring, which made Xia Yaquang furious, but Xia Yaquang had nothing to do with Qingqing sword sect. He also understood that if he wanted to fight recklessly, his strength not as good as Sword Master Qingxiao. But the good news is that Yifeng actually stepped forward to help Xiaoyao Yueying, that is to say, if the Qingqing sword sect wants to attack Xiaoyao Mountain, they have to consider Yifeng's influence. In case the Immortal Emperor made a move in Xianyao City, Sword Master Qingxiao would be absolutely unable to resist, so Sword Master Qingxiao had to be careful. In Fairy Demon City, Yifeng also returned to the team, and learned that both Qingxin and Tong had comprehended the power of their respective choices. A special kind of flame power is trying to fuse that flame power with the real fire power. If it can be integrated, it will definitely be able to exert a stronger power. As for Feng Kuang and Shui Feifei, it's a pity. There are too many people fighting for the power of the wind and the power of the snow. Shui Rong, on the other hand, had no one to choose due to the power of the earth element, but he managed to comprehend the special power of the earth. The original Shui Rong was good at defense, but now that he has comprehended the new earth power, his defense ability must be improved to a higher level. The rewards for the third round are over, and the fourth round is about to begin. Fairy Tianxiang, one of the Sijia elders in Wuya Valley, reappeared in front of everyone, with a gentle smile that was still charming, and sent a soft voice to the surroundings. The fourth round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Competition is about to begin. The roster for this competition has been decided. You can watch it yourself. As the words fell, a series of golden brilliance appeared in the air. Under the 16 giant battle platforms, the flashing golden brilliance quickly condensed into names one after another. That was the list of the fourth round of competition. In fact, this list is just a reminder and confirmation. As for who they will fight in the next round, in fact, every practitioner knows well. Yifeng's opponent is Duan Yu, a beauty genius from the Dapeng monster clan. It's nothing special. However, Shui Rong was a little unlucky. The next round opponent was the Death Zone Emperor of the Ghost Bone sect. It seemed that he would be eliminated in the next round. Duan Xiao from the Dapeng monster clan faced Yi Jian, who had killed Yu Luo from the 8 dragon demon clans, but Yi Jian didn't hesitate and chose to abstain, making him the first one to be eliminated in the fourth round contestant. Qing Xian, your opponent is Chu Jiangchen. Yifeng turned his head and said to the little fox demon Qingxin. Well, brother Yi, just watch how I knock him down. Qing Yexian smiled mischievously, as if she didn't take Chu Jiangchen seriously at all. But that's right, Chu Jiangchen's ability is now well known, and he has comprehended the 8 diagrams sword intent, and his strength in other aspects is ordinary. But on the giant battle arena, the power of Bagua sword intent could not be exerted by 1/10, and Chu Jiangchen's strength had already dropped to the lowest level. If Qingxing could not defeat Chu Jiangchen like this, she would not be known as a genius monk qualified to step into the top 10 martial arts in the eastern region. Yi Feng glanced at the entire roster for the 4th round, and found that Xiaoyao Yueying's opponent was a genius from Tianmen. Although it was not a natural disaster, her strength was much stronger than Xiaoyao Yueying's. She might be eliminated in this round. Up. In the Fairy Demon City, Feng Kuang's opponent is from a mid-level sect whose strength is about the same as his, so it might be a battle between dragons and tigers. And Xue Feifei's opponent is a female disciple of the 8-Dragon Demon clan, from the Illusion branch. Her name is Ying. She seems to be a direct disciple of Tong's mother. Xue Feifei, this round, you should abstain. In the monster-slaying hall, Xue Feifei's father sighed secretly. Facing the members of the 8-Dragon Demon clan, Xue Feifei's father didn't want Xue Feifei to take risks, otherwise she would be beheaded like Yulua, so there would be no need for that. Moreover, Ying, a disciple of the 8-Dragon Demon clan, seems to be very strong. Although she didn't show it much before, no matter what kind of situation she encountered in the previous rounds, she was calm and easily defeated her opponent. I abstain. Xue Feifei gritted her teeth, thought for a moment, and could only abstain. However, abstaining from voting does not mean that she has surrendered to the 8-Dragon Demons. Yulua's death has made Xue Feifei regard the 8-Dragon Demons as her lifelong enemy. As long as she lives for one day, she will fight against the 8-Dragon Demons in the end. The premise of all this, of course, is that she has enough strength. Without strength, everything is false. But before there is strength, there is another prerequisite, and that is fate. If she rushes to the battle stage, to fighting in spite of everything, and dies, by accident, then nothing will be left. Xue Feifei is not afraid of death, but she is afraid of such a meaningless death. Even if she dies, she will pull enough people from the 8-Dragon clans as a backing before she dies. Yue Yuan's opponent was a young man from the Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance, but when Gui Qiansheng died under Yi Feng's sword, the entire Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance had no strong geniuses left. Now Yue Yuan's opponent is the genius of the Yaoi Sword clan in the Yaojian Cultivation Alliance, whose strength can be ranked in the top 100. For last month, it can be said that it is a certain defeat. There is only one person left in Xianying, and that is Tong. Tong's strength was not very good when he first came to Fairy Demon City, but along the way, Yu Qi trained and strengthened his strength, and this kid also endured a lot of hardships, which made his current strength far surpass that of the beginning. All the way to the present, Tong's strength is getting stronger and stronger, to the point where his progress is no slower than Yi Feng's. In this round, Tong's opponent is a genius disciple of Wielder named Tian Ling, who is said to be one of the Sijia elders and a disciple of Ling Shan. At this moment, Ling Shan completely focused his attention on the battle platform that Tong and Tian Ling were about to step on, and was ready to pay attention to the battle between the two. All of Ling Shan's previous actions had failed. He was deprived of even the right to preside over the martial arts meeting in the eastern region, and was taken away by Fairy Tianxiang instead. This made Ling Shan very unwilling, but if he couldn't stop Yi Feng, he would have to accept Eugenie's challenge after the martial arts meeting in the eastern region. At that time, he will most likely be beheaded by Eugenie. Ling Shan's daughter was personally forced to death by Ling Shan, which made Eugenie hate him for a long time. Once he got the chance, Eugenie would not relent in the slightest. Now, the 32 people whose names I have named will go to the battle stage: Qing Yexian, Chu Jiangchen, Yi Feng, Duan Yu. In Fairy Demon City, only Qing Yexian and Yi Feng took the lead. The next moment, Yi Feng stepped directly onto the arena, and with a flash, he was on the arena, and saw a beautiful woman in golden clothes opposite him, looking at him curiously. Presumably it is Duan Yu, a genius girl from the Dapeng monster clan. Yi Feng, your strength is very strong. I admit that I am not your opponent, but I will not give up easily. Let me experience your strength. Duan Yu stared at Yi Feng, and said eagerly. Welcome. Yi Feng smiled lightly. For an opponent like Duan Yu, although Yi Feng knew that the opponent was not his opponent, he was still willing to give him enough respect. After all, Duan Yu fought purely to gain combat experience. It's not important to you. If there is no accident, Yi Feng only needs to defeat Duan Yu, and he will not kill Duan Yu. After all, Fairy Monster City and Dapeng Monster Clan have a common enemy now, and that is the 8-Dragon Demon Clan. Battle, start. As soon as Fairy Tianxiang's voice fell, Duan Yu immediately attacked Yi Feng. The members of the Dapeng Monster Clan are all Golden Wing Dapeng Demon cultivators, and this talented girl Duan Yu is no exception. A burst of golden rock monster energy swept out, instantly covering the entire giant battle platform. So strong. Yi Feng felt the opponent's strength, so he couldn't help squinting his eyes. Yu's strength during this period was somewhat beyond his expectation. Originally, Yi Feng only thought that Duan Yu's strength would be at the level of Xue Feifei and Feng Kuang, but now judging from Duan Yu's aura, he might have reached the level of Yue Yuan. Moreover, this is definitely not Duan Yu's strongest strength. It seems that in this Eastern region contest, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, although many people have the strength to step into the top 10, but those who can really step into the top 10, there are still only a few, and many people are bound to be eliminated along the way. Gui Ling 18 swords, E 9 swords, 6th sword. Yi Feng swung the 9-color Dao fruit sword in his hand, and layers of sword energy immediately enveloped his body. Duan Yu's golden rock demonic aura was wild and domineering, and quickly condensed into golden air blades, sweeping towards Yi Feng's location, like a torrential rain, making people feel terrifying. Boom! 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 The golden air blade collided with Yi Feng's sword energy barrier, and was immediately bounced back, flying one by one. It seems that this level of attack was helpless against Yi Feng's defense. Pengwei Shrouds. Seeing this, Duan Yu's beautiful eyes lit up immediately, and she transformed into a big rock in an instant. Its body was so beautiful and so huge that it covered most of the battle platform. Duan Yu understands that if facing Yi Feng, if he still hides it, it is absolutely impossible to win. Instead of fighting a little bit, it is better to directly release all his whole cards and see if it is possible to fight Yi Feng. The next moment, the huge golden rock burst into incomparable golden brilliance, and a burst of terrifying coercion suppressed Yi Feng. Pengwei shrouded. It turned out to be the Shroud of Pengwei. This is the real Shroud of Pengwei, right? Yi Feng squinted his eyes, thinking that he had also improved a magic trick, Pengwei Shroud, which he learned from the Dapeng Immortal King of Immortal Demon City. I don't know, what is the relationship between the Dapeng Yaoxiu, the Ping King, and the Dapeng Yaozu in the Wanyao Temple of Xianyao City? Thinking of the Pengwei Shroud that I have comprehended, and the Pengwei Shroud that Duan Yu is using now, the gap is really too big, the difference in power between them is dozens of times. It is worthy of being the authentic sorcery of the Dapeng Monster Clan, and Duan Yu is also worthy of being a genius girl of the Dapeng Monster Clan. If she is allowed to use this Pengwei Shroud to the extreme, I am afraid that even Yi Feng, who can't play the trump card, will be suppressed by her. Point 5. Duan Yu cast the Pengwei Shroud, and suppressed Yi Feng in the blink of an eye. The first wave, the second wave, the third wave, and 3 consecutive waves of momentum were done in one go. If there were 2 more waves, Yi Feng might have to use the last wave. Only strong swordsmanship can break through. Of course, Yi Feng won't let the opponent have the opportunity to fully display the might of the rock. Broken sword technique, broken. The 9 colors Dao fruit sword in Yifeng's hand was like a shooting star, and instantly condensed a barren ancient monster dragon sword energy, breaking through the bursts of great power with lightning speed. The power of the shining demon dragon, flash. After Yifeng broke through the power of the rock, he immediately displayed the power of the shining spirit demon dragon he had just realized. Immediately, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared the next moment, he was already in Duanyu's place. Behind. The Emperor Peng spreads his wings. As soon as Duanyu saw Yifeng's figure disappear, she immediately felt that something was wrong. Immediately, she used Penghuang's spreading wings, which was also a magic trick of teleportation, making her body flash hundreds of meters away. Open. However, Penghuang's spreading wings is still far behind the shining demon dragon. The next moment, Yifeng was like a maggot on the Tarsus bone, and he was behind Duanyu, and then the 9 colors Dao fruit sword was in front of Duanyu's neck. You can admit defeat. Yifeng's whisper reached Duanyu's ears. A hint of shock appeared on Duanyu's beautiful face, and then she gave a wry smile. I admit defeat. She didn't expect that Yifeng's speed would be so fast, even she couldn't compare to her who performed the Penghuang spreading wings. She did know that Yifeng could use Penghuang wings, but Yifeng's Penghuang wings must not be as powerful as hers. But he didn't expect Yifeng to comprehend the power of the shining spirit demon dragon in the Wuya Spring. In terms of speed, the shining spirit demon dragon with the same level of cultivation might be more than 10 times faster than the Dapeng demon cultivator. Following Duanyu's surrender, the figures of the two were teleported outside the giant battle arena. Duanyu returned to the Dapeng monster clan's camp, with some regret on her beautiful face, looking at Duan Xiao who came up to her. She couldn't help but smiled wryly. I'm really not his match. Okay, don't be discouraged, even I may not be able to defeat him. It is not surprising that you lost to him, but it seems that he has obtained the latest power in Waiakwen. The violent thunder and lightning power was actually comprehended by him. Duan Xiao glanced at Yifeng, who was in the Fairy Demon City camp in the distance, and said slowly. Obviously, in Wuya Spring, Duan Xiao had also been to the Ice Crystal Palace, where the power of the Shining Spirit Demon Dragon was located, but he just gave up because he felt that the power was not suitable for him, and it was impossible for him to comprehend it. Unexpectedly, Yifeng was able to comprehend it. From this point of view, the talent of this Shi is really beyond that of everyone in Tianqing of the eastern region. If Yifeng has a cultivation base of 12,000 years now, then the first place in the Eastern region martial arts competition is definitely Yifeng's, but now Yifeng only has a cultivation base of 6,000 years, so there may still be someone who can compete for the championship. A fight. Among the Dapeng monster clan, Yifeng defeated Duanyu, but no one felt bad about him. After all, Yifeng's strength is there. In the cultivation world, everyone will naturally admire the strong, unless the strong is their life and death enemies. When Yifeng returned to the Fairy Demon City camp, he didn't think too much about the Dapeng monster clan, but turned his attention to one of the 16 giant battle platforms above. On that battle platform, the little fox demon Qingxin was in a fierce battle with Chu Jiangchen of Wuya Valley. Although it is difficult for Chu Jiangchen's gossip sword intent to fully display its power on a giant battle arena, it is not useless. And most of Qingxin's sorcery methods are illusions, and they cannot be used to deal with a determined sword cultivator like Chu Jiangchen, and they cannot exert the maximum effect either. Both of them are extremely strong. At this time, they are considered to be rivals, and they have a faint restraint effect on each other's abilities. The little fox demon Qingxin mainly practiced the illusion of fox charm, and her every move was provocative, enough to make ordinary monks unable to restrain their desires, and was immediately defeated by Qingxin. But Chu Jiangchen looks suave and chic, with a handsome face, and his eyes are upright. He looks like a real gentleman. It was the first time for Yifeng to look at Chu Jiangchen carefully. When he saw Chu Jiangchen before, it was always in the second round. There was a mist covering him, and he couldn't see clearly at all. Now, I feel that Chu Jiangchen's character seems to be pretty good, otherwise it would be impossible for him to be indifferent to Qing Xian's magic trick. It's a pity that this Chu Jiangchen cooperated with Duan Wuya to deal with Yi Feng, so he was destined to be Yi Feng's opponent. It would be great if it could be removed, but it's a pity that it is impossible to kill Chu Jiangchen now. The battle between Qing Xian and Chu Jiangchen can be said to be the most exciting battle among the 16 arenas, attracting the attention of most people in the arena. Who do you think will win? Then Chu Jiangchen comprehends the 8 trigrams sword intent, but there is no gossip trigram's image on the battle stage, so he can't exert a tenth of his strength. Even so, that fox demon might not win. Didn't you see that the fox demon's magic fox charm has absolutely no effect on Chu Jiangchen? Both sides are restraining each other's power. It's really hard to say who will win. Everyone is talking about it, and no one knows what the final result will be. Even Yi Feng, who had confidence in Qingxin before the war, couldn't be sure at this time, because he didn't expect Chu Jiangchen's willpower to be so firm. Even Yi Feng might be attracted by Qingxin's magic fox charm for a moment, but Chu Jiangchen seems not to be attracted by it at all, and his firm will can be called terrifying. As the battles in the other dozens of battle platforms ended one by one, the battle between Qing Xian and Chu Jiangchen had also entered the final stage. Chu Jiangchen's 8-diagram sword intent couldn't exert its power, so he used ordinary swordsmanship to fight against Qingxin. Although there was no way to use the 8-diagram sword intent, he naturally learned more than just the 8-diagram sword intent. Liaogu's achievements in swordsmanship are not bad, and Chu Jiangchen has also learned a lot of advanced swordsmanship from it. Every move has an elegant aura, making it impossible to guess where he will appear in the next moment. This man is really troublesome. Facing Chu Jiangchen, Qing Xian really had no choice but to have some anxiety in her charming eyes. Chu Jiangchen, who couldn't use the gossip sword intent, didn't have the most powerful attack power, but his defense was still impenetrable, especially the magic fox charm technique didn't work for him at all, which made Qingxin very upset. But it's okay to be unhappy. Chu Jiangchen's firm will is also one of his strengths. This kind of battle does not matter whether it is fair or not, and the final victory is the most important thing. The two sides fought and soon entered the final stage. It doesn't matter, let him get off the stage first. Thinking in her heart, Qing Xian decided not to hide her strength anymore. As the granddaughter of the 9-tailed immortal emperor in the Wanyao Hall of the immortal demon city, Qing Xian naturally couldn't only have the sorcery of magic fox charm. Immediately, her whole body danced and spun around, turning into a blue demonic wind, and completely disappeared from the battle platform. Seeing this, Chu Jiangchen on the opposite side wrinkled his handsome brows slightly, but they soon relaxed. With a faint smile on his face, he waved his hand casually, and swung the long sword in his hand like a long snake, and swung it out instantly. Immediately, a terrifying coercion rose up on the entire battle platform and enveloped it all at once. It's the gossip formation. Many people who were watching the battle on the battle platform suddenly exclaimed. They never expected that Chu Jiangchen had been circling on the battle platform for so long, and actually set up a gossip formation on the battle platform. As we all know, the 8-diagram sword intent that Chu Jiangchen has comprehended is his strongest strength, but in order to exert the full power of the 8-diagram sword intent, there is another way besides certain circumstances, and that is to set up an 8-diagrams formation method. Within the scope of the formation, the power of his 8-diagram sword intent can be fully displayed. When Chu Jiangchen activated the gossip formation, the people around immediately felt that the victory in this battle belonged to Chu Jiangchen, because the power of the gossip sword intent was enough for Chu Jiangchen to compete with Duan Wuya. However, if Chu Jiangchen were to fight Duan Wuya, he would definitely not have enough time to set up the gossip formation, and he would be defeated by Duan Wuya. At this moment, a burst of gossip power swept across the arena, but Qing Xian, who had turned into a blue demon wind, still did not show her figure. Hoo-hoo! A gust of evil wind followed by a gust of evil wind descended from the sky, and everyone saw that they and Bagua Jiani started to compete with each other. The cyan demonic wind quickly condensed into windblade tornadoes one after another, raging and churning in the field, but Qing Xian's figure has never been seen, and it is not known what method was used. It's not necessarily a loss. Yi Feng squinted his eyes. The method Qing Xian used at this time made him feel a little startled. Obviously, the magic that Qing Xian is using now is her strongest magic. If she hadn't met Chu Jiangchen, such a strong-willed person, she will definitely not display it in the 4th round. It's Ninetales xuanhuan Yao Feng. I didn't expect this little fox to comprehend it. Beside Yi Feng, Immortal Emperor Qi murmured, obviously he knew a lot about Qing Xian's methods. Senior, what kind of sorcery is xuanhuan Yao Feng? When Yi Feng heard the words, he asked, casually. Yellow Spring Demon Wind is Ninetales' special sorcery. It is an extremely hard to understand fairy art. It is said that Ninetales created it himself. Ninetales comprehended the power of Underworld, and when he used the Underworld Demon Wind, his surroundings became the world of Underworld, trap the enemy and make people lose their minds. This is also a kind of illusion, but its power is much stronger than that of the little fox. Qi explained a sentence, which made Yi Feng's heart tremble. After comprehending the power of the Underworld, the demon wind of the Underworld can turn the surroundings into the realm of the Underworld. It seems that there are countless sorcery methods in this world. There are many kinds of fairy arts and sorcery. Since she displayed the demonic wind of the Underworld, then Qingxin must have comprehended the power of the Underworld. This little girl usually does not show her mountains and do her water, but she actually comprehended this kind of tyrannical power, which is shocking. The power of the Underworld, Yi Feng had occasionally heard it before, is a higher level power than the power of the Qiyao in Shang Qingshan. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to understand it, even if they come into contact with the power of the Underworld, because the power of the Underworld's power is extremely rare in this world. However, Ninetales has comprehended the power of the Underworld, so it is much easier for his granddaughter to also comprehend the power of the Underworld. The evil wind from the Underworld came to the world, and the field suddenly became a world of Underworld, with gusts of dark wind, terrifying. Even though Chu Jiangchen inspired the Gossip Formation and fully displayed the power of the Gossip Formation, he had nothing to do with Qingxin, because he couldn't find where Qingxin was at all. In the final analysis, it was because Qingxin used the evil wind of the Underworld before he activated the Gossip Formation. If Chu Jiangchen had activated the Gossip Formation first, Qingxin would have been defeated by now. However, there are no ifs in this world. Chu Jiangchen was half a beat too late, and let himself completely fall into a passive situation. Give me a mess. Qing Xian's clear and charming voice quickly echoed in all directions in the battle arena, and when it was heard by Chu Jiangchen, even with his extremely strong willpower, it made him hesitate for a moment. Trance. This trance made his mind tremble, and he loosened his control over the Gossip Formation for a while. With a bang, Chu Jiangchen's body was thrown into the air, and his handsome face was full of disbelief. The Gossip Formation was activated, but he actually lost. It would be fine if he lost to a peerless genius like the Emperor of Death, Natural Calamity, and Duan Shao, but he lost to a banshee who hadn't even noticed before. Chu Jiangchen fell to the ground, the Gossip Formation collapsed without attacking, and Qing Xian's delicate and lovely figure also appeared in front of Chu Jiangchen. You wanted to harm Brother Yi before, so I won't spare you. Qing Xian looked at Chu Jiangchen. Although Chu Jiangchen was extremely handsome, Qing Xian's eyes were full of disgust. For those who wanted to harm Yi Feng, Qing Xian only wanted to kill them, but when Chu Jiangchen saw the killing intent in Qing Xian's eyes, he immediately raised his hand. I abstain. Immediately, the two were teleported out of the battle arena, Qing Xian was slightly taken aback, and then her delicate face was full of remorse. It's really stupid, stupid, stupid. You can't put your thoughts on your face if you want to kill someone. You are too stupid. There is no chance now. Qing Xian was full of regrets, and cast a bitter glance at the injured Chu Jiangchen, then turned around and returned to the camp of Fairy Demon City. Brother Yi, I regret not being able to kill him. Qing Xian came back with regret in her beautiful eyes. It's good that you can win. As for such a defeated player, don't care too much. Yi Feng smiled slightly and said comfortingly. He really didn't care much about Chu Jiangchen's life or death, because with his talent, as long as he defeated an enemy once, it would be absolutely impossible for him to be Yi Feng's opponent in the future. Yi Feng's growth rate far exceeds that of others. Under such circumstances, the defeat of his subordinates is naturally nothing to worry about. Qing Xian felt relieved when she heard Yi Feng say that, and didn't get too entangled in this matter. Immediately afterwards, Fairy Tianxiang stood up and announced that the next 32 people would go to the battle arena and prepare to fight. Among the 32 people this time, there is Tong and Ling Shan's disciple, Tian Ling. The battle between the two once again attracted Yi Feng's attention. Tong's strength has improved rapidly, no one knows how strong he is now, and Ling Shan's disciple Tian Ling was also strong enough to enter the top 20 before. The famous strong man. Read the full text. In the previous competitions, Hitomi didn't show his strongest strength all the way, because the opponents he encountered were not worthy of his full strength. When Yi Feng saw Tong playing, he focused all his attention on him. Before coming to Wuya City to participate in the Eastern Region martial arts competition, Yi Feng knew that Tong's strength was not very strong. How strong it is, Yi Feng doesn't know. Now facing Ling Shan's disciple, Tian Ling, Tong should only show his strongest strength to defeat his opponent, even if he is not Tian Ling's opponent. Tell me, who will win, the guy from Fairy Demon City or Tian Ling? In my opinion, Tian Ling will definitely win. Among Wielder's disciples participating in the martial arts meeting in the Eastern region this time, Duan Wuya and Chu Jiangchen are the first and second, and Tian Ling will be the next third. The worst is no more than fifth, and its strength is still very strong. However, Lianduan Wuya and Chu Jiangchen have already been beaten down by the people of Immortal Demon City. Can Tian Ling do it? What are you afraid of? His opponent is just a boy abandoned by the 8 dragon demons. No matter how strong he is, he can't be Tian Ling's opponent. You know, that boy is not like Yi Feng or the little fox. Strong. Everyone in the arena was discussing, but not everyone's eyes were on Hitomi and Tian Ling, because this time, there were also 2 heaven-defying players, Death Zone Emperor and Natural Calamity. For these 2 sky-defying players, they naturally have more followers than Hitomi and Tian Ling, but there is no suspense about their victory. How much strength the opponent will force out of them. The ultimate strength of the 2 will definitely be displayed in the finals, but it is also a good pleasure to force out the strength of the fairy art they have cultivated bit by bit. At the order of Fairy Tianxiang, the battles on the 16 giant battle platforms began at the same time. Yi Feng stared closely at Tong Tong and Tian Ling's battle platform, and saw that Tian Ling, like other Wielder disciples, was wearing a white robe with a long knife on his back. With a rough face, he seemed to be a rough man, dressed in elegant clothes. The white robe is somewhat nondescript. But his strength cannot be ignored. Boy, it's unlucky for you to meet me. If you don't obediently admit defeat, Grandpa, I have to go back to drink and play with beautiful girls. Tian Ling said carelessly to Tong Tong, while holding the long knife behind him in his hand. He played casually as if nothing had happened. When Tong heard Tian Ling's words, it was as if he hadn't heard anything, with a calm look in his eyes. To him, this Tian Ling was the strongest opponent of his generation he had ever met in his life, and he would definitely win. Face it with all your strength, no mistakes are allowed. Although under his father's guidance, he has improved rapidly in recent days, but he doesn't know how strong he is. The current pupil urgently needs a victory to prove himself. Bring it on. Tong Tong was thinking in his heart, staring at his opponent Tianling, slowly raised his hands, and scorching flames burned from his hands. It is the 6th level of real fire power. Yi Feng off the field couldn't help but be moved. Tong Tong's strength has risen to such a strong level in a short period of time, it's surprising. The power of real fire is the strongest flame power in Shangqingshan. Not everyone can comprehend it, let alone the power that can raise the level so quickly. But Hitomi turned the impossible into the possible, comprehending the power of real fire to the 6th level in a short period of time, which can be called terrifying. If it was Yi Feng who fully comprehended the power of real fire, he could do it if he had enough external conditions, but Tong's talent was definitely not as good as Yi Feng's. Because of the descendants of the Yank branch of the Dragon Demon clan. Hitomi's background determines that when he comprehends the power of flames, he comprehends the power of flame far faster than other powers. Of course, apart from Hitomi being a descendant of the Yank branch, his mother is also a genius of the illusory branch. The power of illusion is also very easy for Hitomi to comprehend. The 6th level of real fire power, it seems that my son's talent is really extraordinary. Among the crowd of the 8 dragon demons, the illusory figure of the veiled illusory woman from the illusory division looked at the field with some relief. At this moment, her attention was completely focused on Tong in the field. Because Hitomi is her son. In the previous matches, Huan had been paying attention to Hitomi, but Hitomi hadn't used his full strength, which made her unpredictable. Looking at it now, Hitomi's strength is no worse than she expected. But she definitely wouldn't know that if Hitomi hadn't been exiled to the lower realm by Wu Yagu for 100 years, her current strength would be much stronger than now. The 6th level of real fire power, not bad. Seeing Tong's movements, Tianling couldn't help shrinking his eyes. Tong's current strength is enough to be his opponent. The power of the 6th level of real fire is extremely destructive. I didn't see Hitomi making any moves, but flames started to burst out everywhere on the entire battle platform, pressing towards Tianling, who was standing still. The big knife in Tianling's hand danced, instantly resisting the attack of the 2 flames. Hey, it's really interesting, the 6th level of real fire power. I'll try to see if your real fire power is more violent, or my Wiao is more violent. The power Tianling comprehends is a strange flame power in the Wuya Valley, called Wiao. The flame power is extremely violent, and Wiao has a special temperament besides berserk, that can burn people's soul and mind. At this moment, Tianling swung the long knife in his hand, bringing up bursts of violent flames to fight against the power of the 6th real fire released by Tong. 2 kinds of flame power, 2 extremes, detonate thousands of fire lotuses on the giant battle platform. The flames are dazzling. Tong's figure was protected by a pillar of fire condensed by the 6th level of real fire power. He calmly controlled the power of real fire he had comprehended, and bombarded his opponent one by one with flame power. Tianling didn't hold back at all. Apart from bombarding Tong's fire pillar defense, his boundless fire power was always looking for opportunities. Once he could penetrate Tong's mind and soul, he would have won. However, Tong's mind and soul are firmly guarded by a force that even Tianling can't see through, making it impossible for him to break through. This kid. Holding a long knife in his hand, Tianling gritted his teeth on his rough face. It seems that there is only one way. Thinking in his heart, Tianling took out a gleaming ring from the storage belt around his waist. Thanks to the readers of the main site, 138263 ******* and Sakura Dreams Monthly Pass. Read the full text. When Tianling took out the gleaming ring from the storage belt, many people around were stunned. That ring, exuding an extremely terrifying cold breath, is definitely a super god level ring, and it is still a top-grade existence among super god-level magic weapons. Shameless, that is Lingshan's portable magic weapon, the Kanghan Ring, which is also a top-rank magic weapon in the super god class. Eugenie immediately gritted his teeth and said it. The super god-level ring, the Kanghan Ring, and it is a top-rank magic weapon in the super god level. Most importantly, the Kanghan Ring is Lingshan's portable magic weapon. Lingshan, one of the Sijia elders of Wuya Valley, usually uses a portable magic weapon. How can it be an ordinary thing? It is conceivable that this Kanghan Ring can definitely display extremely terrifying power. In the junior martial arts competition in the eastern region, there is a convention, that is, the magic weapon used by the elders cannot be used by the younger generation. Otherwise, wouldn't the eastern region martial arts competition be messed up? But now, Lingshan actually broke this agreement and gave Tianling the ring of xuanhuan. Everyone couldn't help looking at Lingshan sitting on the referee's bench, but they saw that Lingshan was sitting with his eyes closed and the old god was there, seemingly completely ignoring the situation on the stage. Seeing this situation, many people secretly scolded the old fox. With Lingshan's appearance, even if someone questioned him, he could still say that he had given the Kanghan Ring to Tianling, and it was impossible for others to say anything. It seems that Hitomi is destined to suffer from such a dumb loss. The fighting stops, I demur. At this moment, suddenly a clear but firm female voice from the direction of the 8-Dragon Demon clan spread throughout the audience, causing Lingshan on the referee's bench to open his eyes. Yi Feng followed the voice from where it came out, but saw the illusory figure of a woman from the Huanshu branch of the 8-Dragon Demon clan. Huan, who was Tong's mother, finally stood up and made a sound at this moment. As soon as Huan made a sound, the field fell silent. In the direction of the 8-Dragon Demon clan, many people looked at her in surprise, then looked at Tong in the field, and suddenly showed a look of understanding, and then their faces were full of contempt. No matter how strong an abandoned son of the 8-Dragon Demon clan is, so what? If he cannot get the orthodox inheritance, his road will definitely not go very far. To be able to comprehend the power of the 6th level of real fire is probably his limit, right? Many juniors are thinking in their hearts, but the elders of the 8-Dragon Demon clan don't think too much. They only know that the current Huan actually jumped out to help the people of Fairy Demon City to accuse Wu Yagu, which is definitely not allowed by them. Huan, do you know what you're doing? The Huanshu branch is led by Huan, but she is not the leader of the 8-Dragon Demon clan. Beside her, there is also the old patriarch of the Yank branch, the father of Huoruoxi, who was killed by Yi Feng before. Huoruoxi's father is already an old man, and in terms of seniority, he is Chi's collateral uncle, but how could Huan regard him as his uncle? In the early days, if it wasn't for the collusion of Wu Yagu by the branch of the Yenke branch, the whereabouts of the people in the Yankee branch would not have been leaked. As a result, the entire Yankee branch exists in name only, and only a handful of people survived. Of course I know what I'm doing, don't worry about Uncle Dot. Huan said lightly, biting the word uncle very hard, but his eyes kept staring at the battle platform where Tong was and the referee's bench, wanting to explain to the referee's bench. Huan, what objection do you have? The 8-Dragon Demon clan was selected as the referee of the Nidian Immortal Emperor, and Zhu Tian of the Tiamalong branch, who originally closed his eyes to rest his mind, opened his eyes at this time, and a flash of light flashed, obviously very dissatisfied with Huan's voice. On this battle platform, Tianling uses the magic weapon of his elders. Fan said calmly. Lingshan, what do you think? Zhu Tian turned his head to look at Lingshan. I have already given the xuanhuan ring to my direct disciple, it is not mine. Lingshan said lightly, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, if he was not ready, would he rashly give xuanhuan ring to Tianling? Obviously, he has already prepared his speech, and he is not afraid of someone pointing it out. Since this is the case, I will give my son something now. Huan smiled lightly, and did not continue to criticize Lung Shan at all, but directly took out something from Pianran's sleeve, and threw it to the battle platform where Tong was. Hitomi couldn't help being a little excited when he saw this scene. It was a gift from his mother. Huan's move is obviously on the one hand helping Tong defeat Tianling, on the other hand, there must be a lot of thoughts in that thing. Snapped. Tong held the thing in his hand and found that it was a small jade pendant. He still felt a little warm. At the same time, a dreamlike power poured into his body from the jade pendant. Okay, let's continue the battle. After Huan finished this action, he sat down calmly again, and cast a contemptuous glance at Lung Shan on the referee's bench. Lung Shan's eyes were about to burst into flames. How could he have imagined that the boy in Fairy Demon City would have such a mother as his backing? Originally thought that after so many years, this phantom had been properly managed by the people of the Eight Dragon Demon clan, but it's still messed up now. On the referee's seat, Zhu Tian, the patriarch of the Eight Dragon Demon clan and the Tiamalong branch, looked at Tong in the arena with great interest, and then looked at Huan outside the arena. It's really interesting, the love between mother and child is deep, but just like this, do you think your son can defeat the opponent? After being suppressed in the lower realm for 100 years, I want to see how you can fill in the gap during this time. The corner of Zhu Tian's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. On the stage between Hitomi and Tianling, the battle started again. Hitomi didn't immediately use the jade pendant his mother gave him. He just wanted to prove with his own strength that he was worthy of being the best descendant of the two branches of the Eight Dragon Demon clan. When Tianling held the Kanghan ring and a boundless ice lotus bloomed, about to envelop Tong in it, two completely different flames burst out from Tong's eyes. One of them is the power of heart inflammation that he has only recently comprehended from Wu Yaquan. He just resisted the erosion of Wu Yahua's mind and spirit by relying on the power of heart flame. And another kind of flame power turned out to be the boundless fire that Tianling had just displayed. When Tong and Tianling were confronting each other, Tong was able to comprehend the boundless fire cast by Tianling, and now he used it for his own use. With the power of his own heart flame and the power of the 6th level of real fire, the fire merged into one, and a terrifying power erupted immediately. Although the Kanghan ring is a high-grade super god-level magic weapon, Tianling's cultivation base is limited, and he can't exert its power at all. The ice lotus was blasted by the power of the pupil's 3 fires. The next moment, Tong's figure with terrifying flames all over his body came to the stunned Tianling. You are defeated. As soon as Tong raised his hand, the flame power engulfed Tianling at once. When the 3-in-1 flames in Tong's body condensed into a fire dragon and devoured Tianling, Lung Shan on the referee's seat stood up suddenly, with an incredulous expression on his face. How can this be? The Kanghan ring he gave to Tianling is a first-class super god-level magic weapon, and its power is extremely terrifying. Even if Tianling's cultivation base can't exert much power, it should be more than enough to deal with a pupil. You know, Tianling's cultivation base is 10,500 years, and Tong's cultivation base is about the same as Yifeng's, only more than 6,000 years. Such a gap in cultivation allowed Tong to condense 3 kinds of flame power in an instant, beheading Tianling. It can be seen that even if Tong's talent is worse than Yifeng, it is not far behind. Hitomi killed the opponent without using the jade pendant that Huan gave him. This scene made Qi and Huan feel gratified respectively. Now his child has finally proved himself, and he is no worse than others. If Tong is now in the realm of 10,000 years of cultivation and becoming a fairy, he must have the qualifications and strength to compete for the first throne, but the current cultivation of Tong is not enough, and the various methods he has mastered are not as good as Yifeng's. Very different. 1. Hitomi calmly flew down the giant battle platform, but Tianling never left the battle platform because his body had already been reduced to ashes on the battle platform. Lung Shan's face in the referee's seat was completely dark. He never thought that this battle would end like this. Tianling is his personal disciple, and he has high hopes for Tianling, but now, he was directly burned to death by Tong in the martial arts meeting in the Eastern Territory, which is completely slapping him in the face. But the current Lung Shan has no way to deal with this situation. Even giving Tianling the Kanghan ring is useless. He knows that with his strength, there is no way to turn the tide of the battle. This time, Wiagu's performance in the martial arts competition in the Eastern Territory will definitely be the worst in history, and the root cause is naturally the appearance of several evildoers from the fairy demon city. But Lung Shan didn't think about it. If he hadn't targeted Xianxian, would Yi Feng and the others have targeted Wiagu like this? So Lung Shan found everything by himself. But at that time, Lung Shan definitely had the chance to win, no matter what. Wuya Valley was better than Immortal Demon City, but when Duan Wuya was seriously injured by Yi Feng, Lung Shan knew he was wrong. At this time, it is useless to regret. Lung Shan is now thinking non-stop, trying to come up with a way to make all the contestants in Fairy Demon City be kicked out. After thinking for a long time, Lung Shan realized that he wanted to let Fairy Demon City lose to Wuya Valley, but now there is only one way, and that is to wait until the points final. In the final, 32 contestants freely choose their opponents to challenge, and the winner gets half of the points of the loser, that is to say, as long as someone defeats Yi Feng, Qing Xian and others at the last moment, then half of the points will be taken away, so their results will not be very good. There is still a chance, but Yi Feng's talent is too strong, and ordinary methods can't restrain him at all. With a sinister look in Lung Shan's eyes, he glanced at Yi Feng, and then turned his gaze to the direction of the 8-dragon demon clan. This time, on the 16 giant battle platforms, the Emperor of Death and Calamity were the two who ended the battle the fastest. They defeated their opponents with just one move. The spectators who wanted to see their strength were all disappointed. It's the 4th round, and even the strength of the strongest can't be peeped. In the next 16 battle arenas, on one of the arenas, Feng Kuang from Fairy Demon City will play, and his opponent is Xie Xianyu, a beautiful woman from Wuya Valley. Strictly speaking, Xie Xianyu is not a person from Wuya Valley, but she is the niece of Fairy Tianxiong, who lives in Wuya City. At this moment, it is just in time for her meeting to participate in the martial arts meeting in the Eastern region. Xie Xianyu's performance, in the previous rounds, was not too brilliant. People almost ignored her existence, but her beauty fascinated many people. Feng Kuang, be careful, her strength is unknown. If not, don't fight recklessly, just admit defeat. In the Fairy Demon City, many monks from the Demon Slaying Hall said this to Feng Kuang. Feng Kuang nodded solemnly. It is already the 4th round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Tournament. Any opponent he meets is worthy of respect. If he underestimates the enemy, he will definitely end up defeated in the end. Moreover, Xie Xianyu, the niece of Fairy Tianxiong, is not weak at first glance. She advanced easily without making much effort in the previous rounds, obviously hiding her strength. It is very difficult to defeat Xie Xianyu. But before fighting Xie Xianyu, Feng Kuang couldn't possibly admit defeat. He bravely stepped onto the battle stage, facing the peaceful Xie Xianyu. At the same time, Yu Yuan also stepped onto the battlefield to fight a genius from the Monster Wingsword clan. Originally, Yi Feng wanted to see how Yu Yuan could control all kinds of power, but he didn't expect that member of the Monster Wingsword clan, the genius, actually conceded defeat directly. This genius of the Yaoi Sword clan was already the last remaining participant in the Yaojian Cultivation racial alliance after Gui Qiansheng's death, and now he retreated without a fight and directly surrendered, which shows their strength against Yu Yuan. Very clear understanding. Just because the genius of the Yaoi Sword clan is not qualified to deal with Yu Yuan, he still doesn't need to go up and take risks. If he is killed by Yu Yuan, the loss will be great. The two brothers Gui Qiansheng and Gui Qiansha had already been beheaded by Yi Feng. If all the talented juniors in the clan were beheaded, then there would be no hope for this generation of the Yaojian cultivator race. Yu Yuan won without a fight and came back soon, and at this time, Feng Kuang had already fought Xie Xianyu in the middle of the field. Wind burst. The wind power mastered by Feng Kuang is extremely violent, not only extremely fast, but also has a strong blasting effect. With the wind blade tornado, Feng Kuang is indomitable and unrivaled in bravery. There was always a faint smile on Xie Xianyu's beautiful face, facing Feng Kuang's attack like a storm. Xie Xianyu was not surprised at all. Power, that's not how it's used. Xie Xianyu's small mouth moved slightly, revealing a faint smile. She saw a flash of her figure, and suddenly a strange force flashed from the field, and then Feng Kuang felt an inexplicable strong pressure coming from all directions. What kind of power is this? Feng Kuang was horrified, because he found that the strong pressure had completely penetrated the wind blade tornado condensed around his body, and his power had no resistance to Xie Xianyu's power at all. You admit defeat. Xie Xianyu's voice rang in Feng Kuang's ears. This elegant figure of a woman suddenly appeared behind Feng Kuang, only a short distance away.